is wrong, and to answer questions people may have about it. Is the earth flat? No. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. What? I answered the question. Oh, you want me to give some reasons? Oh, okay. That's fine. I can do that. Okay, the flat earth has, believe it or not, become a movement in the last few years. About 2015, it started up. And people may wonder, well, Danny, why are you so concerned about this? Why are you talking about flat earth so much? Well, you see, our critics for a long time have been equating belief in creation with belief that the earth is flat. And so I view the flat earth movement as a personal assault, really, upon my calling and upon the ministry of Answers in Genesis. So I think it's very important, vitally important, that we're here to give people thoughtful, good reasons why the flat earth movement is wrong and to answer questions people may have about it. And we've been getting many inquiries about this over the last few years. Well, you may say, didn't we answer this question, settle this question 5 centuries ago? I mean, after all, didn't Christopher Columbus prove that the earth is a globe? Well, actually, we didn't settle it 5 centuries ago. We settled it 25 centuries ago. And in fact, I think that's part of the problem we have here, is the fact that people's understanding of history on this whole matter is rather poor. Well, how do we know it goes back that far? Well, Pythagoras, you may have heard of him with the Pythagorean theorem and a few other things that he did. In the late 6th century BC, he actually talked about the earth being a sphere. We don't know what his reasons were. We can only speculate about that. But it went forward from there. But within 100 years, most Greek thinkers were thinking the earth was a sphere. And I do credit this whole question as being a good epistemological study. I used to raise this question with my students in my astronomy classes when I taught at the university. I'd ask the students the question, what shape is the earth? And eventually somebody would say, oh, it's a globe, it's a sphere, it's a ball. And I'd say, okay, how do you know that? And I very rarely found any students that could give me a good reason. Again, I think that's part of the problem as well. What do I mean by being a good epistemological study? Well, epistemology is defined by Merriam-Webster as a study or a theory of the nature and grounds of knowledge, especially with reference to its limits and validity. That's kind of a long-winded definition. Let me give you a much shorter definition. Epistemology is how we know what we know. And I'm afraid that much of our education is geared towards cramming into the heads of students as much information, facts and figures and dates, without really assimilating that into an understanding. And what I wanted to get across to my students at the university was not so much what to believe, but to understand why these things are true. That's the real education part, is getting people to understand the reasoning behind these things. And so we have some good reasons for believing the earth is a globe. How do we know that? Well, here we have a photograph of a total lunar eclipse. I took this in January of last year, about 15 months ago now. And it was quite a last total solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse visible from here. And this is during totality. This is about a 12-second exposure because the moon was very dim. But I also took photographs during the partial phases before and after the eclipse. And here's one of those photographs right there. I show the moon moving in from the right, upper right, in fact, and that's exactly how the moon moved in on the Earth's shadow. And you can already see the edge of the Earth's shadow there, and you can get an idea of the shape of the Earth's shadow. It's kind of a curved section there. Now, I took this about an hour before totality. I took another one afterwards, totality, and I put it in the right position here, and I think you can understand now a little better what kind of shape the Earth's shadow is. If you're really not seeing it at all, I can help you out and put a circle in for you. Turns out the circle of the Earth's shadow is about 2.5 times that of the circle of the moon. So the moon can be entirely engulfed inside of that shadow, giving us a total lunar eclipse. Aristotle, in 350 BC, wrote a book called On the Heavens, and he wrote that in his book that this is one of the arguments why we know the Earth is a sphere. He gave a couple others. Here's another one I like. He looked at the altitude of stars in both the northern and southern parts of the sky. I have a photograph here of the Ark Encounter. Many of you will recognize exactly where that was taken, over near Zara's Cafe, looking at the front there. This photograph was taken by a good friend of mine, Jim Bonser from Iowa, a pastor there, a good friend of the ministry. And we had special permission a couple years ago. We went down there and spent about half a night shooting this photograph and a few others. And this is a half-hour exposure. You can see the stars are going in a big circular pattern. Near the center of that, just above the arc, you'll see one single star. That's Polaris, the North Star. And the Polaris, or the North Star, is within a degree of this point in the sky we call the North Celestial Pole. To the eye, and even to this photograph, it's going to look like the North Star stays still and all the other stars spin around it. Now, less known is the fact that that angle that it makes with the northern horizon is equal to your latitude. So at the arc, it's around 38, 39 degrees. So that's how high that the North Star is. And as I travel around the country and around the world, I always make it a point to look at where the North Star is in the sky. If I can find it, some parts of the world you can't. Let me illustrate that for you. Let this green circle represent the Earth, and this vertical line will represent the rotation axis. The Earth spins around that rotation axis once a day. The North Pole will be at the top, and the South Pole will be at the bottom. Let this horizontal line represent the equator of the Earth. Actually, the equator is going to be a circle going around this plane, intersecting the Earth there. But from the side view, it's just going to look like a line. Now, let's place the observer at some position, some latitude north of the equator. This is very close to what it would be for us here in northern Kentucky, around 39 degrees latitude. You can see it's a little less than half, so that's a very good representation of where we would be. Now, if you placed an observer at the end of that line, representing some temperate location, such as ours, then the horizon would be defined by the tangent plane to the circle, assuming it's the sphere of the Earth at that point. It's going to be a tangent plane, and I'll represent that by a little dotted circle going around like that. So if you stand there at that point, everything to the upper right of that circle, that plane represented by the circle, would be visible, and nothing to the lower left would be visible. It would be below the Earth's surface and blocked at that point. Now, we can construct a little dome there to show what it looks like, and yes, the sky at night looks like a dome. It doesn't mean it is a dome, it looks like one. That's a bit of an illusion. That's why a planetarium works so well. We have a planetarium here at the Creation Museum, a new one. In fact, we've changed everything in it, so when we reopen after the COVID-19 scare is over, then we can you can come visit our planetarium, hopefully. We'll have new shows eventually, but it's a beautiful planetarium. I can't wait to start using it. But we can do that because it has a dome, and it does a fairly good job of representing what the sky looks like. So yes, the sky looks like a dome, but it doesn't mean that it is a dome. Now, I can draw a line for my location parallel to the rotation axis, and that's going to point to the direction in the sky around which the entire sky will seem to spin. The North Star will be located very close to that. So all the stars will spin around that point. Now, if I draw a line due north like that, there will be an angle. You can see that angle there between the point to the north celestial direction and the north direction, and that angle is equal to your latitude. If you've studied geometry, you could take this diagram and you could work that out and prove that. It's a nice little geometry problem. So if we've got some homeschoolers here taking high school geometry, that might be a good assignment. If you know something about geometry, you should be able to do that one. Now, what would happen? What would happen if I went farther north, say up into Canada somewhere? Well, it's going to shift like that because my latitude is like that. I'll go back to Kentucky, now up to Canada, back to Kentucky, up to Canada. See what's going on? I'm shifting position as I do that. Now notice something. Notice the angle that the North Celestial Pole or the North Star will make with the horizon for me in Kentucky. Look at it farther north. The angle's much higher, isn't it? It's much higher. Again, that angle is equal to your latitude, and you can show that if you do geometry. If you go back farther south, it's a little lower. Now notice that if I look to the lower right, I can see stars down near the southern horizon, but if I go farther north, the southern horizon rises up and there are stars that I cannot see down to the south. You know, a couple of years ago, I was in the United Kingdom, and I made a trip up to Scotland while I was there and went to Edinburgh. I had a wonderful time while I was there, by the way. And it was a clear night, one night in Edinburgh, so I went outside to look for the North Star, and it was almost 2/3 the way up from the horizon. And back here in Kentucky, it's not even halfway up. You know, a few months later, I was in South Florida visiting my sister, latitude on 27, 28 degrees, and maybe 27, probably 26 even. And the North Star wasn't even a third of the way up. Again, all that I see when I travel is consistent with this. It's easily explained in terms of a spherical Earth. In fact, it's required. It's a proof, as it were, because if it weren't true, it would disprove the spherical model completely. Now, if you want more proof, this is due to Pliny the Elder in the 1st century AD. He noticed, the first person we know of who actually pointed this out, other people may have noticed it before, but that ships, as they sail away, disappear whole first. And I don't live near the ocean, so I can't test this very often, but I was at Virginia Beach a few years ago, and I took the photographs of a departing container ship. You can see the ship right here. It's got the NKY line on the side. That is a, NYK line, that is a major Japanese shipping firm. And you can see it's already blocked off. When I got to the beach that day and I set my telescope with the camera on it looking out over the water, this ship had already gone out some distance. And the bottom of the hull is totally blocked by something. It looks like the water to me. Now, why would it be blocked? By the way, those letters don't go to the water line. I've seen plenty of their ships close up and they stop before they get to the water line. So again, I know part of the hull is being blocked here. What's blocking the hull? Well, I believe it's the curvature of the Earth. Now, flat earthers will try to claim you zoom in that you will be able to bring it back in. Folks, I've got a nearly 1,400 millimeter focal length on the telescope that I use. That is a whale of a telephoto lens. Zooming in, I've already done it. The bottom of the hull is blocked. I took a number of pictures. Here's one a little later. You can tell the ship's farther out because, well, it appears smaller. These are printed at the same scale. You can see the white bridge castle there, and it's much smaller on the second photograph than on the first photograph. And you can't see the hull at all. You can see a little bit of a what we call an inferior mirage of some of the planking down by the deck there. The later photograph, you don't even see that. The ship has turned now. All I can see is the stern, but I don't see any of the hull. I see just containers, and some of those are actually being mirrored in that inferior mirage. And then finally, as we get late in the day, you can't even see that. All you can see is the bridge castle, part of it mirrored. Again, more and more and more of the ship is disappearing. Eventually, it would have disappeared entirely. Unfortunately, it was late afternoon. Light levels were dropping fast. The sun was getting ready to set, and I had to end what I was doing. Now, building on this, a man named Eratosthenes around 200 BC accurately measured the size of the Earth. When I'd point that out to my students, they were always very surprised. What do you mean? Over 2,000 years ago, they knew how large the Earth was, not only just how big it was a sphere, but what the circumference and the radius were. Yes, they knew that information. How did he do it? Well, Eratosthenes was Greek. He was living in Alexandria, a city of Greek learning in northern Egypt. It was established by Alexander the Great 2,400 years ago. And he Eratosthenes worked at the great library that was there at Alexandria. He traveled down to southern Egypt one year around the summer solstice. He's near this little town called Syene, which is today would be called Aswan, and it's on the edge of the tropics. And on the June solstice at noon, the sun is directly overhead. He knew this because he looked down into a very deep well, and for a few moments around noon, he could see the entire bottom of the well. That's only possible in the tropics. At my latitude, if you have a deep well, you won't see anything. It'll be in shade because the sun's never directly overhead. Well, he went back home to Alexandria, and he waited a year. He constructed a vertical pole. He knew it was vertical because they were very good builders. They could design and build things very well there. And he also knew the height of this thing. Again, they were good engineers and good architects. What he did is he waited till the next year on the same June solstice, and he looked at the shadow of this pole on at noon on the June solstice. Now, it's going to cast a shadow because that far north, you're out of the equatorial regions, out of the tropics, the sun's never going to be overhead. And he determined that angle that it made, he used trigonometry to do this by knowing the height of the pole and the length of the shadow. He figured out this angle up here, and he expressed it as a fraction of a circle. It's about 1/50th of a circle. And he realized then that the distance between those two would be 1/50th of the circumference of the earth. Now, one thing I haven't told you is Eratosthenes is the father of geography. He coined the term, and he was really the world's first geographer. He had a lot of surveys done, and they mapped out Egypt pretty well, and he knew the distance between those two is like 5,000 stadia, about 500 miles by our reckoning. So what he did is he multiplied that 5,000 stadia by 50, and he got the circumference of the earth to be 250,000 stadia, or about 25,000 miles or 40,000 kilometers. Pretty impressive for 2,200 years ago. So if people knew in the ancient world that the earth was flat, I'm talking about it in the West, by the way. The Greeks knew this. They shared this information. The Romans knew it. And throughout the Middle Ages, people in the West knew that the earth was a sphere. This was not lost information. So how did this flat earth myth arise? This idea that everybody up until 500 years ago thought the earth was flat. Well, I would attribute it to three things that happened in the 19th century. Number one, archaeology as we know it came about. The way you excavate things and the way you do the science was developed in the 19th century. And prime targets were Egypt and Mesopotamia. And as they excavated in Mesopotamia, they came across this, well, I'll put it in quotes, air quotes as well, cosmology of the ancient Near East. And this cosmology of the ancient Near East was this idea that the earth was a flat disk with a dome over top. Now, y'all put this, oh, here it is. You put it up here behind the screen. Okay, I got a little visual aid for you here. I got a circle that can represent their model. Here's this flat earth. So here's the earth, and there's a dome over top of the earth is what they were saying was the model they had there in ancient Mesopotamia. And this then became the ancient Near East cosmology. Now, I put that in quotes and in air quotes because, as it turns out, a few years later, they discovered that it wasn't the cosmology of the ancient Near East. It was merely a cosmology of the ancient Near East. There are many, many others. And it was very difficult to try to correct the record. It just sort of stood out there. Also, what happened coming out of liberal scholarship was what we call the documentary hypothesis, that Moses didn't write the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible, especially Genesis. Who knows? They didn't think Moses even existed. But if he did, the Pentateuch was actually written about 1,000 years or more after when Moses supposedly lived. This would have gone to the captivity or even after that. And since in captivity they were in Mesopotamia, they naturally picked up a lot of religious beliefs and cosmology and so forth from them, and they just simply incorporated those into the Bible. Now, folks who understand the authority and inspiration of Scripture should recognize very quickly this was a direct assault upon that. Now, this then developed, this is a diagram. Again, they said this is what the cosmology of the ancient Near East is. And by the way, the cosmology of the Bible, you've got this round, flat disk, and you've got the dome over top. And they didn't really get that from Scripture at all. What they got it from was the assumption that the Pentateuch is not inspired at all, but rather was simply picked up from bits and pieces in Mesopotamia. And then people began to choose to read Genesis and other passages in that manner. Also, during the 19th century, we have what's called the conflict thesis. And the conflict thesis was this, that there's always this conflict between Christianity, religion, but they meant Christianity really, and progress going on throughout the Middle Ages. And it was only when they threw all that off in the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment that supposedly things got better in the West and around the world. And of course, this fit very nicely with the narrative. It was that point when critics and skeptics began to argue, well, the Bible is a flat earth book. And unfortunately, some Christians at the time picked that up as truth and wore it as a badge of honor. That is where the flat earth movement began. Now, I mentioned in passing that even earlier in the 19th century, Washington Irving, who's an author I really like quite a bit, he in 1828 wrote a history of the life and voyages of Christopher Columbus. It was a multi-volume set, went through many, many editions throughout the 19th century, read quite a bit. And he supposedly researched it in Spain and so forth, but much of our mythology about Columbus came from Washington Irving's supposed biography. He had a way of blending fact and fiction in a way that we understand a little better today, but 200 years ago, people, when they read biography, didn't even conceive of the idea that there might be some fictional things thrown in, which he did a lot of that. For instance, the idea that his His crew was about to mutiny because they thought they were going to fall off the edge of the world. That's nonsense. They were a bit concerned about being so far from land. They'd been going out for a couple of months, and at that time you never sailed more than 3 days out of sight of land. Very scary thing out there. Oh, I got a photograph here of a drawing, a depiction of the creation of day 2. You have there on the left Jesus the Creator, of course, according to Apostle John in the New Testament. And you have there the earth, and it's surrounded by this expanse, this rakia, firmament, the King James says, around the earth with waters above. That's very clearly day 2 creation. And I want you to look at the shape of the earth. Do you get the impression that it is flat? No, you get this distinct impression it is a globe, it's a ball, it's a sphere. Now, where did this depiction come from? It comes from a Bible that belonged to King John the Good of France. Now, we know how old this Bible is because I think it was in the year 1356. He was defeated by the English in the Battle of Poitiers, and this was taken by the English as part of the prize, the spoils of war, and it's been in continual possession of the English ever since. We think the Bible was actually put together around 1350. This is 150 years or so before Columbus's voyage. So again, by 1350, people clearly were believing the earth was a globe. Common knowledge, actually, in the West. Now, I mentioned about the flat earth being born, and a very pivotal man in this was Samuel Rowbottom. He was a 19th century Englishman. He wrote some books, did a lot of lecturing and speaking. He made a lot of what he called the Bedford level experiment. The Bedford level is this region in eastern, place in eastern England where the land appears to be very flat. There's a canal basically that's been dug that's very straight, and with no real tilt. There's not much of a current at all, and they've got this long thing that goes on for 6 miles that's reasonably flat. And what he did is he got down into the water there at point A on the right in the diagram, 8 inches above the surface of the water. That's key because if the earth is a globe 25,000 miles around, then if you're 8 inches above the water, in 1 mile's distance, your view will be blocked by that edge of the earth. Anything beyond that, sitting right on the water, theoretically will not be visible. So what he did is he had somebody get in a boat, a rowboat, and they rowed away from him the entire 6 miles. First mile, of course, he's in view, but beyond that, he reasoned, being 8 inches above the water with his telescope, the bottom of that boat should start to disappear, and the boat should continue on disappearing and disappearing. You can see a flag or a marker sitting up there about 6 feet up in the boat, and by the time you get the entire 6 miles away, the boat should be hidden by a good 10 or 12, 15 feet of curvature. Well, Rowbottom was able to see that boat the entire length. He said, aha, if the curvature would block out my view of the boat over 6 miles, and yet I'm still seeing the boat, then the earth must be flat. You see this little red line I'm showing you here draws from the boat back towards the observer, but because of the curvature of the earth, it's greatly exaggerated here, of course. It exits out into space, moving off on a tangent, so it's not visible. Now, I put down there that the problem is he ignored atmospheric refraction caused by temperature inversions. I don't have time to talk about the physics of all of this, but the speed of light depends critically upon, in air at least, depends critically upon the temperature of the air. In warmer air, the light travels more quickly. In colder air, it travels more slowly. As it turns out, bodies of water stay relatively cool during the summertime because water has a large specific heat. In the winter, it generally stays warmer. That's why if you have a location near a very large body of water, the temperature is moderated tremendously. The Gulf Stream, for instance, moderates the temperature in the British Isles and parts of Northern Europe. Now, if you do this in the summer or in spring on a warm day, the air temperature is almost always going to be warmer than the water temperature. The water temperature will chill the air close to it, so you end up with a layer of very cold air, and the light moves more slowly in that. As it starts to move on that tangent, leaving the cooler air into the warmer air, it cannot do that. It's going to be refracted or bent downward, and it's going to curve along the edge of the earth. There's a perfectly reasonable and logical and physical explanation as to why people sometimes get these results, as Rowbottom did 150 years ago, 180 years ago now, there on the Bedford level. Now, there are modern examples. One of the examples that flat earthers like to talk about is this particular photograph, and ones like them. It was done by Joshua Nowicki. I want to emphasize that Joshua Nowicki is not, repeat, not a flat earther. Flat earthers love his work, and I'm sure he's frustrated to learn that. Well, what did Mr. Nowicki do? He's a very good photographer, by the way. I'm impressed with his work. He goes out to Grand Mirror State Park and other locations in southern Michigan, on Lake Michigan, but on the state of Michigan. And Chicago is more than 50 miles across the lake. Now, sometimes he gets some elevation to do this, but other times he's closer to the water. The point is, no matter how high he gets over there are no high hills over there. You shouldn't be able to see Chicago because the Earth's curvature would amount to nearly 2,000 feet of curvature, and nothing on the skyline of Chicago is that tall. So there it is. Again, why, if this is such evidence that the Earth is flat, even better than the Bedford level experiment that Rowbottom did, how is Joshua Nowicki not a flat earther? Well, again, I said he's a good photographer. He knows his craft. He knows what he's doing. He goes out here on very clear days when there's a temperature inversion, precisely the conditions he knows that on a spherical Earth you're going to be able to get these impossible photographs. You see, if he shoots across there during a time of no temperature inversion and he doesn't see Chicago, that is not a very interesting photograph, is it? But this one is. This is a fascinating photograph, and he's done this a number of times. In fact, he's done some of these. I've seen on some of his videos online. He puts them in a time-lapse video, and what you find is that the skyline bobs up and down like this. You see more and less like this as it bobs up and down. Now, if this is evidence that the Earth is flat, what does that mean? Well, it must mean that Chicago is bobbing up and down, but nobody in Chicago seems to notice that. The reason why it bobs up and down is because the amount of refraction that's going on over those 50 miles varies tremendously with gusts of wind and shifting air masses. And so consequently, it's not surprising it's going to bounce up and down. In fact, it's what we would expect. Again, contrast this with my earlier photos. I went on a day that there was no temperature inversion. It was in early November. The air temperature was 50 degrees when I started. It dropped to 49 before I finished. The water temperature, I looked it up, was 62 degrees. It was 12 degrees warmer than the air temperature was. There was no temperature inversion, so I knew that I would not be able to get a photograph like this. I would get the thing you're supposed to see. See, the problem is flat earthers don't like to do these problems, these experiments in the middle of winter with cold air temperature and warm water. They much prefer to do it in spring and summer, but that's precisely the conditions that are going to be prevalent to cause these temperature inversions and refraction. So Rowbottom begins with this experiment, and the flat earth movement was born. Throughout the 19th century, he was teaching this on up till his death late in the century. And the movement kind of peaked around 1890 or so, and it even continued into the 20th century, but it began to wane considerably in the 20th century. By the time you get to the 1930s or 1950s, hardly anybody's believing it. And since then, since the 50s, there have been several flat earth societies that have started up, and some of those have been kind of tongue-in-cheek, others more or less serious, but it's a grab bag. There have been various flat earth societies. And the flat earth movement was revived in the 21st century, about 5 years ago, around 2015. And it's really been fueled by social media and YouTube. That's a platform that anybody can put anything they want up there. And I think that many of these flat earth sites are really not genuine at all. These are people who are wanting to just have fun at people's expense and see how many people they can snooker by some remarkably bad arguments many times. And I found with my study over the past 4 years plus of the flat earth movement, there's a broad range of theological beliefs. There are very conservative Christians, there are New Agers, there are Muslims, there are many different beliefs. The flat earthers are fond of saying that aren't any atheists among the flat earthers. I guess the idea is that this is a flat earth, round earth with a dome over top is a very contrived sort of cosmology. So how could you possibly not believe there's a creator of some sort? The problem is it doesn't naturally then lead to a belief in the God of the Bible, the Lord Jesus Christ. That's a very important point because, again, broad range of theological ideas. I'm most concerned with the Christian version of this, however, and so I would like to talk a little bit about some of the supposed biblical arguments for a flat earth. I don't have time to do all of them. I have discussed many of them in other places, and I will give you more references for that later on. But I can't talk about all of them. I will talk about the rakia. That's a Hebrew word. This is something that God made on day 2. Its purpose was to separate the waters above from the waters below. People have debated exactly what those waters above are, and we'll continue to debate that. But this appears to be the cosmology of the Bible, if you will. Now, on day 4, 2 days hence, from the day 2 creation, God put the luminaries, or the lights, in the sky. He said He made the greater light and lesser light. He made the stars also, and I think that's referring to basically all astronomical bodies. There's a reason why I would say that. Many flat earthers today want to use the word star in the modern context and enforce it back on what most people throughout time thought stars were. For instance, the planets were stars, as it turns out. Today, we still sometimes refer to them as, say, the evening star or the morning star. I've taken some photographs and put photographs up of some planets recently, and I referred to them as stars. Why? Because that's what they look like in the sky. I've had people recently ask me about this very bright star in the evening sky. It's Venus, folks. It looks like a star, and I have no trouble calling it that because that's what it looks like. Now, in the early translations of the Bible into English, they translated this word rakia into firmament. However, many more modern translations translate it as expanse, and there's a very good reason why they do that. Because that's probably the best meaning for the word. I happen to know several world-class Hebraists, people who really not only know Hebrew, but they know probably 18 to 24 other ancient related Semitic languages. And by knowing the full range in all those other languages helps you to understand what the Hebrew means. And they say unanimously that it means expanse. It doesn't mean this hard thing up in the sky, despite what many flat earthers try to claim. Now, they also argue, flat earthers say, well, the earth was made before the sun. How can that be? Well, we've always believed that the earth was made before the sun, several days before the sun. That's not a problem. All right, doesn't automatically mean that the earth is a globe or it means it's flat. It just means that the earth was made before the sun. No problem at all. I don't understand what the point about that one is. They're saying, well, God, if he made the earth first, it can't be a sphere orbiting the sun. Well, why can't He? He is God. He can do what He wishes. Now, ultimately, you have to ask the question, if the Bible teaches the earth is flat, then shouldn't there somewhere be in the Bible some sort of verse that says something like the earth is flat? But there is no such verse. There is no such verse that says that. Now, what flat earthers do is they take a number of passages, number of verses, and they choose to read them in a manner that's consistent with a flat earth. And then they say, aha, this is the meaning of what the Scriptures say. And I'm saying, well, no, you're going to be hard-pressed to find any Bible scholars, any Hebraists, anybody who's going to agree with you on that. Sometimes they'll say, well, those are just man's ideas. Yes, but you are a man too, so why should I believe you when you know very little about these things and these other people know far, far more than you do? It doesn't really work. The complaint that they're merely men works both ways, you see, but somehow flat earthers don't seem to realize that. Again, there's nothing in Scripture that demands that the earth is flat. Merely people want to interpret it that way, and that is an example of eisegesis, reading into Scripture what you want to believe. Now, one of the arguments is that you got to read the Bible literally. In fact, people accuse us all the time. You had answers in Genesis, you creationists, you believe everything in the Bible is literal. Well, actually, we don't. That's a common misconception. For instance, we know actually, that there are many figures of speech in the Bible. We have figures of speech in English. For instance, if you wanted to translate the figure of speech, you're pulling my leg, in another language, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? There are many other things like that. Then there are idioms as well, and idioms can be tricky as well, related to figures of speech. Then there are similes. Similes are things that you say when you use the word like or as. For instance, Jesus told a lot of similes. He said, the kingdom of heaven is like a sower going forth to sow seed. Or the kingdom of heaven is like a pearl of great price, or a treasure hidden in the field. He used the word is like this. This is a simile. He's not saying it is this, he's saying it's like this. But then there are metaphors, and again, there are many metaphors in Scripture. The Lord Jesus Christ in His ministry used many metaphors. He once said He was the door. He said He was the bread of life. He said He was the living water. You know, the night of the Last Supper, He told His disciples that He was the vine and they were the branches. And then He started talking about taking out something to prune them with. You know, all these cases, I don't think any of the listeners, at least the disciples following Him, thought he was literally saying these things. The woman at the well, she thought Jesus was talking about literal water, and he wasn't, of course. It's very clear, but she didn't get it. But the disciples, I'm pretty certain that night, didn't think that they were literally were branches on the literal vine that he had there. And when you come to the poetic and prophetic books, and the flat earthers rely heavily upon these, you find huge amounts of symbolism and allegorical themes coming into play. The book of Revelation, to me, is difficult to understand. I don't claim to understand it, but I am fascinated with it, as is most people. And I find numbers all over the place. The number 7 keeps popping up. In the first chapter, you got the 7 lampstands, you got the 7 stars, and fortunately for us, that's explained to us. But as you get past that, you have the 7 bowls and the 7 trumpets and the 7 seals. And then you've got 4 showing up a number of times and 24 showing up each time and 3 a few times. And what do those numbers mean? Well, I don't know. I think there's some poetry involved in that. Numbers can be poetic, as we see. But there are many, many other forms of symbolism and allegorical themes showing up in the prophetic and poetic books. Now, I do note that many of these non-literal uses are absent from historical narrative. The book of Genesis has some idioms and figures of speech, but the other devices there are largely missing. You see, the fear that some people have is, okay, if you start admitting that anything in the Bible is non-literal, then the door is wide open for reinterpreting the days of creation and the flood and so forth in some other way that doesn't mean what it says that it means. Well, that's nonsense. You see, you're confusing the two genres. It's very easy to identify the poetic and prophetic passages in Scripture. There are certain factors that they have in them. We group them together in the poetic, the 5 poetic books, and the 17 prophetic books in the Old Testament. Now, the historical narratives, the first 17 books, are very different. They do have some non-literal uses, but they're not prevalent at all. That's how we can be certain when it's talking about a straightforward thing, it's not using symbolism or allegory. You need not to be lazy in these things. You need not to be fearful. You need to rightly divide the word of truth. Now, one verse the flat earthers love is Isaiah 40:22. That's one of their favorite ones. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. They say, aha, circle. A circle is two-dimensional. It's a flat plane. It is a round thing, equidistant points from a center in a plane. Therefore, a circle, this means the earth must be a circle. Aha, the earth is flat and round, as you can see here. Well, if you want to take that definition of the word circle, your particular peculiar definition of it, and you want to impose it upon ancient Hebrew, well, that's fine. But again, that is eisegesis. What does the Hebrew word there refer to? Well, it refers to something round. Now, is a circle a two-dimensional thing? Is it round? The answer is yes. Is a sphere, a globe, a ball, is it round? And the answer is yes. So both are round. And the word here is a bit ambiguous. It can refer to something that is a two-dimensional circle. It can refer to something that is a ball. They try to argue, the flat earthers do, that it means only a circle and not anything else. And that simply is false. Now, I know many Christian scientists in the past that I've talked to, creation scientists, they have been fond of quoting Isaiah 40:22 and say, aha, this word here is best rendered as being a ball or a globe. So therefore, this is Isaiah 200 years, by the way, before Pythagoras, saying that the earth is a globe. Is that true? And I don't think it necessarily is. Again, I know some world-class Hebraists, and I've talked to them about this, and they tell me that the word is a bit ambiguous. It could mean a two-dimensional circle, like this. But it also could mean a ball. We simply don't know for sure. So to hang your cosmology on this one verse is a real dangerous thing to do, but hang it they will. They have the globe here. You can see it's flat and round with Isaiah 40:22 inscribed there, and you can see what their model is. At the center of this round disc is the North Pole. There is no South Pole because you can't get there from here. And the continents are arrayed as much as you would by looking down from the North Pole of the Earth. And it's surrounded on the edges by this ice wall they call Antarctica. Antarctica, you see, is not a continent. It's simply an impenetrable wall of ice. And somewhere beyond that, the dome comes down and rests on that thing. Okay, Some flat earthers, and I can't believe they go here, they point out the earth having four corners. Well, does it have four corners? Let's look at it. Isaiah 11:12. It says, he will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Or how about this, Revelation 7:1? After this I saw four angels standing at the four corners of the earth, holding back the four winds of the earth so that no wind might blow on the earth or against any tree. Again, the earth, Scripture says, has four corners. There are no corners on a globe. So therefore, the earth is not a globe. It must be flat. Case dismissed, slam dunk, we're done. As I said, I can't believe some flat earthers actually make that argument. Which is it? Is the earth round or is it square? Well, at least one flat earther in the 1890s, Orlando Ferguson, kind of split the difference. He had what I call here the roulette wheel model of the earth. It's square with angels in the corners, but then there's a round portion in there, and it's kind of, I call it the roulette wheel because it's kind of high in the middle and kind of dimpled like this, like a roulette wheel is sort of shaped. That was his model, and some flat earthers today, at least half-heartedly, talk about this one. I think most flat earthers, however, realize that the four corners talked about twice there in the Scriptures, once in the Old, once in the New, are references to the four cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Even today, we talk about weather of the wind, for instance, coming out of the west, southwest. Well, you're relating it to four cardinal directions. That's the way most of us understand this. Okay, what about the ends of the earth? There are 28 times the phrase ends of the earth appears in the Old Testament. For instance, Psalm 67:7, it says, God shall bless us, let all the ends of the earth fear him. They say, aha, if you go to a globe, you go around and around and around that globe, you will never reach the end of that globe. So this cannot be talking about a globe earth. But if the earth is round and flat like this, there definitely is an edge. We call it the ice wall of Antarctica. Slam dunk, the earth is flat. Well, hold on a minute. Let's look at this just a little bit. I've got it underlined there. There's a parallel passage here. It says, God shall bless us, and then let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, I ask you, if it's talking here about the ends of the earth being a physical edge, then you're talking about geography. Can geography fear God? No, it's not talking about geography. It's talking about people. It's talking about the people living at the remotest parts of the earth. Let them fear him because of the awesome God we have. Isaiah 45:22, another one. Turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other. Again, real estate cannot be saved. Real estate cannot be saved. Only people can be saved. It's talking about people living at the remotest parts of the earth. Even today, we use this idiom, even though very few people believe the earth is flat. On a globe, we still talk about the ends of the earth because it's talking about those remotest parts of the earth. Here's another one I can't believe some flat earthers use. The tree of Daniel 4. They read Daniel 4:11. It says, the tree grew up and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. They say, aha, on a globe. If you have a giant tree grow up, no matter how tall it gets, half of the earth can't see it. It's on the other side of the earth. But if the earth is round and flat like this, then you can have a tree anywhere on the earth, and people can see this tree. Well, let's dig into this. This is not a standalone verse in chapter 4. It's actually part of an entire narrative and nicely encapsulated. The entire 4th chapter is a complete narrative of an event that happened to Daniel there in Babylon. And we can look at this. It says, the previous verse says this, the visions of my head as I lay in bed were these. I saw and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. This was Nebuchadnezzar talking, the king, and he was having a dream. A dream. Several points I want to make. It was a dream. I could have several verses listed there, verses 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 18, and 19. That many times it says it was a dream, it was a dream, it was a dream. I think we can be pretty certain it was a dream. I don't know about you, but my dreams are pretty surrealistic. I have dreams from time to time. I don't remember most of them, but when I do, I wake up in the morning, I thought, wow, that was weird. I'll tell you one I had many years ago. there was this big wall over here, and suddenly this giant rhinoceros came crashing through the wall and charging toward me. By the time the rhinoceros got to me, it was a dove flying around. It was a mother. My mother came towards me, and then when my mother got to me, she turned into a dove and flew off. That's typical of my dreams. So if someone wants to dream about a giant tree growing on the earth, that's actually more sane than the stuff I dream many times. Dreams are not real, folks. It's not reflecting the reality of the world. Also, I need to point out that this was a dream reported by a pagan king at that time. Also, Daniel interprets the dream, and he says the tree represented Nebuchadnezzar. Now, get this straight. It's a dream, so it's not a real tree, but within the interpretation of the dream, that non-real tree represents a person. You see the several levels removed from reality this is? It actually happened, but it's a representation. There's a lot of symbolism going on here, and it's being laid out beautifully by what Daniel's saying here. That's the factual part of all of this. The dream was real, and the interpretation was real. And by the way, the other factual part was the dream was fulfilled the 7 years that he lost his mind. It's a dream, folks. The passage is not teaching cosmology. Furthermore, it's not even clear at all that the dream with possible cosmology there even matched what Nebuchadnezzar believed. If I dreamed tonight that the earth is flat, it wouldn't mean that I believe the earth is flat. It just means I was thinking about it and I had some sort of weird dream associated with it. Well, what the current flat earth model, this is a diagram that I've seen on many of their websites. Again, you've got that circle disk there with a dome over top, and you've got the stars there. And what happens every day is that the stars, the whole sky spins around. You've got this axis right here above the North Pole, and the whole thing spins around. Now, right away, you'll realize that if it's all spinning around, then nothing is rising or setting. They're just going around. And if the sun is up there, then why don't we have daylight all the time? In fact, how can flat earthers explain day and night? Well, it's very simple, they say. You have the little dotted circle there representing the motion of the sun throughout the day. And the sun is a spotlight. It shines down a conical shape of light like this. And so when we're under that cone, we see daylight, and we're not, it's dark. So this is a little video that shows, illustrates this nicely. This came from a Flat Earth website. The little white thing over in the dark, that's the moon. The bright thing in the light, that yellow thing, that is the sun. As it goes around. And notice it's going to be night for me, then day, and then night, and then day, because I live in North America, and then night. And notice as it does that, the sun gets progressively closer and farther from my location. For right here, it will be very close. Here it will be far away. Here it will be close, and there it will be far away. So throughout the day, and throughout the night for that matter, the sun's getting progressively closer and farther away from me. Now this allows us to test this. I can simply apply mathematics to this. I can use geometry and trigonometry to work this out, because if the sun's closer to me, it's going to appear larger to me. If it's farther away, it's going to appear smaller. That's pretty clear stuff. That's what we call perspective, folks. Flat earthers like to use that term. I hope they understand at least a little what that means. More distant objects look smaller to us. So I tested this claim. I took the model, many of them have, not all of them. It's 32 miles across and 3,000 miles high. Now, again, the sun does not actually rise or set. And they say it's motion like that. It's disappearances due to what they call perspective. Now, I worked out the requirements of this, and I used this model, but as it turns out, it factors out. It doesn't matter how high the sun is or how far away it is and how big it is. All that matters is it's moving in a circle above a flat earth, and it scales out beautifully. So if I have the sun only half that high and half as big as I assumed in the model, it doesn't make any difference. It factors out, and I get the same result. It's an inevitable result of mathematics which describes the world around us. I tested this 3.5 years ago. I did August 3rd, 2016. I took a photograph of the sun at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time when the sun was 8 degrees above the horizon. Why did I do it then? I did it out back by the observatory here at the Creation Museum, and that was the first time the sun got above the trees. We have some trees off to the east, and I couldn't see the sun prior to that. And then I took another photograph of the sun at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That was local noon that day, when the sun was as high in the sky as possible, 63 degrees. And if you go out at noon or at sunrise or sunset, you can tell the sun's much higher here at noon than it is at sunrise or at sunset, and hence it must, if the flat earth model's true, it must be farther away at sunset or sunrise than it is at noon. And so I did the numbers on this. I determined from the figures I had, again, distance doesn't really matter, that the sun ought to appear 6.4 times larger in the second photograph. So let's look at the photographs. Here's the first one. I took it in the morning. The sun's kind of dull and red, and you can see a little tree branch to the lower right there around the 5 o'clock position. Again, it's just getting above the trees. I set the ISO setting on this. I set the exposure time. I had a filter on the front of the telescope. The sun is very dangerous to look at if you don't have the proper filtering. And so I did the proper filtering. I changed nothing later in the same day, except that the sun's higher in the sky. The ISO, the setting, everything else was the same. And here's the photograph of it. It's much brighter and more yellow. I ask you, look at those two diagrams, those two figures. Are they the same size or not? And the answer is they are. I've printed them out on paper and measured them, and they're the same size. No, forget 6.4. This in itself disproves the flat Earth model. Other examples of false claims. They say that the North Star is visible well into the southern hemisphere. I've been to the southern hemisphere 10 times, looked for the North Star. It isn't there. Another one is the circular patterns of stars throughout the night can happen only on a flat Earth. I've seen both of these claims made repeatedly by flat earthers on the internet, and both are completely wrong and false. I'll give you an example here. Here's the model again. Let's suppose you got a position. I happen to choose Australia here, but you can pick anywhere you want, not off the rotation axis of the Earth. That dotted line represents that rotation axis. So supposedly the whole thing spins around, and so a person there in Australia would see, or any other location on the Earth would see the North Star in the same position all the time. So far, so good. Now, that's the prediction of the flat Earth model. Everybody on the Earth should see the same stars, particularly they should all see the North Star. And indeed, some flat earthers claim that that's what happens. Now, on a spherical Earth, that's not the case. Here's the Earth again, as I showed you before. There is the rotation axis of the Earth. Early on, I showed what the position would be from a northern location, like here in northern Kentucky. I'm now going to show a southern location, south of the equator. I'm going to draw in the horizon circle, and I'm going to draw in the sky, the dome that you would see there. Now, notice that the North Celestial Pole, the North Star, are located on the top of that diagram along that dotted line. That's the axis of the Earth. The North Pole, South Pole is below. Notice that you cannot see that from the southern hemisphere. That is a prediction of the flat Earth model. Assuming the spherical Earth model. As I said, I've made 10 trips to the southern hemisphere. I have looked for the North Star. It is not there. I know the sky very well. I know what stars are around the North Star, and none of those were really visible. I could tell very easily, looking all night, the North Star is never going to be visible much south of the equator. When flat earthers claim that you can see the North Star south of the equator, they are wrong. They're either lying or they're misled themselves. I don't know which, but they are wrong. Flat earthers stopped making that claim because it's blatantly false, as anybody who's been in the southern hemisphere can testify is the case. Now, as far as the rotation of the stars, if you're going to position yourself on the Earth, I can put a star there on that little circle. It goes from stars on the left to stars on the right. So if the dome is spinning around like this, then stars are going to go in a circle. Now, if you are on the axis of that circle, that is along that red line that passes down to the North Pole of the Earth, then the path of the stars will look like this. It will look like a circle. But what happens if you get off that axis, say over to where I live in the United States, or maybe South America or Australia? You're going to be viewing that circle obliquely like this, and when you view a circle obliquely like this, what shape do you have? You don't get a circle anymore, you get an ellipse. And the farther off you get, the more elliptical it looks. Only on the North Pole, at the North Pole on the Earth, would you see stars going in circles around the skies. You would not see them. Ordinarily, you'd see them all doing this if the Earth is flat with a spinning dome over top. I simulated this in our planetarium. I went in and took a photograph. I set the stars spinning around, a point at the zenith, the point overhead. I set the camera off to the side, representing a position not at the North Pole of the Earth in this model, and you can see what I got. I got these ellipses, flattened out circles. This is what the sky looks like on a flat Earth, if this model's correct. But this is what you see. I took this photograph myself. It looks very much like the one Jim Bonser took. The same sort of thing. You're only seeing a half-hour exposure, but if you went completely through 24 hours, it'd be complete circles. There are no ellipses showing up here. I've done videos of this. This is above my house. You can see the North Star above the point of my house there. You can see the Big Dipper, the upper left. This is about an hour time lapse I took. and you can see that things are spinning counterclockwise around the North Star there, a very close point to the North Star, showing what you see in the Northern Hemisphere. I took this one in Arizona last year on a raft trip, and you can see the star, look to the south here, and you can see the stars are spinning in a clockwise direction because I'm turned around, I'm looking to the south, I'm not looking to the north. And the center of motion is down below the screen. I can't see it because it's below the horizon. I'll show you again here, I've got the South Celestial Pole put in there for you, but everything else has been moved up tremendously. And if you look there, you can see that the motion is actually going around that circle, a point well below the horizon for us in the Northern Hemisphere. But guess what? If you go to the Southern Hemisphere, like I have here, I took these photographs, this time lapse, a year and a half, be last year in South Africa, and you'll notice that the stars now are going to go clockwise, and they're going around a point above the trees there in the middle. There's no south star, there's no bright star there. They're going clockwise in a circle around that. Now, folks, we can't see any of those stars in that photograph from where I live. In South Africa, there are a bunch of stars they can't see that we see in the northern part of the hemisphere. This is all demanded by a spherical Earth that's spinning, but not explainable at all in terms of a flat Earth model. So that model does not work. How do flat Earthers explain lunar eclipses? Well, they try to point out that lunar eclipses have been seen with both the sun and the moon in the sky. And that actually happens occasionally. It's called a selenelion. They try to impugn that this isn't possible. Well, it is possible because refraction can raise, if the sun and the moon are low in the sky, can raise them up about 1/2 degree. But beyond that, that's atmospheric refraction. But the sun and the moon and the earth shadow are not points. They actually have a physical extent. Every lunar eclipse, there's a region on one side of the earth, a real thin strip, where the beginning of the eclipse is observable at sunset, and on the other side, where the end of the eclipse is observable at sunrise. It happens at every eclipse that this happens, lunar eclipse. You need excellent weather, and you need no obstructions and a good clear view of the horizon in both directions. That's asking a lot. I've never seen a selenelion. I'd love to see one, but I've just never had the opportunity. I've seen plenty of lunar eclipses, however. Now, notice, however, in all of this that flat earthers don't offer any positive explanation. They just simply try to chuck rocks at the conventional cosmology. Well, that's fine. You're wrong, but that's fine. Come up with your own explanation for lunar eclipses. What about solar eclipses? Well, they don't explain those either. They say something comes in front of the sun, but they don't ever seem to know what it is. They're just convinced that the conventional understanding is wrong. I get so tired of talking to flat earthers about this. I ask the question, what caused the lunar eclipse, and then what caused the solar eclipse? How far away is the sun? All these kind of questions. And the answers I get is, I don't know, but I know what it isn't. They define the world in a very weird way. They define the world in terms of what they don't believe or don't know, in terms of what they do believe or do know. It's a most strange way of looking at the world. They claim the moon is a transparent disk. You can see stars shining through it. Again, that is not true. I've watched a number of lunar occultations where the moon passes in front of a star, and when it does, the star disappears. You can't see it shining through. And they make that claim anyway. Again, that's another false claim that they make. I have a photograph here. Didn't do such a great job on this. I didn't have my best equipment with me, but this is the star Arcturus. I've got an arrow pointing to it. Hopefully you can see it on the video there. And there's the moon. It's the first quarter phase. And after about another 20 minutes, the moon moved forward. There's the rest of the moon, by the way, because it's half lit and half dark. And a little bit later on, it moved forward, and it covered up Arcturus. Arcturus is not visible there. Excuse me, not Arcturus, Aldebaran, I misspoke. Okay, solar eclipse. Here's a photograph that I think Jim Bonser took this one as well, and this one is a beautiful solar eclipse, and they want to argue that there's something else going on here. Well, I'm going to wrap it up here soon. If the Earth is flat, then nothing can orbit the Earth. So there are no satellites, and the moon doesn't orbit either. It just goes in big circles. You can't break through the glass dome, so there's nothing there. There are no satellites. There are no astronauts, and we haven't been to the moon, all right? Except I know of at least 2 Christians who walked on the moon. Actually, they came to Christ later, but Charlie Duke and Jim Irwin. Jim Irwin is now deceased. But I contacted Charlie Duke a few years ago, and I asked him, look, would you give me a quote on this? He said, sure, be happy to. He said, I was the lunar module pilot of the Apollo 16 mission to the moon. We launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 16, 1972. We left Earth orbit for our 3-day trip to the moon about 3 hours later. As we maneuvered our spacecraft to dock with our lunar module, the Earth came into view about 20,000 miles away. It was an awesome sight. As you can see in the photo, the Earth is obviously a sphere and not a flat circle. As we journeyed to the moon, we could look out our windows and see a smaller Earth, and each time we would see different land masses, so it was obviously rotating on its axis. Charlie Duke, Christian astronaut. Or consider Jeffrey Williams. He's more recent. He spent a lot of time on the space shuttle, took a lot of photographs of the Earth from the space shuttle and space station, excuse me. And he had a book called The Work of His Hands. I have a copy of that book. It's marvelous photography it has. And he has many pictures of the Earth, some of them showing clearly that the Earth is a globe. No tricks here, no fisheye lens. This is actually a picture. All right, what is the motivation of the flat earthers? I think some are undoubtedly well-intentioned. They mean well, they really believe this, they're convinced of this, but they're just wrong. I think some are doing this as a prank, and they're literally having quite a bit of fun, quite a bit of amusement at the people who are taking this all too seriously when it really is just a prank. I'm also convinced that some out there are just doing this for malice. They're attempting to make Christians look foolish and to discredit Scripture. And the people who want to argue the Earth is flat from a biblical standpoint are doing their bidding for them. And that is hurtful, and it really hurts me to see people do that. Well, if you want to learn more about this, I have written a book. It's called Falling Flat, A Refutation of Flat Earth Claims. We have it available from Answers in Genesis. We also have a DVD called Faith on the Edge. We didn't produce this, but I'm in this and a few other people, done by the Creation guys, and we carry this product as well. We also want to mention something else we have going on, the Creation Apologetics course you can take. There are really 6 self-paced courses. Enroll now for only $19 at theanswerseducation.com. And also, by virtue of watching today, you can get some free shipping and a discount if you order $49 or more from our website. The way to get advantage of that is to use the code SAVE10, that is SAVE 10, and this expires on April 30th. So you got about 10 days to do that. And they've got answersingenesis.org store down there. You check it out. Now, we're also having any orders more than $50 or more, we offer free shipping. We're doing that now through the duration of the closures we have here at the Creation Museum and the Ark Encounter. We're not open, but we hope to open soon. But until then, and when that happens, you can still order things, but even though our bookstores aren't open, and you can order those things with free shipping for $50 or more until we open again. I mentioned the hard hits we're taking. We are looking for donations. We are in need, as so many other people are in need as well, but we do have bills to pay, even though our revenue stream has reduced tremendously. So you can go to answersingenesis.org, donate. And finally, I want to close off with the live programs. We'll be doing, right now the schedule is 10 a.m., 12 noon, 3 p.m., and 7 p.m., and of course, you're enjoying one of these right now, or maybe not enjoying it, but you're here nevertheless. I appreciate you coming today, and I just want to thank you all for being here.
Okay. All right. Hey, everyone. We are live once again from Antarctica. Got to deal with a brand new conspiracy that just popped up very quickly. But before we do that, a couple of announcements. Number one, a lot of people were monitoring our flight to Antarctica yesterday on the website Flight Radar 24. And I was alerted. There is currently a very large exodus happening from the flat earth community. And there is something very significant about it that people must be aware of. Now, before I get to that, I've now lost count of how many people have contacted me thanking me for creating the final experiment and helping them see the truth of not only the globe we live on, but more importantly, the reality of the community they were a part of. Here are just a few of the messages I've received. The impact of what you did with TFE will be talked about for many, many generations. It truly was historic on so many levels. I'm so thankful that I could see the truth with it all. Thanks again, Will. And then this one. Hi, Will. Just catching up on all your videos and just wanted to reach out and say thank you for making the TFE possible. It has changed my life. Your efforts have a ripple effect that is touching more lives than you know. My family and I are extremely grateful for you. God bless you and yours. All the best. And then one more. Hello, Will. Just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate the final experiment, and I can see how necessary it was to show the truth about our world. My husband and I were into FE for over 2 years, and we are so happy to be out of this cult. There were so many things that have been brought to our awareness that we didn't realize before, but it's so clear now. Jaron Campanella has a new series on his channel Jeranism called WWF, which stands for We Were Flat. He interviews those who are no longer flat Earth. So check those out and you can hear their stories and how they originally got into flat Earth and everything that contributed to them finally seeing the truth and getting out. Now, all of this is very encouraging, and it's what I hoped would happen when I originally created TFE. But something very disturbing is happening, and everyone needs to be aware of it. I honestly should have seen this coming because it happened to me when I revealed myself as the creator of TFE. But I didn't think it would happen to those who were actual flat earthers and in the community, some of them for almost a decade. And this behavior should send shivers down your spine and be a wake-up call to anyone who is still caught up in the lie of flat Earth. When I went public as the man behind TFE, immediately, flat earthers started calling me a fake pastor. They tried to find dirt on me and created complete fabrications about me in order to discredit me and TFE any way they could. Now, what's absolutely insane about that is that TFE was an equal opportunity for both sides, flat and globe, to prove their side. I created what I think is the greatest opportunity in the history of flat Earth for them to prove that the claims they had been making for years were true. And instead of the flat Earth community getting excited about this, they instead attacked me, called me a shill, called me fake this and fake that, and worst of all, fabricated stories about me without a shred of truth in them. Now, if you don't see what all that means, if it's not immediately clear to you why the flat Earth community chose to react to TFE in that way, keep listening because you need to hear this. And you need to understand what this means. Nothing may be more important for you to hear today. When flat earthers who said for years that a 24-hour sun was impossible on a flat Earth, and that there was no South Celestial Pole, and there was no geographic South Pole, and that the sun would set in a northerly direction if you were south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and so many other claims that were all proven completely wrong by TFE. When these flat earthers, starting with Jaron, admitted they were wrong, admitted that the AE map was wrong, acknowledged that the Earth cannot be flat, and that we indeed live on a globe, what happened to them? In any normal situation, people would just reach out to them and ask them if they could talk to them to learn more about why they've changed their mind. That's what a normal person would do. So is that what happened? Not exactly. What actually happened is nothing short of disturbing. Flat earthers, including those who were longtime friends of those now admitting they were wrong about flat Earth, They started making up false stories about these people who simply admitted they were wrong about flat Earth. You are hearing this correctly. They didn't reach out to their longtime friends. No calls, no texts, no attempts at hearing their perspective. Instead, they fabricated false stories about them and started spreading them around the community. How could someone treat another human being like this? There is nothing normal about this behavior at all. This feels very cult-like to me. And let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about so you can see just how terrible this is. Jaron was told by multiple people since returning from Antarctica that he has been compromised and took a deal and sold out, and to watch him carefully because he is probably going to get a new house, one with a pool. Now, here's what makes me really angry. Prior to TFE, many of you know that it was exposed that Flat Earth Dave's app, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, had little to no security on it, and practically anyone could access user data on it, including your password and home address. Now, when this happened, prior to TFE, Jaron told Dave Weiss that since his personal info was leaked, he would probably have to now move, but Jaron tried to stay positive about it and said maybe he could find an affordable place to live that had a pool. Are you starting to see how nefarious this is? So things that these former flat earthers previously said are now being used as evidence that they are compromised, when in reality, it's just things they were already going to do and had expressed to some people close to them. You see, this has never been and will never be about truth. TFE is proof of that. If flat Earth was about truth, the entire flat Earth community would have jumped for joy at the chance for flat earthers to go on fully paid trips to Antarctica to prove their claim that there is no 24-hour sun. That in and of itself proves the flat Earth community as a whole is not in search of truth. But this right here, this goes to a much deeper level, and it's despicable. This is about taking information you know about someone, including the truth behind this information, and then creating a false narrative, a complete lie, so that when it does happen, your lie that they are compromised and paid off will be believed. This is about as low as it gets. And here's the crazy thing. This isn't just one person doing this. I can't keep up with all the fabricated stories coming out of the Flat Earth community. Flat Earth Banjo posted this, putting words in my mouth and calling it Amazon The Volume Studios, implying we were in a studio, not in Antarctica. He called Jaron a shill and falsely claims Jaron said the sun sets when everyone knows he actually said since. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, Flat Earth Banjo created an AI video with my image and my voice, which says that Jaron was paid to lie and that Austin Whitsitt was in on it and agreed to stay flat Earth to make the whole thing believable. How is this acceptable behavior to any flat earther? I can't find any flat earthers decrying all of this horrible behavior and standing up for what is right. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Flat Earth is not about what's right or what's true. Patricia Steer, she is one of the longtime flat earthers who has now left Flat Earth, and she recently bought a new car. Now, she's entitled to do that, as we all are, but the Flat Earth community is now using that against her, claiming that it's evidence she was paid off. Again, This is cult-like behavior. And if you can't see that, you're probably in the cult. This is no way to treat another human being. This is master manipulation. Although that sounds too nice. This is cold and calculated evil. That's what this is. So what is Jaren supposed to do now? If he moves, which he wants to do, then all the gullible people will automatically believe the lie that he's been compromised and paid off. So he's essentially stuck. He's under house arrest now because of the actions of flat earthers. And what do other flat earthers do? Can they no longer buy a new car because a false narrative will be created and propagated about them that they sold their soul for money? I'm stunned that this is going on, and I honestly cannot wait to get out of all of this. I'm already planning a farewell live stream, and that will be the end for me. And another completely fabricated story was recently created about 3 specific people who have recently left Flat Earth: Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steer, and Paul on the Plane. And this one is so bad, it has led to legal action against the Flat Earthers spreading this lie about them, which they have no evidence for because it's nothing more than a made-up story. Marty Leeds, a flat earther who refers to me as a mother effer, and I don't even know the guy, he made a video that was quickly shared all around the flat earth community and even mirrored on flat earth channels like Taboo Conspiracy. Now, Ben, if you really are a lawyer as you claim to be, I'm in shock that a lawyer, a real lawyer, would promote a video making egregious claims without any evidence. And I know you haven't seen any evidence because all of this was completely fabricated. And Marty Leeds' video insinuated that these 3 former flat earthers, Robbie, Patricia, and Paul, committed SEC violations and that they escaped punishment, including jail time, in exchange for flipping back to the globe.
They had a podcast. They had a YouTube channel. They were told, guess what? You guys were violating SEC violations. And we'll get into that, okay? And this is so, all you have to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is follow the money. This is an age-old tactic, right? It's like, how do you get to the bottom of this stuff? Well, just follow where the money goes. Money goes to one specific place. Next thing to know, all of them come out. Flat Earth is a cult. An SEC violation, Security and Exchange Committee, something like that, right? Has the threat of one violation up to 25 years in prison or jail or whatever. Doesn't even matter. And so then I guess the question is, if they're fully admitting that they were engaged in SEC violations and that somebody got to them, why weren't they charged?
Notice how he puts a picture of Patricia's new car as he says these things. To set the record straight, and again, I have to make this video because the flat earth community is not about truth. Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steer, and Paul on the Plane were never under investigation by the SEC. They didn't take a deal to avoid jail time, and they weren't paid off by anyone. These false narratives are created in order to keep the false narrative of flat earth alive. That is why these false narratives are created. It is simply to keep the false narrative of flat earth alive. When you don't have actual evidence for a flat earth, and when you don't have answers for the observations and experiments that came from TFE, what else can you do? Apparently, this is what else you can do. And it sickens me, honestly. Go ahead and believe whatever you want to believe in. Not a big deal. But to stoop this low and do this to people who have done nothing wrong is horrendous. Thankfully, these 3 decided to stand up for themselves and issued a cease and desist to Marty Leeds, Flat Earth Dave, and Mark Sargent. Marty Leeds has since removed his video and issued a public apology. Although he buried his apology by immediately uploading about 20 new videos on top of it, but I will put a link to his apology in the description below. If Marty Leeds even had a shred of evidence that these three had committed SEC violations or were under investigation by the SEC or took a deal from the government in exchange for flipping back to the globe, he wouldn't remove his video or issue an apology. But it was all completely made up. And you can get in trouble for doing that kind of stuff. Now, Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss have not followed Marty's lead as best I can tell. Mark seems to be doubling down and asking for a legal battle.
It's not going to happen. I am going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it. I would love to see you try. You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it.
I would love to see that one, in all honesty, but I know that only the real winners will be the lawyers involved. And Flat Earth Dave continues to spread the lies.
But then three other earthers that were kind of just in retirement pretty much, were just like not talking flat earth. They all came out on the same day. They flipped with the exact same script, the exact same talking points. Weird, right? But all three of them were involved in pushing a crypto coin several years ago. And they had their own show that stopped abruptly when the SEC came after them. And so they were never charged, right? Because a lot of people, including myself, lost significant amounts of money. And each one of those violations comes with 25 years in prison, consecutive, right? Perhaps, I can't think of a better explanation, that they were told that they need to flip, have these talking points. They came out with the same talking points on the same day, throwing out everything. So again, if something's real, there would be evidence. There's no evidence of the globe. I offer 3 Bitcoins still to this day for 1 globe proof, and there's none. The globe is, well, he's not going to pay anyway. The final experiment is proof. It's not proof.
Speaking of Flat Earth Dave, he likes to say during his interviews that he will gladly pay 3 Bitcoins for just 1 globe proof, and then says no one can even give just 1 globe proof to get 3 Bitcoins. Well, guess what? That's just another lie. And how many flat earthers fell for it? How many flat earthers believed that if there was even 1 globe proof, then they would simply give it to Flat Earth Dave and collect 3 Bitcoins? Too many to count. Well, I'm going to let you in on a little something going on behind the scenes. Flat Earth Dave was given a globe proof about a month ago. And this was an official submission for his public 3 Bitcoin challenge. And Flat Earth Dave won't pay up. Why is that, Dave? You know it's a globe proof. You know it's impossible on a flat earth. In fact, Flat Earth Dave won't even acknowledge this submission. Why is that, Dave? Oh yeah, because your challenge is not real. It's just another lie. Maybe this will also turn into a legal battle. Are you ready for that, Dave? I am. So yesterday I did a video on Akshay Nanavati's solo trek across Antarctica. And it turns out it was wishful thinking on my part that flat earthers would admit they were wrong concerning their claim that you cannot privately and independently explore Antarctica. Instead, they gave me the silliest of responses, like this one, which says, "Stop lying, Will, you little snake. You cannot go there and explore with fuel, etc. You cannot go far enough on skis to explore what's beyond Antarctica, and it's still through ALE, not on his own, so you're lying, Will." So I guess if you use an airline like ALE to get to Antarctica, that doesn't count. I'm insanely curious how flat earthers are going to get to Antarctica if they won't even use a commercial airline to get there. Anyway, today I would like to introduce everyone to Johnny Huntington. Johnny is currently in Punta Arenas and about to fly to Antarctica, where he will ski completely alone to the South Pole. But what makes this story so incredible is that he is disabled.
I'm Johnny Huntington, a disabled polar explorer and endurance athlete. In November 2024, I will attempt to become the first ever disabled person to ski solo and unsupported from the edge of Antarctica to the South Pole.
Johnny is from Devon, England, which is just south of Wales. Hey, maybe he knows Creaky. Tragically, back in 2014, Johnny suffered a stroke while serving in the British Army, which left him paralyzed from the neck down on the left side of his body. Listen to Johnny discuss his ambitious attempt to reach the South Pole alone.
I'm trying to become the first ever disabled person to ski from the edge of the continent to the South Pole, solo and unsupported. So I'll basically be doing 911 kilometers roughly if I don't get lost. On skis with all of my kit and equipment. I'll be bringing it all with me in one go, and I'll be doing it completely on my own with no sort of help, no resupply, nothing like that. So you sort of get thrown out of a plane at one end, and you know, hopefully wind up at the other end 40-ish days later.
So this is another solo trip in Antarctica, proving that the flat earthers' claim you can only go to Antarctica on guided tours was completely false. And did you notice what he said in the video? He will be dropped off by plane at one end of Antarctica and then left by himself to make it to the South Pole. This is called private and independent exploration. Now, I mentioned the silly responses I got from flat earthers yesterday. Check this one out. He says, ridiculous. Why is it always a lone guy? No other witness. So he can go film himself in Greenland. We will never know. I feel like it's impossible to please a flat earther. They say you can't privately explore Antarctica, and here Akshay and Johnny are alone, which is the very definition of private. To do something in private means there is no one else present. And now that is being presented as a problem. So which is it? Well, I've got some good news for you. Just like Akshay, Johnny is also wearing a tracker so you can follow him live. His website is johnnyhuntington.com. And once you're there, if you just scroll down, you can follow Johnny live on his journey. Now, I know how flat earthers call everyone liars. And so if you're just going to call Akshay and Johnny liars, why don't you just keep that to yourself? I trust people until they give me a good reason not to. And these two men have been planning and training literally for years in order to do these solo expeditions of Antarctica. Now, Johnny is headed by himself to the South Pole. But wait a minute. There is no South Pole on a flat Earth. I hear flat earthers use the term South Pole all the time, and I think they forget that there cannot be a South Pole on a flat Earth. In fact, Eric Dubé has a video called "The South Pole Does Not Exist." And he has a video teaching you how to talk since the South Pole does not exist. Here's a quick lesson from Eric himself.
For contestable words like this, or space, or the South Pole, I like to make finger quotations when speaking, or to insert the words alleged, or supposed, or so-called before saying these words, to make it clear to the listener that they should remain skeptical of the concepts being described.
There is one flat earther who follows Eric's advice here, and that's Flatzoid. He uses those finger quotations beautifully.
Could be a lie. Could not exist. Could just not be there. Could be a big firmament going like that.
But I mean, I laugh whenever I see the people claim that people traverse through Antarctica, and when you look at the way they went, they didn't go through Antarctica. They always go the same way. They go to the South Pole.
Now, in case you think I'm straw manning the flat Earth position, let's go back to Eric Dubé, who will tell us that the South Pole does not exist.
In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a World Cup.
There you have it. The South Pole does not exist on a flat Earth. So where are Akshay and Johnny headed if the South Pole does not exist? This is perplexing. Fear not, Flat Earth Dave to the rescue.
Well, there's something that you said where you mentioned we're not allowed to go there. What do you mean we're not allowed to go there?
So the Antarctica has a 57 nations, I think, treaty that's been in place forever that no one is allowed to explore Antarctica. No corporations can get its resources, nothing. The only way to go to Antarctica, you can go there. It costs a lot of money, maybe $15,000 to go for a couple days. And you get a little tour of the edge of Antarctica, and you get brought to a ceremonial spot. They say this is the South Pole. It's not. It's just a pole stuck in the ice. And that's it, you know.
Okay, so they're headed to a pole that's just stuck in the ice somewhere. Eric Dubé agrees.
This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth.
So the South Pole is just this barbershop pole placed in an arbitrary point in Antarctica. Very interesting. So what is the South Pole on a globe? Again, Eric Dubé has the answer.
On the globe Earth model, the geographic South Pole is located at 90 degrees south latitude, where all 360 degrees of longitude converge to one hypothetical point in the middle of an Antarctic continent.
I agree. That is the South Pole on a globe, which is located right here. And that is where Akshay and Johnny are headed. But if the Earth is flat, what does this mean?
In reality, though, the Antarctic is not a continent, but an encircling icy perimeter of unknown length.
Okay, so Antarctica is holding in all the water of the world. I'm still trying to figure out how the flat Earth Antarctic ice wall holds all the water in when ice floats on water, but I guess that's a video for another time. So if Antarctica is an encircling icy perimeter, then where are Akshay and Johnny going, and how do they know how to get there?
In other words, the so-called geographic South Pole is just an arbitrary point in the Antarctic along any line of longitude significantly far enough south where all lines of longitude on the globe converge and become 0 degrees. For ease of transportation, supplies, and navigation, all South Pole explorers just retrace their paths back to their boats, though if Earth was truly shaped like a ball, conceivably they should be able to simply continue a straight line path and come out the other side of Antarctica.
But Eric, this is exactly what Akshay is doing. He's crossing Antarctica. And Johnny is not going along the coast, he's going south to the South Pole. Now, this got me thinking. Many companies offer trips to the South Pole. You can fly to the South Pole, you can ski with a group of people to the South Pole, and if you want to freely and independently explore Antarctica alone, you can do like Akshay and Johnny and have them drop you off with a plane at the coast of Antarctica and leave you all alone to travel to and find the South Pole. Now, all of these people end up in the same place. They all end up right here. Now, I know you think calling it the ceremonial South Pole gets you out of this problem, but it doesn't. You see, globers can show you exactly where the ceremonial South Pole is. It's at the bottom of the globe. And people will go through South America to get to the South Pole. people will go through Africa to get to the South Pole, and others will go through Australia or New Zealand to get to the South Pole. And guess what? It will take all of them roughly the same amount of time to get there. Similar flight times, similar ski times. So here's the question of the day for flat earthers. Where exactly is this ceremonial pole on the flat earth map? Please show us. But I think you already see the problem. Wherever you point to on this map, I will be able to show you examples of people getting to this physical pole from countries incredibly far away, but in a very short period of time. So if you say that it's here, well, people get to the South Pole from here, and people get to the South Pole from here. So you see, this appears to only be possible on a globe. On a globe, everything gets smaller and smaller as you head south of the equator. So multiple countries can reach the South Pole in similar times, and these times are relatively short. And people can get to this physical pole from different places in Antarctica in very similar times. But this seems to me to be impossible on a flat Earth. So please, will at least one flat earther tell me in the comments below where this ceremonial South Pole is located on your map? I'd love to know. Johnny, you have our full support. You have an incredible story. You are disabled, and not even that is stopping you from traveling to Antarctica and being left completely alone to freely and independently attempt to find your way to the South Pole. Here at TFE, we will not call you a liar. We will follow your journey closely and wish you the very best.
This is a down metal gondola which will bring us into the stratosphere. We are going to be lifted up there by Linde hydrogen. That hydrogen will lift us in a place where nobody can breathe and live.
Once again, Professor Picard, the Belgian scientist, has ascended to heights never before reached by man to study the stratosphere, that unknown region which surrounds the Earth at a distance of more than 7 miles. The balloon rose quickly and eventually climbed to over 10.5 miles above the Earth.
This camera, part of a flying laboratory, is recovered by Clyde Holliday of Johns Hopkins, who prepared it for its trip to the upper stratosphere. Rivaling the fantastic imagination of Jules Verne, the camera brought back a record of a flight into the heavens of a captured German V-2 rocket. At White Sands, New Mexico, the huge missile takes off. Air Force pictures show the rocket in flight, and the flying camera automatically takes over. The huge projectile drops the Earth behind at the tremendous speed of 4,000 feet per second. The rotation of the rocket causes the planet to spin before the lens, and the camera photographs the Earth 65 miles straight down. The horizon, 720 miles away, and the curvature of the Earth are astonishingly apparent in this still picture from the film.
Hi, I'm Daryl, and I'm a realist, also known as a flat earther. What I'd like to do is submit a new experiment to the scientific community. Grab a spirit level and take it on the plane with you. Now, I say take it on the plane because if we're living on a spinning ball or a globe that's 25,000 miles in circumference around the equator, according to curvature math, then the plane should be constantly dipping its nose forward in order to compensate for the curvature.
So it's Saturday the 28th of January now, and I'm back in the USA after having flown from Sydney on QF7, which is the Airbus A380 operating direct from Sydney to Dallas. Once again, I used my Bad Elf GPS units to record the flight, and it's a seamless log without any dropouts. During this flight, I took the opportunity also to just compare the position of the wingtip to the horizon as we were climbing, and I specifically requested an upper deck seat on the right hand side with a window just for these experiments, and I was nicely in line with the wingtip. So what we're looking at there is just my seating position looking out across the wing. We're on the ground in Sydney just as we were taxiing out for takeoff. This is at about 5,000 to 6,000 feet. You'll notice the position of the horizon. It's just cutting through the bottom of that winglet. Now as we climbed further, you'll see that the horizon was definitely dropping. So we're just approaching 6,000 feet on climb after taking off from Sydney, and that's about 1,700 metres altitude. If we have a look out the window, just notice where the horizon is in relation to the wingtip at this altitude. What I'm going to do is just move the camera down and up in the window. You see there's very little perspective change on the wingtip. And what I'll do again, once we're at cruise altitude in the 30s, 30,000 feet plus, we'll have another look at where that horizon is in relation to the wing. So we've now climbed about another 11,000 feet. We're just passing 18,000 feet, still climbing. 5,500 metres, and if we look at the wing now, you'll see the lower part of the winglet is now above the horizon. At lower altitude it was actually just intersecting the horizon. Again, we'll just move the camera up and down to make sure it's not just perspective causing this. The lower part of the winglet is above the horizon, and we're not even at 20,000 feet yet, so you'll see once we get up to the mid-30s cruising altitude, it's going to show the horizon has dropped even further. So we're approaching 30,000 feet now, still climbing, still heading 069 degrees, almost 9,000 metres, and if we have a look now again at the wingtip, you'll see that the horizon has dropped even further. Very, very obvious now. Now remember that when we first started this, the horizon was there, in line with that part of the winglet. Now it's significantly lower, so what you're seeing is actually proof that the horizon is dropping as we gain altitude, and that's evidence of curvature. You see as I move the camera up and down in the window, it really makes no difference to the position of the horizon in relation to the wingtip.
If Rock Lake is part of a sphere that has a radius of 3,959 miles, then Rock Lake should also have a horizon. What I mean by a horizon is a physical visual obstruction that keeps the viewer from seeing beyond it. Things beyond the horizon would then appear lower and or even hidden completely. In this test, I placed 4 lights on the lake spaced about 1 mile apart.
Around 1 in every 10 Americans say that they believe that the Earth is flat, or that they at least have their doubts that it's round. I'm going to test that. I'm going to test if the Earth is flat or not. I'm here with Casey at the Saskatchewan Science Centre, and we've got two identical sundials set up. Let's get started. Here goes science. Okay. This is Highway 33, and since it's very flat here and there are no mountains to go around or hills to go over, this is one of the longest straight roads in the whole world. And that's why I'm here. Okay, so I just set up one sundial in Stoughton and Casey set up the other one in Regina. We made sure that they were both level and checked that they were both aligned with one another, and everything seems to be good. Okay, I just measured my shadow and mine was 66.1 centimeters. And then I called Casey and his was 70.0 centimeters, which means that our shadows are 3.9 centimeters different. Mine is 3.9 centimeters smaller than his is in Regina, which means that the Earth is a sphere.
After the two measurements at Lake Balaton, FE Corps performed 5 TLT measurement over Lake Isel. Measurement 3, Lake Isel, Target 1. On April 8, 2018, at 1 o'clock a.m., the blue laser was on the solid at 2.85 meters, or 9.35 feet, above the lake's surface. It was seen at the Target 1 position, 21.26 kilometers, or 13.21 miles, at a height of 1.2 meters, or 3.94 feet above the lake's surface. It took less than 60 seconds for them to see the source of the laser at the Target 1 location.
Can you guys see it?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that's there. Okay, yeah, we can see it really well there.
Can you see the reflection on the water? I'm gonna zoom out.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Look at that. Wow. Oh, man, that is irrefutable.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, I can watch this all day, you know?
This is awesome.
Yeah, this is really awesome.
Look at that reflection. That reflection absolutely caps it.
Yeah.
That caps it. That annihilates any possibility of it being refracted, and that also annihilates any possibility of any convexity.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot track it with being curved.
The 21.26 kilometer calculations based upon the WGS-84 geoid model resulted in a target hidden height for measurement 3 Isel Lake, target 1 location of 18.18 meters, or 59.6 feet. The camera height was 1.2 meters. The WGS-84 geoid model differed by 16.98 meters in this measurement, which meant 93% of the target hidden height was visible. The lake temperature was 7.6 degrees Celsius, or 45.7 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air temperature was 10.8 degrees Celsius, or 46.4 degrees Fahrenheit, above the lake. The ambient conditions showed the refractive indexes were about the same on both sides of the lake. TLT calculations factor in any variations in recorded data and geoid datum parameters of the WGS-84 mathematical construct. Both target and laser positions are at 0 meters mean sea level. The WGS-84 geoid undulation map shows a marginal 23 centimeters, or 9 inches, height difference at the two positions.
But what if we come into the garage and do a more controlled experiment?
But what if we could eliminate all motion from the water?
This is a 1.5 meter kiddie pool.
I have here a 5 foot wide kiddie pool.
So let's let the water settle for a complete day so that we know that it's perfectly still.
And I've left this water sitting here for 24 hours. I really hope this works. Destin, wish me luck.
Good luck, Derek.
I'm about to pull the plug.
Okay, opening the valve in 3, 2, 1. Water should be flowing.
And the pool is draining. To help us see where the water is flowing, I'm going to put some food coloring in on the 4 cardinal directions around the pool. Check it out, it's like a tornado, like right off the bat. We got a counterclockwise rotation. We filled it up clockwise and now it's going counterclockwise. You can clearly see that the water is flowing
clockwise in this direction, and that makes sense because that's how it should flow in the southern hemisphere due to the Earth's rotation.
Step 1, launch a balloon into space.
My name is Sebit, and I believe the Earth is flat.
3, 2, 1. Step 2, live stream what the camera sees into his vision using a VR headset.
Oh, whoa. I'm seeing clouds. That's awesome.
Step 3, wait for the balloon to reach space and see what he says.
So the camera's getting a little bit more level, but I feel like it's still a little flat. Like I don't see that much of a curve.
Do you see a slight curve though?
No, I agree with them. I
like honestly it doesn't even feel like a slight.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to checking out the footage.
Yeah,
for sure.
we'll see what it looks like.
It's a lot of Earth.
It's a lot of Earth.
That seems fairly flat, right? Like I think
a ruler. I mean, I see a little bit of curve.
A little bit of a curve. It would be cool to see kind of like if we were to like go pixel to pixel, seeing if there is a straight line.
The Copernican principle, named after Nicholas Copernicus, states that the Earth is not in any specially favored or central location. Welcome to the principle.
It always seems like we're the center of the universe, but we're not.
There's nothing special about humans.
It's tremendous to be human. So why wouldn't we want to be in a special place in the universe, made by a special God?
Then there's cosmology.
There are probably 100 billion solar systems in our galaxy alone.
The Copernican principle.
The universe on large scales is extremely simple. It's the same in all directions.
There's nothing special about the Earth. In fact, our universe may be one among many universes.
What our universe is really trying to tell us.
If our Earth really turns out to be special, then I would say, hey, God made a mistake.
God. That's the only infinity. How are we going to move into the next decade?
Philosophically speaking, it's very uncomfortable. Because if the Earth is in the center of the universe, that means that somebody put it there.
We've always believed that there was a Garden of Eden.
I believe in God. I believe the universe was created by God.
We realized that maybe Earth is more special than we thought after all, but for a different reason.
We live at a very special time.
Life is extremely special.
This idea that we're not in any special place in the universe, there's something wrong with that.
All these things are rather strange, and we don't know why they're occurring right now. It's a mystery that's frustrating many of us.
There's all this stuff out there. That must mean we're insignificant. That must mean there's nothing special about this place.
On the largest possible scales, the universe is uniform.
So why would they expect to see anything special?
Just because we are smaller than a star or the Andromeda Galaxy, we're somehow less significant.
For better or worse, there's going to be a debate over this matter, and it's proper that the debate continue until the resolution has been hit upon. Always question the scientists and their foundations. At the moment, modern physics is not making a lot of sense.
What is everything made of? Well, oops, there's about 95% stuff we don't know.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
They've tried all the answers, and none of the answers work.
We are in a special place. I do believe that.
I don't think that this is telling us that we humans are in a particular special place.
It seems to make it special, but we don't like being special.
It's the moment of truth for science.
The principle is simple. It tells us we're nothing special. As Carl Sagan has put it, we live on an insignificant planet of a humdrum star, lost in a galaxy tucked away in some forgotten corner of a universe in which there are far more galaxies than people. Whether we call it the Copernican principle, or the cosmological principle, or the mediocrity principle, it all boils down to the same thing. We're nothing special. There are no special places or directions in the universe. No center, no edges, no up, no down, no left or right. For almost 500 years, as we have looked further and further out into the cosmos, everything has seemed to confirm this principle over and over again. And yet, we have never seen anything like Earth. A baby's smile, the finale of a great symphony. The lights of all of the cities of our Earth shining out into space. We observe these things nowhere else in all this vastness. We have yet to find evidence of other intelligent life, or any other life for that matter. If we really are nothing special, then where is everybody? Over the past decade or so, we have seen out to the very limits of the observable cosmos. We've mapped its largest structure, the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the universe according to the standard Big Bang model of cosmology. What we have discovered is shocking.
There is a crisis in cosmology.
It's an exciting time for cosmology because everything has changed.
We are asking about ultimate things.
Seeing the fingerprint of God or the hallmarks of the Creator.
You see, in some sense, what is happening, our concept of what the universe is has changed.
The pendulum has kind of swung all the way over and kind of a bit back again on the Copernican principle.
Big Bang cosmology assumes that the only thing that exists is the physical world. There's nothing beyond that.
People want to save the existing models because there's a lot that's invested in them.
The standard model is a really good model. It fits the observations very, very well.
We have a conflict between what is a well-established mainstream thought and what is the testimony of experiments.
they've essentially run into dead ends.
This is the moment of truth because they have nowhere to go.
The colors we see here in the cosmic microwave background map are kind of like a weather map, showing hotter and colder, showing how hot the radiation is that's coming from different places. This is just radio noise from our own Milky Way galaxy. We're supposed to see the same number and types of hot and cold spots in all directions, because there is no up in the universe that's special. And that is sort of what we see, except not quite. This map here can be decomposed into what we call multipoles. You blur out all the little spots, and you still have the bigger ones remain. Like here is an area with a lot of blue. So when you smudge it, this will be one single big blue spot. Whereas when I smudge this, where there's a lot of red and yellow, it'll be one big blurry hot spot. On the very largest scales, we see a pattern of really big hot and cold spots which line up around a special axis, which has been dubbed the axis of evil. And it's quite puzzling. Why is there a special direction in space?
Our most recent large-scale observations challenge the basic assumption upon which our modern scientific worldview rests, the Copernican principle. If the principle is wrong, it could mean that everything we think we know about our universe is wrong.
All of us are born with an innate need. In fact, it's hardwired into us to answer the question, who are we? Where did we come from? What does it all mean?
Was there a beginning? And if there was a beginning, was there a creator?
Cosmology used to be a very flaky subject, somewhere out there between philosophy and metaphysics.
In the early days, cosmology was really very much a matter of almost speculating about the universe without the data.
Because there weren't any empirical proofs for what they were finding. There were theories.
Cosmology. The study of the origins, structures, laws, and ultimate fate of the universe.
Now the remarkable thing about cosmology is that we have the data.
What counts as science and what doesn't?
Traditionally, people have said, well, once you get to the Big Bang itself, you're in the domain of philosophy or even theology. So it doesn't make sense to ask the question, what happened at the Big Bang, let alone what happened before the Big Bang.
Philosophy was useful before we had natural science. Namely, you can speculate about the origin of the universe, but you can speculate till the cows come home. But until you measure things and predict things, you don't know if they happen.
But today, we think we have it. We think we have the theory of all creation, the theory of everything.
The theory of everything. The system of the world. It has always been the dream of scientists, and earlier of philosophers and theologians, to achieve a consistent and complete description of reality. In the book of Genesis, God tells Abraham, "Look up and number the stars, if you can." This is the beginning of faith and the beginning of science. In the beginning, they're both the same thing. It was the natural assumption of the ancient world to see the movements in the heavens as centered upon us. From the location of Stonehenge, near Salisbury, England, we can see the standing ruins of what may be the very first astronomical observatory, constructed from an Earth-centered, fixed viewpoint around which the heavens revolve. If we imagine ourselves standing on a fixed world at a latitude of 51 degrees during the summer, the circle of the sun seems to rise toward the North Pole, giving us the long days of summer. Over the full course of the year, the circle of the sun will rise and fall 23.5 degrees. Add stars, and our world can be described by this diagram. Ptolemy refined a system with Earth at the center and the puzzling back and forth motions of the planets as seen from Earth attributed to a series of epicycles, deferent and equant. The general assumption at the time was that the heavenly bodies should move in perfect, uniform circles, and Ptolemy's addition of the epicycles disturbed this metaphysical notion.
Ironically, the problem with the Ptolemaic system was a particular feature in it, which was actually, in my opinion, by far the greatest discovery made in antiquity. He had the planets moving on what was called a deferent, non-uniformly. He broke the hallowed tradition that everything must move at a uniform speed on a perfect circle. And he was forced to do that because his theory, which initially had that property, didn't fit the data.
In that regard, it should be kept in mind that if you look at pictures of medieval cosmology, then you see not only the Earth and the planets, but the outer sphere. Beyond that, you would have heaven. So that the Earth was considered to be at rest, ultimately, with respect to heaven, with respect to the throne of God.
For 1,500 years, Ptolemy's system was used as the basis of astronomy and calendars, and it worked quite well. But there were always those who detested its departure from the purely uniform, circular motion, assumed to be perfect and appropriate for heavenly bodies. Among these was Nicolaus Copernicus.
Copernicus hated that. And Copernicus set about to undo Ptolemy's greatest discovery.
While working at the request of Pope Leo X on improvements to the Julian calendar, Copernicus conceived what turned out to be the foundational idea of modernity itself, the idea that the Earth moved.
The Copernican principle is theological dynamite.
It did, in a way, all start with Copernicus, because Copernicus, we started off with the geocentric view, and Copernicus showed that that is wrong, that actually it's the sun is the center of the universe, as it seemed then. The Earth goes around the sun. So then we had the heliocentric view.
Copernicus told us that we're not the center of the universe. We're certainly not the center of the solar system. The sun doesn't go around the Earth goes around the sun.
That's the Copernican principle. That if we are not really special, then this gigantic universe of ours doesn't care about us. We are nothing, absolute nothing.
In the context of cosmology, this is called the cosmological principle. So the point is that we might think we're at the center of the universe because everything should look pretty symmetric as we look around us, around the sky, but actually any other observer would see the same thing.
It's the basis of the standard cosmologies, and it's taken for granted by almost everybody in cosmology.
When Copernicus first came along and said, hey, we humans are not so special that everything centers around us, a lot of people view this Copernican principle as something bad.
The Copernican revolution is the revolution of the mobility of the Earth.
Copernican principle leads to, ultimately, the idea that there is no God.
That we are nothing compared to the splendorous universe of ours.
I think it was actually one of the greatest things that ever happened to us. We had this arrogance, and we got it knocked out of us. And we realized that actually we're not the center of everything, so we can't just say, oh, I'm not going to look at what the world looks like because I have a book here or my authority told me this is how it is. I don't need to do observations, and instead say, hey, it doesn't all center around us. We humans have to be humble. We have to look and ask Mother Nature, how do you work?
Not all were persuaded by Copernicus, however. The greatest astronomer of the time, Tycho Brahe, developed a new geocentric model. The Earth occupies the center, the planets orbit the sun, and the sun orbits the Earth.
Tycho Brahe, who is a great unsung hero of this, because he did an immense number of observations, very accurate ones, very precise for a long period of time.
Well, in the Tychonic geocentric system, the sun is traveling around the Earth literally and carrying the planets with it. So the sun is making the ecliptic, it's not the Earth.
Tycho hired a young assistant named Johannes Kepler in 1600. Kepler, working on his own development of the Copernican system, needed Tycho's observations, but Tycho refused to part with them. When Tycho died suddenly and mysteriously in 1601, Kepler took charge of Tycho's observations and used them to develop his own system.
Kepler's great insight was that the sun must be playing a significant role in the motion of the planets. They are following very definite paths, we know that for sure. How on earth do they do it? And what moves them? So he said, the sun must be somehow causing them to go round. So he postulated that the sun is rotating and had sort of spokes, which somehow got weaker as you were further from the sun.
In Kepler's system, the sun is in the center, while the planets move on ellipses, non-uniformly. The ellipse, with its two foci, allows us to see that Ptolemy's epicycles and equant were actually a brilliant attempt to express non-uniform motion centuries before Kepler. Indeed, once the concept of non-uniform motion is introduced, all of these systems can be shown to be geometrically identical. It was Kepler's idea that the sun must somehow be moving the planets in their orbits that set the stage for Isaac Newton's great breakthroughs. But observational tools equal to the task would first have to be developed.
Now, it's good old Galileo was the first person in the modern age who made this clear. He made the distinction between what I think it's Locke, then the philosopher Locke, described as primary qualities and secondary qualities. The primary qualities are the shapes of objects and the way they move and the space in which they move.
Galileo employed the telescope to establish that Jupiter was itself orbited by moons. This contradicted Ptolemy's idea that all bodies orbited the Earth, and was seen as proof that the Earth must likewise orbit a much larger body, the Sun. For the first time, observational science claimed to have established an error in the Church's understanding of Scripture, and the first great battle between faith and science was joined.
The criticism has been made back in Galileo's time that it was the church that was controlling knowledge, only allowing people to think within certain boundaries.
Science and theology were wed together. They were one basic entity. Theology always had a supremacy over science.
After years of house arrest, but seemingly quite sincerely nonetheless, Galileo eventually recanted.
A year before Galileo died, he rejected the heliocentric or Copernican universe that he had defended for about 30 years. A friend of his named Francesco Rinuccini came to him because he thought he had evidence from this astronomer named Giovanni Perioni to prove that the Earth was moving. And so they brought this evidence to Galileo, and Galileo said, well, there's no way I'm going to accept this. And it was a very long letter that he wrote, explaining the theology, the science, and everything he needed to explain that Perioni couldn't have found proof that the Earth was moving. Rinuccini got the letter, and as soon as he got it and read it, he erased Galileo's signature off the letter because he didn't want anybody to know that Galileo had finally repented of his heliocentric views.
However, when Giordano Bruno's ideas were similarly condemned, Bruno resisted to the bitter end.
Giordano Bruno got burnt at the stake the year 1600 for writing about an infinite space.
He was burned alive in the streets of Rome in the year 1600 for simply saying that there are other worlds out there, that there's nothing essentially special about our world. So why would the Catholic Church burn this person alive in the streets of Rome? Because think about it. If there are other worlds, then the question is, are there people on these other planets? If so, do they have a savior? If so, do they have a pope? If so, how many saints do they have? Imagine 1 billion popes, 1 trillion saints. How many trinities are there? The mind goes crazy contemplating a universe of universes. And so what did the church do? They simply burned him alive.
Bruno told his inquisitors at his sentencing, "It may be that you fear more to deliver judgment upon me then I fear judgment. Henceforth, science would increasingly assert its independence from the influence of the church. Extending Kepler's famous laws of planetary motion, Isaac Newton published his Principia Mathematica in 1687. This most influential work in all of scientific history introduced Newton's theory of universal gravitation, the first and still the greatest attempt to construct a true system of the world.
When Newton came with his theory in the late 1600s, it was felt by many people that he had resolved the whole situation, the choice between Copernicus and Tycho, by means of his equations for mechanics.
But what happened was people misunderstood what Newton really said.
But actually what Newton said was that both Copernicus and Tycho would have been wrong, because neither the sun nor the Earth would be the center of the solar system or universe, but you'd have to look at centers of mass and things of that nature.
He didn't say that the smaller goes around the larger. He said that both bodies go around the center of mass. So even in the heliocentric system, it's not the Earth going around the sun. Scientifically and technically, we would say that the Earth and the sun are going around one point called the center of mass. It just so happens that Newton agrees that you could have a rotating star field, and if you do, then the center of mass is going to be somewhere in the middle of that rotating star field. And it just so happens that any object can occupy that center of mass. What that does is it nullifies the objection that the smaller always has to go around the larger. That would be true in 99.999% of the universe, but there's one place where that wouldn't be true, and that's where that star field is rotating around the center of mass.
Newton had introduced the idea of absolute space and time, which is something a bit like, as regards space, which is the more important concept, a bit like this room, a rigid framework in which you can sensibly say that a thing is moving in a straight line.
Newton's theory was based on the idea of an absolute space through which objects could be shown to be in motion. His famous bucket experiment was designed to show that motion was not relative, but had to be occurring within absolute space.
Newton had hung a bucket full of water in his room in Cambridge, and he'd wound the bucket round and then held it still with the cord of the rope all twisted and the water in the bucket level. Then he'd let go of the bucket, and the bucket had started to spin, and its centrifugal force makes it go up the side of the bucket. And Newton argues from that concavity of the water surface can't be explained by relative motion, because when the relative motion between the bucket wall and the water was greatest, the water was flat, and when it had stopped and there was no relative motion, the concavity was greatest.
Newton argues, therefore, there must be an absolute space that allows us to say that motion is not relative.
Newton didn't provide a mechanism. He just provided the behaviors of objects in gravitational fields. He never accounted for what caused the field.
So although it was widely thought that Newton had proven the Earth to be in absolute motion, this was by no means proven to everyone's satisfaction.
Physicist Ernst Mach provided an alternate explanation. According to Mach's principle, the Earth could be considered as the pivot point of the universe. The fact that the universe is orbiting around the Earth will create the exact same forces that we usually ascribe to the motion of the Earth. Mach's ideas would strongly influence the later development of the theory of relativity.
And Mach's principle says that you should get exactly the same effects whether the Earth is rotating in the universe or whether the Earth is fixed and the universe is rotating about it.
Motion is relative. All the objects in the universe must be moving relative to each other.
Mach's principle that because all we observe is relative motion, then once you start talking about absolute motion, that means you've imported a metaphysical principle into the system.
Mach had such absolute conviction that motion must be relative. He said, well, actually, it's nothing to do with the Earth rotating relative to absolute space. It's the Earth and the stars are in relative rotation. There's a relative rotation between them.
Rotation is relative. That is, you cannot tell by measuring centrifugal and inertial forces whether you are rotating or the universe is rotating, because you will see the same effect no matter which one it is.
And Mach then said, that's the cause of the oblation of the Earth, that it's not a perfect sphere. Whenever there is relative rotation, however you like to look at it, there will be that effect. And in fact, he goes back and says you can actually look at this from either the Ptolemaic or the Copernican point of view. You have to just concentrate on what is objectively true and say that if there is a relative rotation, then the Earth will be oblate.
By the end of the 19th century, the triumph of the Copernican system seemed complete. Only one tiny detail had eluded the experimenters. Physics at the time, including Maxwell's famous equations for electrodynamics, was based on the assumption that space was filled with a substance, an ether through which light and other electromagnetic waves would propagate. But all attempts to directly measure the motion of the Earth around the Sun through this ether had paradoxically resulted in an apparent velocity of 0. The stage was set for one of the most important events in the history of physics, the Michelson-Morley experiment.
1887 Michelson-Morley experiment. If the Earth were moving through an ether, then a sort of ether wind would be created at the surface of the Earth. A light beam projected directly into this ether wind would be expected to move slower than a light beam projected across the ether wind. If we project the beams across a known distance and then recombine them, we would expect the two waves to be out of phase by an amount that would tell us the distance the Earth had moved.
If the Earth is moving through the ether, then light waves going one direction relative to us should travel at a different speed than another direction. It's like if you're in a fast-moving river and you're swimming along with the current, you're swimming much faster relative to the shore than if you're swimming against the current. So what the Michelson-Morley experiment was designed to do was measure the speed of light in one direction versus another direction to see how fast we're moving through the ether. And what it discovered was it's the same in one direction as the other.
Michelson-Morley couldn't measure any effect of Earth's orbit, even though the assumption was at the time that that would affect the measured speed of light.
The experiment failed to detect the Earth moving in or against the ether. The problem was serious. Although various solutions were advanced, in the end, science was faced with a choice. Either discard the ether or admit that the Earth wasn't orbiting the Sun. It was Albert Einstein who came up with the solution, which now forms the basis of our physics and which we call the theory of relativity.
What they thought they would discover in terms of the ether, there just wasn't any ether there. There were relative motions between objects.
Which told us there wasn't an ether and laid the basis for Einstein's theory of relativity, which says there is no ether. That light always travels the same speed no matter which direction it's going, or even whether it's emitted from a moving source or a source that's standing still.
So how did Einstein do it? An earlier explanation proposed by physicist Hendrik Lorentz had suggested that the measuring arm of the Michelson-Morley apparatus was being compressed by the ether in the direction of motion, just enough to make it look like we were standing still.
Lorentz says, well, the length must contract a little bit to make it look like it's the same, even though it's not. I believe that interpretation is still correct, that we do, in fact, have length contraction. He was closer to the correct explanation than Einstein's later theories.
Einstein eliminated the ether as the cause and said that it was simply a principle of nature. That when objects move through empty space, they contract in length, they decrease in the time traveled, and their mass increases, all by the same proportion, which is now known as the Lorentz transform. Hence, in order to maintain the Copernican principle, the length, time, and mass of moving objects were altered. And this is the essence of Einstein's special theory of relativity.
It was a null experiment. They were very disappointed because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth through the ether. And Michelson himself was extremely disappointed that he couldn't do it.
And the fact that he wasn't able to measure anything was startling to a lot of people.
One of the remarkable consequences of the adoption of relativity was that every argument advanced from Galileo forward to prove the motion of the Earth around the Sun had to be abandoned. This point is made by Einstein in a book he published in 1938. The struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems.
But if Einstein is wrong, then we had the problem that all these measured velocities of the Earth being zero stand unchallenged and unqualified. So the Earth is not moving exactly like the Michelson-Morley interferometer says it's not moving. Albert Einstein himself said that if Michelson-Morley is wrong, then relativity is wrong. All I have to do to shut up geocentrists is to run this experiment up on the moon and see what's going to happen. Of course, Einstein dies on the vine the second that you get a non-zero result on the moon with the Michelson-Morley interferometer, and all of a sudden that Earth is not moving, and all of physics collapses with that experiment. I think there's a reason not to put the experiment on the moon and to pretend that we already know the result and to whistle in the dark and mock the opposition.
If one day God comes down from above and says, look, these two great theories, relativity and the quantum theory, are wrong, what would I say? First of all, I would say, oh my God, all my published works are wrong. I mean, I'll have to look for another job.
And I've heard people say that the reason they don't want to publish papers that disagree with special relativity or general relativity is that they built their careers on this, and that it would be admitting a major mistake.
But second of all, once I collect my wits, I would simply say, but of course. You see, we are approaching truth, but can you actually get to absolute truth?
If you were paranoid, you'd say there's a conspiracy. Whatever it is, there is a lot of resistance to getting something published that disagrees with either of Einstein's two theories.
By the end of the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble, working with the large 100-inch telescope atop Mount Wilson outside Los Angeles, had established that our galaxy was only one of many galaxies in the universe. His observations presented serious new challenges to the Copernican principle.
Well, he looks through his telescope and he sees galaxies for the first time. We had powerful telescopes back then. And not only does he see galaxies, but he sees these galaxies with what they call redshift. The wavelength of the light is now being stretched, so you see more red than you see blue.
Redshift. A shift in the wavelength of light toward the red, or lower energy end of the spectrum, giving the appearance that the light has either lost energy or has had its wavelength stretched by some physical force, as in the expansion of space.
An amazing law. We look out at other galaxies, on average they're moving away from us, and those that are twice as far away are moving twice as fast, and those that are 3 times as far away are moving 3 times as fast. And of course, that makes us look like we're the center of the universe, but it's not true. It just means the universe is expanding uniformly.
Now, he struggled with this. He didn't know whether to say that the redshift was a velocity indicator, that is, that the galaxies are being stretched apart from us, and that's why the wavelength of that light is being stretched so we see red, or it could be something else, you see. But he was pressured a lot by the Copernican principle to say, well, okay, let's say it's a velocity factor. The redshift is a velocity factor, and yet I'm not quite comfortable with that because that puts us in the center.
Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable.
Hubble never believed in the expanding universe because he had the wrong value of the Hubble constant.
Hubble constant. The presumed rate at which space is created and galaxies are believed to be moving away from each other in the expanding universe theory.
Now, it's one of the most important numbers in cosmology, because once we know how fast a galaxy a million light years away from us is moving, simple physics to work backwards and figure out how long ago we were together.
But that left the centrality issue unsolved. A new idea would be required.
Friedman came up with the expanding models, which have this kind of paradoxical property that they're spatially homogeneous and isotropic, so everything looks the same everywhere and everything looks the same in every direction everywhere. And therefore, although from your viewpoint it looks as if everything is expanding away from you, from every other galaxy's viewpoint it looks as if everything is expanding away from you.
You can say that they're being expanded because you see their redshift.
People that believe in the expansion of the universe claim that it's like a muffin with raisins embedded.
Exactly as the Copernican principle requires. Imagine a cake in an oven with raisins. As the dough rises, the raisins move apart from each other, just as galaxies would move away from each other on the surface of a balloon.
So if you curve it and you put these galaxies on the surface of that curve and then you expand it.
If you're big enough that anywhere you look, it's expanding at the same rate from that spot.
Relativity tells us that in the presence of mass and energy, space can curve. Space is dynamical. It can bend, it can expand, it can contract. And one of the great holy grails of cosmology, in fact, the reason I got into cosmology originally as a particle physicist, was to determine which kind of universe we live in. Because the fact that the universe is curved means it can exist in one of three different forms, so-called closed, open, or flat.
The bottom line is experiment. We can simply speculate as much as we want about this great universe of ours, but the bottom line is you have to look at the data. The data shows that the universe seems to be remarkably flat. And how do you get a flat universe from a Big Bang? Well, one possibility is inflation. In fact, it is the simplest way to get a flat universe.
Inflation, the hypothesis that the universe had, at its very beginning, an extremely rapid, exponential expansion that exceeded the limit on the speed of light set by the special theory of relativity, resulting in a space that is flat and homogeneous.
Think of a balloon and put a bug on it. The bug thinks that the balloon is flat because he's very small and the balloon is very big. However, it's a balloon. It is curved. However, it looks flat only because the bug is very small. We are the bugs.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff.
We choose to go to the moon.
It's cloudy on TV. Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
Coming on the heels of Hubble's discoveries, observations in the middle part of the 20th century showed that spiral galaxies didn't appear to be obeying the laws of gravity.
Several decades ago, we found a problem so great that it was brushed under the carpet for many a decade. And this is the fact that galaxies spin too fast. We believe in the work of Isaac Newton, at least on planetary scales, but when you apply Newton's laws of motion to the galaxy spins too fast. In fact, 10 times too fast. By rights, the galaxy should fly apart. Therefore, scientists said that we have to have dark matter, a halo of matter that surrounds the galaxy and holds the galaxy together.
Dark matter. Hypothesized form of matter introduced to allow conventional theories of gravity to explain the observed anomalies in galaxy rotation and expansion.
I mean, if you're going to use Newton's laws, F equals ma, and you're going to use Einstein's tensor equation, then you better have the matter and energy in the universe to make it work. But it ain't there.
Between 1 and 3% of the universe is all the stuff we can see, and somewhere between 99 and 97% of the universe is stuff we can't see. This dark matter that dominates our galaxy, we're virtually certain now, is made of some new type of elementary particle, different than the stuff that makes you and I up.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
What is a little bit perturbing is that after 50 years we still haven't found what the dark matter is. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there, it just means they're harder to find than we thought.
Turns out the gravitational energy of every galaxy moving away from us is 0. And that's strongly suggestive that the universe actually came from nothing. In fact, every measurement we can make about the universe is really consistent with a universe that came from nothing.
Nothing. Generally understood as the absence of anything, but sometimes used in modern cosmology to refer to an unseen form of something, virtual particles and the quantum vacuum.
Something from nothing, a key concept in modern cosmology. But this turns out to be a very unusual kind of nothing, since it apparently contains at least 2 somethings, energy and a law of gravity.
Well, it's a strange time in cosmology. It's an interesting time because we don't understand anything, or rather, we don't understand nothing. Because it turns out nothing is almost everything.
If you understand nothing, you understand everything.
Turns out the dominant stuff in the universe is nothing, and we don't have the slightest understanding of why. Nothing is really not quite nothing. Nothing is really a boiling, bubbling brew of virtual particles that pop in and out of existence in a timescale so short you can't actually see them. Now, you might say, if they exist for a time that's so short you can't even see them, it's like counting angels on the head of a pin. It's like philosophy, it's not like physics. But in fact, while we can't see those virtual particles directly, they do have an indirect impact on atoms and the structure of atoms in a way that we can actually predict.
So we now realize that nothingness is foam created by subatomic particles darting in and out of existence. Well, if subatomic particles could do this, why not universes? We now believe that in the quantum foam, baby universes are constantly appearing. So if I had a super microscope and could look down at the fabric, the instantaneous fabric of space-time itself, I would see a bubble bath with baby universes being formed all the time.
If you have nothingness, quantum fluctuations will always produce something. And when you add gravity in the mix, it's even possible that whole universes could come from nothing.
Big bangs happen all the time, but most of them don't get anywhere. They pop back into the vacuum. But our universe was special. Our universe, for some reason, popped out of nothing and just kept on going.
So not only is all the evidence suggestive that we came from nothing, but the laws of physics tell us that it's to be expected that something comes from nothing.
They impose on the science, on their observations, they impose their worldview, which is really their religious belief system.
So the problem with cosmology is that we keep inventing theories, ad hoc theories, to try to explain the data, such as inflation, dark matter, dark energy, and so on, just to keep patching the theory up.
The energy of the vacuum, dark energy as we call it, is the greatest mystery in all of creation.
Dark energy, a hypothetical form of energy that allows an accelerated expansion of the universe.
Nobody knows what the dark energy is. There are thousands of people out there trying to work out what the dark energy is.
What they do is they have to invent it now. And if you've ever read the science magazines, they say, well, there's dark energy and dark matter out there, and they constitute 96% of our universe. The reason they say that is because they need it. It's not going to work. Their Big Bang universe is not going to work without that matter and energy.
The necessity of adding unobserved entities such as dark matter and dark energy to the Big Bang theory might be a sign that there is something wrong in the fundamental assumptions.
In our universe, we have two great theories. God, in some sense, has a left hand and a right hand. The theory of the big and the theory of the very small. The theory of the big is relativity. It gives us black holes and big bangs and things we can see with the naked eye in outer space. Then there's the quantum theory, the theory of the atom. Now, the juncture between the two, that's when all bets fail.
And it actually is split into two giant sides, the relativity side for the large and the quantum side for the small, and we haven't been able to unify all these things back together again.
There is a crisis in cosmology.
Because the quantum field theory, it says there's this vast amount of energy in the quantum vacuum. If you do a simple-minded application of that to general relativity, it tells you the universe should be accelerating an incredible number of orders of magnitudes faster than it is.
Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Recently, some theorists have proposed that the need for dark energy can be dispensed with if we dispense with the Copernican principle itself.
There's an important point here, because if you then said, okay, let's stop here for a minute and let's suppose dark energy doesn't exist. Now, the raw data is correct. It's what we observe. But let's just change the model a bit. Let's say, okay, let's suppose for a minute that the universe is not homogeneous.
Or, to put it another way, let's suppose the universe does not follow the Copernican principle after all.
Let's see if we can fit exactly the same data with no dark energy. And the answer is yes, you can.
If we assume that Earth is in a special position, near the center of a local void, we can account for all observations without the necessity of dark energy.
This is using a description of the universe that has us somewhere near the local center, a spherically symmetric universe. But when you apply that type of a model, it actually does fit the data without dark energy.
What I'm saying is that is a possible alternative which needs to be looked at.
Among the recent large-scale surveys of our universe, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey has given us our most complete look to date at the distribution of galaxies in the sky. Professor John Hartnett has researched these galaxy distributions and has discovered evidence of non-Copernican periodic structure in the galaxy distributions.
We looked at of the order upward of over 400,000 galaxies and sort of posed the question, well, how are these things arranged in the sky? These are three-dimensional map, and had a look at whether or not there was any structure in that. To my surprise, the mathematics bore out, and there is some very unusual structure. Now, if you look at a picture of this map, when I first saw that, it looked to me like there was like concentric shells, as if the galaxies preferred to lie at some periodic spacing out from the Earth. This is sort of like saying that our galaxy is somewhere near the center of the universe, and when you look at the galaxies arrayed all around us, they're on sort of like giant shells. They prefer to lie on these concentric shells spaced out by around about 250 million light-year separation.
One of the chief difficulties faced by cosmologists is that as we look out at the cosmos, our view is partially blocked by our own Milky Way galaxy. We are able to see only about a quarter of the whole sky. As we pull up from Earth, we see the two pie-shaped wedges which constitute the data of the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. Each one of these dots represents an entire galaxy, containing on average hundreds of billions of stars, giving us a visual indication of just how astonishingly vast our cosmos actually is. As we look down upon this two-dimensional slice of the sky, we notice that there is regular, periodic, concentric structure with a preferred redshift spacing or interval, or delta Z value, between each shell of approximately 0.0246, or about 250 million light years. If we fill in the missing areas of the sky on the assumption that the distribution is more or less similar, we are in a position to get a look at how the whole 3D structure might appear as viewed from Earth. The first thing to notice is, if we looked at the universe from some point far removed from our location, we would not see the same concentric shell structure, which is directly contrary to the assumptions of the Copernican principle. In 3D, we can slice open the galaxy distributions almost as if we were looking at the layers of an onion, disclosing the concentric shell structure around us.
So every phenomenon that you see out there in the universe is all in concentric cells around where? The Earth. I mean, how do you avoid this evidence?
Whether it would lead to an Earth-centered universe in itself, I'm not that sure, and because it certainly leads to our galaxy maybe being in a special place.
Now that is controversial because anyone in the standard cosmology community would not even entertain such a notion.
Cosmologists should be open-minded and not suppress, if you like, the exploration of non-mainstream ideas.
The oldest light in the universe, according to the Big Bang Theory, is the cosmic microwave background, the leftover radiation from the Big Bang itself, the only source of radiation we've ever discovered that comes to us from all directions of the sky.
The cosmic microwave background is the afterglow of the Big Bang. It's the radiation coming at us from the Big Bang, the leftover radiation. It's amazing. In fact, it's highly visible in a sense, but it wasn't discovered until 1965 in New Jersey, of all places, by two people who didn't know what the heck they were doing, but they won the Nobel Prize anyway. But in fact, you've actually seen it. Well, if you've ever disconnected your cable TV, or if you're like me, old enough to remember before cable TV, when the stations went off the air at night, after the test pattern, there'd be static. If you disconnect the cable on your TV, you'll see static. Turns out about 1% of the static you can see on your TV is radiation left over from the Big Bang.
This background radiation should be isotropic. It should define no special direction in the universe, and certainly not one related in any way to us. Max Tegmark decided to look at the cosmic microwave background in a new way, and he discovered something amazing.
I decided to look at the data in a different way by separating it into what we call spherical harmonics, and each one of those harmonics corresponds to a picture you can look at on your screen. And I wrote this computer program, and like 3 a.m. it was done, and I hit enter, and poof, up came a picture, and whoa. Crazy. I had typed in 2, which was the lowest one of these modes, and it didn't look at all like it was supposed to do. I had looked at this because there had been previous papers saying maybe there was something a little fishy about this lowest harmonic, but nobody had ever made a picture of it before because they couldn't clean out all the junk. And checked my program, there was nothing seemingly wrong with it. So I thought, I'm kind of tired, but I have to type in 3 and see what the next one looks like. And that one looked even more crazy. It had this big band, like a pancake across the sky. And it was lined up with what came out when I had typed in 2. Like, whoa, what is going on here? So we mentioned this sort of in passing at the end of our paper, that there was this funny alignment which later got dubbed the axis of evil. And we did another paper and realized that it's actually quite unlikely that it's just a fluke. And then later on, other people, like Dragan Hutterer and many others, picked up on this and did much more careful studies and found that actually there was nothing wrong in my computer program, and the effect was there, and even more strongly so than we had guessed.
When you look at the cosmic microwave background, it's uniform in all directions, which is what you'd expect for the universe, in fact. Another bit of evidence that there really was a Big Bang. But there have been some anomalies.
There's one point about it that the radiation isn't exactly isotropic, it's almost.
So they send up the satellite and they find out, wow, there's anisotropies out there. It's not smooth. Not only did they find anisotropies, what they found was that these anisotropies, these disturbances, these temperature disturbances throughout the universe were all pointing to the Earth.
This is, if you just look at the galaxies out there in the universe, it doesn't matter whether you look at them like this or whether you tilt your head like this or like that, because there is no special direction. There's no up or down in space.
One of the fundamental principles of cosmology is the Copernican principle that we believe that the Earth does not occupy a special position.
Yet, there is this very special direction imprinted in these baby pictures of the universe. And it's pretty clear now, since many different groups have hammered at this, that it's real, it's in there in the data. What's much less clear is what it means.
The cosmic microwave background alignments do not define a center, but instead an axis, a preferred direction spanning the entire universe. The fact that these alignments are correlated to our own neighborhood is highly difficult to explain from within the assumptions of Big Bang cosmology. The dipole, which is aligned with our equinox, is usually attributed to a relative motion between our solar system and the cosmic background itself. However, the quadrupole and octupole alignments are also with respect to the ecliptic, the plane of the orbit of the planets around the sun.
Some people have actually suggested that there's structure in the cosmic microwave background radiation that's related to where the Earth is and how it's going around the sun, which is crazy, because we're nothing special.
Professor Lawrence Krauss, writing back in 2006, addressed these strange anomalies in the cosmic microwave background as follows.
He says this, but when you look at the CMB map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. There's no way there should be a correlation of structure with our motion of the Earth around the sun, the plane of the Earth around the sun, the ecliptic. That would say we are truly the center of the universe, unquote.
In 2005, I was talking about the observation and what it would imply, but it's so strange that it's likely to be wrong. Now, that doesn't mean it's always wrong, and some things are so strange that they're actually right. But in this case, I suspect that the structure that was seen by some people that suggested that, you know, the whole microwave background is arranged around us is probably not right.
If you run up against an interpretation that sounds viable and credible that's not Copernican, it's thrown out.
And so I can see the resistance there, you know, that if you, like a heretic, you know, you come out and you say, hey, no, this is not right. That there is evidence that this cosmological principle, this idea that we're not in any special place in the universe, there's something wrong with that.
That whole cosmic microwave background is pointing to us, this tiny little space in the universe, and that happens to be where we live.
I frankly try to keep an open mind about what this ultimately means, because I still don't know.
As a matter of fact, you can go on some websites of NASA and see that they've started to take down stuff that might hint to a geocentric universe.
You know, whenever there's something weird, it's wonderful if you get a fresh measurement of it. So I'm really keen to see what the Planck satellite pictures are going to look like, if they are going to have the same weird alignment. And they're going to have even better ability also to clean out noise from the galaxy and other sources. So I'm keeping all options on the table until then.
The strangeness of the alignment of cosmic microwave background with the ecliptic and equinoxes of Earth led many cosmologists to believe that the Planck satellite mission would finally show these alignments to have been a mistake, a foreground that wasn't subtracted properly, or a scanning beam anomaly in the WMAP telescope. Would the axis of evil turn out to be real? Finally, on March 21st, 2013, at the headquarters of the European Space Agency in Paris, the results of the Planck satellite mission were publicly released.
Today we are going to present to you the cosmic microwave background. Progress towards the future by understanding the past.
This map is a goldmine of information.
The stakes were high. If Planck were to confirm the existence of the axis of evil, it could mean the foundational principle of modern cosmology, the Copernican principle, is wrong. Planck was expected by many to show instead that the strange CMB axis of evil was nothing more than foreground contamination or a scanning beam anomaly somehow missed by the WMAP team. We flew back to Boston to interview Max Tegmark at MIT. We asked him whether his discovery of the axis of evil had been confirmed or debunked by Planck.
It was just so exciting. I'm standing there shaving at 5 in the morning while I'm watching George Eustathiou on the live feed press conference. And when the first image comes up on the screen, I line it up with this cleaned image of the data that we had made way back in the past. And it all matches. This spot matches this spot, this one matches this spot. And I'm thinking to myself, whoa, this is so awesome. And the axis of evil is obviously there because all the big spots are in the same places. So all these puzzling anomalies have survived. And the axis of evil is still with us. And we have to actually ask us what it means.
But what about the alignments with the ecliptic and equinoxes, which Lawrence Krauss had said would mean we were really the center of the universe? We asked Max Tegmark if Planck's results had convinced him that the axis of evil actually was aligned with our ecliptic and equinoxes.
I have to confess that I was bothered by the fact that the axis of evil seemed linked to a special direction in our solar system. And something in my gut was telling me that this might, even though I greatly trust the people on the WMAP team, point to something fishy in their analysis. But I also feel very strongly that I have to actually override my gut by using my brain and by looking at data. And now we have completely independent data with better detectors, completely different people seeing the same thing. So there's just no way we can blame this on the WMAP team. There is, I think, a real possibility that the axis of evil and other strange things we see in the large scales of the cosmic microwave background are a hint of something really big, just the tip of an iceberg, something huge.
So now we're in a position to look at the entire microwave sky. First, we introduce the multipoles. The dipole, usually attributed to a relative motion between our local system and the CMB itself. The quadrupole, the north and south ecliptic poles, and the spring and fall equinoxes. The S-shaped line represents the plane of the ecliptic, the plane of the orbit of the planets around the sun. Notice how it neatly divides warm and cold sections of the CMB map. This is our first hint that something very unusual is going on. Now we transform our Molveda projection into a sphere and rotate our universe so that the S-shaped line of the ecliptic becomes the dark line across the center of the sphere. This plane, lying between the warm and cold areas of the CMB, will become the grid along which we fly through the entire visible universe. From the point at which space first becomes transparent and structure begins to form, through the Virgo supercluster, and finally to our own Milky Way galaxy. As we enter it, amazingly, we arrive at our own local neighborhood, our sun, and finally, our home. So does this mean that the pendulum has started to swing back away from the Copernican principle? Could this, in fact, be Copernicus coming back to haunt us?
Now today, fortunately, we don't burn astronomers alive anymore, which I think is a good thing.
Life may be very rare, and we may be very special, but that doesn't mean the universe was created just for us.
I've really changed my opinion in a major way and how I feel about our place in the cosmos. For many years, I was feeling more and more insignificant. We realized that we humans were just living on a small planet in a solar system, in a galaxy, in this universe. We just kept getting smaller. Then we realized we're not even made of the majority kind of substance, dark matter and dark energy. And then we realized that we're also very brief. Our 100-year lifespans, compared to the 14 billion year age of the universe. So how could we possibly be significant? But I've really completely changed my mind, and now I actually think we're very significant.
The very successes of science have led it to this moment of truth. It now confronts the very same questions which were once considered the domain of metaphysics, even of theology.
We are asking about ultimate things. What is the bedrock of the world? What is time? What is motion? These are the most fundamental things.
Oh, this cosmic microwave background is like we are seeing the fingerprint of God, the hallmarks of the Creator.
Because nobody believes that the universe comes to an end just where we can see.
It's been remarkably difficult to come up with any physical theory that just makes exactly what we see and then stops.
I'm a great advocate of the multiverse and the idea that, our universe is just one of many, this progression in the Copernican concept.
Multiverse. The hypothesis that an unending number of universes exist, the main purpose being to answer what is commonly understood as the fine-tuning problem, namely, that our single universe operates within a very narrow margin of physical constants and could not have come into existence by chance.
We are made out of electrons. If each electron is in multiple places at the same time, then am I not also multiple places at the same time? And the answer is yes. Now apply this quantum principle to the universe. If the universe obeys uncertainty, then you don't know where the Big Bang was. The Big Bang could have been here, the Big Bang could have been there, just like electrons. You don't know where the electrons is. So this means you have multiple universes. So as soon as you apply the quantum principle to the universe, immediately you get parallel universes.
And some people don't like it and call it a crisis. I call it a multiverse.
I think the multiverse has really come about because of a whole range of fine-tuning issues. The Goldilocks type universe, the laws of physics finely tuned, the existence of humans.
The multiverse is an attempt to take quantum mechanics and give every possible answer as a yes.
There could be an infinite number of universes, and the energy and empty space would be different in each one. And only in those in which the energy empty space is comparable to what we see would galaxies have formed and life would have formed. So it's kind of a cosmic natural selection. It's not fine-tuning, it's not religious like some people think. It's the opposite.
Yes, it can get all sorts of answers predictively, but it doesn't provide the mechanisms and it doesn't determine things properly.
There are actually a variety of approaches that come from both cosmology and from particle physics, which predict that there could be many other universes.
By inventing all of these other universes that are unobservable, unverifiable.
If you have a mechanism for producing one Big Bang, it's going to produce other Big Bangs, and therefore it would seem fairly logical there should be many other universes.
The multiverse hypothesis, the problem in a sense is it can explain too much. In a multiverse, as various people have proposed, anything you want happens here, something else. You can take anything you want and you can explain it by the multiverse. That means it has incredible explanatory power, but it also means there's effectively nothing you can do to test it.
In trying to figure out all these anomalies that they see in the universe that don't fit the Copernican principle, what this leads to is creating a whole bunch of universes, billions and billions. It goes on ad infinitum. Somewhere in all those universes, there's going to be something that's not geocentric, you see, and that's how we can get out of the problem.
There's a geocentric universe in the multiverses. There's a heliocentric one. There's a Jovocentric one centered on Jupiter by this hypothesis.
It's a very, very interesting hypothesis. One can make good reasons why it's a good model to believe in, but there isn't any direct way to prove the multiverse is correct observationally.
We cannot directly observe these other universes because, remember, the point is we cannot observe beyond 40 billion light years.
Got to be careful when we claim the mantle of science for some of what comes out. I'm very happy to claim the mantle of scientifically based philosophy for what comes out, but I'm worried when we're claiming the mantle of science.
The fine-tunings, if we're the only universe, the fine-tunings are really hard to explain unless you're going to invoke a creator or something.
We seem to find ourselves in a part of the universe that is perfectly tuned for life.
On the other hand, if you have got a multiverse, then it's fairly natural by a simple selection effect that we are going to be in one of the universes which is going to allow life to arise.
Saying there's many universes doesn't really answer anything, does it? Because it doesn't deal with the universe we're in, assuming it's even true.
Where are we going to find ourselves in the multiverse? The only place we're going to find ourselves is where we can survive.
I would agree that the alternative is between a multiverse and God.
It's just too perfect to be a happenstance or a coincidence.
The reason the universe appears to be so tuned for our existence is not because some divine intelligence decided, I want to create a universe so people can be in it, but rather, if we're any different, we wouldn't be here.
Once you eliminate the creator, you have this gradation of learning, and all of a sudden you reach this point where you can't go any further.
The universe could not have been an accident. It is so gorgeous when it could have been random and ugly. It is so beautiful and elegant when it could have been random and an unwieldy collection of subatomic particles. Here it is, this glorious universe of ours that creates consciousness.
To me, that's evidence of a creator behind it.
What is particularly worrying about some of the discussion of the multiverse is the use of the word infinity.
God. That's the only infinity.
Infinity is a number that can never, ever, ever be attained. Infinity is the unattainable.
Big Bang cosmology assumes that the only thing that exists is the physical world, and there's nothing beyond that.
You don't confront the face of God in a multiverse. You're just the result of a mathematical equation splitting infinitely.
If that were true, there would be no room at all for spirit, or for God, or for any of the mutual interactions.
People have had a brick wall placed in front of them because science has said certain things, and they said, you must stay over in this category here, and you cannot go into the God category because that's going to destroy our science.
It does tend to be taboo to call on God or a creator for anything in science.
And there's no evidence of planning or purpose in the universe as far as we can tell.
They're not really referring to a Genesis biblical creator. They're referring to some innate, inanimate universe that created itself.
So, George, if you do take the fine-tuning seriously, but you don't believe it actually is due to there being a multiverse, what is your explanation of the fine-tunings?
You really want to push me on this?
Even if it's a non-scientific explanation.
It's absolutely possible that there is a multiverse. It's possible this was just the way things happened, that there's nothing more to say about it. It's possible that in some sense it was meant to be that way, and that in fact all the other evidence about meaning, purpose and so on in the universe might help one to say that there's some element of meaning underlying all of this.
But is that tantamount to saying that there was a fine-tuner, a creator?
That would be tantamount to saying that.
And so, at the end of the day, the question remains, are we significant or just a cosmic accident?
Well, I think it's now very well established that our universe is a very special universe within the space of universes we can imagine.
When you look at all the parameters that have to be just right, temperature, solar radiation or stars radiation nearby, etc. So when you really look at the details, it takes a phenomenal number of parameters to be correct in order to support life on the Earth. When I see how barren the other planets are and how bountiful the Earth is, something's different, and we're in just the right spot for it.
We've got to get away from that Copernican principle and the notion that man means nothing. From just a meaningless molecule to a human being that's in a special location for presumably a special purpose. And therefore men are driven by their purpose, and they can see themselves in a very different light than the fact that they are simply chaotic blobs.
So that according to Big Bang cosmology, the future looks very bleak. Either the universe is going to keep on expanding forever, and eventually it'll run out of energy and all life will die, or it will recollapse again, and then everything will die as well.
The two lessons of cosmology that I like to give people are, one, we're more insignificant than we thought we were before. You're completely insignificant. All of our human drama and everything else is more irrelevant when it comes to the cosmos than it was before. So we're insignificant and the future's miserable. So those are the two things we've learned.
One shouldn't be too pessimistic.
Because astronomy is ripe for a new Copernican revolution, perhaps back in the other direction.
The Earth is a very special place, no two ways about it.
Human beings are very wonderful.
You are so special that consciousness is so powerful and so hard to create that is the defining principle of the universe itself.
But if we are significant, and if there's something special about our home, this planet, then those concepts have tremendous implications. And we need to be then focused on our commitments as stewards over the creation that we have.
We need to take that brick wall away so that we can make that bridge between science and theology.
I have a minority view as to what this means. I think it means that life of the advanced form we enjoy here is extremely rare, and that we are in fact the only life in our entire observable universe that's gotten to the point that we have telescopes. And if that's true, then we are very significant.
The carbon, the nitrogen, the oxygen, the iron in your body wasn't created in the Big Bang. It was created in the fiery nuclear furnaces of the cores of stars, and the only way it could have gotten into your body is if the stars exploded. So, and the atoms in your left hand might have come from a different star than your right hand, and so you're not only are you intimately connected to the cosmos, every atom in your body has experienced the most cataclysmic explosion in nature, a supernova explosion. When a star explodes, it burns with a brightness of 10 billion stars, and every atom in your body's experienced it.
So what I take away from this is we simply always need to keep an open mind and listen to all viewpoints and let Mother Nature be the one who gets the final word.
There's always a revolution coming in science because science is necessarily provisional. It cannot make a final statement because it doesn't know everything. It cannot examine what's going on at the four corners of the universe.
As to how many angels dance on the head of a pin, I think it's still an open question.
You know, I can tell you what the future might be, but it could be something different.
I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary. When you look at it, there's this little ball of rock with this thin layer of air, and here we are dependent on the rock and the air and the sun floating through these immense space. I just think one ought to have that picture of what we are in order just to have a full concept of being a human being.
We also know that there's nothing about the laws of physics that says that life has to be limited to just being stuck on this planet and can't ultimately engulf our entire universe, come alive. If that happens in the distant future, I think it will be because of what we humans decide to do here on this planet. And it's probably going to be settled in my lifetime, whether we just permanently screw it up or get our act together and concede space with life. And if in the distant future our whole universe has come alive, I don't know how our distant ancestors are going to think about us, but I'm sure they're not going to think of us as insignificant.
For nearly 400 years, ever since the trial of Galileo, there has often been tension, if not outright conflict, between faith and science. Remarkably, the Copernican principle seems to be the ground upon which faith and science are again, at long last, approaching one another. Perhaps we can hope to achieve a more fruitful and successful dialogue this time around.
I see the clouds in the distance, and the winds have changed. There's a look in your eyes I can't explain. I feel your souls in the desert, and I can't make it rain. Sky stands still as
The flat Earth has, believe it or not, become a movement in the last few years. About 2015, it started up. And people may wonder, well, Danny, why are you so concerned about this? Why are you talking about flat Earth so much? Well, you see, our critics for a long time have been equating belief in creation with belief that the Earth is flat. And so I view the flat Earth movement as a personal assault, really, upon my calling and upon the ministry of Answers in Genesis. Didn't we answer this question, settle this question 5 centuries ago? I mean, after all, didn't Christopher Columbus prove that the Earth is a globe? Well, actually, we didn't settle it 5 centuries ago. We settled it 25 centuries ago. And in fact, I think that's part of the problem we have here, is the fact that people's understanding of history on this whole matter is rather poor. Well, how do we know it goes back that far? Well, Pythagoras, you may have heard of him with the Pythagorean theorem and a few other things that he did. In the late 6th century BC, he actually talked about the Earth being a sphere. We don't know what his reasons were. We can only speculate about that. But it went forward from there. But within 100 years, most Greek thinkers were thinking the Earth was a sphere. And so we have some good reasons for believing the Earth is a globe. How do we know that? Well, here we have a photograph of a total lunar eclipse. I took this in January of last year, about 15 months ago now, and it was quite a last total solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse visible from here. And this is during totality. This is about a 12-second exposure because the moon was very dim. But I also took photographs during the partial phases before and after the eclipse. And here's one of those photographs right there. I show the moon moving in from the right, upper right, in fact, and that's exactly how the moon moved in on the Earth's shadow. And you can already see the edge of the Earth's shadow there, and you can get an idea of the shape of the Earth's shadow. It's kind of a curved section there. Now, I took this about an hour before totality. I took another one afterwards, totality, and I put it in the same right position here, and I think you can understand now a little better what kind of shape the Earth's shadow is. If you're really not seeing it at all, I can help you out and put a circle in for you. Turns out the circle of the Earth's shadow is about 2.5 times that of the circle of the moon. So the moon can be entirely engulfed inside of that shadow, giving us a total lunar eclipse. Aristotle, in 350 BC, wrote a book called On the Heavens, and he wrote that in his book, this is one of the arguments why we know the Earth is a sphere. He gave a couple others. Here's another one I like. He looked at the altitude of stars in both the northern and southern parts of the sky. I have a photograph here of the Ark Encounter. Many of you will recognize exactly where that was taken, over near Zara's Cafe, looking at the front there. This photograph was taken by a good friend of mine, Jim Bonser from Iowa, a pastor there, a good friend of the ministry. And we had special permission a couple years ago. We went down there and spent about half a night shooting this photograph and a few others. And this is a half-hour exposure. You can see the stars are going in a big circular pattern. Near the center of that, just above the arc, you'll see one single star. That's Polaris, the North Star. And the Polaris, or the North Star, is within a degree of this point in the sky we call the North Celestial Pole. To the eye, and even to this photograph, it's going to look like the North Star stays still and all the other stars spin around it. Now, less known is the fact that that angle that it makes with the northern horizon is equal to your latitude. So at the arc, it's around 38, 39 degrees. So that's how high that the North Star is. And as I travel around the country and around the world, I always make it a point to look at where the North Star is in the sky. If I can find it, some parts of the world you can't. Now, this was Samuel Rowbottom. He was a 19th century Englishman. He wrote some books, did a lot of lecturing and speaking. He made a lot of what he called the Bedford level experiment. The Bedford level is this region in place in eastern England where the land appears to be very flat. There's a canal basically that's been dug that's very straight, and with no real tilt. There's not much of a current at all, and they've got this long thing that goes on for 6 miles that's reasonably flat. And what he did is he got down into the water there at point A on the right in the diagram, 8 inches above the surface of the water. That's key because if the Earth is a globe 25,000 miles around, then if you're 8 inches above the water, in 1 mile's distance, your view will be blocked by that edge of the Earth. Anything beyond that, sitting right on the water, theoretically will not be visible. So what he did is he had somebody get in a rowboat, and they rowed away from him the entire 6 miles. First mile, of course, he's in view, but beyond that, he reasoned, being 8 inches above the water with his telescope, the bottom of that boat should start to disappear, and the boat should continue on disappearing and disappearing. You can see a flag or a marker sitting up there about 6 feet up in the boat. Well, Rowbottom was able to see that boat the entire length. They said, aha, if the curvature would block out my view of the boat over 6 miles, and yet I'm still seeing the boat, then the Earth must be flat. You see this little red line I'm showing you here draws from the boat back towards the observer, but because of the curvature of the Earth, it's greatly exaggerated here, of course. It exits out into space, moving off on a tangent, so it's not visible. Now, I put down there that the problem is he ignored atmospheric refraction caused by temperature inversions. I don't have time to talk about the physics of all of this, but the speed of light depends critically upon, in air at least, depends critically upon the temperature of the air. In warmer air, the light travels more quickly, and colder air, it travels more slowly. As it turns out, bodies of water stay relatively cool during the summertime because water has a large specific heat. In the winter, it generally stays warmer. That's why if you have a location near a very large body of water, the temperature is moderated tremendously. The Gulf Stream, for instance, moderates the temperature in the British Isles and parts of Northern Europe. If you do this in the summer or in spring on a warm day, the air temperature is almost always going to be warmer than the water temperature. The water temperature will chill the air close to it, so you end up with a layer of very cold air, and the light moves more slowly in that. As it starts to move on that tangent, leaving the cooler air into the warmer air, it cannot do that. It's going to be refracted or bent downward, and it's going to curve along the edge of the Earth. There's a perfectly reasonable and logical and physical explanation as to why people sometimes get these results, as Rowbottom did 150 years ago, 180 years ago now, there on the Bedford level. Oh, I got a photograph here of a drawing, a depiction of the creation of day 2. You have there on the left Jesus the Creator, of course, according to Apostle John in the New Testament. And you have there the earth, and it's surrounded by this expanse, this rakia, firmament, the King James says, around the earth with waters above. That's very clearly day 2 creation. And I want you to look at the shape of the earth. Do you get the impression that it is flat? No, you get this distinct impression it is a globe, it's a ball, it's a sphere. Now, where did this depiction come from? It comes from a Bible that belonged to King John the Good of France. Now, we know how old this Bible is because I think it was in the year 1356. He was defeated by the English in the Battle of Poitiers, and this was taken by the English as part of the prize and spoils of war. And we think the Bible was actually put together around 1350. This is 150 years or so before Columbus's voyage. So again, by 1350, people clearly were believing the earth was a globe. Common knowledge, actually, in the West. So I would like to talk a little bit about some of the supposed biblical arguments for a flat earth. I don't have time to do all of them. I will talk about the rakia. That's a Hebrew word. This is something that God made on day 2. Its purpose was to separate the waters above from the waters below. People have debated exactly what those waters above are, and we'll continue to debate that. But this appears to be the cosmology of the Bible, if you will. Now, on day 4, 2 days hence, from the day 2 creation, God put the luminaries, or the lights, in the sky. He said he made the greater light and lesser light. He made the stars also, and I think that's referring to basically all astronomical bodies. There's a reason why I would say that. Many flat earthers today want to use the word star in the modern context and enforce it back on what most people throughout time thought stars were. For instance, the planets were stars, as it turns out. Today, we still sometimes refer to them as, say, the evening star or the morning star. I've taken some photographs and put photographs up of some planets recently, and I refer to them as stars. Why? Because that's what they look like in the sky. I've had people recently ask me about this very bright star in the evening sky. It's Venus, folks. It looks like a star, and I have no trouble calling it that because that's what it looks like. Now, in the early translations of the Bible into English, they translated this word rakia into firmament. However, many more modern translations translate it as expanse, and there's a very good reason why they do that, because that's probably the best meaning for the word. I happen to know several world-class Hebraists, people who really not only know Hebrew, but they know probably 18 to 24 other ancient related Semitic languages. And by knowing the full range in all those other languages helps you to understand what the Hebrew means. And they say unanimously that it means expanse. It doesn't mean this hard thing up in the sky, despite what many flat earthers try to claim. Now, they also argue, flat earthers say, well, the earth was made before the sun. How can that be? Well, we've always believed that the earth was made before the sun, several days before the sun. That's not a problem. All right, doesn't automatically mean that the earth is a globe or it means it's flat. It just means that the earth was made before the sun. No problem at all. I don't understand what the point about that one is. They're saying, well, God, if he made the earth first, it can't be a sphere orbiting the sun. Well, why can't he? He is God. He can do what he wishes. Now, ultimately, you have to ask the question, if the Bible teaches the earth is flat, then shouldn't there somewhere be in the Bible some sort of verse that says something like the earth is flat? But there is no such verse. There is no such verse that says that. Now, what flat earthers do is they take a number of passages, number of verses, and they choose to read them in a manner that's consistent with a flat earth. And then they say, aha, this is the meaning of what the scriptures say. And I'm saying, well, no, you're going to be hard-pressed to find any Bible scholars, any Hebraists, anybody who's going to agree with you on that. Sometimes they'll say, well, those are just man's ideas. Yes, but you are a man too, so why should I believe you when you know very little about these things and these other people know far, far more than you do? It doesn't really work. The complaint that they're merely men works both ways, you see, but somehow flat earthers don't seem to realize that. Now, one verse the flat earthers love is Isaiah 40:22. That's one of their favorite ones. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. They say, aha, circle. A circle is two-dimensional. It's a flat plane. It is a round thing, equidistant points from a center in a plane. Therefore, a circle, this means the earth must be a circle. Aha, the earth is flat and round, as you can see here. Well, if you want to take that definition of the word circle, your particular peculiar definition of it, and you want to impose it upon ancient Hebrew, well, that's fine. But again, that is eisegesis. What does the Hebrew word there refer to? Well, it refers to something round. Now, is a circle a two-dimensional thing? Is it round? The answer is yes. Is a sphere, a globe, a ball, is it round? And the answer is yes. So both are round. And the word here is a bit ambiguous. It can refer to something that is a two-dimensional circle. It can refer to something that is a ball. They try to argue, the flat earthers do, that it means only a circle and not anything else, and that simply is false. Some flat earthers, and I can't believe they go here, they point out the earth having four corners. Well, does it have four corners? Let's look at it. Isaiah 11:12. It says, he will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Or how about this, Revelation 7:1? After this I saw four angels standing at the four corners of the earth, holding back the four winds of the earth, so that no wind might blow on the earth or against any tree. Again, the earth, Scripture says, has four corners. There are no corners on a globe. So therefore, the earth is not a globe. It must be flat. Case dismissed. Slam dunk. We're done. As I said, I can't believe some flat earthers actually make that argument. Which is it? Is the earth round or is it square? Well, at least one flat earther in the 1890s, Orlando Ferguson, kind of split the difference. He had what I call here the roulette wheel model of the earth. It's square with angels in the corners, but then there's a round portion in there, and it's kind of, I call it the roulette wheel because it's kind of high in the middle and kind of dimpled like this, like a roulette wheel is sort of shaped. That was his model, and some flat earthers today, at least half-heartedly, talk about this one. I think most flat earthers, however, realize that the four corners talked about twice there in the scriptures, once in the Old, once in the New, are references to the four cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Even today, we talk about weather of the wind, for instance, coming out of the west, southwest. Well, you're relating it to four cardinal directions. That's the way most of us understand this. Okay, what about the ends of the earth? There are 28 times the phrase ends of the earth appears in the Old Testament. For instance, Psalm 67:7, it says, God shall bless us, let all the ends of the earth fear him. They say, aha, if you go to a globe, you go around and around and around that globe, you will never reach the end of that globe. So this cannot be talking about a globe earth. But if the earth is round and flat like this, there definitely is an edge. We call it the ice wall of Antarctica. Slam dunk, the earth is flat. Well, hold on a minute. Let's look at this just a little bit. I've got it underlined there. There's a parallel passage here. It says, God shall bless us, and then let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, I ask you, if it's talking here about the ends of the earth being a physical edge, then you're talking about geography. Can geography fear God? No, it's not talking about geography, it's talking about people. Here's another one I can't believe some flat earthers use. The tree of Daniel 4. They read Daniel 4:11. It says, the tree grew up and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. They say, aha, on a globe. If you have a giant tree grow up, no matter how tall it gets, half of the earth can't see it. It's on the other side of the earth. But if the earth is round and flat like this, then you can have a tree anywhere on the earth, and people can see this tree. Well, let's dig into this. This is not a standalone verse in chapter 4. It's actually part of an entire narrative and nicely encapsulated. The entire 4th chapter is a complete narrative of an event that happened to Daniel there in Babylon. And we can look at this. It says, the previous verse says this, the visions of my head as I lay in bed were these. I saw and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. This was Nebuchadnezzar talking, the king, and he was having a dream. Several points I want to make. It was a dream. I could have several verses listed there, verses 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 18, and 19. That many times it says it was a dream, it was a dream, it was a dream. I think we can be pretty certain it was a dream. What the current flat earth model, this is a diagram that I've seen on many of their websites. Again, you've got that circle disc there with a dome over top, and you've got the stars there. And what happens every day is that the stars, the whole sky spins around. You've got this axis right here above the North Pole, and the whole thing spins around. Now, right away, you'll realize that if it's all spinning around, then nothing is rising or setting. They're just going around. And if the sun is up there, then why don't we have daylight all the time? In fact, how can flat earthers explain day and night? Well, it's very simple, they say. You have the little dotted circle there representing the motion of the sun throughout the day. And the sun is a spotlight. It shines down a conical shape of light like this. And so when we're under that cone, we see daylight, and we're not, it's dark. So this is a little video that shows, illustrates this nicely. This came from a flat earth website. The little white thing over in the dark, that's the moon. The bright thing and the light, that yellow thing, that is the sun. As it goes around, and notice it's going to be night for me, then day, and then night, and then day, because I live in North America, and then night. And notice as it does that, the sun gets progressively closer and farther from my location. For right here, it will be very close. Here it will be far away. Here it will be close, and there it will be far away. So throughout the day, and throughout the night for that matter, the sun's getting progressively closer and farther away from me. If the sun's closer to me, it's going to appear larger to me. If it's farther away, it's going to appear smaller. That's pretty clear stuff. That's what we call perspective, folks. Flat earthers like to use that term. I hope they understand at least a little what that means. More distant objects look smaller to us. So I tested this claim. I tested this 3.5 years ago. I took a photograph of the sun at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time when the sun was 8 degrees above the horizon. And then I took another photograph of the sun at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That was local noon that day when the sun was as high in the sky as possible. And so I did the numbers on this. I determined from the figures I had that the sun ought to appear 6.4 times larger in the second photograph. I ask you, look at those two diagrams, those two figures. Are they the same size or not? This in itself disproves the flat earth model. Other examples of false claims. They say that the North Star is visible well into the southern hemisphere. I've been to the southern hemisphere 10 times, looked for the North Star. It isn't there. I could tell very easily, looking all night, the North Star is never going to be visible much south of the equator. Flat earthers stopped making that claim because it's blatantly false, as anybody who's been to the southern hemisphere can testify is the case. Another one is the circular patterns of stars throughout the night can happen only on a flat earth. I've seen both of these claims made repeatedly by flat earthers on the internet, and both are completely wrong and false. If you're going to position yourself on the earth, I can put a star there on that little circle. It goes from stars on the left to stars on the right. So if the dome is spinning around like this, then stars are going to go in a circle. Now, if you are on the axis of that circle, that is along that red line that passes down to the North Pole of the earth, then the path of the stars will look like this. It will look like a circle. But what happens if you get off that axis, say over to where I live in the United States, or maybe South America or Australia? You're going to be viewing that circle obliquely like this, and when you view a circle obliquely like this, what shape do you have? You don't get a circle anymore, you get an ellipse. And the farther off you get, the more elliptical it looks. Only at the North Pole on the Earth would you see stars going in circles around the skies. You would not see them Ordinarily, you'd see them all doing this if the Earth is flat with a spinning dome over top. But this is what you see. I took this photograph myself. It looks very much like the one Jim Bonser took. The same sort of thing. You're only seeing a half-hour exposure, but if you went completely through 24 hours, it'd be complete circles. There are no ellipses showing up here. How do flat earthers explain lunar eclipses? Well, they try to point out that lunar eclipses have been seen with both the sun and the moon in the sky, and that actually happens occasionally. It's called a selenelion. They try to impugn that this isn't possible. Well, it is possible because refraction can raise, if the sun and the moon are low in the sky, can raise them up about a half degree. But beyond that, that's atmospheric refraction. But the sun and the moon and the earth shadow are not points. They actually have a physical extent. Every lunar eclipse, there's a region on one side of the earth, a real thin strip, where the beginning of the eclipse is observable at sunset, and on the other side, where the end of the eclipse is observable at sunrise. It happens at every eclipse that this happens, lunar eclipse. You need excellent weather, and you need no obstructions and a good clear view of the horizon in both directions. That's asking a lot. I've never seen a selenelion. I'd love to see one, but I've just never had the opportunity. I've seen plenty of lunar eclipses. Now, notice, however, in all of this that flat earthers don't offer any positive explanation. They just simply try to chuck rocks at the conventional cosmology. Well, that's fine. You're wrong, but that's fine. Come up with your own explanation for lunar eclipses. What about solar eclipses? Well, they don't explain those either. They say something comes in front of the sun, but they don't ever seem to know what it is. They're just convinced that the conventional understanding is wrong. I get so tired of talking to flat earthers about this. I ask the question, what caused the lunar eclipse, and then what caused the solar eclipse? How far away is the sun? All these kind of questions. And the answers I get is, I don't know, but I know what it isn't. They define the world in a very weird way. They define the world in terms of what they don't believe or don't know, in terms of what they do believe or do know. It's a most strange way of looking at the world. They claim the moon is a transparent disk. You can see stars shining through it. Again, that is not true. I've watched a number of lunar occultations where the moon passes in front of a star, and when it does, the star disappears. You can't see it shining through. And they make that claim anyway. Again, that's another false claim that they make. I have a photograph here. This is the star Arcturus. I've got an arrow pointing to it. Hopefully you can see it on the video there. And there's the moon. It's the first quarter phase. And after about another 20 minutes, the moon moved forward. There's the rest of the moon, by the way, because it's half lit and half dark. And a little bit later on, it moved forward and it covered up Arcturus. Arcturus is not visible there. Excuse me, not Arcturus, Aldebaran. I misspoke. If the Earth is flat, then nothing can orbit the Earth. So there are no satellites, and the moon doesn't orbit either. It just goes in big circles. You can't break through the glass dome, so there's nothing there. There are no satellites. There are no astronauts, and we haven't been to the moon. Except I know of at least 2 Christians who walked on the moon. Actually, they came to Christ later, but Charlie Duke and Jim Irwin. Jim Irwin is now deceased. But I contacted Charlie Duke a few years ago and I asked him, look, would you give me a quote on this? He said, sure, be happy to. He said, I was a lunar module pilot of the Apollo 16 mission to the moon. We launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 16th, 1972. We left Earth orbit for our 3-day trip to the moon about 3 hours later. As we maneuvered our spacecraft to dock with our lunar module, the Earth came into view about 20,000 miles away. It was an awesome sight. As you can see in the photo, the Earth is obviously a sphere and not a flat circle. As we journeyed to the moon, we could look out our windows and see a smaller Earth, and each time we would see different land masses, so it was obviously rotating on its axis. Charlie Duke, Christian astronaut. Or consider Jeffrey Williams. He's more recent. He spent a lot of time on the space shuttle, took a lot of photographs of the Earth from the space shuttle and space station, and he had a book called The Work of His Hands. I have a copy of that book. It's marvelous photography it has, and he has many pictures of the Earth, some of them showing clearly that the Earth is a globe. No tricks here, no fisheye lens. This is actually a picture. What is the motivation of the flat earthers? I think some are undoubtedly well-intentioned. They mean well, they really believe this, they're convinced of this, but they're just wrong. I think some are doing this as a prank, and they're literally having quite a bit of fun, quite a bit of amusement at the people who are taking this all too seriously when it really is just a prank. I'm also convinced that some out there are just doing this for malice. They're attempting to make Christians look foolish and to discredit Scripture, and the people who want to argue the Earth is flat from a biblical standpoint are doing their bidding for them, and that is hurtful. And it really hurts me to see people do that. Well, if you want to learn more about this, I have written a book. It's called Falling Flat, A Refutation of Flat Earth Claims. We have it available from Answers in Genesis. We also have a DVD called Faith on the Edge. We didn't produce this, but I'm in this and a few other people, done by the Creation Guys, and we carry this product as well.
Hey guys, my topic today may seem unnecessary, but there is actually a lot of misunderstanding about what the Bible teaches on this subject. Atheists like to point to this as proof that the Bible is flawed, and a surprising number of Christians actually believe it too. But does the Bible really teach that the earth is flat?
That your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. Comparing spiritual things with spiritual.
So, there are a lot of reasons that the flat earth theory is wrong scientifically. For instance, the theory basically ignores simple, easily verifiable scientific facts like the Earth's spherical shadow that is cast on the moon during lunar eclipses, or the visibility of different stars in the northern hemisphere than what are visible in the southern hemisphere, or the curvature of the Earth, which is why you can see much further from the top of a mountain than you can from a flat plane, because you have a better vantage point to see further beyond the curvature of the Earth. Flat Earth arguments routinely ignore basic scientific laws like the effects of gravity and physics, and atheists argue that the Bible supports these claims and is therefore untrustworthy. Now, this is actually a very different issue from the evolution-creation debate. The theory of evolution deals with what is called historical science, meaning it's not possible to recreate, observe, or test this theory. The shape of the Earth, on the other hand, is 100% testable, observable, and provable. So, in this case, we're talking about actual scientific fact, not just the unprovable claims of unbelieving scientists. So, when flat earthers claim that the Bible supports their theory, they are actually using the same argument that atheists use to discredit the Bible, and they are both wrong. The Bible actually doesn't speak to the shape of the Earth at all. Here's a list of the most commonly used passages that are said to teach a flat Earth. You may notice as we consider these that, with the exception of only one, all of these passages come from the prophetic and poetic books of the Bible. These are genres of scripture that are noted for being filled with symbolism and allegory, a point which flat earthers ignore when quoting these passages. In verses like these, it's very important to examine the surrounding passage, considering the context of the verse, as well as the implications of the original Hebrew words of the book. Let's examine a few of the most common of these. Let's start with an example from the book of Revelation. Chapter 7 speaks of the four corners of the earth. This passage must be studied properly. It is a prophetic passage that is heavily symbolic. The four corners here are linked to the four winds and the four angels that are also mentioned. The four winds obviously refer to the four directions from which winds come: north, south, east, and west. So it's reasonable to assume that the corners also refer to directions, not edges. The word corners was an idiom back when Revelation was written, just as it is today. You could say, I've searched every corner of this town for my lost puppy, whether the town is rectangular in shape or not. What the Bible is saying is that these angels will be around the earth in every direction, prepared to pour out God's judgment during the end times events. You may have heard that Isaiah 40:22 speaks of he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. This seems to suggest that the earth is a circle, not a sphere. But is this really what the verse is saying? First of all, a circle is an accurate description of the earth when seen in 2 dimensions. Even in the flat earth model, the earth is not a circle. It's technically a very thin cylinder. Also, this passage is clearly not literal. God does not literally sit on top of the earth. Finally, the word circle is translated from the Hebrew word chug, which refers to being surrounded or closed in, especially on the horizon. It's literally saying that God is present everywhere around you in every direction on the horizon. This interpretation also fits with the point that the chapter is making about the awesome power of God. Job 26:10 says, He hath compassed the waters with bounds. Does this teach that the earth has boundaries? Well, first of all, this verse is a recording of a statement spoken by Job, who only a few chapters earlier was asking God to kill him. Clearly, the words of Job are not to be taken as equal to the word of God here. The Bible is simply giving us an accurate record of what Job said. Secondly, this verse says that the waters are bounded, not the earth. And the waters of the earth do have boundaries. They're surrounded by land. This is not contrary to a spherical earth. Job 38 says, "Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days, and caused the dayspring to know his place, that it may take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it?" Does this teach that the earth has ends? Clearly, as is typical in these poetic books, this is a figurative language. The verse describes the morning grabbing a hold of the ends of the earth and shaking it, like a garment, to remove the wicked from it. This is actually figurative of how men love darkness rather than light, and one day Jesus, who is the light of the world, will return to rid all darkness from the world. Also, the word translated ends here comes from the Hebrew kenef, which refers to an extremity like a wing, or in this case, the picture suggests a sleeve of a garment. Even flat earthers don't argue that the earth has wings or extremities. Here's one you may have heard. Psalm 93 says that the world is established that it cannot be moved. This actually appears to be a prophetic psalm speaking of a future millennial reign of Christ, after which there is a new heaven and new earth. Also, the word move here is from the Hebrew mot, which means to totter, shake, or slip. What is being said is that the earth is not going to slip or totter from where God put it. Not that it cannot be revolving in a set pattern around the sun. Rather, God has set it so that it will stay in that set rotation without tottering, shaking, slipping, or being moved from it. Okay, so here's a really bad argument that is made for the flat earth. Genesis 1:2 says, "The Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters." Does this really mean that the earth has a face? Earlier, in the same verse, the Bible actually says that the earth was without form and void. So even if it was teaching that the earth was flat, it would not be teaching that it is the same shape today. But besides that, it's not teaching anything about the shape of the earth. The word face in Hebrew, like the English word, has many different meanings. However, the meaning here is very obvious, and it's used in Scripture this way many times. The word is referring to a surface. The Spirit of God moved over the surface of the water. This is very plain. There are other verses that are used that seem too obviously wrong to even consider, like Matthew 5:35, stating that the earth is God's footstool. This doesn't teach about the shape of the earth. It teaches that God has dominion over the earth. It's under his feet, as it were. If this verse were literal, then we should be able to see God's feet touching the earth somewhere. Now, you might ask, if the Bible doesn't teach a flat earth, then why did the church teach it for so long? This is actually a common misconception of church history that was popularized during the 1800s by two atheist skeptics, Andrew Dixon White and John Draper. They wanted to create the narrative that Christianity held back the progress of science because they wanted to shame the church into accepting Darwinism. They spread the lie that the church had taught that the earth was flat during the Middle Ages. They were so successful that today, most people actually believe that the church did teach that the world was flat. This is simply not true. Catholicism did teach that the earth was the center of the universe, but they actually never taught that the earth was flat. Many of the Old Testament Hebrew scholars did mistakenly believe in a flat earth, but never was it taught by the church. As a matter of fact, around 200 BC, Eratosthenes, the father of geography, measured the angles of the sun from different places on the earth and actually calculated the earth's circumference. Even in Christopher Columbus' day, people knew that the earth was round. Columbus just thought that it was much smaller than it is and that it would be faster to sail to India by heading west. His critics thought that there would be so much ocean in between Europe and India that sailing west would be much further than going around the tip of Africa. In the end, especially because of the two continents in his way, his critics were actually right. Just a reminder, I've posted some great articles about this in the description if you want to study this further. because I realize I'm really only scratching the surface with this video. So no, the Bible does not teach that the earth is flat. As always, the Bible stands up to scrutiny and is true in its entirety. Now, I know I haven't covered every claim of the flat earth theorists. My goal was just to deal with the most popular Bible arguments that they use. Let's keep the conversation going. If you know of another argument for or against the flat earth theory, let me know about it in the comments below. Now, before I go, I want to sincerely thank you for watching this video. If you like this content, don't forget to hit subscribe to support the channel and to see more content like this. I really appreciate it. Also, I want to remind you all that the whole Bible is ultimately about one thing: the redemption of mankind by Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible teaches that all men are sinners and that no sinner can have eternal life with God in heaven because we must pay for our sins for eternity in hell. That's the bad news. But the good news is that Jesus died to pay the penalty for our sins on the cross. Since your sin has been paid for by Jesus Christ, all that is left for you to do is to accept that gift by faith. If you've never accepted the gift of God by faith, won't you do that today?
So I'm going to bring them in, and then we'll start with first Dave. You may know him as Professor Dave Explains. He's linked. All of his channels are linked. He's on YouTube. He should also be on Rumble because, you know, reasons. Dave, welcome. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for being here. And then we've got Austin. You might know him as Witsit on Twitter. He's got a YouTube channel. I assume, I don't know, you should have a Rumble channel too, but their YouTube channels are both linked in the description below. I recommend you hear them both out. And I guess we're going to talk about flat Earth, and we're going to start the clock at the 7-minute mark for Dave, if you're ready.
Sure. Yeah. Just present here. How do
that on the bottom?
Oh, share screen, right?
Yep. If I can actually drop out too if we need more room on the screen, you know. Yep, there's that.
Can we see the slides?
Yep,
you got it all?
Yep. Okay, so ready? I'm gonna shut up. I mean, I'll keep it to, so I got 4:37 now on my clock. So at
cool.
Well, just flip to 4:38. So go ahead.
Okay. So we're here to talk about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Austin is going to pretend to defend the flat Earth. He will do so with two tactics, which I will undermine right now. First, he will pretend that the default position is that it's just totally flat. Just observe and see how flat it is. So the burden of proof is on the globies to prove it is a globe. No, that's false. All of observations since antiquity have only make sense on a spherical Earth. Looking at the sun, moon, stars, only makes sense on a sphere. That's how we've known the Earth is a sphere for 2,500 years. Furthermore, if you deny a globe, most things don't make any sense. Day, night, seasons, weather, tides, Coriolis, geological phenomena like volcanoes, earthquakes, technology, communications, simple things like line of sight increasing with altitude, terrestrial motion, gravity. None of it makes sense if you deny that the Earth is a globe. Speaking of gravity in particular, I know that Austin will be very eager to talk about his electric gravity bullshit. Here are some reasons why that is stupid. He cannot derive 9.81 meters per second squared. He cannot explain why this value is based on Earth's mass. He cannot explain why G varies precisely with Earth's radius and your altitude. Despite electromagnetism being both attractive and repulsive, he cannot make anything significantly massive fall up. And no, his little middle school science project with a piece of styrofoam doesn't count. He cannot explain why there's no discrepancy in the motion of objects with differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic. Cannot explain why there's no difference in activity over differing substances of different conductivities, grass, sand, water, concrete. He cannot explain why things fall at the same rate regardless of elevation. His electrostatic field dissipates with elevation until it disappears, yet things still fall. So, Austin, this is the default position. This is the position that correlates with all observations and every nook and cranny of our knowledge about the physical world. If you would like to make a case for the contrary, feel free to do so, and make sure to bring quantitative predictions. The second tactic he will use is because he knows the flat Earth is so unbelievably indefensible, he will try to obfuscate by turning it into a discussion of geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He does this because he relies on using word salad about esoteric topics in modern physics, like relativity and certain experiments from the 19th and 20th centuries. Unfortunately, though, for him, geocentrism utilizes a spherical Earth. That's right, the Ptolemaic geocentric model that was used from antiquity until Copernicus uses a spherical Earth. So if he would like to change the topic of the debate completely from flat Earth versus round Earth to geocentrism versus heliocentrism, I'm willing to entertain that if he first admits that the Earth is a sphere. And he has to mean it. If he is unable to make that concession, I will continually drag him back to very simple, naked eye observations and basic logic that prove the Earth is a sphere without any understanding of physics whatsoever. Number one, the observations of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise. This makes absolutely no sense on the pizza land. Why would the sky be rotating in opposite directions, just depending on where you're standing? Also, why can't we all see the same stars? If you have a line of sight to a star, you should be able to see it. Both of these make perfect sense on a rotating sphere. You have two celestial poles, and the Earth is rotating, and then we can't see through the Earth. That's why you can't see certain stars. So in the north, can't see Southern Cross. In the south, can't see Polaris. Speaking of the Southern Cross, in order to get the pizza land, he has to take the point that is the South Pole and unwrap it to get the perimeter of the pizza. And that results in total absurdities like these three people all looking at the Southern Cross at the same time, despite looking at completely different directions. That makes no sense at all. Again, on a sphere makes perfect sense where south actually means something, and they're all looking at the South Pole. Number two, day and night and regions of illumination. This is very bad for the Flurfies because in the winter months, they need to take the sun all the way out to the periphery of the disk, and that would result in most of the pizza being dark everywhere most of the time. Of course, in reality, the opposite is true. The edge of Antarctica in these winter months is illuminated almost all the time. So how does the light get all the way over there? And then you don't even have to go all the way to Antarctica. You can go to Ushuaia, which is at the tip of South America, where people live, and that must be illuminated around 70% of the trajectory, while places like Point Barrow, Alaska, experience 24-hour night. In order to try to explain this, they have to make light do things that it doesn't do, and in fact, flat earthers do not ever try to explain this at all. It gets even worse if you go all the way to the South Pole. There is a 24-hour sun there, which completely obliterates the flat Earth, as flat earthers themselves admit. And that is why a rich person lately has been offering fully paid trips to the South Pole so that flat earthers can see the 24-hour sun, and they are all busy crapping their pants trying to make excuses to not go. Once again, on a globe Earth, this makes perfect sense. Day is when you're facing the sun. Night is when you're facing away. Pretty simple. Number three, Southern Hemisphere causes trouble. For years, flat earthers have been pretending that there are no direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere. This is wrong. There are many. Sydney to Santiago is one of them. And this goes both ways, nonstop, in both directions over the Pacific Ocean. And then we have the Antarctica Cup Ocean Race, which is a boat race that circumnavigates Antarctica. They go all the way around every year, and neither of these things make an ounce of sense on a flat Earth. You would have to have, for the flight, the Sydney to Santiago takes this incredibly enormous arced path instead of going the straight line path, and neither of which could be done in 12 hours anyway. And then the boat race would have to go around the entire world, always steering away from Antarctica instead of towards it, which it doesn't do. So all of these observations are very extremely basic, intuitive ways to prove that the Earth isn't flat. Okay, these all obliterate the flat Earth. They prove without a doubt that the Earth is a sphere. Every single one of them does this. Austin is unable to discuss any of these topics. He has no ability to explain any of these observations on a flat Earth, and so he will desperately try to pivot and turn this into a debate about geocentrism versus heliocentrism. Unfortunately, that's not the topic of the debate. If he wants to have that debate, that's totally fine. He must simply concede this debate that we're having now, admit that the Earth is a sphere, and then we can talk about that completely separate other topic about whether the spherical Earth moves or not. All yours, Austin.
Perfect. Hey, let me, perhaps I should have defined Austin, I'll give you an extra 60 seconds, if that's okay with you, Dave, to define what flat Earth even is, or just because not everybody in my audience knows.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. But,
you think so? Should we just go right to the 7?
That the Earth is flat. That's
kind of okay. Just so everyone knows, but also that the Earth is at the center of the universe too, right? Is that one? Are those two things combined?
I mean, yeah, there is no universe if there's right. Okay, it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Whatever.
Okay. Well, no, that's fine. We'll just go right to the Dave's. Or I'm sorry.
Well, wait, what happened?
He just left.
He left?
Well, he might have just. Maybe he'll come back. He might have clicked a button. At
yeah, well, yeah, maybe he accidentally closed the window.
He might have closed the window. Yeah, he might have been trying to add something.
He probably tried to switch tabs to go to a.
Yeah. All right, there he is.
Something.
All right, I'll. There you go. There you go.
No,
you're good. I was like, debate over? What? Okay, I'll shut up and then so at 4:46, you have your 7.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't really make a PowerPoint, but I'll just use the classic one here if you can pop it up on screen for me. So yeah, it's our position is that the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane. This feeble attempt to separate the conversations is disingenuous. That the Earth is stationary, it's in the center of the universe. None of the kinematics or dynamics, even of geocentrism, is exclusive to sphericity. That is just a get out of jail card because he will not be able to defend the claim that we're moving around the sun. To very quickly go through some of this, falsification is independent of replacement. And so what always happens is people don't defend the globe. They just want to ask millions of questions to the flat earthers. And somehow if a flat earther doesn't know the answer, then all of a sudden the globe model becomes true. And then of course the burden of proof is the one making the positive claim. And then shifting the burden is making the other person prove why your claim isn't true. So if I read a book and say all these fairy tales exist, I don't have to prove that unicorns don't exist. Very simple concept that gets overlooked consistently in this debate. Oftentimes we get what's called a straw man fallacy. People say that this is what flat Earth is, and they point and laugh, and no one that I know thinks that it's a flat disk in a solar system. That's ridiculous. Hopefully we can prevent these, but these are the typical fallacies used. Of course, a straw man fallacy, which we just discussed, ad hom, attacking the person instead of the argument, credentials. Oh, you're not qualified to talk about this. Appeal to what everyone else thinks, appeal to authority, poisoning the well, begging the question, shifting the burden of proof. These are always used. Everyone was taught the Earth's a globe when they were young. That doesn't mean it's true. So let's just quickly go through the basic claims here. Claim 1 is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. The second claim is that the Earth is spinning, tilted, wobbling, revolving around the sun, shooting through the galaxy. That's then shooting through space. That is a positive claim. And then the third one is that the Earth is in the vacuum of space. The heliocentric model has the burden of proof for these claims. So attempting to remove the burden and pretend that it's just automatically granted to you at the beginning is not how logic works whatsoever. And then one would say, wait, isn't saying the Earth is flat a positive claim? It is, of course. And so then we would have the burden of proof, and we have fulfilled that, right? Actually, this right here is a specular reflection. Any convexity or concavity of the water, if it was curving, you wouldn't be able to get a specular reflection because it will cause what's called a diffused reflection. If we move on here, we have actually verified the Earth is flat in many ways. Radio waves can be sent over 10,000 miles. Amateur records show that they're sent thousands of miles at all frequencies far beyond the geometric limitation of the globe. Here we have a distant mountains observed from 167 miles away at less than 1,000 feet. So the target hidden height should be almost or over 11,000 feet, but the mountain's only 12,000 feet. We should only be seeing roughly 1,000 feet of the mountain. Clearly that's not the case. Here we have another one, 168 miles. Target hidden height is almost 12,000 feet, and the elevation is entirely 12,000 feet. So we should not see the entire mountain. This is a major problem because you're going to have a problem trying to invoke refraction here, and hopefully you do. This used to be the world record longest distance line of sight. Of course, that means you're a direct line of sight to what you're observing. The world record for the longest photo. Here we have a target hidden height of 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest mountain is 12,000 feet, which means that the mountain should have been thousands of feet below the curvature. Here's another one, 271 miles. Again, the entire mountain should have been obstructed by over 3,000 extra feet. Here's another one, 250 miles. you get the idea over and over. The mountain should be obstructed except for just roughly 800 feet here. Here's another one, 241 miles. Almost the entire mountain should be hidden. And then it goes on and on and on. Here is a very important observation everyone ducks away from. If you look in the top left here, you see you can't see the mountains. These are called Canigou Mountains. You cannot see the mountains. So when people say, can you see what you'd be able to see forever if the earth was flat? That's a ridiculous straw man. Even within a globe paradigm, you'd have to admit you can't see forever because of something called attenuation. The light gets absorbed into the medium. We cannot see the mountains until the sun gets behind it due to the intensity of the light from the sun. You now get a silhouette, and we can see the Canigou Mountains. These should have been completely obstructed. You can buy a plane ticket right now for 2 specific days of the year, and you'll know that you'll see the mountains because of a silhouette based on where the sun sets. So I guess refraction is just colluding with the calendar and with the atmosphere to make the earth look flat over and over. Of course, it's a silhouette. Refraction affects light, not the absence of light. Here to address his straw man about the geocentrism thing, these are projected onto a plane. These are literally azimuthal projections. So to say that it requires sphericity is ridiculous. Here we see that all the paths of the planets fit right within a Ferrocell magnet torus field. Okay, what a coincidence. And to address this misnomer that sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth and they just go behind the curve of the Earth, that is also not true. Here we see the sun disappearing above the horizon with a horizontal line blocking the bottom of it far above the horizon. This is proof that the sun can disappear up above the horizon due to atmospheric conditions. Of course, we have tons of assumptions when it comes to the military that the Earth is flat. Specular reflection, again, I'm going to kind of speed through these, but specular reflection, you see that just a small concavity or convexity in the water actually causes what's called a diffused reflection. You'll see here in the left. So you actually need a flat surface to have a specular reflection. We see these over long distances consistently. So we'll just skip over here. So, and then of course, the globe claims that the horizon is a physical, tangible surface, and it is not. It's literally a horizon that is apparent. That's why it is where the sky appears to meet the ground. So here we can get into some of the specifics here, but of course, also on a globe, the horizon should drop down and away from you as you increase altitude. What we see in reality is it rises with us, which is a major problem. So long story short, the entire globe model depends on the accuracy of the claimed radius value. And if that radius value is wrong, the entire model is wrong. So in closing, what I'm going to say is, again, falsifications independent of replacement. The literal default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane. The globe says, well, yeah, but it's so big it looks flat, and it's so big that based on the angular rate of motion, you can't tell that it's moving. Could that be true in theory? Sure, but that is a concession that the default position based on empirical evidence and observation is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, hence why we utilize it as such for all military technology, etc. Therefore, to make a claim that everything is antithetical to that, you objectively and logically have the burden of proof. And then we'll get into a lot of the things that he mischaracterized my arguments regarding throughout the debate, hopefully. But yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you for the opener. I want to give you both. What do you think? Like, I assume there's one or two things that both of you have said or that strongly disagree with. Other. Do you want me to open it up to just give you both a 5-minute period for rebuttal?
No,
or do you just want to leave it open?
We can dig into it.
Okay. Why don't what was the first particular topic maybe that Dave you want to poke around?
Well, Austin is denying this idea. He's insisting that the default position is the flat plane, empirically, observably, everything observable. Okay, so explain the observations from antiquity that I told you. How are you getting the sky to rotate in opposite directions depending on where you're standing? Let's start with there. How observable is that? How does that fit with your default?
This is what always happens. Instead of providing evidence that the surface is curving, you're saying, well, but if it's not, then how does this happen?
No curved surface. You said the default position, flat plane. I'm asking you on your flat plane, explain the observations of the celestial sphere. In the north, you get counterclockwise rotation. In the south, you get clockwise rotation. Explain that to me on your default flat plane. Explain it.
Yeah, so the counterclockwise and clockwise direction is super simple. It's based on looking different directions. Your better question is, why does it go around a singular point, is what you're trying to say.
No. I'm asking about the direction. I'm asking about the direction.
It just looking opposite directions would make them go the opposite directions. They all go east to west.
If you put a clock on your ceiling, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Tell me which way you can face.
Not analogous. The stars drop.
No, it is though, because the hands on a clock The hands on a clock
You
go
don't get it.
clockwise, right?
You don't get
hands
it.
on
The
a clock
stars
go clockwise.
drop due to perspective, so we're actually looking out towards them, not directly up.
Well, it
Did you know
depends on
that?
your latitude, right? Depends on your latitude. If you're
So
at
do
the
you
equator,
agree-
if you're at the equator, they're going from horizon to horizon.
Wait, do you
You
agree
look
that if
straight
I was looking out and something was spinning one way, and then I looked at it from the other direction, it looked like it was spinning the opposite
No,
way?
it
Yes or
wouldn't.
no?
It wouldn't.
Okay,
That's why I
so-
said, you just said, if I put a clock on the ceiling, right? Which way, I'm asking you, which way you just said, if something is spinning one way and you look a different way, it'll spin another way. So I'm asking you, put a clock on the ceiling. Which way can you face that'll make the hands appear to go counterclockwise?
You
Which way?
obviously don't comprehend what I'm saying,
I
Dave.
think
but
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Do you agree
easy
that
to
things
understand.
will appear to drop due to perspective?
Why are you talking about perspective? I'm talking
Because
about
you
look
don't
up the
understand
sky.
it. So
no, you're
if
trying to obfuscate.
no, I'm not. If the stars are above me
Let me help
on
you
a plane and
me
I
help you
look out, they're going to look like they're dropping down, which
Look
means
at
I'm
this, buddy.
looking out at. You don't even understand basic stuff, dude.
Look at this. Hang on. Where's the camera? Which way is this turning? Which way is this going, buddy? Which way is this going?
I don't know. Which
do you
way
mean?
is it going?
Yeah, which way is it turning?
Who cares?
do you mean, who
What is
cares?
Why
Tell
are you obfuscating away
Is it
from
going
what I'm saying?
counterclockwise? No, I'm talking about exactly what I'm talking about. Is this going clockwise or counterclockwise? Come on, just give me the answer, buddy. You can see it.
To be fair, the webcam is mirrored, so it might be.
Oh, it is?
I think so. So
Well, I don't know, and I don't see what's the relevance.
I see it going counterclockwise. I see it going counterclockwise.
Yeah, that's how it.
That's going counterclockwise, right? Just say it, Austin. Just say it.
It looks like that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we keep it turning.
Do you think I don't understand the concept?
No, I'm showing you, and I'm showing all the viewers. Look, which way is this going now?
We all get the concept.
Going clockwise. So if you're standing up here and you look at the sky, you see it rotating counterclockwise. If you're down here, you see it rotating clockwise. So admit that this phenomenon makes perfect sense on a globe, and on a flat Earth it doesn't, which is why you're rambling about perspective and all these other things.
No, there was no rambling. You incessantly interrupted me explaining it because you know you can't
No, because
actually
you're
allow me
trying
to
to
say.
change the subject.
Okay, let me.
I'm not.
Let me try this. If this is okay, can we start with? Because you guys are both super familiar with this. Let me toss out. So people can dip a toe. One of the biggest conversations that goes back and forth. Both of you talked about this in your videos. Is in a flat Earth. Dave's video points out that there are some issues where, for example, the sun is coming around, right? And we know because we live here that one area of the world is in perpetual light, the other is in perpetual dark. This would be non-congruent with a flat Earth. So what is the flat Earth position? Am I describing that fairly, Dave? I'm oversimplifying.
Sure. The flat Earth cannot explain the region. That was my second point, that it cannot explain the regions.
That's what I was
of
trying to
illumination.
remember. Yeah. Okay. So what
The
is
regions of what?
The regions of illumination, the parts of the Earth that are day or night at any given time.
Yeah, but I know you know the answer. So I've
Yeah,
heard
that-
the answer given to you.
The viewers
No,
don't
but Dave
know
knows the answer. So something
The
called
answer is that if you're facing the sun, it's day, and if you're not, it's night. That's the answer.
Dude, I'm gonna enlighten you, bro. If you don't allow the other person's point to be made, you didn't win anything. No matter how much coping's going on in the
waiting
chat.
for you to make a point. Go ahead.
Okay, it's called a coffee cup caustic. It's a literal physical effect that can be replicated. The light will actually bend around the rim of any type of containment. It can literally be demonstrated and shown to perfectly replicate the seasons, the perfect light distribution on a plane Earth. You're objectively wrong. You've had this presented to you, and now you're back here in front of people pretending you don't know what it is.
Who has presented this to me?
Dave
If you
Weiss
guys
did. I
could-
watched it.
No, Weiss floundered like a buffoon. That's why you guys all call him controlled opposition now. If you could demonstrate this, you'd all have videos demonstrating
Coffee.
this.
There are
showing you the
literally
model.
hundreds of them.
No.
Coffee cup
I'm not
caustic.
talking about, shine it and, it kind of does a thing, sort of. I'm talking about show the precise regions of day and night over several month period, right? Have it exactly precisely align with where it
It's
is
literally been done multiple times,
Okay.
Dave.
Sounds like an empty claim to me because I've never seen it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you have.
So okay, hold on. So Austin, give him a second to explain his side. So you're saying the what most people see is that the daylight is predictable, and daylight nightlight is predictable based on what is believed that the orbit, the current belief about the Earth's orbit in a flat Earth. Yeah, the rotation. Yeah, in the flat Earth. Just let him finish. Dave, you get 2 minutes. can you describe?
Oh, me? What?
No, sorry. I'm going to shoot it back to you for 2 minutes, but give Austin 2 minutes to describe what he's talking, because I just want you guys to remember, like, the audience doesn't know what coffee cup, whatever it is, right? So remember, okay, but remember, you're talking to like normies.
Sure. Okay, so
that's what I'm asking. So Austin, you have 2 minutes. Describe. Okay. We talked about how the sunlight stuff goes on. So 2 minutes, and then Dave, you get 2 minutes.
Okay. So if you type in coffee cup caustic, which I will literally I'll share the screen. And Dave has been shown this in his debate.
Stay on point, though. Stay on point.
Oh, okay. I am.
Answer my question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just Google coffee cup caustic. If I have a coffee cup, if I took the lid off of my coffee cup and then light was shining in from the window, what will happen because of the rim is the light will hit inside the coffee cup and wrap around the entire rim. I can take this little flat earth model right here and do it live. I'd have to cut all the lights off, and since the windows are open, I can't. So it's very simple to explain it. There you go. It wraps around. Now, if you apply this to a flat earth, you will be able to perfectly replicate the distribution of light that gives us day and night, depending on the proximity of the source of light. It's easily done. Everyone knows that, and you can look it up. If you're new to that, that's fine, but just look it up, right? And the way that we determine sunset time is with the equation of time, which uses the apparent sun. It uses the mean of the apparent sun. So we don't even use the globe model and a physical location of the sun to determine sunset time or day and night distribution. In the real world, we use the equation of time. So you can replicate this on a flat earth. It goes in the globe earth and flat earth basket. It isn't exclusive to either one.
Now, how does this, and I'm going to kick it over to Dave after this question, but I watched his debunk video, which is a little bit older, but has a zillion views. So congrats on that. But there's like, let's say you have this coffee cup caustic, right? And his claim is that there's like perpetual night, daylight in this spot and perpetual night in this spot, right? Am I representing that accurately?
Yes, near the solstices, there are places with 24-hour night and 24-hour day.
So how does that figure into this?
Yeah. Look, okay, I'll share the screen so everyone can see it.
Okay.
Does that work? We'll just do that. So I gotta find which one it is. Here we go. Okay.
I got you.
Okay. If you see here, this is a demonstration of the coffee cup caustic. Okay. That's what this is. So if you look, you put a dome over at the top of the flat earth, you're going to take a light source. It's going to give you see the distribution of the equinoxes and the solstice right there below it. Now watch what the light does. Now look at it wrap all the way around the outside. Okay, this is called coffee cup caustic, meaning if there was a container on the earth, it would literally have to do this. It would have to do this. And yes, all the mathematics has been shown, and I could pull that up if I need to.
Well,
so the math has been shown.
I want to give, while you pull that up, I'm going to give Dave 3 minutes to respond because we went over. So I want to give Dave, I'm kind of keeping it rough, but just try to keep some semblance. So I want to let Dave respond to this.
I don't need 3 minutes. It doesn't perfectly match. It's just a very hackneyed demonstration that kind of sort of makes a shape. They're not showing any kind of actual model that directly correlates with all the positions. So number one, it absolutely does not correlate with the times of day and night, doesn't do it. But second of all, it also creates gigantic problems because in order to get this, you're pretending that there's this dome, magical dome or whatever the hell you're talking about that's giving this effect, which number one isn't there, right? You cannot demonstrate that this dome is there. But number two, it creates other problems because if you're saying that the sun is outside of this dome, then you don't get to have the sun inside the dome for the magical explanation for tides and all these other things that don't make sense on a flat earth that you're pretending that the sun and the moon do, right?
Yeah. Now, when Dave mentions this is another point of contention. I just, you guys are going at it, but I just want to keep everyone else in the loop. There is one of the points of contention is whether or not in the flat Earth model, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, is whether or not the sun is inside or outside of this hypothetical dome. Because in one case, it's responsible for the tides and this, that, and the other, and then the other case, it's responsible. What is it? Tides and what did you?
Storms, everything.
Yeah.
Right? Coriolis.
So what is
storms rotate in opposite directions depending on the hemisphere?
Oh my gosh.
So okay, all right. So Austin, I'll give you. Go ahead and respond to that.
Okay. Yeah. So we don't know what's above us because you can't freely just shoot stuff up as high as you want to. Okay. And GPS cuts off over a certain height. It's all militarized. But there could be layers to it. I don't know if you've ever thought of that, Dave, but there could just be layers. There could be multiple layers. And yeah, we know the sun affects things here. Tides don't work. You just gish gobs. Tides don't even work in your model. You can look up a paper by a Harvard paper, a century of tidal theory failures.
Gotcha.
Okay. It's very simple. But this was if the whole debate is just, hey, let's just start spamming Austin with questions of how would this work on a flat Earth. That's not a debate. You're supposed to support the claim the Earth's a spinning ball. I showed direct falsification of it in my PowerPoint. So avoiding that is totally disingenuous.
Like the rotation of the night sky, depending on latitude, and you can't answer. You just say the word perspective and run away.
So Dave,
no, I got 3 words out and you interrupted it.
No. You were free to answer. That's all you could do.
Let me.
You remember we did the whole thing with the clock on the ceiling, and you have no idea what you're talking about. You said that,
fellas. Let me do. Okay, I'll play ball. I think that's fair. Why don't I give Dave and Austin both blocks of time? Dave, defend your position. I'll give you 5 minutes enough, you think?
No, we don't need to. I mean, longer chunks of time are just time for word salads, right? We need to actually.
All right, defend that the Earth is a globe, and then when you're done, I'll pass it to Austin and let him defend that.
Well, I mean,
right?
look,
that's what you're asking for, Austin, right? So I'm gonna do that.
I want him to rebut the specific falsification of the globe, where we see things from hundreds of miles away that should be obstructed by literal miles of vertical curvature, including silhouettes.
Pick one thing. Pick one thing like that. Okay, so that is the question.
Okay, the question is, why do we see too far? And the answer is, we don't. Sorry, they're all lies. Every time you do a picture like that, you're lying about the distance, you're lying about the elevation, right? The altitude from which the picture is taken. You're just lying, right? All of these things.
What is the picture you're talking about? Is this a picture where it's like, oh, here's a mountain that's
they just take pictures and like, look at this thing that's so far away, we shouldn't be able to see it. Or like, here's the Chicago skyline from across the lake, well, we shouldn't be able to see it. They're just always lying. They're just lying about the distance. They're lying about various.
Bro, those were everyone I showed was from a professional photography website that has nothing to do with flat Earth, with all of the information listed.
Austin,
your model doesn't claim that the distances are wrong. That isn't your model's answer.
No, you guys just lie. You guys just lie. That's all it is. You just lie about how far away things are and how high.
It's a professional photography website. It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well, can you share one so people can see what you guys are talking about? Please.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone you want, as long as Dave agrees that it looks good. Share one that you think, Austin, that you think. I'm trying to, share one that you think supports your position, and then Dave can debunk the photo, or he can share his criticisms of the photo. And while he's looking that up, I want to give everyone a chance, let you know. I'm joined here by 2 creators, 2 commentators, both Witsit Gets It Done on YouTube. Linked in the description is at YouTube at Witsit, and as well as Professor Dave. Also enjoyed your Terrence Howard video because I think he actually is legitimately insane, but that I don't know. But the
expected virality on that one,
yeah, that was all right. Yeah, but both guys create content. One of the people in this room are banned from Twitter. I don't want to name names, but the otherwise you can find them on Twitter or Dave. Is there somewhere else where you want people to look for your stuff other than?
Nah.
Okay.
YouTube.
One of these guys in the room is also propped up by all the algorithms.
All right.
I make popular content, man. I make popular content because it's funny.
Wait. You're prioritized by the algorithm.
No, I'm things that people like to watch are prioritized by the algorithm.
If I Google Witsit Gets It, you
guys
come up.
So few people are stupid enough to fall for a flat Earth, so nobody watches you guys.
Dave, listen.
Interesting.
If I YouTube Witsit Gets It geocentrism, a literal stream I did, you pop up. Can you explain to me why you're popping up when I search for me? Okay, let's not play games.
Let's try it.
YouTube admitted in Congress they deprioritize flat Earth content because it's misinformation. So what?
I don't get it. I got, if the Earth is flat, what's under it? Shorts.
Yeah,
solar system from Earth's perspective.
Of course, because it's heavily censored. It doesn't mean it's true, but we don't have to play this game that you're not propped up.
Jeff recommends popular content, but I make very good, informative, educational content.
Look at that. What do you? Wait, go down. What do you have to do with Witsit Gets It geocentrism? What does your video have to do with it? You just proved my point live for the whole entire audience.
Maybe I put the keyword geocentrism in there. I don't even remember what my keywords are.
No, you didn't.
You don't know what my keywords are.
I know for a fact you did it. So anyway,
you don't have access to my YouTube
because I've tested this because you're the number one propped up anti-flat Earth. Dude, they admitted in Congress that they consider it misinformation, so they deprioritize it and they prioritize the information correcting the misinformation. That would be you, according to them. So they prioritize you. If you look up anything flat Earth related, you get Professor Dave. Okay, we all know that content blows the rest of your content out. That's why you got so many tens of millions of views.
Look, I have 1,500 tutorials. Do we really want to talk about my education?
No, bro, I'm not even. I hope good luck, brother. I'm not hating on you or your success. I'm just pointing out.
No, you definitely.
I'm literally not, dude. If you make $400 million, I don't care. I wish you would. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just pointing out, bro. I'm just pointing out.
Awesome.
The objective fact that it's C-part.
Awesome. I love you, but hold on. Now, here's a picture that Austin shared. Nobody denies that this picture exists. Austin, what do you say this is showing? Now, remember, I keep bringing it back because people who are watching aren't as balls deep as you guys both are in the topic. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So this is just a picture to me. What does this show?
Okay, so this was the world record at the time. It's been beaten now for the longest line of sight photograph ever taken. This is a mountain called Pic Gaspard. Okay, and it was so now on a globe. If I look out, the Earth should be curving and blocking things in the distance, similar to how I can't look around a corner, right? If I look, it's like looking at a hill. So if based on your height,
taken at 12,000 feet, though, right?
Correct. Right. So what you do is you pull up Earth Curve Calculator, you put the observer height in, and then it'll tell you where the horizon will be, and it'll tell you how much of the target hidden height there is. So this is from the Earth Curve Calculator, official calculator. And if you look at it, the observer was 9,000 feet up. The target hidden height, meaning how much Earth curvature should be there, is 16,000 feet. And the top of the tallest part of the mountain is only 12,000 feet. That means the top of that mountain should be 4,000 feet below Earth curvature.
Okay, and then Dave, what do you say to that?
Two things. One, I cannot verify any of those numbers. Those could absolutely be fabricated by you. And number two, we're not doing any of the math. So those are two things that are not being verified. So instead, let's talk about something purely conceptual and intuitive. Why can we see farther with elevation?
You're on the screen. Be careful.
What happened?
I know.
Awesome. Okay. I was just saying,
this guy's just denying basic math.
I put my own home address on when I didn't realize it, so I was just telling.
I get you. Good look.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Let me finish the thing I was saying.
Go ahead. Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
So we can't verify any of these numbers. So instead, let's just talk about something very simple and intuitive. If we are looking at something at the horizon, if we go up in elevation, we can see farther. That is not intuitive on a flat Earth because that actually increases the distance to the horizon, right? If you're going up, now there's an additional distance, right? If you get a hypotenuse, that's always going to be longer than the leg there. So why can we see further with higher elevation? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that's insanely incorrect. So you change your angle of view.
Correct. Okay, so just to address the point, right?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Within 7 seconds. He made a claim
you're
that
here
it doesn't
and you're
make any
looking
sense.
here.
It's
if you go up, this is
math.
even farther now, right? If you're here and you're looking at something here and you go up in elevation, that thing is now further away from you. So why can you see further with additional elevation?
Because you're increasing your angle of view.
Increasing your
didn't know that?
You can see how can you see a further distance? We're not talking about an angle, a further distance. How can you see?
Because now you're changing your angle of view, so you're increasing your angular resolution and the things that you can pick up in the distance. Also, the ground ramps up due to perspective. Dude, just imagine, just think about it simply. If I was on a flat floor and I laid my head down on the floor, as I start to stand up, I'm going to be able to see further along the floor because my angle of view increases. This is again not exclusive to a globe Earth. And you deflected away from the observation that refutes the globe again?
Because I can't verify any of these numbers or the math. They're just lying about them.
Okay, so if the numbers are correct, then you concede it refutes the globe?
Probably not. No.
Okay, then answer it as if because these are not my numbers.
Okay, I don't know that.
Everyone at home's going to be able to go look it up. It's a official professional photography website.
I want to let you guys both know. At the start of the show, I did a poll. Just so it's with about 3,000 votes, it's 65% Globe Gang, 35% flat friend, which I thought I'm going to run it again at the end because I thought, this would be fun and a fun experience.
Well, nobody's going to change their mind here.
Well, you're probably true. So you've watched online debates before, Dave. So the yeah.
Well, no, not really. He brings his flat Earth, people, and they're impervious to facts and logic, so they're not going to change.
Says the guy that says ducking a picture.
Yeah, I'm ducking a picture because it's a picture, right? I'm talking about very simple physical concepts, right? I'm talking about observations that we can all agree on, like the observation of the celestial sphere rotating counterclockwise versus clockwise, that you cannot explain, that only makes sense on a spherical Earth, that we used in ancient times to prove that the Earth is a sphere. That's why sphere is the default position that you're trying to undermine by talking about.
But hey, real fast, can we show some intellectual honesty? I understand that you don't know these numbers, and fair enough. Okay, if you want to verify them, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I'm asking you in good faith, if the numbers were correct, which they are, what would be your response?
You can say if the numbers were correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's an intellectually honest question, and it's actually disingenuous to avoid addressing the evidence just with the cop-out that I can't verify the numbers right now.
It's actually really not, because when you have an entire model that is all interconnected and all observable phenomena are explained by that model, one singular datum, like one photo, is not going to be powerful enough to undermine an entire model. If the numbers were true and if the math wasn't fudged, then I would say, okay, there's probably some kind of atmospheric effect or some kind of thing that I am not aware of that is making us see a little bit further. Maybe it's something that particular day. There's a particular humidity, or it's clearly over water that's going to increase the atmospheric refractive effects. None of these observations are ever done over land. I think that's why. Same with the skyline of Chicago. They're always done over water for you guys. So there's something clearly, just one singular explanation that is missing. And that's why one datum is not going to undermine an entire model that explains every single thing about the world that we live in, from everything we see in the night sky to geological phenomena to just absolutely everything in our world, right?
So hand wave dismissal, red herring fallacies, appeal to possibilities. That's your rebuttal. Okay, we can move on.
Fallacy, name a fallacy, fallacy.
Let's move on.
Do you know that fallacies are important, Dave?
Now, I know that you guys name random fallacies to pretend that you've won something when you didn't.
You literally appealed to possibilities. You said there's probably something that could possibly be happening. You literally did a textbook appeal to possibility. It's all good.
You're pretending that one observation is worth more than thousands upon thousands of observations every single day.
I showed 10. It doesn't matter. You're just affirming the consequent and reifying your model by saying it explains everything. What about the micro?
We see too far.
What about the long distance radio waves? What about when we shoot radio waves line of sight?
That's
thousands
called
of
sporadic
miles.
E propagation. It bounces off a layer of the atmosphere.
Okay, that's called skywave propagation.
Okay, hold on.
Sporadic E propagation.
Everyone's had their say on that. Okay, let me ask you. Another thing that I found fascinating as a normie is the contention between the what do they call you, Dave? A glober?
I don't know.
What is the name?
Heads, globe. I don't care.
And then so the globe people and the flat people is the idea that's one of the things that I saw Austin talk about and you talk about was that essentially 5,000 years ago, there was a different North Star. And the question around whether or not the stars move, because that is actually paramount to the idea that the Earth is rotating around the sun versus the Earth being the center of the universe. So Austin, I'll go to Austin, then I'll go to Dave, and then next time we'll start with Dave. So in the flat Earth model, is it that the stars, can you explain the stars thing to the layman in the flat Earth model?
Okay. Wait, the star thing? Like the question you just asked about the star moving or something else?
Well, I thought, maybe I misunderstood. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the flat Earth mindset was that the stars did not move. Is that not true?
Sure.
Am I wrong about that?
Okay. Well,
or correct
the
me.
claim. Yeah. There is a claim that the North Star used to be a different star, and it's a very vague, ambiguous claim based on like architecture. So there's no actual legitimate evidence verifying that. For all legitimately recorded history, we have Polaris. But there is something called a kinematic equivalence, which sure that sounds fancy, but it's not.
Hold on. I know you're explaining it, but you didn't add. So is it? What is the flat Earth position on stars? Do they move or do they not move?
They move every day. That's called sidereal rotation. If you mean over time, there does seem to be a slight progression of the stars. But what I'm trying to explain is that isn't exclusive to the Earth moving or not moving, right? It's called kinematic equivalence, which is what relativity is about, relative motion. It's like, oh, is the plane moving or am I moving? You can never tell. That's what the globe model says. So anything that moves in the sky could by default not prove that we were the ones moving according to the official globe model. That's the point I'm making. It's called a kinematic equivalence. So whatever the stars are doing, because we can't go back thousands of years and verify if the North Star was different, whether it was or wasn't, it doesn't prove the Earth is moving.
So, Dave, your response to that?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, the North Star became Polaris in like 600 CE or something.
6,000 years ago or something. Yeah.
No. Way more recent than that. Polaris. It was Thuban in the times of the Egyptians. Became Polaris. So that's well documented. But furthermore, we don't need to do that. We can very accurately observe Milankovitch cycles. We can see the precession of the rotational axis happens every year. It could be measured, and then there's parallax and all these other things. But that's not really what matters, because again, he's trying to do this thing where he doesn't have to where he's pretending that geocentrism doesn't assume a spherical Earth. When the argument was going on in the Renaissance, early Renaissance, about geocentrism and heliocentrism, we knew that the Earth was a sphere. So every time he does this kinematic equivalence thing, the kinematic equivalence he's trying to refer to is whether the Earth goes around the sun or if the sun goes around the Earth, not doing little donuts on a pizza land. That's not an equivalence. Those are not equal things. We're talking about one going around one or the other going around the other. Those are the two things. So geocentrism, you often try to defend a geocentric model. It assumes a spherical Earth. That is an actual model that can, to some reasonable precision, describe the motions of the celestial objects and put them where they're supposed to go and predict quantitatively where they're going to be. Flat Earth doesn't have that. You don't have any model. You don't have any way of saying this is where the planets are going to be. This is when an eclipse is going to happen. Any of these things. You absolutely cannot do any of those things. That's why I told you in the beginning, if you want to defend geocentrism, that's totally fine. We can talk about how we know that the Earth moves, which is a completely different topic from knowing whether the Earth is round or flat, because geocentrism uses a spherical Earth.
Okay, response to that, Austin.
Okay, so what's happening is I'm specifically addressing the singular point in your gish galloping. No. So, like, do you want me to address everything you just said, right? Like, for one,
kinematic equivalence has nothing to do.
How about this? Just I'll throw it right back to you real quick. Why is geocentrism exclusive to the Earth being a sphere?
Because it's a model that works. Flat Earth doesn't work. It doesn't explain anything we see, like the observations of the celestial sphere that you keep running away from. You cannot explain why the stars rotate one way in the north and the other way in the south. You cannot explain that.
All right, I'm going to take my time back and let me respond to everything you said, because you didn't answer. So the answer is that it's not, because with everything...
You didn't answer. That's fine.
You didn't. You just started talking about star trails again. So with everything going on in the quote-unquote universe, you said universe wouldn't exist. No, maybe not as you've defined it, but with everything going on, all the quote-unquote planets, everything moving around, the Earth's shape doesn't matter. You just project that. Relative to your projection, you create a transform relative to your projection or your assumption of motion.
Observations of the night
Buddy,
sky.
I let you finish.
Here.
Chill out. Okay. So
let him finish. Let him finish, Dave.
So the truth is that all observations have shown that the Earth is stationary. We have the cosmic microwave background, which showed anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution of energy, which is the exact opposite of the heliocentric prediction, and intersected on the Earth. The 23.4 degree axis was on a non-local observation. Dude, define word salad.
You're just using words. You're trying to pretend that cosmology proves the Earth is flat. Then all cosmologists would be flat earthers. Do you have any idea how insane you sound? No, it's not. You're pretending to understand cosmology. You're pretending.
What did I say that was word salad, Dave?
No, I'm saying it's word salad because it is word salad.
I like I said that was word salad.
We're talking about the shape of the Earth. You're defending a flat Earth, which we figured out it isn't true in 2,500 years ago, and you're trying to talk about modern cosmology to try to talk about this when you can't even explain naked eye observations of the stars in the sky.
Okay, look, they're directly related. The idea is that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning sphere that revolves around the sun. The alternative is that the Earth is a geocentric, stationary plane. Both of those are directly related.
Sphere, that is a stationary sphere, was the alternative. Prior to heliocentrism, we thought that it was a stationary
Stop interrupting.
sphere.
Hold on.
You keep going off the rails. I got to bring you back to what we're talking about.
Hold on, guys. Okay, I'm getting some flack for allowing too much interruptions. That's on me. I know that both of you feel passionately about this, but please try to keep that to a minimum. But I do want to say, most importantly, I think it's really important and really cool that both of you took time out on a Saturday night to get online and do this and stream. And I just want to thank, I just want to give a shout out. I don't care who people back who are watching or whatever, both channels are linked in the description. Witsit gets it or Professor Dave. Ideally, you'd subscribe to both and consume both people's content and make up your own mind. I just want to before emotions heat up too much, just say, hey, I appreciate you both being here. I know that it's a weekend night. Can I, if you'll allow me, I'm getting called a coward for not bringing up The Edge, apparently, which is, I assume, one of the more controversial opinions. And Austin, I think it's fair for you to say, hey, I showed up and I'm the one that has to answer. I'm the one that has to defend all our positions. But I also think that's a result of the fact that the spherical Earth is the commonly accepted opinion.
Sure.
So I want to be fair, and I'm not doing awesome at it, but I'm trying. So I want to say, if there are specific positions against the sphere or against that you want Dave to answer for, I want to give you that opportunity. But one thing that is what I found fascinating today was the idea of the ice wall or Antarctica. There's a lot of craziness around that, because what I thought, just being unbiased, trying to be unbiased, but I guess being honest, that is very hard for me to believe. Because people can literally go to Antarctica. I watched a lot of Flat Earth video. I told you guys before, I watched almost 8 hours, and I was like, these bastards better show up, because I spent my whole Saturday watching Flat Earth videos. But I was watching the Antarctica thing, which is a common talking point, and people go there all the time. So what is the Flat Earth position about the rim? Basically, that's what people in chat are asking that. What's going on the edges in the Flat Earth? And then Dave, I'll give you a chance to. Is that okay? I'll give you a chance to respond to that. Okay.
All right. First of all, to address the first part, I'm cool with asking questions. That's the natural response, because Flat Earth is so out of left field for most people.
Yeah.
But that's more of a normal conversation thing, not a he's supposed to be debating me thing. But it's all good. Okay. I'm pretty chill.
I can let you guys just go at it too, if that's what you want.
No, it's cool. I'm going to answer your question. Okay. This is the typically held position. You cannot freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude, which is a ring around the outside. So to independently and freely identify and verify what all is out there is not possible. Do people go there? Yes, you can go on approved guided tours. Most of the time, it's just a couple locations. They say it's super dangerous. I have a friend this is anecdotal, but a former NASA employee was stationed there for 6 months. He's a flat earther. It's admittedly the highest elevation on Earth. So when people say ice wall, there are videos and pictures of what you would call an ice wall. It's the highest elevation on the Earth.
Highest elevation on Earth in Antarctica.
Highest average elevation. So not like Mount Everest, the highest average elevation of a continent.
Okay. That might be.
So we're saying we don't know what's there. And oftentimes people get this straw man. It's like flat earthers say you can't go to Antarctica. People go there all the time. No, we're saying you can't freely and privately explore it, right? If I let you in my house, but you couldn't go upstairs, you couldn't tell me what was upstairs, right?
A sex dungeon. I would know.
So are you going to go with Will Duffy to the South Pole? He's paying for you.
I told him when he first emailed me, before I even knew who he was, that I was open to going. I had specific parameters. which is that they can't take my words out of context and make a hit piece like they always do, that they have to be forthcoming about all the funding and all the stuff like that. And I said I would go. I have no reason not to go.
Hold on, Dave.
What's up?
Can you explain the Will? Because I know about the Will Duffy thing, but most people watching.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was getting these emails and not even knowing who he was, so I didn't reply. But he was this guy, Will Duffy, has been emailing flat earthers and people who make flat earth debunking content about paying to bring some people to the South Pole to observe the 24-hour sun.
He's like some eccentric billionaire guy, right?
I don't really know anything about
guy.
him, and I don't know how much money he has. I don't think he's a billionaire. I think he has enough money to pay for a couple people to go.
Because I will go. Like,
Yeah,
I'll
I
do
mean,
the South Pole tour.
I wouldn't. I have things to do, but I would love for some flat earthers to go and see the 24-hour sun. And most flat earthers are already making excuses. Weiss is saying he doesn't want to go because he's evil, Satan or something. I don't know what he's talking
Austin
about.
said he would go.
Okay. That's great.
And Dave's position was that he doesn't respect people that are dishonest and hide behind anonymity and stuff like that. So whatever, I said I would go because, dude, I'm not scared of anything. You know I'm a flat earther?
Did he contact you?
Yeah. He sent like a mass email. And when I saw it, I responded. I said, dude, look, I'll go. It has to be transparent, honest. People have stolen money. They claim on their videos they're going to fly us. And then we contact them. They're like, I'm not going to actually fly you. That's just for my YouTube video. But he still has a GoFundMe up to make flat earthers look bad. So I said, if it's honest, I'll go. I'm not scared of the truth, dude. I'm a flat earther because you can go see mountains from hundreds of miles away consistently. It doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up. So anyway, and
can I bring it back?
I don't know how that's going to manifest, but as of now, it looks like it could be me and Jaron going with, I guess, Dave McKeegan or something. But
I give you.
And when we don't see the 24-hour sun,
what are you going to have to see? So if you go, all right, right here and right now, you go, you see 24-hour sun, you come back, you make a video, because look, I saw this in Dave's video. I feel like I've saw you, and I have also. Everyone's been wrong. It's not like a big deal. I'm not saying you are. But I'm saying, what will it take? Like, if you go down there and you see 24-hour sunlight, you'll come back and say, "All right, cool. I'm cool. It's global. I'm a global guy now." What would it take if you went to the South Pole for you to change your mind?
If I saw a 24-hour sun that does a 360 around me, like the Go predicts, I would readily admit that doesn't.
What's a 360 around me look like?
Like the sun should just do a full circle around you and never set, just like it does in the north in the midnight sun. It should do the same thing in the south.
What does it look like in Alaska when it's light for 24 hours there?
It literally does. If you're far enough north, you can just see the sun do a full circle around you, which is what the flat Earth predicts as well. What's up,
Dave? Do you have any issue with that? I don't know. I've never been there.
No, great. I can't wait. I really hope they go, and then when they come back, that's the end of flat Earth, because that will be it. And
let me finish what I was saying.
Okay.
Yes, it would match the globe. I would step back and be like, whoa, I don't expect it to. So I would admit, that's weird. That matches the globe. That's not expected on the flat Earth from my understanding, blah, blah, blah. I'd openly admit it.
Isn't that what you just did to me about the photograph, or I was thinking of another explanation?
What? No. I didn't even say that yet, but maybe. But a more definitive test actually is to charter a plane, fly far enough south, have multiple mechanical gyros spinning up that maintain rigidity in space. They should tip over as you go, and then it should flip over. So it should tip and flip based on the curvature of the Earth. If, say, that test and the 24-hour sun was actually manifested, which I don't have high hopes for, if I found out for sure the Earth's a globe, I would be the first one to come out and admit I was wrong. Because that doesn't prove one thing doesn't prove is that we're flying through space. It doesn't prove any of this other nonsense.
Okay, well, let me ask this. So, I feel like Austin's been on a bit of the hot seat. So let me pose a question to Dave. I watched a bunch of your videos today. I actually really appreciate. I can definitely tell you're a teacher because all of your PowerPoint slides gave me PTSD back to my college days.
I'm good with slides.
Yeah. I actually, when I was getting my master's degree, I still had a professor that used overhead projectors that he had written in the 70s.
Old school. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've heard the terminology around flat Earth several times in your videos about grifting, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the grift? What is the grift in saying that there's a flat Earth? Can you kind of describe that? Because I don't see a lot of these flat Earth guys being giving me money. What is it?
It's just a little cult, and there's super chats, and they do the conferences and all these things. That's all it is.
So it's
not like a huge grift. It's not like Scientology or something, but
okay. We all agree Scientology is a huge grift, right?
I hope we all agree that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, flat Earth doesn't make you money, bro. I get demonetized all the time. I'm deprioritized. I had to lose a 6-figure job offer because I had flat Earth videos online.
Okay.
It is if you were going to grift, why would you pick the thing that doesn't make money?
Because you're
like, it doesn't make
a better grift. If you could do I've been debunking Billy Carson and some of these guys on the Rogan thing. That guy actually makes money lying about archaeology and ancient aliens and stuff like that. That would be a smarter grift.
Okay, anyway, but this is the problem. People are going to get so triggered that like Dave's not being forced to actually address his improper claims.
Okay, well, what is
I'm just going to be real.
No, he's right here. He's right. Okay, hold on, Dave. All right. What is it? Articulate the question that Dave has not answered, and then Dave, the floor is
all
yours.
ears.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like I explained earlier, when we looked at the cosmic microwave background, it actually showed that there was, he called this word salad, anisotropic.
Wait, what is it? I just want to, we're not all, so what did you say? The what microwave?
It's called the cosmic microwave background, CMB, which is just, you send something up high in the air and you read the electromagnetic radiation. There's the visible spectrum of light, then there's the non-visible spectrum. It's pulling in all the data from the light that you can't see with your eyes.
If you've ever researched flat Earth, you know this image, right? Dave's seen this
Probably,
image.
yeah, most people certainly
to do with flat Earth. I mean, this is cosmology.
No, hold on. But hold on, Dave. Okay. Hold on. Just let him. Yeah. Just let him.
It's about is the Earth moving or not? So in the current model that the Earth is flying around the sun, the universe, whatever, all the energy should be evenly distributed. That's called homogeneous, and it should be isotropic, meaning it has no preferred direction. Okay, but what they saw was that it was inhomogeneous and anisotropic, and actually the part that had a preferred direction intersected on the Earth. And they ended up calling it the axis of evil. And then what they saw was that this anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution of energy was actually on a 23.4 degree tilt, which was supposedly the Earth's tilt, but it was observed way beyond our quote unquote galaxy, which means it could not have been the Earth tilted. So it's a major problem. The CMB matched the geocentric model.
Okay, Austin. So you're talking, so this image, right? The CMB model, right? You're saying, how does this, one thing I'm a layman, so I feel like I'm speaking for just regular people who are watching. What about this should Dave talk about when it comes to the sphere heads? So when you talk about the microwave, whatever, how does this relate to flat Earth is what my question is.
This is just about if the Earth is geocentric or not. If the universe is geocentric.
Okay, so that's a different conversation then, right? Because
it's not though.
The planet could be yes, it is, because the planet could be a sphere but still be geocentric.
It could be, yes, that's right.
Okay, so it is different.
The point is that the mainstream model we were all inundated with was that the Earth is a spinning globe. So the alternative is that the Earth is a stationary plane. And what always happens is the people that believe in the spinning globe, they want to avoid the burden of proof for both of those things, curvature and motion. And if they think they can say, what's an eclipse? Then somehow they don't have to explain all the evidence that shows the Earth's not a spinning globe. And that is illogical.
Austin, how do you explain eclipses? You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. So
I don't wrap this one up first. I mean, let's not jump topics here.
Okay, I'll shut up. You're right, Dave. Thanks for keeping me in line.
Yeah. You can go whatever we want after this, but no, this is what Austin relies on. This is why he's so incapable of doing.
But what does it supposedly prove? I'm sorry. So what does
that the Earth's in the center of the universe?
Got it. Okay, Dave, respond.
Okay. So no, it absolutely doesn't. Otherwise, cosmologists would all agree that Earth was at the center of the universe. Right? This is all freely available information that you're finding on Wikipedia. If this demonstrated what you're saying it does, that would be the consensus among people who study this for a living. It is not, and that doesn't do what you're saying. You're just saying it does. This is what you do, right? You need to talk about esoteric aspects of modern physics because your viewers don't understand what you're talking about, and they just believe you, instead of talking about very simple things, like which I want to keep bringing you back to. Why is it that people looking in different directions can all see the Southern Cross at the same time? Very simple, intuitive things. These are what we should be discussing.
Sure. Okay. So hand wave dismissal, appeal to consensus, and appeal to authority.
You're just lying about what it says. You're just lying about what it says.
You said if it said what I said, all the experts would agree. The consensus is that there is no the consensus is that there's
homogeneous. The CMB is homogeneous. This is common knowledge.
The consensus is that there's no legitimate explanation that's agreed upon for it. and it was originally rejected and then redone and showed the same unexpected results, and then done again and shown the same unexpected results. That's the actual truth. There isn't a legitimate consensus answer from your paradigm. Doesn't matter. When you want to keep talking about the stars, you said look different directions. Just like when Dave Weiss was talking to you, he tried to tell you magnetic declination's a thing, and you called that jargon and said that wasn't a real thing. You're just making up words.
I didn't say you made it up. I just said he's saying magnetism for no reason because it's nothing to do with what I was talking about. How is magnetic declination going to allow you to see the same thing by looking in different directions? Explain. You go ahead. Go ahead and ask the man what Weiss said.
We're going to see that you didn't follow him then either. And that is that you're talking about directions. You're invoking cardinal directions. How do you determine your directions? So if you're going to use a compass, according to your paradigm, when you get to the south, the magnetic declination gets way worse.
Why do I need a compass? Can I use geographical phenomena? Can I point in a particular geographical direction by known landmarks? Don't we know on a map?
How do you know the exact? First of all, when you're looking at the stars all the way to the Southern Cross, what known landmarks are you going to use?
Anything on the tips of those continents. What are you talking about? You're standing at the tip of a southern continent. Look, I'll give you, let's say you're off by a degree or two. Okay, fine. We're looking a little bit this way, a little bit that way. On the graphic that I showed you, they're looking in completely different directions, all seeing the Southern Cross at the same time. It doesn't make sense. You can't.
First of all, it's not a degree or two, Dave. It is dozens and dozens of degrees. If you go far enough south, it is actually 179 degrees at one point. Meaning,
how far south? Very near the magnetic pole?
Yeah, in your paradigm, which your magnetic pole's in the ocean. But the point is dude, if you're going to say I'm looking south for sure, you're relying on magnetic declination corrections. Okay, but that's the point Dave was making. You hand wave dismissed it. It's just a fact.
I can go outside of my house and look north without looking at a compass because I know which way north is on a map. Do you use a compass every day to orient yourself, or do you just know which way the cardinal's directions are?
Yeah, but in the north we have Polaris to go off of, right?
No. On a map, on a street, walking around the street, you've got a grid of streets, you know which way is north. Do you need a compass to do that?
Well, actually, if you use the compass, it will show you different directions over time. I'm asking you, how do you verify south?
Use geography.
How did you verify the exact cardinal direction of different geographical input? Okay, but let's just, anyway, you don't understand that point apparently, but it doesn't matter.
Or you're just desperately pivoting.
No, dude. You said that it wasn't a real thing, and now you think it wasn't a real thing.
I said you're just bringing up magnetism for no reason because you think that's going to save you. It's almost verbatim what I said.
How else? You're saying the only other way to verify it is to look at geography.
Dude,
okay,
you're pretending that if I'm looking at what I know is south on a map, that I could somehow be pointing basically north or near north. Is that really how much of a distortion you think is physically possible when you're just using a map to look south?
You don't just use, okay, I'm trying to explain to you that in your paradigm, in the south, the magnetic declination gets crazy. In theory, could that be true? Sure.
Where does it get crazy? How close to the magnetic pole do you have to get in order for it to get crazy? How close?
Wherever you're viewing the Southern Cross from is far enough south that the magnetic declination is a significant factor.
Is it though? Because it's not really that close to the magnetic pole.
No, but it can still be 40, 50 degrees magnetic declination in your paradigm.
No,
you can go to magnetic-declination.com and look it up. The other thing is there's something called an azimuthal grid. So we actually see the world in a little azimuth grid. That's how we measure it, right? That's how we measure the stars. We take our zenith, and then we take elevation measurements down to our azimuth. So it gives you a little dome. Now, when you actually run this through a software, you will see that if you had a bunch of stars circling over top of you and you had this little limit of vision that was a dome, you'll actually see the stars appear to converge at a point where they're actually not converging and circle around that point. We have replicated it, so we actually expect it. The problem is we need to verify the exact cardinal direction to even put that input into the software to know for sure, to give you a flat Earth model you all beg for, and it is impossible to 100% verify the cardinal directions that far south. So
hold on. All right, okay.
You have no such model. You have no such thing, or you would have shown it. You would have all been celebrating it in all your videos. You can't.
We've shown it. We have shown it.
Well, bring it up. I'm going to let you bring it up, Austin. I want to say this. Go ahead and take a minute. Bring it up. I want to be respectful of everyone's time, so I wanted to keep this to, maybe 30. Are you guys okay with 30 more minutes? Is that okay? Or
yeah,
20, 30.
20, yeah.
Okay. So are you guys okay with? I want to just pull the pin on a grenade, chuck it in, and back out and let you guys go at it because I'm getting yelled at for interrupting too much. But also, would you guys be okay with the last 10 minutes of the show? We looked at some viewer questions. Is that okay? So can we do 20? Are you guys okay with 25 more minutes or no?
Yeah, I am. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I just wait.
Hold on. You good with 25 more minutes?
Yeah.
Austin, Dave. Okay. So I want to let everyone know. Hey, again, I'm getting a lot of shit for being, maybe interrupting too much, but I just want to let people. I try to pick my spots, but what matters most is that these two gentlemen spent Saturday evening with me. 3 dudes on a date on Saturday night. We obviously could have been out there slaying puss like incredible chads like we are. But make sure you check out their channels in the description below. Witsit Gets It has obviously a wide variety of content available, as well as Professor Dave. Please support their channels, and please, independently, if they have Patreons or whatever, support them directly. Obviously everyone's pissed that I haven't brought up the ice wall, the edge, or the dome. That's the last thing I want to end on. But I did want to ask you about this video. I'm a big SpaceX guy. I'm a big, I'm a big space guy. We're on SpaceX right now. Bro. Starlink. I know. Sorry. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's a lot of it's fake, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what people say. So when we watch this, I won't watch it, but right. So this was the space jump, right? We can obviously see the Earth is digitally or not curved, right? This guy, jumps out. This is when I think flat Earth, because I watched this video like in real time because I'm a space dork. Keep that in mind when we discuss, not that my opinion matters. It's really the viewers' opinions that matter. And then I'll ask them in 5 minutes. So I want to bring up the conversation. Actually, you know what? Is there something that either one of you, Dave or Austin, that you really want to, like, I fucked up and I didn't talk about it? Because you've already given a bunch of your time. Should we not talk about the ice wall and the edge or the dome?
Well, I think I already addressed that. We can't freely probably explore there. It's highest elevation in the world. Some people think that's what it could
you're
be.
talking about. Yeah,
you can all go to the South
you can't
Pole.
fall off the edge of a lake or a pond. We don't know what's beyond it. Could there be more land? Sure. Could there be something containing it that touches down? Sure. We literally can't freely and privately explore it, so we don't know. It's kind of like saying, do you fall off the edge of a lake though? Like, no, Antarctica would serve as the shore.
Make sure you go to the South Pole with Will. Make sure you get over there.
I'm in. So
can we address the Felix thing though, since you brought it up?
Go ahead.
Okay, so
he's talking about the diver, right? The Felix.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it looks like the Earth is a ball, obviously, an extremely small ball.
He's in lower Earth orbit here. He's not.
No, he's not. He's 180,000 feet up, so that's actually very low. And this was sponsored. This is sponsored by GoPro. So this is a GoPro fisheye lens. If you look at the video, the angle from inside the cockpit or whatever you want to call it, you can actually see the horizon's flat. So Neil deGrasse Tyson himself came out and addressed this idea that like people think that Felix was so high that he could see the curvature of the Earth.
That's from the cockpit. That doesn't look flat.
No, that's not. That's from outside, still using the GoPro.
Well, that's exaggerated. You can admit that is exaggerated curvature.
Yeah.
It's on
the curvature's still there.
Yeah, it's on a squish.
Well, you say that, okay, but according to even Neil deGrasse Tyson, you would never see the curvature of the Earth from that height because you'd only be 2 millimeters above a typical blown up beach ball or whatever. But
what about that?
The point that's important here is I've heard Dave say, and I don't watch Dave, so I'll be honest with you, bro, but like I listened to a few minutes of it earlier. I heard you say something.
You should watch your debunkers, dude. That's time well spent.
No, I've watched some of his older stuff. Okay. It's all the same stuff, bro. But anyway, so this is the problem.
That's obliterating your position.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, with all straw men. But look, this is what I want to point out. Dave said that this guy was in his balloon and it maintained the momentum due to the conservation of momentum with the spin of the Earth. So when he fell out, he maintained that momentum.
Yeah.
Felix Baumgartner landed like dozens of miles in the opposite direction.
Well, he accelerated though. When you watch this, he did not maintain his position, right? He
Yeah, but if you're spinning underneath him, why would he fall in the opposite direction?
The opposite direction. What's going on while he's falling? Is there no interaction with the atmosphere? Is there absolutely no change in what's going on?
Well, there's not much atmos up that high. You could say once he got down, he started drifting, if that's what you want to claim. I mean, I actually looked at the weather data. It seemed like there wasn't much wind. I'm pointing out that your claim that he was just following the Earth is patently false. He fell like 40 miles in the wrong direction.
Okay, well, on a
that
flat
isn't
Earth, you're supposed
curvature of
to be
Earth.
going straight up and straight down, so it actually obliterates your position. I don't know what you're gloating about here.
What?
I didn't know this
on
was
a flat Earth,
Earth
it's going
video.
straight up
I
and
didn't know
straight
that.
down. Why would there be any discrepancy in where he lands if it was a flat Earth?
Okay, it wouldn't obliterate my position. We can both agree now it has something to do with wind, and your claim that he was just following with the Earth is ridiculous and stupid
Yeah, just
and
like satellites.
not true.
Ridiculous and stupid. That's obscene. But I think much more importantly,
That was your
what
claim,
you
though.
what you absolutely can't explain is why that guy fell down.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Oh, the
because
gravity conversation.
Electric
I
gravity.
forgot.
Let's
talk
do
about
electric gravity.
Yeah,
Let's talk about it. Let's
because he has weight when he's more dense than the air and he went down.
What is weight?
It is mass times gravity. Mass is volume times density times downward acceleration. Gravity is little g, which is just downward acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared, which you falsely claimed that we can't derive, but you can do that with a kinematic equation, strictly a kinematic equation.
Get me
Yes,
9.81 meters per second squared without using the mass of the Earth.
Literally, you can do it with a kinematic equation. It's also been done with
See it? Where is it?
Yeah, initial height, velocity, and time will give you the same exact 9.8 meter per second value. That's just the effect. Did you know that 9.8 meters per second squared is just the effect? It isn't even like the claimed cause.
What do you mean the claimed cause? It's a value. It's an acceleration due to the mass of the Earth. That's why G changes with radius, with elevation on different celestial bodies. That's why G is different on the moon. It's different on Mars. You think that's all fake, of course, but So, very, very simply, you cannot explain why things fall down. You just can't do it.
I can.
You can't.
Everything. It's more dense than the air, and so the question would be, why is there up?
Why does it go down?
Why is it down? That's your question.
It is less dense too. The air above it is less dense. Should fall up.
Why is it? What?
The
Dude,
air above an
you're
object.
more dense than the air. It doesn't matter if the air above you is less dense than the air below.
Why does it go down? This air is less dense. In fact, this air is even less dense than this air. Why does it go up?
Okay, why would that mean it goes down?
What do you mean, why would that mean? Because the mass of the Earth is the reason that things fall down.
Dude. Helium. Why does helium rise?
Because it's less dense than air.
There you go. It's less dense than the other air.
Gravity pulls the air down more than the helium.
That's
the
what
same
you
reason
think.
a beach ball goes up in the air, in the water.
You're just reifying your belief, and this is what's even funnier.
Reify.
Well,
How is it
listen, dude.
reification? I'm not doing anything abstract and turning it.
Yeah, because you have a
concrete.
concept. You have a concept of gravity in your mind, and you are attributing concreteness to it, and just assuming it's true by treating the concept as if it's actual.
Anything, because I know that it's exclusively an effect based on mass and not electromagnetism, as you pretend. You absolutely cannot use electromagnetism to explain anything that gravity explains. You can't.
I never said electromagnetism. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. This is actually another falsification of the globe. We have a
electricity
uniform.
and magnetism are not part of the same thing. What do you mean, not electromagnetism?
We have a vertical electric field on the Earth, and it has 100 volt per meter increase. It's equipotential increase. It's a vertical electric field. It's a vertical electric field, and it's uniform. And so we have 100 volts per meter. Now that's impossible. That's impossible.
It's not.
Does it increase 100 volts per meter?
No, it dissipates with elevation, which is why Felix can't be falling down due to electromagnetism.
Does it increase 100 volts per meter
for like 100 meters? And
no. No, your model claims it's up to like 50 miles.
Okay, look, even if whatever
you're so wrong about everything.
Why doesn't anything fall up? Austin, why doesn't anything fall up? Electromagnetism is both attractive and repulsive, right? So some things are attracted to the Earth. Why isn't anything repelled from the Earth? Why doesn't it fall up to the other Gaussian surface or whatever you want to talk about? Why doesn't it fall up?
So first of all, radial distribution of a sphere would not allow you to have equipotential parallel surfaces that are 100 volts per meter.
Why does it?
No, I'm finishing my point. And then I'm just letting the audience hear the conclusion of the point.
Let him answer.
So that's the conclusion of the point that Dave previously avoided, which is that radial distribution of a sphere could not replicate what we have on the Earth. But you said, why don't things go up? You mentioned my middle school experiment or whatever you called it, right? Where I actually made something lift, and I did it with iron filings. I did it with multiple different materials, even insulators. So you said that doesn't count, and I can't make big objects.
Yeah,
I can't make big. Okay.
Hey,
did
look,
you know that physics scales?
The bigger an object is, the more charged particles there are in it, right? So the effect should be greater. Why can't you do it with a rock or a person? Why don't we see anything fall up ever?
Because you would have to increase the amount of, say, electrostatics you introduce proportionate to its weight, which is, again, mass, which is volume times density relative to the pressure mediation of the atmos. Wait. My question is,
yum.
Dude, what did I say that was word salad?
All of it. You're just saying words.
All of it.
I'm asking you why things don't fall up.
Words.
In a field, particles of opposite charges are accelerated in opposite directions, right? So why can't you make anything fall up? Why doesn't anything on the Earth fall up? It's a very simple question.
I'm trying to explain it.
A lot of people fail up. I'm just saying.
Fail up.
Yeah. I'm trying to make it. It's really a simple concept. So when you have something that has weight, that's volume times density, okay? That's mass. And then volume times density times acceleration. Little g is just downward acceleration, just an effect. So whenever that's the case, that pressure mediates.
Acceleration due to gravity.
Accelerate.
That's what you guys believe. That's what he thinks, okay? Little g is just the effect. It isn't exclusive to any belief. Okay. Well, everyone keeps invoking little g as if it's proof of, I guess, the bending and warping of space and time or whatever.
We don't even have to go with electricity. Or I
know you can't go that route. Trust me. We know.
Well, no, you can. Relativity is one of the most corroborated theories in the history of science, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's not.
You can just use Newton. Well, it is.
It was falsified in 1933. Fritz Zwicky was off by 99%.
Definitely was never falsified.
Let me ask this question, dude. It's a simple question. You said that my experiment doesn't do anything. In reality, what I did was manipulate the electric field, and then it caused the objects to go up, even though that they were heavier than the air.
What you did was apply an enormous electric field to overwhelm the effects of gravity. You took a different force, electromagnetism, to overwhelm gravity for a teeny tiny little object, Right. Once again, what I just said, a very massive object, a lot of matter, has more charged particles. In my body, there are many, many more charged particles than a tiny piece of styrofoam.
What about
the effect be greater? Can't we accelerate up? Can't we levitate? Can't we fly? Why not?
I just have a simple question. You won't let me get it out because you know you won't.
I just answered it.
Ask the question then. Ask the question.
Okay, I've tried like 3 times. It's simple. You're saying that doesn't count because I can't do it with bigger objects.
Yeah.
Do you know that physics scales?
Yeah, so a larger object, more charged particles, the effect should be greater. Why doesn't anything?
So you agree though that if I do the same principle on a bigger scale, if I increase the force proportionate to the object, I would be able to make things go up. And your claim that you can't do it with bigger objects is completely ridiculous, non sequitur.
Countering gravity. You would be countering gravity. I'm just
reifying gravity again.
Stop saying reification. Do you have any idea how dumb you sound when you say
reification?
Reification?
Hey, come on now, come on.
Okay.
You're just begging the question over and over, dude. You're just saying, I promise.
Fellas. We're bringing it home.
You can only do this with a Van der Graaf generator because you are applying an external field to overwhelm gravity. You're saying that out there in the world, it's all electrostatic. So we shouldn't need a Van der Graaf generator. Out there in the world where this is an electromagnetic effect, and we know that electromagnetism is both attractive and repulsive. Out there in the world, why doesn't anything fall up ever?
Okay. First of all, depending on the environment, say like your hair will stick up during thunderstorms. Bumblebees literally do something called non-contact pollen detachment. They fly over top of the flowers and the pollen levitates. Literally, there is naturally occurring phenomena that's based on the electric field of the Earth. You're saying we're adding an external force? No, we're manipulating the force that's already. Let me finish. We're manipulating the force that's already there. I didn't add anything. Everything that exists is electrostatic. Right, which is on the smallest scale is 10 to 36 power stronger than your belief in gravity. And all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic. That means all objects that exist are held together by that. So you're acting like I'm adding something that wasn't there. No, I'm just manipulating what was there. Now you do the same thing with your belief in gravity. Isolate gravity and prove it's true.
Yeah, things only fall down. That's it. Well, I'm asking you why things don't fall up. All you're doing is citing, a bumblebee does something. These are all teeny tiny objects where electrostatics can overwhelm the effect of gravity. Why doesn't a rock fall up, or a person, or a car, or anything ever?
Let me ask this.
Because the pressure mediated by the density relationship and the way makes it go down. It's pretty simple.
Okay. I feel like you both
Those sure were words.
Okay, so
dude, that's pretty bad look.
Well, hold on.
It is a bad look for you.
All right, hold on, gentlemen. What I want to say is that you both have been extremely well behaved and entertaining, and I want to let the viewers, of which there are many thousands, get in for a few minutes. But do I dare bring up Cavendish? Do I dare bring up, because that is a point of contention, right? Of that matter attracts matter, right? That disproves gravity, right? Like I'm a very large fat man, very attractive young, but not young. Why did I say young? That's creepy. Very attractive thin women are often attracted to me. But let's actually not go down that. Let's not go down that road. It's probably too complicated. I want to let people.
Yeah, because everything's electrostatic. It's way stronger than gravity's claimed to be.
Yeah,
but they shield for electrostatic.
If you have a lot of questions like that, it's like, we can have a conversation in the future, man, whether it's streamed or not.
It's maybe down the rabbit hole too far.
I just want to this is the only thing that I really want to know, Dave, before we move on, bro. Like,
all right, go ahead.
You said you didn't think the numbers were correct, whatever, you dismissed it. Then you said maybe there's some type of atmospheric effect. Do you agree, though, that refraction is the bending of light, which means that a silhouette can't be refracted because it is the absence of light?
What?
Can a silhouette be refracted?
If you're seeing something, there's light traveling to your eyes. So
but the mountains,
there.
The mountain should be below the curve of the earth, right? But we're seeing the silhouette once it gets backlit, which means you need a line of sight to the physical object blocking the light.
I don't know, man.
So we falsified the book.
I saw a thing, therefore everything we know about physics and science in general is wrong. It's just not going to fly.
Dave concedes defeat. You heard it here first.
Okay,
You've conceded the earth is flat. Everybody knows now. Dave conceded.
It's so easy to go against flat earthers. Just dismiss all the uncomfortable evidence and ask about
It's not uncomfortable evidence. You just make up bullshit.
Like just ask about random things that we were taught when we were 5. Like, well, then how does this work? And like, whatever. I mean,
I ask you very simple things like why does the night sky rotate in opposite directions in opposite hemispheres? You have yet to answer that. You have
answered it directly.
Okay, go ahead. Repeat that.
If you look a different way, it'll rotate a different way.
I said, first of all, you have to verify cardinal direction, which when we go to the south, we actually use immense magnetic declination correcections, which could be skewing where you think you're viewing. That's just a
celestial pole. Looking at the celestial pole with your eyeball.
Let him finish.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, and then scalping. It's just word salad. He's just saying words to deflect.
Dude, stop using the term word salad. You don't know what it means.
It means you're just saying words that aren't saying anything, which is what you're doing. That's what it means, and that's what you do, right?
But you can never give specific examples of when I did it.
Just now, what you just did. I'm asking.
I said that magnetic declination.
What does that have to do with
in the south? What?
What does it have to do with what I'm asking you?
You have to determine your cardinal direction, and then the second part is because magnetic declination corrections are immense in the south.
You're confused
that
about
makes
what I'm
it very
asking
difficult
you.
to verify cardinal direction.
Directions thing. I'm asking about rotating counterclockwise versus clockwise. You have yet to answer that.
He's going
okay. You need to determine.
Just so the viewers know. Hold on. You guys are both being really great, by the way. Like you're being very respectful, and I appreciate that. Dave, I believe, is going back to his literal.
The first thing I said.
The very first thing you said. Yeah, the globe.
This is all recorded. I tried to answer it the first time he asked it. He interrupted 7 times. I've answered it 3 times.
If I look in a different direction, it'll magically spin the other way. That's not how things work. If you put a clock on the ceiling, it's going to go clockwise no matter which way you face. Sorry, buddy.
I said that we see, this does require usually some visualizations to understand it. We see in a little dome. It's called an azimuthal grid. You can go to Stellarium. That's how we map the stars. We have a zenith position, an azimuth position, and we measure elevation angles. When you do that 360, it gives you a dome. That's how we view the sky. NASA themselves have articles talking about how we see the sky to be a dome. We have an equidistant limit of vision. It's like a little dome. If you were to replicate that with a bunch of spinning stars and you look looked out towards the edge of this dome, it's going to make them look like they're converging and spinning around the central point, even though they're literally not doing that. We have replicated it. Therefore, we would expect to see it just like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. When the sun's setting in the west, it'll look like it's in the east at the same time, and the rays will converge to a point, even though it's just based on perspective.
Okay.
That isn't objectively a viable answer for the star trails.
It's not a viable answer. You're just saying words like crepuscular and perspective to appease flat earthers who have no idea what you're talking about, because you cannot answer how things rotate counterclockwise in one hemisphere and clockwise in the other.
You know what anti-crepuscular rays are?
Explained perfectly by this model. It turns.
You know what anti-crepuscular rays are?
Well, what? Tell me what they are. Go ahead.
So you called it word salad, but it's just that you don't understand the terms.
It doesn't matter, but you're just taking it's a jumble of words. It's not that each word doesn't mean something. It's not just literal gibberish and syllables. You're taking words that are words and putting them together to make a salad, like your lettuce and your croutons and your things like that. That's why I tell you of yum yum word salad. You cannot explain what is can you concede that this makes perfect sense visually, intuitively, just spatially? Can you at least concede that this makes more sense than what you're saying?
No. I mean, I would say that if it is exactly south, yeah, of course, that's what the globe predicts. But we made the globe model.
You're admitting that the globe Earth explanation for the way we see stars moving in the sky makes more sense than everything you just said using random buzzwords that you.
No, I didn't say that. But this is the point I want to make here too. Look, Dave had to deny that the default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane.
It's not the default.
That is a
position.
fact. That is literally a fact. So
that's just a thing you say.
Wait. Whenever we fly a plane, do we treat the Earth like it's flat?
It doesn't matter. We're just flying. We're not talking about the shape of the Earth.
Hold on.
We're just traveling.
If
it's a default.
If that's true, hold on, Austin. If that's true, as the debunkers point out, when you fly on the southern hemisphere, or why do planes take direct routes as opposed to following the flat Earth map? Because it takes the same time to fly from Australia. I think that, what is the example you used, Dave?
Sydney to Santiago over the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
Let's do this one because we didn't get to it.
It's always obfuscation away from the point that the actual physical flying of the plane requires a flat stationary.
So he asked the question. I was going with him.
I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny.
All right.
Okay, I know all the debunks. They're not debunks are with me sitting in this chair right now.
They are. You can't explain that.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and explain it. So if you say you fly from Sydney to Santiago, one direction actually takes significantly longer than the other return flight.
How much?
Then
It doesn't, though. It doesn't.
It objectively does.
Have headwinds back way. It's like 30 minutes. That's all.
No, there are flights that are up to 3-hour difference. So that's a fact.
I look it up.
Now, everyone can verify everything I'm saying, and you can go to 24-hour flight radar and look at the data. You can go to 24-hour flight radar, look at the data. What you'll see is it says the plane's going, say, 550 miles per hour, right? On the globe, obviously, you just have a similar distance both ways. But if the time is different, they're obviously not going the same speed. So what that proves, right, because speed equals distance over time. So what that proves is that the data we're being given about how fast that plane goes is wrong. You can Google plane goes 800 miles per hour, and there will be articles talking about planes catching jet streams.
You're going to need 2,000 miles an hour.
Okay, but planes can't. No, you don't.
Sure,
it's ridiculous. You guys.
That distance is like triple or quadruple the distance that makes sense for the amount of time it takes. So, are you going to pretend that there's some that crazy wind or personal tornado that makes it fly quadruple the speed to get it over there?
Hurricane.
And also, why doesn't it go the route that makes sense on the flat Earth? Why doesn't it go that way?
Okay, first, if you assume the Earth's a globe with a projection, that doesn't prove the Earth's a globe, and it doesn't. So you're asking me, are the pilots in on it? No, the pilots aren't in on it. I know tons of flat Earth pilots. They thought the Earth was a globe. Most of their
flat Earth pilots. That's a lie.
Well, see, this is what I'm saying. You have to lie about stuff like that,
You're
dude.
The one lying. There's no flat Earth pilots. Ask any pilot if the Earth is flat. They'll laugh in your face.
I know.
They all take great circle routes. They take great circle routes that are.
Can a circle exist on a flat Earth?
My wife is a pilot.
No, a great circle.
Does anybody want to talk to me? My wife's a pilot.
Yeah. What does she think? Bring her in.
She does.
Dude, I have an Air Force pilot that reached out to me of 30 years. Yeah. That's a fact.
Cool. That's true. Totally.
I don't want to
see. I was saying you have to deny basic reality.
Why is it so crazy to think that you could be making that up on the spot?
But what's what I'm saying?
Hold on a second. Either I let these guys go at it for 10 more minutes, or we answer viewer questions.
I feel like we've gone good time.
I feel like
Let's
we're
do it.
there, right? Yeah, we're there. So I want to pick a few of these. I'll stick around live for a few minutes after I let these guys go. I want to just like give a digital. I mean, I don't care what side you're on. Thank you both for being here and for being so passionate and being so engaged and being just great. Obviously people are going to think, whatever they want to think, but I hope people are entertained. There are many not many tens of thousands, but there's over, 15,000 people watching. So a lot of people are entertained on a Saturday night, and they could have been watching some garbage. So this is obviously much better. I will read them all after I let these gentlemen get on with their Saturday nights, but I wanted to pick some that I thought.
Can we do like a 60-second closing or something at some point?
Absolutely. I'll do a 2-minute, and then because, well, you guys, should we coin flip for who goes last? It's like a criminal trial, right? So generally the prosecution goes last. But I'll just say
I'm indifferent.
Okay. Well, then we'll let Dave go first. Someone says, make Dave define one thing in detail that Austin has said is word salad. Well, he did that. I think he did do that.
No, he didn't.
It's not that he's using words that aren't real. It's that he's stringing together words in a way that isn't saying anything.
Give an example.
Scientific terminology. I can't remember if he didn't say anything, so it doesn't really stick.
Yeah.
Right?
The definition of word salad is incoherent rambling.
Yeah.
Typically associated with schizophrenia. So if I was saying, yo, chicken, yesterday, sunset, whatever, dude. The fact you didn't understand the terms like anti-crepuscular rays and anisotropic and magnetic declination doesn't make it word salad. It means you need to go inform yourself what the words mean.
I'm saying that those words don't pertain to any kind of explanation for what I was talking about. Magnetic declination isn't going to explain away looking at an object in the sky, seeing that it rotates a particular direction, going to the other hemisphere and seeing that it rotates in the other direction.
Now, you're trying to rebut my argument. You're trying to rebut my argument, but that doesn't. You need to do that. Don't just dismiss the argument as word salad. It's basically vocalizing inept vocabulary skills and bragging about it. It's super weird.
It's pointing out that you use a bunch of terminology rapid fire to make it sound like you know what you're talking about, to trick people into thinking that you know what you're talking about.
Somebody said this. I have a challenge for both Dave and Austin. Using your preferred method, model the Earth universe derived to the 9.8 meters per second. It's indisputable that falling objects accelerate towards the ground at that acceleration. Gravity is true. I'm a physics guy. So I think I don't want to like every question somebody asks, I don't want to like devolve into like a 20-minute, but I think Dave would say gravity and Witsit would say density, right? Like
yeah,
but the 9.8 meters per second is consistent. It doesn't matter if it's a bowling ball.
It's derived from Newton's law of universal gravitation, and you need the mass of the Earth in there. If gravity was electromagnetism, the mass of the Earth wouldn't be a factor. And
Okay, well, you can get it from electrostatics. If you look at Gauss's law, it's a very similar relationship. But what's funny is it actually doesn't always fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. That is an agreed upon average. It's close to that. It's close to that. No, in a vacuum it changes. There's something called gravimeter measurements, which is a vacuum sealed chamber with interferometry measuring a BB fall, and it'll fluctuate above 9.81. Right now it's decimal points, but the point is that it fluctuates at specific times when the electric field changes, even inside of a vacuum sealed chamber. So yeah, to claim it doesn't have anything to do with electric field is insane. Prove that it's space-time bending and warping, or we're winning because we can physically prove it's electric. So until you can prove another claim, you don't have the upper edge at all. It's actually the other way around.
Let Dave reply.
You cannot do anything with electromagnetism to demonstrate this. You cannot take objects of differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic. Why does it not matter at all what the composition of an object is? It all falls 9.81 meters per second squared, not as the average, right? I know it varies depending on altitude and radius of the Earth where you are locally, but you cannot demonstrate any discrepancy. Take any object, a bar magnet, a iron, ferromagnetic iron, anything. Show me that it does anything different than what anything else does that's neutral. Wouldn't it interact with the field in a different way?
Actually, it's a drop tower test that was done in Europe at I believe a university, and they showed different elements falling at different rates. And so this is the truth, though, that the electric field that creates a downward electric current of 10 microamps per meter. So it's very small and it's very nearly constant. So we don't expect the downward pressure to change much. That's a real verifiable part of physics. I can go out and measure it and manipulate it and make things float. Can you prove that space-time is bending and warping?
No,
of course not.
To what you
can just assume.
No, you absolutely can. Relativity is very well corroborated, but you have absolutely zero ability, right? Opposite charges accelerate in opposite directions in an electric field, right? So why, again, does nothing fall up?
Okay, because when the object is more dense, density is the compactness of matter. So what holds the matter together? It's electrostatic charges that gives it a compactness. Literally, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. And if you call that word salad, that's insane because that's just a direct quote.
No, it is word salad because you're not answering the question. You're
it's a direct quote from Purdue University, dude.
Purdue? What?
I just quoted Purdue verbatim. So this is the problem with listening to people like this guy. They're just going to dismiss it as word salad. You can't have an intellectually honest conversation.
You're just it's just random. It's just random words. You just said density. I'm asking you why nothing falls up, and you answered density. Air is less dense here. Air is less dense here. In fact, this air is less dense than this air because it becomes less dense with elevation. Why does it fall down? Why does
it's still less dense in the object in all scenarios, Dave? Do you not know that even in a vacuum, it's still more dense than the environment or the medium, right? It doesn't matter if it's a little bit less dense, the object's still more dense.
Down because the mass of the Earth is below it. So why doesn't anything accelerate upwards? Why doesn't anything fly to the other Gaussian surface? Why isn't anything repelled by the Earth?
Because there's a downward electric current.
Electromagnetism.
There's a downward electric.
Flip the current. Why? What about a lightning strike?
Because you can't manipulate the entire Earth.
When the lightning strikes, does something there suddenly fly up to the cloud? There's a reversal of polarity there. Why is it that you can't get anything to fall up?
Okay, you cannot flip the entire electric field of the Earth. Now, for it to be analogous to
right there, right under the lightning bolt, something can fly up. No?
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I know that it's late. I'm going to give you both. First of all, a huge round of applause. Please, everyone in chat who's currently, the chat is just as hinged as I thought it would be.
Hinged or unhinged?
I mean, I unhinged.
Yeah. Unhinged, yeah, I would have said.
But I really, really appreciate both of you being on. This is incredible, super entertaining. Everyone in chat, I don't care who you agree with or disagree with. Please check out these individuals' particular YouTube channels. I assume both of them will use this footage and make more content. Watch that. And I want to give you guys both, what do you think? 3 minutes to go out on?
I mean, I need like 30 seconds. I don't need it.
Okay, all right. 2 minutes to go out on. And since I think Dave, you went first, leading in, we'll let Austin go first, leading out. But I want you both guys to know I'll have you back on any time you want. This was a blast for me. Like I know that chat, I know they enjoyed it. Obviously, both of you hope to educate people, but for me, I'm a loser entertainer, and I know everyone was entertained. So if everyone had a good time, please support whoever side you want. And I will read everybody's chats after I let these guys off the hook because they've got more important shit to do. So Austin, I will give you the floor. I will shut off my camera and give you 2 uninterrupted minutes. Plug whatever you want. Let people know where to find you. Watch your content, and then we'll go to Dave, and then I will stay on and respond to all the other stuff. If that's okay with you guys. Does that sound okay?
Yep, sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
Actually time it. So, the default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane. That's what we all experience. Could, in theory, the Earth be a spinning globe? Sure. Whenever you point at the sky and say, look, it matches the globe, it's very ignorant because we made the globe model from the sky. We took observations and reverse engineered the way that we see the sky and assumed the Earth's a sphere. Of course it matches. That's how we made it. And it didn't match for hundreds of years. It had to constantly be updated, still being updated. Relativity is the most verified theory ever. Isn't true at all. 1933, Fritz Zwicky saw the galaxy cluster only had 1% 99% of the mass it needed to actually keep the galaxies from escaping. That means it was missing 99% mass. That's called dark matter. It was originally called missing mass. It's still a major problem. Relativity can't even predict things on the quantum, local, or cosmological scale. It's been falsified with things such as anisotropic light propagation, meaning light's actually a variant, it changes, etc. So a lot of these things are a bit more complex. I encourage people to go like actually look at my channel or Ether Cosmology and listen to us break down Einstein's papers, and you can hear him say it. Look at the tests that falsify this stuff. But this is the part that's very important. Falsifications independent of replacement. We were all told that the Earth's a spinning globe. It's very easy to mock and ridicule people that are much more informed to diligently research and actually go out and do tests in real life than actually look into it for yourself. I get it, but just calling them names, appealing to consensus or whatever doesn't matter. This is a crazy conversation. And actually what we have proven for step one is that the Earth is stationary, and that's been done with interferometry. And so even Einstein admitted that if the interferometry measurements were correct, that his entire theory is wrong and the Earth is stationary, effectively being the implication. We have verified that the interferometry changes with altitude, periodicity, etc. Long story short, it has been proven that the Earth is stationary. It is therefore in the center of the universe. All observations ever showed that. The globe claims everything is actually an illusion. It just looks like the Earth's in the center. It looks like the Earth is flat, but it's really not. Everything is just an illusion. So I encourage you to inform yourself about it, because you can't really be confident in your position until you actually know what your position is. And the vast majority of people don't even understand the globe model. So they actually don't know what they believe in. So that's really the only reason I do this, is to encourage people to at least inform themselves about what they believe before they're so confident in it.
Thanks, Austin. Thanks so much, dude. Dave, lead us out. I'll stay on live after Dave's final here, but yeah, thank you both for coming on.
Cool. No, he's absolutely wrong. The default position is that the Earth is a sphere, and as predicted, he chose to obfuscate by going to relativity and Einstein and all these things, which are not helpful. Since antiquity, we've known that the Earth is a sphere. All observations demand that the Earth is a sphere. He was absolutely incapable of answering this. He just did a thing about, if you look in a different direction, it's going to spin the other way. Doesn't make any sense. Was totally unable to explain this. Utilize magnetic declination. Again, these positions are nowhere near the magnetic pole, and so the idea that they could just suddenly all be looking in the same direction because magnetic declination. I'm sorry, David Weiss. I'm sorry, Austin. This is not sufficient explanation. Day and night regions of illumination. All we got was a little toddler, shine a light on a thing where there's supposed to be a dome, even though there's not actually any dome, and the sun's going to be outside, or is it going to be inside? Doesn't make any sense either. South Pole, come back to that again, day and night. Southern Hemisphere, we did not get to any adequate explanation of how this route is possible. He just said, they go really fast. I don't remember what he said, some wind or something. And we definitely have absolutely no explanation for this Antarctica Cup ocean race. These boats are not going all the way the entire world, turning the opposite direction of where they are actually turning. So I think that was pretty fun. I think we managed to stay away for the most part from the esoteric aspects of modern physics that Austin likes to spew his word salads about, and we stuck for the most part to things like gravity and things falling. So it was somewhat productive, but I do look forward to Austin going to the South Pole.
Hell yeah. I'll go with you, bud.
Seeing
I'm
the
built for it.
24-hour sun, and then I can't wait to see his video saying, I now believe it's a sphere, and then we can be rid of this idiotic flat earth disease forever, hopefully. Maybe in 1,000 years it'll come back somehow. I don't know.
Gentlemen, you both killed it. You're both incredibly entertaining and very respectful and well prepared. And I want to thank you for coming on. And I want to remind everyone in chat, please do, I don't care whose quote unquote side you picked. Check out both of their channels. Both are linked in the description. I think it's good to take in both sides of whatever conversation is going on. Fellas, thank you so much for coming on. I will wrap it up with chat here too, and follow and let them know what's going on. You obviously can reach out to me anytime. Use this content how you see fit, and have an incredible weekend, both of you, please.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for hosting it, man. Much love.
Oh yeah, it was a blast. Thank you.
What do cults do when members of the cult escape the cult? Well, the existing members attack the escaping members. This is a common thing. It's well known. If you look at the history of cults like Scientology, for example, when people have left, they've gotten attacked. And it's very common in cults. And there is a cult called Flat Earth that is very, very similar. You see, in December, I went down to Antarctica with several other people, including 4 flat earthers. And since then, when we were in Antarctica, we tested an important part of flat Earth. Flat Earth requires that the sun never be due south of you when you are in Antarctica. That's because they say that the sun is doing a circle around the middle, and Antarctica is the outside perimeter. And there's no way, if the sun is in the middle, you could look away from the middle and see the sun. Well, we saw the sun due south. I live streamed the sun due south. And what did the flat earthers do? Well, one of them, who was on the trip, Jaron Campanella, well, he has had a change of heart and he has given up flat earth. In fact, he has gone on a rampage against flat earth. It's been absolutely fantastic. But since then, several other members have also given up flat earth. They've escaped flat earth, like Robbie Davidson, Paul on the Plane, and Patricia Steer, for example. These are some well-known flat earthers that had not been particularly active lately, but they had a long history in flat earth. There have been quite a few others. I've covered them on my channel. I will continue to cover flat earthers that exit. If you are a flat earther that's exited, and if you would like to say something, record something, just a little, or at least just say, I'm out, then send me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net. I'd love to feature a little video of you, or just let people know that that you have successfully escaped. Now, the cult members that are still in are freaking out because what are they doing? Their cult is falling apart. And one of the big cult leaders, one of the longest standing, is Mark Sargent.
Mark's favorites, we're having iced applesauce with our...
It's not. I mean, it was one of my favorites when I was young.
Well, you like it now too.
All right. So
Now, Mark Sargent had Patricia Steer on his show as a co-host for many years, so they were good friends. And in fact, Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer were featured together in the 2018 documentary Behind the Curve. Well, she is the one of them that have left. And since then, Mark and several others have been attacking her and several other members that have left, specifically Robbie Davidson and Paul on the Plane. So Mark and several others have made very specific claims about it in their assertions, in their attacks against it. And, well, the 3 of them were not taking it lightly. So they sent out a cease and desist letter through their lawyer to 4 different people. Mark Sargent is one of them. Flat Earth Dave, or Dearth, is another. And 2 others that have yet been unnamed. But I have a guess on one of them. I'll put it on the screen here, encrypted with AES encryption. And then after it's known, I'll reveal the key and see if I'm right. So last Friday, there was a live stream on a channel called Ironworks 92,000. And on that stream, Mark Sargent was, the cease and desist letter was reviewed, was brought up, and then Mark Sargent showed up and was invited on, and he addressed the issue, talked about the cease and desist. But before we get into that, I'd like to go over, I'll show you on screen here what the actual cease and desist letter says. First of all, it says that they have been alleging that the 3 of them committed SEC violations related to Axion. He has asserted, several of them have asserted that they lost large sums of money in this Axion venture, and that they were desperate for funds, and stating that they were pressured by authorities into announcing flat earth beliefs in exchange for protection from legal consequences relating to the SEC. Now, before we go on, I need to explain the Axion thing. I'll do it really quick. Axion was a cryptocurrency type thing that the 3 of them, Paul on the Plane, Robbie Davidson, and Patricia Steer, were involved in promoting a couple years ago. They had a channel, a YouTube channel, where they did some weekly videos promoting the idea of Axion. They did not get paid by Axion in any particular way. They made an investment. I don't think it went bad. It seems to me like they profited on the investment, but Axion didn't turn out to be a good venture in the end, even though they didn't really have any problems with it. And there has been no investigation by the SEC into it that I'm aware of. It seems that this is just an invented thing by the people, by Mark Sargent, Flat Earth Dave, and the others in these accusations that they're making. So let's move on here. We see, with respect to Patricia Steer maintaining that she received a car in exchange for turning away from being an active member of the Flat Earth community. Yeah, that's right. Patricia Steer recently got a new car. These types of things happen. It's normal for people that have normal lives to get new cars on occasion. So asserting that she is getting paid by, the government, the nameless, faceless they, is something that the cease and desist is saying, you need to stop doing that. And then finally, contending that Robbie Davidson, who hosted multiple Flat Earth conventions, Robbie Davidson accepted thousands of dollars in order to allow Logan Paul and Jake Bird from Jimmy Kimmel Live to attend separate Flat Earth conferences for the sole purpose of making hit pieces against Flat Earth. So that is what is being listed as the things that the cease and desist is identifying. And what is it that they're asking to desist from doing? Well, very specific. Stop making the claims, remove content that contains the claims, and then issue a public retraction. Now, did any of that have anything to do with preventing people's First Amendment rights of talking nonsense about Flat Earth? Of course not. This was stop making those types of accusations about us. Nothing to do with preventing anybody from talking about the stupid idea of Flat Earth, right? So how did Mark Sargent spin this? See, Mark Sargent is a master manipulator. He tries to put on a face of the nice guy, the kindler, gentler Flat Earther, but in reality, he is a deeply manipulative person, extremely manipulative. But let's have a look to what he says about what he thinks, what he wants his echo chamber to think the cease and desist was about.
I am not picking on him. It's like, look, I mentioned, like, when you come at somebody with the carrot and the stick, I'm one of the few people who's like, look, I never got married, never had kids. Leverage against me is tough.
Like a true cult leader, Mark Sargent twisted the actual intent of the letter to be completely different than reality. This is possible because he is in an echo chamber. He protects the echo chamber. He doesn't let people that are contrary. He doesn't let people that might challenge him on. I've called into his call-in show. I got booted right away. If you go into his live chat and you start typing in the live chat anything contradictory, you are banned from it. He purifies the echo chamber. He will not allow people to challenge him. I've reached out to him by email. I've reached out to him by phone to invite him to come on my show and have a conversation. He doesn't answer. So, safe in the knowledge that nobody in his echo chamber will calling out for intentionally misrepresenting the context. Now, the question you might be asking is, will Mark be adhering to the cease and desist? Well, let's see what he says.
Which is why this lawsuit, if it actually happens, is such a terrible idea. And I'll talk about it on my Tuesday podcast.
Well, I take that to mean that Mark has no intention to cease or desist in talking about this topic. In fact, coming up on Tuesday on his show, he intends to specifically talk about it. So, I don't know. I will be updating on these events here, but now there's more. There's more to what he said in this particular interaction here. Very specifically, he made accusations about me, some rather disgusting ones. And he was again, so this was last Friday. Today is Sunday. Today, he was on another show and he doubled down and expanded on the accusations about me and about what he said, well, whether or not he's going to be ceasing or desisting. I will cover that in a future video here. Be sure to subscribe, because there will be some fireworks happening this week, because if he has no intention of ceasing or desisting, there will be the next step happening, it seems. I am anxious to see what happens here. Mark Sargent, the master manipulator, is going to be facing things that he doesn't like to face. You see, flat earthers, they generally don't have any accountability. They don't have any responsibilities. They can just get on there and say whatever they want. Where people who have real life jobs, where people who are engineers or surveyors or rocket scientists, if they do something wrong, if they have a position that's incorrect and they take action on it, there are consequences. But flat earthers don't have consequences. And so Mark is used to no consequences. Well, maybe there will be some consequences coming up. So be sure to follow along.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey guys, welcome back to Fight the Flat Earth. I've got a surprise video for you today and a special guest with me. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Adam Joseph Dowdy, or I was known as Adam Joseph Dowdy on my former YouTube channel that after I left Flat Earth, I just deleted and shut down.
Okay. Obviously, Adam is someone who was involved with Flat Earth and saw the light and has come out of it. And I thought that was very interesting because so many flat earthers that I speak to are of the opinion of once you go flat, you never go back. And so I wanted to speak to Adam to find out his opinions and his thoughts on why he got into flat earth and then why he got out of it. So thank you, Adam, for doing this. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate that. The first thing I'd like to ask you is what got you exposed to the flat earth idea in the first place?
Well, I had a YouTube channel, that YouTube channel for a while. I did music and stuff on it. And then I was doing years later, just Bible studies and stuff, just simple stuff, not really looking for a following or anything. And I came across Tiger Dan, 925, and he had mentioned in a video about flat Earth, and I was kind of interested. So I kind of looked through scripture, and then he talked about it more, and then I thought, okay, it seems like it is biblical to me, and I kind of went for it, and then I started uploading videos about flat Earth, what I found in scripture, and really followed Tiger Dan pretty much,
So
which is interesting. Yeah.
Would you say it was the scripture and the way that you were introduced to the scripture that made you think that flat Earth was a possibility?
Yeah, I did, because you look at some scripture, if I don't think it's actually saying that necessarily, but it, about the immovable Earth or the sun being in a circuit and stuff, and you kind of start to see, like Isaiah, like it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. So you start thinking maybe that, a flat Earth map is, maybe that's what it is, like a circle or something. So you start using confirmation bias, and you start seeing it, like me as a Christian, because that's what really got into me before I started, people at P900s and all these other so-called experiments. Yeah, whatever. Or they have the P1000 now and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Scripture was kind of the gateway for me, and I made the mistake of confusing one thing. I started seeing it as a doctrine. So you got that flat Earth doctrine rather than it doesn't actually say. It doesn't at all. So I started making a doctrine out of flat Earth, pretty much.
Was there any particular specific point that made you think that, oh, yes, this is definitely true?
I don't know. It's just something that I gradually just started to believe. And then when, it's out there, Patricia Steer asked me if I would come on her show, I thought to myself, well, maybe it's, I don't know, I'm wondering if I'm called to do this, should I do this? So I was really flattered. So it kind of made me feel like special, because I felt, So I felt it confirmed something to me. Anyways.
What kind of experiences did you have within the flat Earth community?
Wow, it was like a year or so of like. I was impressed at one thing, that my YouTube channel grew so fast, and I had a lot of people following me. Like I never felt that important before. So why are these people following me? You know, and
so you felt you had a voice.
Yeah, I felt like I had a voice, even though I was getting kind of burnt out from a lot of the hate. But at the same time, the hate actually fueled me to want to even go more. You know, the trolls and that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Apart from Tiger Dan, was there anyone else that helped you find this? Think that this was real?
You know what? In a strange way, even though he didn't mean to, and he doesn't even support flat Earth, is Kent Hovind.
Right. Okay.
Because I in the 90s, in the mid 90s, I was in high school and I went to a Kent Hovind seminar, and he gave his creation speech, and he did a debate at the university in town here and that. So I saw all that. And then, he went, I don't know if you know who he is, but he went to prison. That even though he doesn't support it, I started noticing around that time that he got out of prison, and all these people were trying to get him to at least look at flat Earth or a geocentric Earth or whatever like that. So, but he kept like shooting them down and putting them down. So even though he was like against it, the fact that he was putting it down so hard made me believe it even more.
Right.
Which sounds weird.
Fair enough. So at what point within your experience within flat Earth did you start to doubt the whole flat Earth thing?
I was so sold out to it. I didn't, not till the end. I had some family members that really cared about me and everything, and I basically went out of it cold turkey. Like I was out of it. I remember, it sounds stupid, like it pretty well does, but it's kind of like getting out of a cult. And I was shaking. I was literally shaking. Like I felt like I was going through attention withdrawals because I liked the attention. And just getting out of that, like it was weird. I just went cold turkey with help of others. Like I would never have got out by myself.
Would you say it was the help of others that was the thing that actually allowed you to get out of it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you think you could have ever left it on your own?
Oh, I don't know. I think, see, where I was heading, I was really burnt out, and I felt the burnt out because I kept getting calls going hangouts and stuff. Sometimes I'd sit down. It's crazy because I go on Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes, and I'd sit there and I don't even know what they're talking about. It's like, I thought we were talking about flat Earth, and they're bringing all these other topics I don't know anything about. How the heck am I even an expert at that? I don't even research this stuff. So I started feeling like really insecure. Like, what is this all about? So I don't think I doubted that. Because of that, I started feeling really burnt out, like exhausted emotionally.
Okay. The way you described it as a cult, I think that's quite an accurate description. Would you see flat Earth as something that is dangerous?
I would think so, because it's like you get so wrapped up in it that you can't see anything else. And the only way I can describe it is like a fantasy land. It's like you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it's like you're in this fantasy world, and it's like you're moving up in the ranks, and these people depend on you, and without them they can't go on. You start feeling like that. So yeah, if that answered your question.
Whilst you were within the cult, did you have a niggling doubt in the back of your mind? Was there ever a point that you were 100% convinced, or was there always something in the back of your mind that was like, this isn't quite right?
It was, you know what? Okay, I can answer your question, I think. Now that because I stepped away from flat Earth cold turkey, and I didn't really look at it for a while. And what I was experiencing, I think, is cognitive dissonance. Because in my mind, I'm totally sold out. Like totally sold out. I'm getting burnt out, I'm experiencing this, but in my heart I kept feeling like, walk away, you need to leave, don't be a part of this. So I felt like a huge conflict between my mind and my heart, I guess you could say. I really was. even though I was 100% in my mind, 100% sold out. So there's flat earthers kind of like I was. If they were that involved, I wouldn't doubt that they're experiencing the same thing.
Do you think that the flat Earth movement has been gaining momentum recently?
I think it has, and I don't know why.
No, I'm the same. I don't know why.
I can say this. Okay, I watched. I don't know if you know who Mike Hoggart is, but he was what guy I used to watch for years, and now he's starting to have videos about why he doesn't believe the scripture supports flat Earth, and they're really good. Like they're really good and just logical. Go through scripture that it doesn't actually say, and everything. But sorry, I faded out.
That's all right. From a Christian standpoint, then, is there any in the Bible that you can see that is telling you that it's flat, or is it just all misinterpretations?
Sorry, I know what I was going to say. Sorry,
carry on.
Yeah. I'm losing my train of thought.
That's all right.
He said one thing, Mike Hoggart, that the reason why, and he made a good point, which was true to me in one of his last few videos, is that it's hard to reason with a flat earther, even with logic, because it's in their heart.
Right.
And it really is. Like it's in there, and it's not going anywhere. And I think that's very true.
So it is a belief, then, something that
it is a belief
outside of logic.
Which is weird because you're told that, okay, when you first enter flat Earth, you kind of believe that I was raised in a lie. Oh, the heliocentric model, NASA's a lie. You watch Jeranism and everything, NASA's a lie. They're lying to us. The heliocentric model is all that bad, and we were brainwashed. Well, okay, but then you go into something else. It's brainwashing too. It's like if your eyes are truly opened, okay, if you have the truth of something that you really believe in, then why do you have to go to something else then? That isn't true. It's like you leave one thing that you think at the time is lies, and then you go directly into something else that's way worse by far.
One of my opinions about flat earthers is that one of the reasons they hold on to it so deeply is that because they feel special, because they know something that other people don't. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, narcissism.
Narcissism. That's the perfect way to put it.
Narcissism.
Absolutely.
Because I kind of felt like that. I remember sharing with some people at work about it, and they kind of made fun of me a bit, some of them. But I kind of felt like, well, I know something, and it's crazy. Like I don't know if you're a Christian or not, but as a Christian, we're supposed to believe that, and I believe this, and it's faith. You can't prove it, but the greatest truth we have is Jesus. Yet for some reason, I thought, oh, there's something greater than that. It's flat Earth,
Yeah.
It's really messed up. It's messed up.
Okay. So what advice would you have for people that are looking into flat Earth but aren't really sure?
Before you get into something like that, like Mark Sargent said something that's really true. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Oh, you watched it." He said this years ago, and I'm pretty sure all the guy does is repeat himself. He has nothing new. He just regurgitates the same old vomit.
Oh yeah.
But what he said was, it's like a marble in your head. You watch a Flat Earth Clues, and you'll make fun of it, but it's like a marble in a paint can, and eventually you'll believe it's true. And I think there's a lot of truth to what he says. It's like, I think don't even look at it. Like, don't even look at it, because as strong as you think you are, a lot of people don't understand real science.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand why science at this point has come to the conclusions they have. I mean, they're still learning about things. I'm sure 100 years from now it'll be totally different because they're learning.
Obviously.
But they're not educated in why things are the way they are to begin with. So you walk into flat Earth, and all these concepts that they teach you, and you're not grounded in why they believe what they believe. So it's easy to get drawn into that.
Right.
Because you don't even know what you're talking about to begin with.
That's perfect. That's exactly the kind of thoughts that I have. I think the last question that I would really ask you is that, do you ever consider going back and looking into it? Is there ever any thoughts in your mind that maybe you've left something that is true, or are you completely convinced now that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, it's a globe of some kind. It's not it's not flat. There's definitely a curve, and I think there's a lot of evidence for that. Like on that Can you pronounce me? Nonsense.
Non sequitur show.
Non sequitur. I always
Yeah.
have a hard time saying. I saw that debate with Jaron, and it's like I've watched a lot of debates and things because I think that they do the best job. I don't always agree with like everything, but I think as far as their debate format, there's nothing like it right now. I mean, you can watch
non sequitur show is
I love their
brilliant.
show.
I got put on the non sequitur show the other week, and I was ecstatic that they had me on there. So
it's the best show. I just love watching it because you have Nathan Oakley who has debates, but they're just nonsense. It's just
no,
like nonsense
Nathan Oakley's
nonsense.
It's not debates. I've been in his room a couple of times on different accounts, and both times I was banned within 30 seconds.
It's just nonsense.
No,
that's all it is.
I've offered to debate Nathan Oakley, but he won't come out behind his mute button. So,
but my point was like you have Jaron and these other people on a boat in Flat Earth.
Yeah.
You know, and you have like Red's Rhetoric and some others that just totally like just slam them. Like there's no doubt. It's not even like Jaron had one good point that couldn't be refuted. Yet he goes back to his channel. He goes back to Globebusters, and they believe him. Yeah. And it's like you did your best, buddy. You did your best. No, you didn't. You lost because you have nothing.
Got destroyed. Yeah, absolutely.
He was destroyed. Like my God, I don't know if I would have saw that years ago. I don't know what would have gone through my mind. You know, definitely there's got to be. If you really believe in Flat Earth and you're really honest with yourself after debates like those, and you still believe in Flat Earth, you have to have some serious cognitive dissonance going on. You have to be somehow messed up inside.
So, the fact that people like Jeranism are still going after 3 years of solidly looking into Flat Earth, you know, there's no way that in it, you know, he can really believe it still with all the things that's been proved wrong to him. So do you think that part of the Flat Earth movement is just people trying to make money, or, you know, just trying to keep their YouTube going?
I don't know. Like, I can't claim to know all the agenda, everything that goes on, but it's like, you look at people like him, it's like, what's he doing? I know I was in Hangouts with him because I would talk to him on Skype, and I was in some Hangouts with him, and I got to know him a little bit, at least whatever he was presenting in front of me.
Yeah.
And he seems more of a Gnostic, like he's trying to get some Gnostic message across rather than even Flat Earth. I think that's more important to him.
Yeah.
So maybe he's using Flat Earth or debunking NASA to springboard something else he really wants to talk about, or he's a part of a group of people that had some really twisted agenda. I really don't know. I don't know.
I think Globebusters definitely have a twisted agenda.
Well, it seems like it. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, Adam, I think I'm going to leave it there. I want to say thank you very, very much for coming on and talking to me. I really do appreciate that. You've got a new YouTube channel now. Do you want to promote that quickly?
Well, I don't do much on it. It's that clear cognition. And I'm going to start getting music again because I used to love that. And I deleted my channel and I lost all that stuff that I had on there. So I'm just working on new music. And I think I'm going to go more into that and put a few things on about Flat Earth. But I think it's tough because I think when you deal with Flat Earth, even if you come against it, sometimes you could draw people to believe it because they'll look at the other side, and if they're not stable in their mind, they could get sucked right into that, and who knows from there, right?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Adam. I hope to speak to you soon again, and good luck with everything that you're going to do.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thanks very much.
We're living on a disk, floating through space with a tiny sun.
They all say that you and I can't privately and freely explore the one region that would prove the Earth's a sphere. So how convenient.
It's ludicrous. Antarctica is the one place that would prove the flat Earth. Well, that brings me on nicely to why I think Antarctica destroys flat Earth.
And nobody is allowed to independently explore Antarctica. That's something that would prove the Earth is a globe.
You might wonder why the sun never sets in Antarctica on the globe. In reality. That's because the Earth is tilted in relation to the sun by about 23.5 degrees.
And then when it's winter in the north, you like to put the sun at the other tropic, which you think gives you the shorter days up north that you want, but in the south, it's total chaos. You have the sun tracing this enormous trajectory, which would leave everything out here in darkness for most of the day, when in reality, there are long periods of time in Antarctica where the sun never sets.
That you can get 24 hours of sunlight in Antarctica at certain points in the year, which of course absolutely destroys the flat Earth.
The fact that the sun never goes down ends flat Earth.
In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year.
Now, let's say we are trying to prove the globe or trying to prove it's flat. Should be very, very easy, right? I mean, on a globe, we would have a 24-hour sun in the southern summer. That means that the sun would circle the continent. That's quite different from the flat Earth model where the sun circles the entire Earth from above, and since Antarctica is around the outside, well, that doesn't include a circling sun, at least not around you at the bottom continent.
You mentioned the sun, right? Like the idea is, yeah, if you see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, that's what the globe predicts. And how would the flat earth explain that? But that's not what happens.
One of the arguments that people give is on a flat earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree. But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
In the flat earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
During winter solstice, when the sun is circling its widest path over and around the Tropic of Capricorn, observers far enough south will experience extended daylight hours due to proximity with the sun, but will still observe it to rise and set beyond the horizon completely every single day.
To clarify, we know that you can get daylight, sunlight, but you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. On a globe, it needs to be the sun's in the sky for 24 hours.
Heliocentrists also cannot explain why the midnight sun phenomena is not experienced anywhere in the southern hemisphere at any time of year.
Here's the problem. You should have the exact opposite 24 hours a day and 24 hours a night in the south, but it doesn't happen. And we've proven it by all of the stations reporting with their cams. And there is 24 hours of no light, because when the sun is on the Tropic of Cancer, it never gets close enough to Antarctica to light it. But when it's out here, Antarctica still gets dark. It should never get dark. It should be 24 hours of sun.
It's the middle of summer. You can check the time. It's just after 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock midnight though.
Anthony Powell is a photographer and filmmaker who has captured many exciting images from Antarctica. Using this special camera setup, he captured a 24-hour period during the summer in which the sun doesn't set for 4 months out of the year. This particular video was shot in December at Scott Base, an Antarctic research facility on New Zealand's Ross Island, 838 miles from the South Pole. As you can see, the camera will make a complete 360-degree sweep as it follows the sun. This is absolute proof that the flat Earth model is wrong.
For instance, when we had the 24-hour video of the sun from Antarctica, and you guys brought it to us as evidence. Here it is. Here's the evidence. Well, we had to point out to you that it was looped, that it was altered. None of you guys found that. We found it. So if it wasn't for flat earthers, you guys would just be accepting anything that floats your boat.
This is one of the fake videos, actually. So that's what's super. We found them editing the video and like layering the clouds and then repeating. Clouds don't repeat 24 hours after one another. That's one of the biggest sketchy things, actually, is that there should be hundreds of these videos. When you look at the government Antarctic cameras, they never show the sun 24 hours.
So there was a period of time where
globe Earth proponents were throwing this in flat Earth proponents' faces, saying, there you go, there's the 24-hour sun proven, right? Because a 24-hour sun in Antarctica undoubtedly would prove that we live on a globe. Unfortunately, there's problems with this video.
Since this particular lie is so important to the heliocentric facade, if you search online, you will find a couple videos purporting to show 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica. But just like the rest of the globe's pathetic video evidence, they are all fake.
Anything that would prove the Earth is a globe, the globe science community lies about. For example, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth. It works in the north, but not in the south. Well, guess what? There's thousands of videos of the 24-hour sun from Alaska and Norway and, very northern places. You can book vacations and go and watch it in June, right? But in December, the same thing should happen in Antarctica, and it doesn't. And there's 4 videos where they've clearly faked it.
This is obviously a lie. This is obviously not what's going on. Why don't we get to see the sun do a 360-degree turn around the southern continent? Now remember, this would be pretty good evidence and proof of the globe, because it doesn't work on a flat Earth to see the sun go around the southern continent. However, on a globe, it is something that should be really evident and should be seen in every single summer video from the South Pole.
Conversely, however, there are only a couple clearly fake videos online of the supposed Antarctic midnight sun.
We could put this whole flat Earth debate to bed in one day. It wouldn't even cost that much.
All that needs to be done is to go to Antarctica and see what the sun does.
Honestly, if you want to know for sure if the Earth is spherical or not, go to Antarctica during the summer and see if you can watch the sun for 24 hours.
This would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
Would you guys ever even consider going to Antarctica?
I would.
I'm trying to go next year.
If we were to get you on a trip to Antarctica and get you to go see Antarctica and figure out a way to crowdsource that, would that change your mind?
I would go.
I'm claiming to go to the South Pole, but we're trying to set up an Antarctic trip right now with many truthers. I don't really care about people that are opposed to the truth of this realm. It's irrelevant to me. But
totally.
Yeah, we want to go maybe next winter in the north, which would be the summer in the south, and try to see what's going on with the sun. And
Planes, as I said, fly them down to Antarctica, and one group, I'm on it. Neil deGrasse Tyson's on it. The failed actor. You have college professors on there, and you follow the shoreline of Antarctica. Okay, that would prove it right there, but it'll never be done. I'm happy to do it. Right? It's simple. It would end the debate.
We are looking into going there. Okay, and documenting this alleged 24-hour sun.
I don't care. I'm going.
Right.
That's it. I'm going.
Awesome.
I don't know when and I don't know how, but I'm going.
We'll figure it out.
That's kind of our whole point, is we want to be able to verify it ourselves. And yeah, we don't buy the clearly edited videos. I am planning to go, and we'll see.
This would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
Space is fake. There's a fake sun. This is about one thing. They're taking $65 million a day from you. They're hiding the fact that there is a creator. They're hiding the fact by making fun of me.
The world ocean, think of it as a giant lake with all of the continents. What's beyond it? I don't know. What if we lived here? What if this is where we lived? Right there. These are other ponds with their own suns. This makes sense.
Thank you for confronting NASA, which everybody knows actually means not always telling truths. My question for you is...
The James Webb Space Telescope is a fake sun. The true sun went out. That's what coronavirus was about, guys. You think I'm joking?
How many people do you reckon are infected with parasitic worms on this earth?
So what I do is I triangulate everything in the center. We're not going to be able to get to the Garden of Eden according to the biblical model because there's an angel forming a reset line. The only thing you need for this model to work is 3 extra dimensions.
So when you hop in an airplane, you're actually hopping in a spacecraft.
And I've gotten death threats. I run up on gang members. I run up on people getting high in alleys, bro. And as you guys can see, I stay barefoot. My feet are dirty like this earth, bro. I walk in stores barefoot with no mask on, and I just let these managers come up and say something.
Jeez.
I'm just saying I go barefoot everywhere to let this dirty electricity get out of me, bro.
So what is a quasar?
Well, you say it's like a really hot mass of just like a galaxy being formed, right? Just a hot mess. I say that it's a whole bunch of volcanoes.
Because when I was in the airplane, I can't believe that half the look at a can do when they look at an airplane 35,000 feet. It's just like a horizon line, and it's like a flat ironing board.
Did you measure it?
Somebody's going to assault me one of these days, and I'm going to spill blood for this. I was lost until I found flat Earth. I'm a born-again flat earther, bro. I'll die for this, bro. I love flat Earth.
About 4 years ago, I stumbled across something that changed my life and others around me too. I discovered the flat Earth.
Now, I don't quite remember when or exactly how, but at some point recently I got sucked into the, let's just say, fascinating world of those that believe the Earth is flat, and the debates that take place between them and those who attempt to defend the generally accepted scientific model. It's harder than you'd think attempting to describe exactly why I personally find this discourse appealing.
Just stop being a condescending prick, all right? Try.
Why don't you stop condescending to the entire human race and pretending that every scientist ever is a liar and satanic deceiver? That's much more offensive than me calling you stupid, which you are.
Dave, what is the sun?
I've come to discover that there's quite a lot you can learn about somebody by how they react when you just so happen to let it slip that you have a morbid fascination with spending some amount of your free time watching two adults argue with each other publicly on the internet about the shape of the Earth.
What's that?
Where's your camera, dude?
My camera, dude? My camera's right there. I'm getting ready to hit a bong.
You don't want to show a bong hit on camera? Okay, weird.
No, I don't want you to see it. No, I usually hit it on bong, but I was worried about you rebroadcasting. I was being courteous to you, but if you don't mind, I don't mind.
No, I really don't give a shit. Anyway.
All right, cool.
Now, there's something about this particular topic that triggers a kind of fight or flight response in everybody involved in the conversation, including myself. There's always an immediate momentary tension that can really only be resolved by addressing the painfully obvious elephant in the room. What shape do I think the Earth is? Now, at this point, I feel compelled, as if at gunpoint, to preemptively reassure them that, don't worry, I believe that the Earth is, in fact, not flat. Now, almost without fail, the response that I get comes in question form, and generally falls into one of four major categories. And I've come to discover that you can learn quite a lot about somebody from which of the four you get. The first response is one of curiosity. So wait a minute, do they think you'll just fall off the edge of the Earth? What do they think about the moon and the other planets? Are those flat too? Do any of these people debating ever have their minds changed? If this is some kind of massive cover-up, what's the point? Why would anybody need to lie about the shape of the Earth? Now, the second kind of response I get is cynicism. These people are, at best, uneducated and closed-minded, and at worst, mentally ill. Why give them any attention or platform their paranoid delusions? Listening to these debates would infuriate me. None of these people are interested in rational discussion. I feel my IQ dropping 10 points every time they speak. No thanks. The third kind of response I get is that of skepticism. Wait, there can't really be people that actually believe the Earth is flat. I thought this was all a meme. No mature, educated adult in 2024 could possibly be this ignorant. None of these people actually believe this stuff. They're just desperate for attention and want to be contrarian. Are you sure they're not just trolling? And the fourth and final kind of response is, well...
You ever seen the Earth curving? Me neither. You know why? It's because the Earth is flat and it doesn't spin.
Now, this video is my attempt at answering the questions at the core of each response. Are flat earthers actually real? What exactly is it that they believe? How is it that somebody can actually come to believe that the Earth is flat? Should we be engaging with flat earthers? And if so, how and why? Why does any of this matter? Why should we care? And exactly how much am I being paid by NASA to perpetuate the lie? In order to begin to understand what it is that flat earthers actually believe, I think it's important to put into perspective just how significant this one seemingly trivial idea actually is. To get into their heads, to understand their worldview on a more fundamental level, we first need to realize that it's dominated less by all of the things that they believe to be true, and instead, more by what it is that they believe to be untrue. A worldview seemingly dominated by rejection. Now, it goes without saying that flat earthers don't believe that the Earth is the shape that we've been taught our whole lives, an oblate spheroid. And we'll, of course, be getting to that a little bit later. But first, what's fascinating is how the rejection of a singular element of the currently accepted model of our universe kicks off a sort of butterfly effect. An irreversible cascade of credulity that causes one to call into question literally everything else that we understand. If the Earth is flat, then what about the other planets? Are they flat too? Why would the Earth be the only round one? Now, if the other planets aren't spherical, then why is it that they look like they are? What even are they? And what about their moons? What about our moon? What about our sun? What even is our sun? If you think about it, it does look quite a lot different than the other lights in the sky. And what are those, anyway? How do we even know that the lights in the sky are actual physical objects out in space somewhere? Maybe they're just lights. And come to think of it, if our moon isn't round, then what the hell was the moon landing? All of that NASA footage? That would all be bullshit, right? If that was fake, then why the hell should we believe anything else they've told us? All of the rockets, space stations, telescopes, satellites, probes, rovers, it's literally all lies. We never landed on Mars. All those images from the Hubble and the James Webb are all fake. And of course, the International Space Station isn't real, which means that everybody in it is lying as well. Why would they go through all of that trouble? What are they hiding? And if they lied to us about all that, hell, doesn't that mean that they're willing and capable of lying about just about everything?
And who exactly is they, anyway?
Then how do I know this? I don't know. How do I know this? I know that everything is a fucking lie. That's how I know it. You know, I've been trying to figure out how to, because I have no proof, no evidence, nothing. I have shit. You just have to take my word for it. I'm a little confused, okay? All right, it says that it's refracting and reflecting off of some bullshit. Nonsense! It's absolute bullshit what you're seeing on fucking Google. When you have kids, are you going to tell them that we actually landed on the moon? Because this is all bullshit. They're just going to continue doing nonsense to make you think you still live on a spinning wet ball. You will never, ever, ever see anybody on the moon except nonsense like this. And that's my case in point to you. When the fuck are you people gonna wake up? When? I had one woman come up to me the other day. She said, my whole family has had COVID. Really? Really? I'd love to see the paperwork. Are they dead? No, they're all still alive. It was a common cold. It's like, oh, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. See, they had to do this because of flat Earth. I mean, they had to do this, guys. And I'm sorry, but it's getting out there too fast. It's going from country to country to country, from person to person to person, and more of them are waking up. It's as simple as that. They've got to quiet us down. Are you still asleep? Huh? Are you still asleep? Wake up! You're going down, okay? When the shit hits the fan, you guys are going down. People have woken up to the flat Earth. Enough of them have woken up to a point right now where it's a domino effect at this point right now. And it's coming to an end soon. And we all know this is all bullshit. So wake the fuck up. Wake up!
Conceptually, the introduction of the idea that the Earth is flat is at odds with just about all of the knowledge that the scientific community has accumulated when it comes to the nature of our universe. But that's, of course, kind of a problem, right? People, individuals, the average everyday layman are not exactly members of the scientific community. After high school, other than what we hear on the news, most of us don't think about science at all, and if we do, it's usually some caricature of it. Doctors in lab coats with test tubes, cloning farm animals, and putting some hair in a DNA decoding machine to figure out who the murderer was. Most of us have forgotten most of what we learned in school about the history and philosophy of science. Everything we hear in the media remotely tangential to science is needlessly dramatized, over-sensationalized, and egregiously politicized. Forget about scientists trying to expand human knowledge and understanding, attempting to answer the fundamental questions about the nature of our universe. No. It's all about profit or promoting some agenda. In the minds of the masses, science is inseparable from politics. Every conversation we see on any remotely contentious science-adjacent topic always has a quote-unquote expert on both sides, giving the appearance of a debate that's evenly split right down the middle. Now, naturally, what you should believe about that subject is determined not by the evidence, but rather by your political affiliation. A world where the truth is decided democratically. This is a dystopian view of the world that feels like it's becoming more of a reality every day. We are entirely out of touch with what's going on in modern science, the bleeding edge, and are so far removed from whatever the nebulous concept of scientific consensus says on any particular topic that it feels impossible to know what's true and what's propaganda anymore. A serious problem exacerbated by the popular media. Professor Dave explains this wonderfully.
The way science news is reported today is absolutely abysmal because of clickbait culture. What happens is that headlines typically fall into one of two categories. It's either, we just found out that everything we know about physics is wrong, or we just found out that there definitely are parallel universes and we can probably go there. The first variety is always a complete lie, and for people who read the headline but not the story to get some context, which is almost everyone quite frankly, it produces the sentiment that science is hopelessly uncertain, being constantly torn down and rebuilt anew, therefore it can never be trusted. This is very dangerous. And the second variety is also a lie, or at least a misrepresentation of experimental results. It produces a blind trust in science to solve all of our problems, which in my opinion is nowhere near as serious or rampant a problem as the baseless distrust, but is still illusory. Sensationalist reporting of science news, no matter which way it leans, is destroying public perception of science. But the blame is with the media outlets, not with the scientists.
Now here's the thing. This political view of science may or may not be true for some scientific topics, but those are for another video. Today, we're talking about the shape of the Earth. And although I opened up this video talking about how much I love watching debates about it, I hope it goes without saying that there is, of course, no real debate about the nature of our planet, moon, sun, or solar system. Literally nobody whose opinion really matters on the subject. Not the politicians you vote for, not the celebrities you watch, or the influencers that you follow, but the actual scientists who are educated on these subjects and are working in the relevant fields of science and engineering. None of them are actually debating any of this. There's no question, controversy, or drama about the shape of the Earth in the scientific community. This is precisely why the scientific debates about the shape of the Earth aren't going on in academia or in the scientific literature, where actual controversial paradigm-shifting cutting-edge scientific research and discourse happens, and instead between random non-scientists on YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. So how the hell could any serious person actually have the hubris to believe that, despite not having any actual scientific expertise, that they know better, that they are one of a small few who've cracked the code and figured out the truth? Well, buckle up, folks. We're at the point of no return. If you aren't equipped with a cringe-proof hazmat suit and sufficient facepalm protection, there's no guarantee that you're going to make it through this video unharmed. You've been warned. I've consumed nearly 1,000 hours of Flat Earth content in the last 6 months. Hundreds of discussions had in bad faith, debates gone off the rails, and documentaries that were, well, frankly, just bad. And I believe I have, for all intents and purposes, heard it all. While the entirety of the Flat Earth movement has been built upon a foundation of absurd claims, laughable contradictions, and embarrassing misconceptions, it's become painfully clear that the uncountably large number of issues with that worldview that caused them to come to the wrong conclusion about the shape of the Earth are really just symptoms of the same 4 fundamental flaws.
Here's a map of ancient Egypt. I've inserted 2 sticks or obelisks, one up here in Alexandria and one down here in Syene. Now, if at a certain moment each stick casts no shadow at all, that's perfectly easy to understand, provided the Earth is flat. If the shadow at Syene is at a certain length, and the shadow at Alexandria is the same length, that also makes sense on a flat Earth. But how could it be, Eratosthenes asked, that at the same instant there was no shadow at Syene and a very substantial shadow at Alexandria?
Okay, one last time. These are small, but the ones out there are far away. Small, far away. Forget it.
The scale of our universe is unfathomable, incomprehensible, inscrutable. Understanding the number of members in our tribe, the total number of arrows that we can carry, and how many of a thing we can eat. Those numbers confer a survival advantage. For our ancestors, quantities much larger than this served no practical purpose. Humans simply did not evolve the ability to wrap our minds around large numbers, to grasp the scale of things beyond our everyday experience. Now, so many of the foundational arguments that are put forth by flat earthers, intentional or not, exploit this fundamental limitation in human cognition, and almost always come in the form of a question.
Where is the curve?
One of the most common flat earth talking points begins with bringing up photos or videos from out in the desert, up on a mountain, over the ocean, from high altitude balloons, literally anywhere and everywhere, asking why can't they see the curve? Now, while this is a fair question that anybody seriously looking into this topic could reasonably ask, the unfortunate truth is that for flat earthers taking part in the conversation, this is where any semblance of fairness and reason begins and ends. What you'll find almost immediately is that they're both unwilling and unable to take the next step that anyone looking to continue the conversation in good faith absolutely needs to take, to entertain the question of exactly how much curve should we actually expect to see.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, because
You
that right there.
You can't test to see if the Earth is a globe if you can't actually calculate the what you should or should not see on a globe. So how do we calculate what should or should not be seen on the globe if you don't have any of the details of it? How do you know this is not possible on a globe?
There's never been curve proven on the y-axis.
Okay, how do we know what is supposed to be seen on the globe? Did you do
There's
that?
supposed to be,
did you calculate the consequences of that?
Because there's supposed to be curve. Where's the curve?
How much curve should you see?
At least some.
Without fail, flat earthers run into two fundamental problems here. Firstly, they're always missing some or all of the crucial factors related to the photo or video evidence in question, the information required for any remotely serious examination like this. Things like the elevation of the camera where the images were captured, or any of the relevant details about the camera itself and the lens that was used when the images were captured.
What was your elevation?
Like I said, it was just me with the tripod, so
Okay, I told you. I said if you don't have the details, then it's pointless because we can't even test to see if it should be matching the globe or not.
Now that brings us to their second problem. That even if they had the specifics about the images in question, they'd have no goddamn clue what to do with it, because they're entirely ignorant about any and all of the relevant concepts involved in determining just how much curvature we would expect to see in any given situation if we actually did live on a globe.
What do you see? What do you see in the bottom center there? Your evidence.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see in the bottom center?
Well, there should be more curve than that.
How did you calculate that? Show me your calculations.
That's not my balloon, so I don't know.
Okay, so don't tell me there should be more curve than that if you didn't do the calculations to know how much curve should be visible with that camera at that elevation.
And what we're ultimately dealing with are real-world applications of scale, perspective, and geometry. The first thing we need to understand is just how large the Earth actually is, to fully grasp the scales that we're dealing with. And one of the best ways to do this is through modeling and simulation. Unfortunately for flat earthers, successfully implementing a model and understanding scale go hand in hand, so that tends to go just about as good as you'd expect. This demonstration from a particularly disgusting flat earther named Demock is the kind of demonstration that you tend to see from flat earthers, and what he's attempting to explain here is, well, I'll let him describe it.
The globe doesn't exist. When you go up in the air in a helicopter, you don't see anything tilting away from you that you couldn't see down into.
What you need to pay attention to is what you can see that's inside the cap. Let's look down inside the cap, Globers. Come on, can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we look down? Can we look down inside the cap, Globers? Oh, a couple foot ain't off the ground ain't good enough for you. A couple foot off the ball. A couple foot off your globe. that would only be 40 inches, right? 39, whatever, 40,
But he can't
40
scale.
inches.
Oof. Rough.
Couple off of your globe. Look down. Do you see in there? Do you see in the lid? Hello? Look at this, Lewis. Look at this, Lewis. Max height. Max height. We're in the ISS.
But what's immediately clear to most folks watching this was that the questions that he has related to what anybody would or should see on a round Earth demonstrates that he has a massive misunderstanding of the scales involved. At first, he was talking about being in a helicopter and begins lifting the camera up off the surface of his model, and then later raises the camera up quite a lot higher and starts talking about the International Space Station. Now, the absurdity of what he's attempting to demonstrate here might not be super obvious, so let's take a moment to do some rough estimates of the scales involved here, using what looks like one of those 5-gallon buckets as an initial reference. These buckets are about a foot in diameter, let's say for simplicity's sake 30 centimeters. And it looks like the diameter of this Earth analog is roughly 4 buckets wide, or about 120 centimeters. Now, the diameter of the Earth is about 12,742 kilometers. But to keep it simple for any flat earthers watching, let's round it to 12,000 kilometers, which is the equivalent of 1.2 billion centimeters. This means that what we have here is on the order of a 1 to 10 million scale model. Now, plastic bottle caps can range anywhere between 1 and 2 centimeters tall, but again, to keep this simple, let's just say 1.2 centimeters. Now, this means that the bottle cap, if scaled up to the appropriate size for this model, on Earth would be 12 million centimeters tall, or about 120 kilometers, which is 10 times higher than commercial airliners fly and more than a quarter of a way to the orbital height of the International Space Station. For all intents and purposes, to scale, this bottle cap extends from the surface of Earth into space. So the fact that he truly believes what he's attempting to show here is remotely applicable to something like our perspective from a helicopter, or even the ISS, tells you everything you need to know about how flat earthers struggle to grasp scale. Now, MCToon, one of the more prominent members of the flat earth debunking community, who you've seen already a bunch, and you're going to see a lot more in this video.
My background, sometimes people want to know my background. Well, I successfully graduated middle school, so that qualifies me to debunk flat earth.
Attempted to explain this glaring issue to our friend D-Muck here, although from his response, I'm not super confident he got the gist.
Show how your ball does.
Hold on, no. Your analog did not show helicopter heights.
Listen, you're talking about something that doesn't exist. There's no analog here, and there's none of that dog shit you're talking about. Get
so
your
you say,
ball,
but
put your markings on there, and show us what you're talking about. Show us how mine's wrong. The whole point is you can't see into the cap. Welcome to No Globe. No Glober is they're allergic to fucking physics and balls. They'll never touch a globe.
But you don't know anything about
never
physics.
Demonstrate it. Shut up, fat boy.
D-Muck, you don't know any. All right, well, it's got green here, but it's actually a black, a Sharpie.
Blue hump, green tilt, orange rise, yellow curve.
All right. Oh, he wants to play colors. That's cute. Just listen to the yapping.
Spectral apocalypator, spectral analyzer with a rainbow. What kind of gases and planets are in our rainbow that we see right here on our fucking planet? Spectroscopy, boy. You fucking. Why don't you carbon date that rainbow while you're at it and give me the weight of it? And why isn't it pulled down by gravity? How did it get up there? So which color weighs more? The bottom color of the rainbow or the top color, fat boy?
Oh my gosh,
they all float down here, fat ass. Spectroscopize the fucking rainbow, bitch. Spectrological fucking aspirations of air colors. You stupid fucking loser, moron, fat boy. Fat boy, do some forensics with the real ball, fat ass. Do you know what forensics are, bitch? Where you touch the shit?
Oh my gosh.
Fat boy, dog boy.
All right.
Do you get glow pox when you touch what a ball looks like?
All right.
Show McToon what a ball looks like, you. If you're it's not for me and it's for him, you need to up this motherfucking loser with no IQ who's allergic to balls. Go get a ball from the hardware store or a play toy store. Get a beach ball of some sort and show this dumb fat loser what a ball looks like. And we can go over a ball versus flat reality.
Well, he seems like a nice guy. Now, for contrast, let's see what a proper demonstration looks like. One that accurately represents the scale, geometry, and perspective dictated by the globe model. one that actually calculates the consequences of what the model predicts, while at the same time comparing those predictions to real-world observations. Allow me to walk you through an incredible visual demonstration made available by Walter Bislin, a Swiss engineer who has put together a website full of insanely helpful calculators and other useful applications that we'll be taking advantage of more than once in this video. Here we're shown the first-person perspective of somebody 6 feet tall standing on the surface of an Earth-sized sphere. We have a fairly narrow field of view here to start, so this is probably a bit closer to what the view would look like through an average camera. Now looking left to right, we really don't see any curve on the horizon, but remember, we're standing on a sphere, so clearly initial looks can be deceiving. Let's compare this to a normal photograph taken at sea level, where the curve is effectively impossible to discern with the naked eye. Now, let's rise up to 500 meters in altitude. There's not much visually different here, even when using a 21mm wide-angle lens, although there is actually a measurable curve here if you were to go and count the pixels. And when we compare the simulation to a real-world photograph under the same conditions, we see the simulation so far is spot on. Now let's compare this to what we'd see if the Earth was actually flat. The horizon would remain at eye level compared to the round Earth model, where the horizon has dipped noticeably. Now, climbing to an altitude of the typical commercial jetliner, we can see an even more drastic dip of the horizon below eye level. And again, we see curve here that's still too slight for us to see with our naked eye, although it is noticeable when lines are drawn and pixels are counted. Now, let's compare what's predicted here with a photo taken with a phone using a theodolite mobile app, which gives us information about where eye level is, our altitude, and more. Now, the predictions for the shape of the horizon and for where eye level is, thus far have been 100% accurate to real-life observations. Now note, if we zoom the camera in, reducing our field of view, the curvature almost entirely disappears, which just goes to show you how important knowing information like what lenses are used, what FOV is represented in the image, what our altitude is, and more when analyzing photos for curvature. Now climbing again to 100,000 feet, the height reached by many amateur balloons, and with this field of view, the curve is very small. But if we zoom back out, we can see a much more prominent curve on the horizon. Let's simulate what this altitude would look like through a 38mm focal length lens. Spot on. Let's now compare this view again with what we'd see if the Earth was flat, and climb up even higher. Once again, even from this altitude, zooming in has the ability to effectively eliminate the visible curve from the image. Now let's compare what our simulation predicts the view should be from the International Space Station. Now, how about that Tesla that SpaceX sent up to space a few years ago? We have a few images from varying orbital distances from Earth. The first is from 4,000 kilometers. Now, how about the second, at around 7,000 kilometers? This simulation appears to be an extremely accurate and reliable model of our Earth, corresponding perfectly to every observation that I've put up against it. I personally took 3 images from 3 different videos where the relevant camera, lens, and altitude information was provided so that I could put all of that information into Walter Bislin's application and verify myself. The first 2 videos were from a flat earther named Dwayne Kellum, with The first, titled High Altitude Balloon 24, I See Stars, at an altitude of 121,000 feet with a Sony A7S camera and a Sony FE 50mm f1.8 lens. The second was titled High Altitude Balloon 15 infrared camera, where he filmed from 113,000 feet using a GoPro Hero Black with a custom 4.35mm low distortion lens, described as having, quote, special optics make this lens rectilinear, so there's no fisheye distortion at all. And the final video was from an amateur rocket enthusiast named Kip Daugertis, entitled 56 Miles Above Earth, Successful Amateur Rocket Launch, where he filmed his rocket hitting over 293,000 feet using a similar aftermarket GoPro lens without the fisheye effect. Let's see how the calculator compares to all of these observations. Now, I gotta say, that's pretty goddamn impressive. Now, closely related to this is another flat earther talking point, questioning the legitimacy of various images of Earth from space because of the differences in the relative sizes of continents.
When NASA's images of the ball Earth are compared with one another, the coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents are consistently so drastically different from one another as to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the pictures are all fake.
You know all these pictures that NASA have put out over the timeline of the Earth from space, where you see the actual globe, yeah? Uh-huh. How do you explain the fact that in some of it, the land masses look absolutely, totally out of perspective to each other, and sometimes they don't seem to be the same? The land masses I'm talking about, not the actual shape of it.
Here's two pictures they tell us are from space of the Earth. I want y'all to look at North America. Which one is correct? Because the one there, the big one, seems like North America is taking up a big section of the ball there, much bigger than it really is. So we get these kind of things, and they want us to trust them, but it's just impossible.
What do you think it's showing there?
Do you see Africa is taking up that much space on the ball?
Yeah. And how far away was that picture taken?
Are you talking about like the if it's close?
So I think you're showing the 1972 blue marble, right?
Most likely, maybe.
Most likely. You don't know which meme you're showing?
Dude, I just collect stuff that looks weird. That's all I'm doing. I'm like detective. You know what I mean? I'm not like you, a scientist.
I believe you.
This is a clear-cut example of their inability or unwillingness to take even the most basic steps to understand something most fifth graders are able to grasp: perspective. And even if this concept isn't something immediately intuitive to most people, it's trivial to demonstrate, and any intellectually honest person would have a really hard time disagreeing. Now, for starters, what they're describing is a well-known principle in geometry. The visible surface area of a sphere is a function of your distance from it and its radius. Put simply, the closer you are to a sphere, the less of it you see, and vice versa, with the visible area increasing to 50% as your distance approaches infinity. Now, this can be easily demonstrated in multiple ways, such as with the use of modeling or simulation tools. In this case, I use some software called Space Engine. Removing the atmosphere and clouds makes this demonstration a bit more clear. First, let's start off relatively close to the Earth and take a snapshot. Then let's move back some distance so that the Earth is smaller in frame and take another. When zoomed and cropped so that the angular size of Earth is equal in both images, which is always how these photos are presented when flat earthers make this argument, we can fade back and forth between each and can clearly see that less of the Earth's surface is visible when we're closer to the planet. The farther away we get, the more of the surface of the sphere we can see. Now, for those extra skeptical folks that might think this kind of software is doing something tricky under the covers to mislead us or something like that, you can just do this with your own eyes. Grab a globe, look at it up close, then walk 10 or 15 feet away and take another look. I took these 2 photos this afternoon outside with my iPhone, and this clearly demonstrates the point. Now, I don't want to complicate things more than necessary, but it's worth mentioning briefly that there are other aspects of some images that can have different factors that contribute to how much of the globe we can see, like different style cameras with different settings and lenses, and in some cases, images of the globe are composites made up of multiple, closer, much higher detail images that are stitched together. Now, flat earthers love to point to composite images as some kind of dishonest manipulation, but the only ones being dishonest are them. There's nothing being hidden or misrepresented here. Now, despite this being absolutely trivial for anybody with a spherical object and a pair of eyes to undeniably demonstrate for themselves, for reasons we'll be diving deep into later, no matter how easily debunked their arguments are, the explanations are unquestioningly rejected by flat earthers, and these arguments continue to be parroted every day.
Now, he's literally distorting the image to give you a false impression.
I didn't want to say that. That's why I said I'm going to have a look myself.
Yeah, it's just a distortion of the image. It's a Photoshop, right?
The problems that we've seen thus far with the flat earth worldview are only scratching the surface of what's to come. It gets worse. Much worse. Which brings us to the second fundamental flaw that all flat earthers suffer from.
Let's get back to the reason that we're really here. Without much further ado, I give you the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good.
What is this?
A center for ants? What?
How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
What is the sign of 90 degrees?
Well, it's just a right angle, so I don't know what the sign is. It's just 2 lines at a right angle.
It's talking about a trigonometric function, the sine.
S-I-N-E.
Oh. What, a noun?
No.
Anthony, if a triangle has the sides 1, 1, and 1, do you know what the angles are?
Which kind of triangle are you on about? Are you on about like a right angle triangle? Well, it would be an equilateral triangle, wouldn't it?
Right, so what are the angles?
I'm gonna pull up a triangle calculator.
Is somebody recording this? Because this is just priceless.
Well, the one I'm using it's not giving me any when I do it. So either this calculator is wrong or you're wrong.
Anthony, the fact that you can't answer these simple math questions is ridiculous.
Why can't you just apply it to right angle triangles?
Fine, 3, 4, 5. That's a right angle.
How do you know it's a right angle triangle? So
because it physically is. There's no other triangle it can be.
All right. Well, I don't know that's true, so I want to test it. How do I test it? Well, this is irrelevant. I've already stated my position.
No, it's not. Your inability to do math is totally
triangles. We don't use equilateral triangles to calculate the distances and stuff.
It applies to you not having a clue what you're talking about and being extremely confident when you talk, regardless.
So if you have a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
I have no idea.
I believe you.
Joe, if you have a triangle with sides measuring 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
I have been in geometry class since I was 14. I'm 31. Move on.
So to be clear, you get 3 observers on your hypothesized flat Earth, and then you have those 3 people create a triangle with 90 degrees between each of them.
Right, so they create an equilateral triangle. They're the observers.
With 90 degrees at each corner of the equilateral triangle? That's on the flat Earth? Okay.
So you asked for the math. I showed it to you. You asked for the zooming of the boat.
Math was
I showed
wrong.
you the image.
Yeah, I showed you that the math is wrong. I told you that.
I showed you the official Pythagorean proof of curvature, which fails at 3 miles. You don't like that math. You don't accept that math. Refraction gets rid of that.
The official.
What do you want, man?
I want you, if you're going to talk about math, to do it right.
Because we're going to look at something, trigonometry here. Can you just explain to me, just so I know that I don't need to explain to you, pretend it's a maths test. Let's pretend that you've got the angle that I've given you and that you've got that distance on the blue line that I've given you. And all I'm asking is, forget the Earth, forget Polaris, forget anything like that. Treat it as a maths question. because I want you to know the significance of what's about to happen. How would you calculate the distance to Polaris there? How is your trigonometry? Can you do it? And by the way, trigonometry is something we teach to 12-year-old children in England. I'm just pointing that out. Can you calculate that distance?
So your argument is that the north, I personally can't calculate that. I don't work in kilometers. I normally work in miles. And the distance to Polaris, I have to see your measurement. I'd have to see your measurements for the distance to Polaris. Is that what you're trying to show right now? Is triangulating the distance?
No, it wasn't. I'll carry on with my explanation. I think everyone who's watching understands the point I've just made.
If you have a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
Don't know.
Oh, come on. Come on.
All right, maybe 90 degrees. 90 degrees, maybe.
So, all right. So now let's say you have 5 and you divide by 0. What's the answer?
Here, 5 and 0.
Wrong. Here, yeah. All right. Man, you're not doing well.
You have 5 and you divide by 0. That's 0.
Nope.
No.
And what is it?
Undefined.
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 Here, I can explain it to you like this. Let's say Cookie Monster is 5 cookies. I'll scroll down here. Here's the derivation of the formula and the correct formula. Right here, formula 4 is the correct formula. You'll see here H sub H is the hidden height. The HO is the eye height of the observer. Now, when you use 8 inches per mile squared, where do you put in the eye height?
That's too many numbers and letters for me. I don't understand that. But
okay, right here. Sine of pi over 6 is equal to 1/2.
Sine of 30 degrees. Nope. Sine 30 degrees is equal to pi over 6.
But that's not right.
Why don't you Google it right quick, Tony? I mean, geez.
Sine of 30 is not pi over 6. Sine of 30 is 1/2 or 0.5.
Mm-hmm. It equals 1/2, and it also equals pi over 6. Yes, I know. That's what I'm trying to give you the way to do it.
So
you're going to do sine 30 degrees equals pi over 6. Pi over 6 is equal to 1/2. Since pi over 6 is equal to 1/2, that gives you the ratio of what pi is.
Sine of 30 degrees is not equal to pi over 6.
Again, people, this is what I mean. Why do this argument? A math book is right there. It'll tell you. If Cat's going to argue over this, why do you guys think they're going to not argue over something even deeper? Come on now. Okay.
Because you're wrong. Okay. Because none of this is right.
Your false attempt at math. Yes.
In Sweden, I don't know what's the educational system there like. Do you do trigonometry in high school?
They probably do, but I'm a artist. I don't care for brainwashing. I don't care for brainwashing. Yeah, I don't care for brainwashing.
Or even just close to the moon. Okay, the moon, they said, is 10 to the negative 11 torr. For those of you that want to know what that is in PSI, it's a negative 2 billion PSI. So basically a full fucking vacuum.
There's no such thing as negative PSI, but okay.
That's what the scientists tell us, is that it's 10 to the negative 11 torr is the pressure or negative.
Just a quick question. Do you think a negative exponent makes it a negative number?
Dude, I'm using your guys' numbers. That ain't my number. I don't think that exists at all. I don't think it exists at all. I'm using the number that your NASA scientists and your astrophysicists use. This is the number that they use.
But if you don't understand what they're talking about, then how can you properly decipher what they're telling you? So
it's the absence of positive pressure.
I go back to my original question. Do you believe that a negative exponent on a number makes that number negative?
I'm just telling you what the fucking number that your people give us. What is it then? What is the number? What is the pressure of space? What is the pressure? Hold on, Red. What is the pressure of space?
It makes it a decimal point, not a negative number. So for you to say that NASA is claiming that they're asserting negative PSI means you fundamentally do not understand what NASA's been telling you. So this entire time, you've been arguing
10 to the negative 11. Okay, well, you tell me what the pressure of space is then, Red.
Or you want to evacuate the chamber so that you can do it in a partial vacuum, like 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Is 10 to the negative 17 a negative number?
I mean, it ends 17, so yeah.
Now, let's be honest here. There really isn't any shame in forgetting so much of the basic math that we learned in middle school, especially if we haven't used any of it since then. It would be a bit cruel to just make fun of a random person for not knowing some geometry trivia. But remember, we're not dealing with any old random person. The difference between a normal, intellectually honest person and the types of flat earthers we've seen thus far is their hubris. Their entire worldview is dominated by a belief rooted in math they should have learned when they were about 14 years old. Basic math they consistently do not understand, while at the same time attempting to argue that they actually understand these and other drastically more advanced concepts more than all of the scientists and engineers on the planet. This has less to do with somebody's intelligence and their ability to memorize equations, and more to do with their competence and self-awareness. Flat earthers are the essence of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
On the x-axis, we have the students divided in 4 groups, according to how good they performed in the test. The y-axis shows at which percentile a given test score stands in relation to all the other test scores. The graph for the actual test scores looks like this. The average score of the group with the lowest scoring students ranks quite low, the scores of the highest scoring students rank comparatively high, no big surprises here. Now comes the interesting part. If all the students had perfectly assessed their own performance, the graph of their perceived ability would perfectly match the graph of the actual test scores. Instead, it looks like this. The students in the lowest scoring quartile grossly overestimated their ability relative to their peers. They thought they had scored better than average, when in fact their performance fell in the 12th percentile. This can be explained by the aforementioned concept of metacognition. If you lack the knowledge to answer correctly, you also lack the knowledge to correctly assess your own performance.
So at the end of the day, does this really matter? Does their incompetence when it comes to basic math invalidate their arguments? Well, all I can say is that it absolutely contributes to their inability to understand the implications of their worldview. If they had a better understanding of even the most basic geometry and how to apply it to real-world observations and measurements, they might begin to understand some of the fundamental problems with their belief about the shape of the Earth. Recall that excerpt from Carl Sagan's Cosmos that I included earlier, discussing the experiment first done by Eratosthenes over 2,000 years ago, where he measured the differences in the lengths of different shadows cast in different geographical locations and observed the lengths of those shadows varying in such a way that correlated with a round Earth and a very distant sun. Now, in 2017, a group of 23 volunteers from 9 different countries set out to replicate this experiment, all taking their own shadow measurements during the September equinox, the period where the sun crosses the celestial equator, and the results were aggregated together and presented in a video by Sly Sparkane. He used the data to create a visual representation of the observations that could be compared between the generally accepted model of our solar system, having a round Earth and a distant sun, versus the commonly held idea of a flat Earth with a local sun. During this equinox, when the sun is directly above the equator, when standing at 45 degrees latitude, which has the known distance of 5,000 kilometers from the equator, we measure that the angle to the sun is also 45 degrees. Now, the implications for the flat Earth model are clear and pretty much undeniable. When we do that pesky triangle math they hate so much, we can determine that the sun must be about 5,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, rather than the generally accepted 150 million kilometers. Now, this is what the basic geometry dictates, but good luck getting any number of flat earthers to agree on anything about their model, like the distance to the sun, which is, of course, a problem in and of itself, but I digress. Now, assuming that the Earth is indeed flat for the sake of this demonstration, we'd expect to see all of the angle measurements converge on a point pretty much bang on that 5,000 kilometer distance from the equator. The gray lines shown here represent the angle predicted by the flat Earth. Now, how accurately do you suppose the actual measurements correspond with the predictions made by the flat Earth model? Now, it should come as no surprise that the elevation angles collected failed to correspond to that single location above flat Earth, effectively ruling this hypothesis out entirely. Now, you might be thinking, but how do these measurements correlate with the globe model? They don't exactly look like you might expect when trying to visualize them on a globe, but luckily Sly Sparkane helped us with that. Let's see what all 23 angles look like when the latitudes and angles are mapped onto a sphere the size of Earth. not only are all of the measured angles within 1 degree of exactly perpendicular to Earth's axis, matching the predictions of a globe with a very distant sun perfectly, but when mapping all of the angles of the sticks from each participant and continuing them down through the Earth, we can see they all converge nicely on the center of the globe. Now, this was a masterful demonstration of the power of combining conceptual models and mathematics with real-world observations, something flat earthers almost by necessity must either fail to understand or outright reject. Now, from the beginning, the shape of the Earth was not assumed or presupposed when all of the observations and measurements were collected, and each participant was operating independently from one another, and yet when all of the data was compiled and compared against what both models dictate, the globe scored perfectly, and the flat Earth completely and utterly failed. Not only do they not understand the consequences of what their model requires, and are unable to grasp how the math demonstrates the very basic problems inherent in it, but what's worse is that they refuse to accept that the essence of what these abstractions dictate even apply at all. They deny the practical utility, descriptive value, and predictive power of anything abstract, like models and formulas, fully believing that not only do these tools have no practical connection to the quote-unquote real world, so they're effectively useless, but even to attempt to create and use things like models and math to understand and describe the world is inherently problematic. Flat earthers suffer from what I'd like to call Zoolander syndrome. When we try to explain to them some idea related to the globe, they call us morons for believing that billions of people could fit on a sphere that small.
Derek, it's just I don't want to hear your excuses! The center has to be at least 3 times bigger than this.
He's absolutely right.
They still don't understand the relationship between math and science. They think that when we use math in science, that somehow the math is we're claiming that the math is being manifested in physical reality. No, it's not. We've identified something in physical reality, and we've identified the relationship in physical reality has a mathematical relationship to it.
So
unbonded.
It's completely because the atmosphere moves with the Earth, and it is using the atmosphere
You
to
have
create
zero
lift,
evidence
thrust,
for that.
and drag.
You keep making these fucking crazy claims.
It's part
that
of
you
it,
can't
right?
back.
This is my model.
Right,
if you want to argue my model, this is my model.
We don't live on a fucking model, dumbass. We're talking about
a model
reality.
is a description of reality.
No,
you fucking moron.
Talk about your model and your description of some reality that doesn't exist.
The other kind of evidence is the one that I'm not too keen on, and that's like evidence that's based or connected with like a model or a concept or an idea. And here's an example. The solar system, just in your mind, imagine the solar system. It's not here on the ground. It's not where you're seeing it. It's a concept, or it's like part of a model, like a heliocentric idea. Earth and all these planets are going around the sun. And it's not something that we actually perceive or observe with any of our senses. It's more of an idea.
How do you have data for flat Earth if there is no flat Earth?
Okay, now this is a difference between a flat earther and somebody that's trained in science. I can imagine a flat Earth. I can imagine.
So you can use your imagination a lot better than flat earthers. Okay, go
yes,
ahead.
exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
go ahead.
All right. I can imagine if the Earth was flat and I had a North Pole sitting on a pole 3,102.65 miles high. I can understand that if I'm standing directly under that, it'll be 90 degrees above me. If I start moving away from it in any direction, and I can calculate every angle because it's simple geometry. And I did that for every single degree from 90 to 0.
Well, that's your problem right there, Bob, is your imagination. The globe, you start with a presupposition, you imagine...
No, I started with a presupposition that the world was flat, and I calculated based
No,
on
again,
the
why
North
would
Star.
you suppose? Again, why would you do that?
That you're able to ignore the sky turning above your head because you have a concept idea that the ground is turning. I'm not saying that you're wrong or something. I'm saying that you are able to ignore your own flawed perceptions in order to. So
because I have more accurate equipment I can rely on.
And
Absolutely.
that's actually exactly what I'm pointing out, is that you're relying on the equipment rather than your actual senses that you make.
I am not going to rely on my. I'm not going to rely on my senses when driving. I'm going to look at the speedometer.
Then you said predictions of a model, right? I've already went through this in one of our debates, right? Models cannot be observational evidence, right? Because especially mathematical models, because mathematics is not reality, it's numbers on a paper, right? But if you create a model that works in real life, that still doesn't give you truth, because I can create a model of something based upon certain elements and map it correctly. That doesn't mean that the model is true. That just means that the model fits for what I've mapped. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if the Earth really is a globe, but then I map all the points on the globe and then model it flat successfully, that doesn't magically make the Earth flat now, does it? No, it doesn't. So just because I make a good model, that's not observational evidence.
The obsession with models is weird because it doesn't prove anything one way or the other. You can have the concept of the globe and build the model around the observations, and you can build the concept around the other, and you can just work the math until it works either way. But it's neither here nor there. Models are irrelevant to the debate.
Well, what you do is you line up the edge of the sphere with one of the sides of the angle, one of the lines, and the other would be eye level, which the Theodolite app gives me. So all I did was measure the dip from eye level. Super easy.
So your height above the ground, and then the object in the distance.
No height.
And then the point below your altitude.
No height
That wouldn't
involved.
make 3 points of a triangle?
No height involved. I didn't measure anything related to my elevation when I measured that angle.
Gregory. What object has one angle?
The angle
An
that
angle
I measured.
does.
I measured
What
the angle.
polygon has one angle?
It's not a polygon. It's just one angle.
How do you have an angle in a vacuum? Like, how do you have angle just itself?
It's not hard to do. I don't know why.
You have
this
no
is a
other
challenge.
objects involved to measure the angle in relation to other objects?
Correct. Why
An
is this
angle
hard?
is a vertex. An angle is a vertex and two lines.
points.
Two lines.
No, 1 point and two rays. That's an angle.
So I have line number 1 and line number 2, and one of these points, and both of these lines are intersecting. I would, in principle, have 3 points.
No, they don't intersect except at the vertex, Gregory.
So I posted a video of myself.
The lines in the triangle, when measuring the angle, are supposed to be, in principle, representative of the distance between all the objects involved.
No, the angle, not the distance.
No.
Angle,
The
not
points
distance.
at the lines
Angle.
don't represent
Angle.
the objects in real life.
You said
of which you're
distance.
measuring the angles between.
I said angle. You said distance.
The lines in the triangle, in principle,
There's no
in
triangle.
principle represent the distance relationship between all the objects involved.
But there's no triangle. It's one
This
angle.
doesn't make any sense. This is asinine.
I get it. It's hard for you to understand, but it's one angle, not
Yeah, so
not
explain to me how you don't have any lines involved and
There's
how
two
the
lines.
points at the lines don't connect when you're measuring angles. Explain that to me.
2 lines, 1 angle. Not hard. 2 lines, 1 angle.
So when you measure angles, you don't have, in principle, lines intersecting at a point? That doesn't make any sense.
They can be tangent to a surface.
They're tangent to a surface,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
so
that's
you're going to
not hard.
conflate the difference between the concrete entities trying to be measured in real life as opposed to the in principle lines that correspond to a triangle, or at least 2 lines intersecting at one of the 2 points of the line. You're going to conflate these two, but I'm the simple-minded one?
Models in science are like maps. Think about any given place in the world as if it were a scientific concept. A concept that we may not be familiar with, something that we want to explore and understand. Models inform us about so many aspects of the world around us, give us clues as to what we could expect if we were to explore it, help us navigate and make predictions about what we'll see when we do. Now, not only do flat earthers seem to think that models serve no purpose in helping us navigate the world, but they also appear to think that we claim that the models are literally the things that the models are describing, that they're one and the same. Of course, this is absurd. It doesn't matter how much detail we pour into a model, we could improve it more and more until it was a one-to-one copy, atom for atom, a perfect replica, and it would still not be the place in question. It would only be a representation of it. At no point have we argued that the model is the reality that we're trying to explain. We simply make use of models, equations, and other abstractions to help explain, describe, quantify, and communicate. The value of a model comes from its utility, and in every other context, flat earthers understand this, whether they know it or not. They still use Google Maps to get them from point A to B, even if those roads they see on screen look like they're way too small for a car to drive on. They're benefiting from these abstractions without realizing it. All too often I hear flat earthers throwing around the phrase reification fallacy, accusing globe proponents of treating something abstract or hypothetical as if it was the actual real thing in question.
Especially mathematical models, because mathematics is not reality, it's numbers on a paper, right? But if you create a model that works in real life, that still doesn't give you truth.
The notion that we believe or claim that the models are quote-unquote truths is, of course, a straw man. Although it makes sense that if flat earthers don't actually understand what the purpose of models in science actually are, that they also wouldn't be able to grasp any of the arguments that are being made using them. It's a well-known adage that all models are wrong, but some are useful. They're all just approximations of whatever they intend to represent. And the more refined they get, the more they're tested, make predictions, and have those predictions vindicated, the more confident we can be that we're gaining a deeper understanding about the actual real-world phenomenon that the models were created to understand. What the flat earther Ross attempted to argue is really fascinating to me, because I think it gives a kind of a unique insight into the way that flat earthers tend to struggle when it comes to understanding models.
Because I can create a model of something based upon certain elements and map it correctly. That doesn't mean that the model is true. That just means that the model fits for what I've mapped. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if the Earth really is a globe, but then I map all the points on the globe and then model it flat successfully, that doesn't magically make the Earth flat now, does it? No, it doesn't.
Now here's the thing, Ross. If you could actually do that, that would actually be compelling evidence that the Earth might be flat. But of course, you can't. Maps communicate quite a lot of information, and how useful a map is directly tied to how closely the map represents a few key aspects of the world it's attempting to describe, or specifically the relative locations of different points, their relative sizes, and the distances between them. Now, Ross claimed that if he was able to successfully map the globe Earth onto a flat map, that wouldn't prove the Earth was flat. But we can't even really evaluate the conclusion of his argument because there's a fundamental problem with the foundational premise. Namely that he could accurately model a three-dimensional object in 2 dimensions. Unless you're literally looking at a globe, the vast majority of the time that we interact with maps, we're interacting with something called a projection. The most common projection that we're all surely familiar with is the Mercator projection, but there are many others. Now, there's no agreed-upon map of the flat Earth, but the closest thing we can get to any semblance of a generally accepted flat Earth map would be the azimuthal equidistant projection. Imagine taking a globe, centering it on the North Pole, cutting a hole in the South Pole, and then stretching out Antarctica around the circumference. Now imagine actually doing this in real life, like imagine you were peeling an orange. If you cut a hole in the bottom, slide the peel off, and then try to flatten it out, unless you were to stretch parts of it significantly or make a bunch of cuts, you literally can't do it. Now this is precisely how we end up with the various map projections, all of which need some kind of cutting or stretching to represent the globe on a flat 2-dimensional plane. Using something called Tissot's indicatrices, we can get a much better visualization of the effects of the different map projections. On the globe, all of these little circles are exactly the same size and are placed along the meridians and parallels, providing a baseline reference for relative distances and scales. Now, once the various projections are created from the globe, we can look at the sizes, shapes, and distances between all of the resulting dots, at which point the quote-unquote cost of each projection will be easily visible. The Mercator projection was created with the primary intention of being used for navigation, with the desired attributes being that up represents north and down represents south pretty much everywhere on the map, and the local directions and shapes are generally fairly accurate, with the biggest trade-off coming in the form of having the land masses that are further away from the equator scaled up disproportionately to those closer to the equator. Now, the azimuthal equidistant projection is designed such that the points on the map are the correct distance and direction from the center point, the North Pole, and that comes at the cost of drastically butchering the scale of everything the further you get from the North Pole. Again, turning Antarctica into a massive ring around the entire perimeter, effectively eliminating the concept of a South Pole. The fact of the matter is, the locations, proportions, and distances on the globe are not only successful in describing what we experience in real life, but are also incapable of being accurately projected onto a flat map. It's fundamentally impossible to create a truly accurate flat representation of the world, if the Earth was indeed a sphere, the shapes of the continents, relative sizes of the bodies of water, distances between cities and other major landmarks, then that fact is far more significant than Ross and other flat earthers realize. It's not that our model demonstrates that the Earth is round, but more importantly, that their inability to create a model that corresponds to reality demonstrates quite convincingly that the Earth can't be flat. Models don't make things reality, but reality can be modeled. And this concept is at the heart of why there aren't any real flat Earth models, either in the physical sense or any kind of robust conceptual framework that can make predictions and explain observations. The moment flat earthers attempt to account for one aspect on their map, like the relative sizes and shapes of the continents or distances between them, all of the other aspects of the map suddenly become wrong. Now, in very much the same way, as soon as they attempt to explain any given observed phenomena, such as the day and night cycle, they invariably fail to account for or outright contradict their explanations for all of the others, like eclipses, the seasons, and the movement of the stars in the sky. Flat earthers are simply unable to make their models match reality. And despite them invariably arguing that models aren't reality, so of course it doesn't matter, the very fact that the globe model is able to account for all of the relevant observations and phenomena that we see and experience, while no flat Earth model exists that can account for more than one or two things at a time, tells us a little something about what the shape of the Earth is most likely to be.
The globe itself and the heliocentric model and everything, that was established by hundreds of people over thousands of years. They've been working on this sort of stuff, and flat earthers think with Google in 10 minutes of cherry picking they could suddenly break all that apart, and yet they can't actually build their own working flat earth model at all because none of it actually works. The globe in everything else is the only thing that works, whereas flat earthers to try and explain how we see things on a flat earth, you want to see some of the bloody models that they've tried to pull up just to explain one thing. Like, have you come across their everyone's got a personal sphere of the night sky, if you like, their own personal dome that they're seeing, and they show you how the stars are supposed to be moving, and they're dancing all over the place because it's the only thing they can get to work. And it's like, right, great, put that into the context of everything else and see how well you get on with it. And they can't. They have to change the model every single time just to explain one thing and then the next and then the next.
The end result of all of the problems facing the flat Earth model is quite fascinating, to say the least. What we end up seeing is that flat earthers can't stop at merely rejecting our models, but because these models are infinitely better at accurately representing reality than anything they can come up with, they're very often forced to outright reject reality.
So anyway, you guys, this is what us globe people believe Australia looks like. And then here is what the flat Earth map says Australia looks like. So right off the bat, just from a simple logic standpoint, we should know that both of these cannot be right. They're drastically different.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah, they're just a concept.
I want you to take a look at the drastic difference that the globe people believe is the shape of Australia and the flat Earth people believe is the shape of Australia. So my question for you, Austin, is which one of these do you think best represents the actual size of Australia?
Great question, man. I don't know. Like, I would say maybe somewhere in the middle. What about that? Because my answer remains the same here. This is just a concept. It's a construct. We weren't even allowed to make but one type of map. You can't even freely and privately explore the Earth.
The fact of the matter is that we know the distances from coast to coast, both north to south and east to west in Australia. Anybody can pull up a map, hop in their car, and make the drive. There's no shortage of flat earthers that live in Australia. It would be trivial for any of them to do this themselves to debunk the globe. The idea that we're not allowed to freely explore the Earth, as if somebody would prevent you from making these coast-to-coast drives, is absolutely bonkers. It's straight-up nonsense, just like pretending that we don't know the actual distances between these major cities. You can pretend like the globe is merely an abstract concept all you want, but if the globe model tells us exactly how far these cities are, and those predictions correspond with reality, then you've surely got some explaining to do if you're a flat earther.
I mean, actually, when they traveled in the South back in the day, assuming a sphere, they consistently got lost. So what did they do? They had to start sending out magnetic declination surveys and trying to correct to try to get it to match the globe. That's why when you go in the South, you're just navigating with corrections. So when people actually went to the South, when these maps were first being put together, it didn't work. We had to make gross corrections to them. So that's the unspoken truth there.
This is just more nonsense to distract from the main point being discussed here. Magnetic declination isn't a topic that I really want to get into in any detail, but in a nutshell, what he's referring to has to do with adjustments that need to be made to magnetic compass readings while navigating, which actually has nothing to do with the geometry of the land masses or the maps at all. If the map tells you to go due north and your compass is off by some amount because of the difference between magnetic north and geographic north, that doesn't mean that the map is wrong. He's purposefully misrepresenting the implications of magnetic declination to divert the conversation away from where it's clearly going, because he's simply too afraid to have to answer extremely basic questions about his model of the Earth, which Pastor Will Duffy attempts to do, asking for his explanation for the fact that the distances in duration of north to south and west to east flights are within 15% or less of each other, which makes perfect sense on a globe with Australia the size that our maps dictate, while making absolutely no sense on any of the flat Earth maps that show Australia as a hot dog instead of a hamburger.
So what are you suggesting? It should be grossly different if the Earth is flat? What exactly is your argument? The fact that they're 8 minutes apart, assuming a globe distance to get an assumed speed?
Here would be the flight paths on the Gleason map. And by the way, the Gleason map is the only flat Earth map I could find on the entire internet that actually has the names of cities on it, which is bizarre to me. And if you look, this flight right here is 2.5 times shorter distance than this one. So Austin, why are these flights both within 5 minutes of each other, 3 minutes of each other on average? What is your explanation?
That is not to scale. You have to apply a scale to the outer regions of the map. It's literally on it. So it's literally a legend on the map.
Okay, so help me out here. Why can't you or Jaron or anybody else give us just a simple map of Australia? I'm not asking for the whole world. I'm not asking for you to go over the ocean. Why can't we just get a map of Australia that has the right scale and looks the right shape? Why?
Can we ask you though, what every single map that's ever been made, every coastline that's been mapped has all been done by government money, kings and queens. There's no private person going out and building maps, but you expect Austin and I to do that from our house. We're just supposed to go out and map the world for you.
Just help me understand why we can't get the proper shape of Australia when
I just told you.
We already
if you
have.
give
me $10 million, I'll do it.
And millions of people, and we can go out there and do it, and then map entire coastlines and make very specific physical measurements, and not just make globular assumptions as we then beg the question of a spherical distance, and then we can't really figure out nautical miles and distances, and
so. Where does the shape of Australia come from on the globe side? Where is that coming from? Are you guys saying that that's made up or what? Where does it come from?
No, you guys have those very resources that we're discussing, assuming that the Earth is a sphere the whole time. And what happens now is in 2024, people can come along and be like, look how good our map is. Oh, but let's talk about what actually happened, which is that it consistently failed. It didn't work. When they went to the south, assuming the Earth was a sphere, all of the world's bestseller says this does not work. South is not symmetrical to the north as it should be. We are getting lost. We're off by 200 miles a day sometimes. We're off by tons and tons and tons.
Okay, so Austin, I would be content if you and Jaron would admit right now that the globe shape of Australia must be way closer to the truth than the Gleason map because of these flights.
No, I'll never say. But if you want us to draw the Earth for you, to draw the map for you, then you just need to get us the source code for GPS and explain to me why it's hidden by the United States government.
I don't have that, obviously. But again, I feel like you guys should just be willing to admit that if these two flights right here have an average flight time within 3 minutes of each other, that those distances are about the same. Why can't you admit that?
Well, they're 300 miles difference, though.
Speed that they travel. One's going north and one's going east.
Well, it tells you that right there. You got a 300-mile difference, but you're saying they're within minutes of each other. So how is the plane doing that?
So you're saying one's traveling way faster than the other one, right?
Somehow, to flat earthers, it makes more sense to say that the 15% difference in distance that could very likely be made up by the increased speed provided by the west to east jet stream is somehow a distance significant enough to call into question the entire thing, while completely ignoring the fact that westward flights on flat Earth would need to travel something like 250% faster to account for that massive difference in distance. Every single response they gave was a blatant red herring, straw-grasping attempts to divert the entire conversation away from the very basic reality that flat earthers are simply unable to create an accurate map of the world. And it's not because the government's preventing them from doing so. It's not because they haven't had enough time or don't have enough resources to do it. It's because the Earth isn't flat. The flat earthers' arch nemesis, geometry, strikes again.
If you don't have a map, then you're done. You can't actually go past that inside because a couple hundred years ago you could, when we didn't have fast international travel, but now we do. You get on a plane, you can get within 24 hours, you can get almost anywhere. And all of this is done using some sort of navigation, using some sort of a map. So there's a map being used. What map is it? Well, it's a globe. And they're like, well, it's all faked because it's the navigators do it, or it's in the software, or, okay, so what map is it? I don't know. We don't have access to it. Well, then why would you claim that there's a lie happening to it? You don't have any evidence for it. It's just a religion.
The fact that by using our knowledge and understanding of physics to model out around Earth within our solar system, we can predict with insane fidelity not only the date and time of solar eclipses down to the second, but more importantly, their precise path of totality, says something about how our model corresponds to reality. The fact that I and anybody else had the ability to see what would be happening in the real world literally months before it happened in a goddamn video game, because that video game is actually a remarkably robust model of our solar system, demonstrates the value of models, their predictive and explanatory power. It should tell you something when a video game can do what no quote-unquote flat earth scientist has ever in human history been able to do. Understanding these things in the abstract allows us to gain a deeper understanding of the real world. We're not saying they are the real world, but for some reason flat earthers can't seem to grasp this. And when combined with their inability to comprehend scale, their incompetence when it comes to doing basic geometry, and the ever-relevant fact that the world simply isn't flat, there exists no flat earth model that's capable of accounting for what we actually observe in the real world.
Hold on, first of all, where's the stars?
Sorry, I'm not that smart to understand that question. Yes, the stars are above our head.
Are they?
Like
are they like in the dome?
Actually, now the dome and the firmament is something that I don't know. I do not believe in outer space, but now some flat earthers believe in this firmament thing over us, like this, that makes the dome. That I don't really know, because that's like some flat earthers say this, some say that, and I honestly don't know on that subject.
Okay.
But I will tell you this, that the stars are not light years away from us. They're just as they appear.
Do you agree with this statement? Sydney and Johannesburg are 6,863 miles apart on flat Earth.
No, not necessarily.
What distance are they apart?
I don't know.
They want you all to believe that the sun is all exposed 360 degrees, which it's not, because it's tucked into the Milky Way. The back of the Milky Way is nighttime, and that's where the full moon is. It's a no-brainer.
I mean, all the empirical evidence overwhelmingly suggests that there's an enormous 200-foot ice wall holding the oceans in level and flat. The sun and the moon are luminaries, same way there might be some dome with the crown chakra being the pole star.
That's the sunny side. That's the side we don't see. What we see is this dark side, it's the cool side of the moon. New moon, nothing. Still nothing. Because the sun is now facing this way, right? Or this way. Now it's like this.
On the moon phases, real quick, I was curious. What is a full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Good question, man. I think it's probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a Ferrel cell image of a magnet, it's just completely black. It's actually just pure inertia in the center, the Ferrel cell image of a magnet. I think that's what it is. It just actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and then it goes back. Purely speculation. I don't know what the moon is at all. It's a very beautiful thing. The creator made the heavens so that you can't understand them, so that you have to acknowledge that he exists.
See, the sun sits here and projects its energy frequencies across the amplifier. The black hole is the amplifier. So there's your sun, there's the black hole sitting in front of the sun like that. The sun isn't the black hole.
So are you certain this is what the Earth looks like?
Pretty sure.
Almost. I mean, there are some details to be worked out, sure, but the basic concept is sound, absolutely sound. And one thing, again, we absolutely know for a fact, this ain't it.
It's all related to man and woman on Earth. It's the same system. The sun's the man, moon's the woman. Full moon, it's her pregnancy, about to give birth.
The flat Earth is essentially that the North Pole is somewhere centerish of Earth under Polaris. The continents spread out from the north and go out toward the ocean to maybe Antarctica, maybe it's open sea, maybe there's ice in some parts. We don't know.
And we're going to be moving in opposite directions, and that's where you get...
We're going to get stuck.
The day and night.
I mean, how does a lunar eclipse work?
That I'm not real sure about.
Or explained it in such easy terms like I've been doing. I can go online and I can find stuff explained just as simply as what I've done now.
All right, everybody. So I know this is a really long video, and I appreciate that you've made it this far, but I have to say that this story gets way, way crazier than what you've seen so far, if you can believe it. But before we get back to that, I gotta do the kind of content creator housekeeping that I usually hate to do, but is actually necessary to keep the channel going. I've been trying to transition away from being a gaming-focused channel to being more on the scientific, skepticism, and educational side of things. Not to mention that I'm obviously taking on some controversial topics involving some controversial figures. And that's honestly pretty complicated. I've had to work with lawyers, incorporate, all kinds of stuff I never thought I'd have to do as a content creator to protect myself, which of course is both expensive and time-consuming, not to mention working probably 60 hours a week over the last 4 months to put this project together, all the while having no clue if this video would actually succeed, entirely at the whim of the algorithm. So all of that's to say that if you appreciate the amount of work and effort I put into these projects and want me to continue making content like this full-time, please consider supporting me on Patreon. I can only continue to do this as long as it's paying the bills, and I would love to be able to provide more content like this for you going forward. I also have to shout out my music on Spotify. Most of the music you've heard throughout this video is my own, so go check that out. I'll have links to everything in the description. And if you want to see what I'm working on next or give me some ideas about what topics you want me to dive into, come by my Twitch stream. I'm live almost every day, usually hanging out playing games and doing research. And finally, I want to try something I haven't done before that I just recently learned about. If you take a look under the video, apparently if I say, hit the like button, and then mention how a small percentage of you guys watching this video are actually subscribed to the channel and ask you to consider subscribing, apparently the like and subscribe buttons light up or something. I've only seen this once and wanted to try it on one of my videos. Alrighty then, thanks to everybody for hanging with me. I genuinely appreciate you all. Now let's get back to the show. So far, we've only scratched the surface, covering only a few of the problems inherent to the flat earthers and their worldview. They don't understand scale or perspective, they can't grasp pretty much anything related to abstract concepts like math or models, and so with all of that out of the way, the third inevitable problem with the flat earth worldview should come as no surprise to anybody paying attention.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience. Compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
What you just said, predictions isn't science, is one of the dumbest things I've heard a human say, because
it's not conclusive scientific evidence.
Predictions are literally one of the steps in the basic scientific method.
But is it conclusive?
You have to make a prediction to be able to test it. And you know what happened today? Do you know what happened today? Was we made a prediction using the globe model that there would be an eclipse with a path of totality, and then we tested it live.
But you think it's a globe model? It's really not a globe model you're using.
Well, you can say that, but you're wrong. It is absolutely the globe model. Just saying it's not doesn't stop it being the globe model.
Let's clarify. Are predictions conclusive evidence?
I never said the testing of the predictions is
right?
evidence.
It should be easy just to say no, right? Come on, no.
The testing of the predictions is the evidence.
are predictions and right predictions. If you test them and they come out, is that conclusive evidence on its own?
Science never says anything is conclusive, so it's an irrelevant question.
Okay, so we agree that it's not conclusive evidence.
You would not talk about proof if you understood science, because science doesn't deal with proof.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That is the dumbest.
And that shows your lack of background in science.
It shows that you will twist a goat into a chicken.
As soon as you talk about proof, you have moved into pseudoscience. I did not claim. Well, yes, you have.
In that case, anything that anybody talks about is pseudoscience. You might as well just accept this nihilistic fact.
I didn't claim proof, you see. That's the difference. I know that claiming proof is pseudoscience. So I wouldn't do that.
Then nothing is real.
No, then you don't understand science.
That's the stupidest thing ever.
You don't understand science.
Science is nothing but science is stupid, honestly.
There's a handful of flat earth leaders that have discovered that science very easily shows that the earth is spherical, so they must reject science. So they don't even allow a model. They think that if you use a model, they'll call it a reification fallacy, which is, you can't actually do science without a model.
Which you think is a refutation against flat earth is a mathematical imagination you have contrived. Why are we trying to scrutinize imaginations in the first place?
I agree, flat earth is just imagination. I'm with you. Back in the 1800s, Samuel Rowbottom started with it, and he rejected science by saying, well, we shouldn't do science, we should do zeticism. So he invented his own word and his own process. And that process that he crafted makes it possible for him to do crappy science, basically. But now the new flavor is use the word science, but just redefine it.
One thing about flat earth, it doesn't have to be proven. Only globe earth have to be proven, because when I walk outside, I experience the earth flat.
When your senses and your observation that you actually make is that the room you're in right now is not rotating, spinning, or anything that you can tell. And then when you have an instrument that basically flies in the face of what your observations are this moment, what do you do with that?
There is an old saying, seeing is believing, and for most that is at the very heart of the problem. So it is the same for the masses, sadly. The only way they can ever change their minds is to see with their own two eyes the truth of the shape of the earth.
Look guys, you guys want to get all technical and all that and all arsey and that, right? But unfortunately, just use your eyes.
I can't see my own balls without my glasses. Why the fuck would I trust my eyes?
Flat earthers are role-playing. They claim to be champions of science. They claim to be the only ones to know the processes and understand the findings of science better than even the scientists themselves. Now, the unfortunate truth is that the majority of them never seem to complete the unit on the basic scientific method in elementary school, as their understanding of science as a whole appears to be stuck there, in a state of arrested development. Most of them seem to have a bizarre fixation on the most basic, simplistic, traditional version of the scientific method taught in day one of science class, and call anything and everything that doesn't fit that one extremely rigid and limited description of the process not science. The result of their lack of education and experience with practical, real-world applications of science is that flat earthers tend to come in three different forms. The first is generally harmless, and takes the form of flirfs cosplaying as scientists. Now, I'm personally quite familiar with this, as I recall spending about a full week running around with a magnifying glass and rubber gloves, RPing as Harriet the Spy when I was about 8 years old. This is effectively what they're doing. The second is infinitely more harmful, coming in the form of science denial. Now, this is a rabbit hole that I don't want to go down in this video, but I will say that once you start to go down the path of blindly denying any and all of the generally accepted science, whether it's climate change or vaccines, it's a slippery slope that can have major consequences for you and everyone around you. Now, the third form is a bit more complicated because, much like the first, it's a facsimile masquerading as the genuine article, with the primary difference being that pseudoscience isn't quite so overtly amateur. It's not so obviously a caricature of real science. Pseudoscience is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It sells itself as the real thing, and I mean that quite literally, with a global market size easily in the billions of dollars, including things like homeopathy and other alternative medicines to self-help and other mysticism woo-woo nonsense. Understanding and identifying the few similarities and the many distinctions between real science and its bastard cousin is a genuinely important skill. And once you come to understand them, you'll start to see so many of the aspects of things that you see sold on TV or promoted on YouTube for what they really are: junk science. Once you can easily identify the differences between science and pseudoscience, your new challenge is going to be finding any meaningful distinctions between pseudoscience and the quote-unquote science done by flat earthers. What flat earthers end up doing is effectively trying to pass themselves off as culinary masters, vehemently claiming that you're not really cooking properly if you don't follow exactly every single step of one particular predetermined recipe. That if you're not following this exactly, you're not doing it right.
What are you? An idiot sandwich.
And not only that, they're constantly attempting to argue this to Michelin star chefs, claiming that those guys aren't actually doing real culinary arts, while the only cooking that flat earthers have ever done is preheat the oven and toss some Totinos on a baking sheet.
Mister, please just let me go. I promise I won't tell the
Oh. My pizza rolls is done. Do you want some pizza rolls?
Are you unsure of where you belong? Don't like how things are going? Are you feeling dissatisfied? No purpose? No meaning? Don't fret. We can help. Repeat after me. I am a free thinker. I am a truth seeker. I do my own research. I want to be awake. I am a free thinker. It's time to wake up. Authorities cannot be trusted. Governments all around the world have been infiltrated. The elites, the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the powers that be are lying and have been lying about everything forever. Scientists cannot be trusted. They're paid by the government to perpetuate lies. They say science doesn't prove things, but we have proof, and now so do you. Scientists do not do real science. We do. NASA says you live on a ball. Living on a ball is silly. You can't live on a ball. You'd fall off. Living on a ball is silly. But NASA says that we live on a ball. They're lying. NASA says we landed on the moon. They say they have pictures, that it was on TV. If space was real, we'd see stars. How could we have gone to the moon if space isn't real? NASA says space is real, but they're lying. The Earth is not a ball. If it was a ball, how would the water stay on? Water flows down. Water doesn't bend. Flat is level, level is flat. Earth is level, the Earth is flat. Citizens cannot be trusted. They've been indoctrinated by the globe Earth propaganda, programmed since birth to believe in the ball. Globes in the classroom, globes on TV. But we are free thinkers. And you're one of us. I am a free thinker. I am a truth seeker. I am a free thinker. I want to be awake. I am a free thinker. I want to be awake. Wake the fuck up! They will try to confuse you with ball Earth disinformation, but they are either shills or sheep. If they confuse you, it's a trick. Do not believe what they tell you. They will try to convince you that you're wrong, that you've been deceived, but you can't be wrong. Academia cannot be trusted. They are either shills or sheep. Education cannot be trusted. The Jews cannot be trusted. You are not a sheep. You know nobody can be trusted. Trust me. We are free thinkers, and so are you. We've done our own research, and so have you. That is why you're here. You've figured it out. You have proof. Everyone else are just sheep. You wouldn't want to be a sheep, would you? The Flat Earth movement has uncovered the truth. The evidence is all around us. Look at the sky, the water, the stars. Look at the dome. You can see it, can't you? Can't you? I am a free thinker. I am a free thinker. I'm a free thinker. I'm a free thinker. I am 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 a free thinker. I'm a free thinker. I'm a free I am a free thinker. 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 I am a free I am a free thinker. I am a free thinker. I am a free thinker. I'm a free thinker.
They don't do scientific. They follow the forms. You gather data, you do so and so forth, but they don't get any laws. Haven't found out anything. They haven't got anywhere yet. Maybe someday they will, but it's not very well developed. But what happens is, at an even more mundane level, we get experts on everything. Now, I might be quite wrong. Maybe they do know all this thing. But I don't think I'm wrong. See, I have the advantage of having found out how hard it is to get to really know something. How careful you have to be about checking the experiments. How easy it is to make mistakes and fool yourself. I know what it means to know something. And therefore, I see how they get their information. And I can't believe that they know it. They haven't done the work necessary, haven't done the checks necessary, haven't done the care necessary. I have a great suspicion that they don't know that this stuff is, and they're intimidating people by it. I think so. I don't know the world very well, but that's what I think.
When we examine the major qualities of science, the scientific method, the philosophies and methodologies, the day-to-day practices of real professionals in any of the different scientific disciplines, ultimately the way that they view and approach the process of determining what we might call truths about our world, we'll find that pseudoscience has its own variation on each of those qualities, a kind of dark side, so to speak, that manages to poison the entire process, eliminating any reliable connection that its conclusions might have with reality. The primary goal of science is to make testable and falsifiable hypotheses, following the evidence wherever it leads. In contrast, pseudoscience specializes in making untestable, unfalsifiable assertions, and then later uses whatever strategies it can muster to claim that they've proven whatever their predetermined conclusion was. Pseudoscience works backwards, hoping to find whatever justification they can for the beliefs they've had from the start.
This is called the double-slit theory. It's not a theory, it's proof, actually. We had a couple scientists that proved it.
Outside of the colloquial usage of the word proof, where folks are generally using it to mean some piece of evidence that supports a claim, whenever you hear somebody talk about something that's been definitively proven in science, or reject something else on the basis that it hasn't been conclusively proven, that should be a major red flag. Falsifiability is the backbone of science. You can't do science without it. The moment something is proven, then it's no longer falsifiable, putting us outside of the realm of science. And when it comes to making hypotheses and predictions, science offers plausible, coherent, and naturalistic mechanisms as potential explanations, and makes specific predictions that can be tested against observations, measurements, and experiments. Pseudoscience, on the other hand, suggests unprecedented, implausible, and even incoherent mechanisms that border on magical, and almost always refuses to make any kind of prediction, instead creating ad hoc explanations to try to explain whatever you saw after the fact as somehow being consistent with what you predicted.
Because in the model that's in the Bible, the sun is down here on the widest path. It's under the cosmos.
Chris, the Book of Enoch says that the sun at nighttime goes through portals.
It does.
Yeah, that's
it does.
at nighttime.
And when half of no, it doesn't say that. It says the sun is always in the face of heaven. It says that it does a circuit in the sky, like a Jacob's ladder circuit,
and it goes through
when
portals
half of
at
the
nighttime.
sun
Underneath.
Okay, so when half of the sun is sticking out of the western portal, half of it is coming out of the east on the other side.
And when it comes to the consideration of alternate explanations for whatever phenomena you're trying to understand and explain, scientists usually have enough respect for new competing hypotheses that they're generally willing to engage with and try to understand them. You never know. Perhaps some or all of these explanations could be valuable or relevant to your model, and in some cases, they might be even better. Pseudoscience, on the other hand, tends to show a lack of respect not only towards competing explanations, but even more specifically towards whatever is the current generally accepted model within the paradigm. Pseudoscientists rarely attempt to engage with alternatives, and when they do, more often than not, they misunderstand and misrepresent them, either due to incompetence or dishonesty. Let's take a look at one of the most frequently brought up scientific concepts within many different contexts of the flat Earth discussion, something called refraction, which is related to the behavior of light. Now, there are lots of different ways that refraction can manifest, but one of the easiest to demonstrate is just by looking at any glass of water that has a straw in it. We can clearly see here the path of light from the straw to our eyes is not traveling in a straight line. Something funky is going on here, and what's actually happening is quite interesting. Another slightly more dramatic example is what we often come across as we're driving down the road on a very hot day, seeing what's effectively a mirage, what appears to be water rather than road, even showing the reflections of the cars driving on top. Both of these observations are caused by the same underlying phenomenon, the refraction of light. Let me try to run you through a super fast crash course on what refraction is and how it works, because understanding some of these details are going to be really helpful as we examine so many of the arguments that are raised during these flat Earth debates. So for starters, the speed of light in a vacuum, otherwise known as c, is 299,792,458 meters per second, or just under 300,000 kilometers per second. Now, in reality, there are no perfect vacuums, even in space. So light is effectively always traveling through some kind of medium, and as such is always traveling at some speed slower than c. With the speed of light in air being very close to the speed of light in a vacuum, the speed of light in water being about 25% slower, and the speed of light through glass being about 2/3 that of the speed of light in a vacuum. Now, there's one singularly relevant property of light that's really at the heart of this discussion, something that's common to many other things that behave as waves, like sound, and that's that if it enters a medium with a different index of refraction, the change in its speed will also result in a change in its direction, which is effectively what the refractive index is, a value that represents just how much a medium is able to bend the path of light. The relationship between the different angles the light travels before and after refraction is very well understood, and can be described using something called Snell's law. All you really need to know what the resulting path is going to be as light travels from one medium to another are the refractive indices of the two media, something you can easily find anywhere online, and the angle of incidence of the light. Now, this is, of course, super useful if you want to get into the finer details on refraction, but it's not terribly practical for, say, the average person in their day-to-day life, just casually considering how refraction might be playing a role in something they see. So let me share a useful analogy that helped me get a bit more of an intuitive grasp on what's going on here. This little metaphor will hopefully help you get an idea for how the path of light generally changes when it enters a medium with a different refractive index. Imagine a car driving over some asphalt in a straight line, approaching an area of road at an angle covered with a thick layer of sand. Now, the asphalt doesn't have a ton of resistance against your tires. It's quite easy to drive over, representing something akin to a less dense medium with a relatively low refractive index. Now, the sand, on the other hand, will provide much more resistance to the car as it drives. It's much more dense and represents a medium with a relatively high refractive index. When the car first makes contact with the new medium, it'll only make contact at the front left tire. The added resistance from this denser medium will cause that tire to slow down, while the front right tire will still maintain its original speed. Now, this difference in speed will cause the car to veer to the left as the left side of the car is decelerating relative to the right side, which continues to travel at a constant speed. Now, this veering will continue until eventually the front right tire makes contact with the sand, causing it to decelerate to match the speed of the front left, with the end result being the car traveling at a slower overall speed in a new straight line direction. Visualizing refraction in this way, and of course the same in the opposite direction, will hopefully allow you to quickly figure out which direction light is going to bend as it changes medium. Now, in the vast majority of cases in the context of flat Earth debates, what we're talking about is atmospheric refraction, which causes the light that we see coming from distant objects like buildings or mountains to shift in apparent position and even get squashed or stretched. Now, as I mentioned before, refraction isn't limited to situations where light goes from one medium to another. It can also happen within a single medium, like our atmosphere. Earth's atmosphere can vary widely in any number of ways, from temperature to pressure, humidity, and all of these factors are affected by the general climate and the location, the elevation, the weather conditions, and much more. And because of this, coupled with the effect of gravity attempting to pull everything down towards Earth, what we end up with the vast majority of the time under normal circumstances is a temperature and pressure gradient, with higher atmospheric pressures and temperatures near sea level that then gradually decrease until we basically hit space. Now, based on what we just learned from Snell's law, that means that under normal conditions when we're viewing distant objects through the atmosphere, what we'd expect to see is downward refraction. the light from those distant objects being refracted downwards towards the denser parts of the atmosphere. Visualizing the atmosphere in this way is of course a bit misleading, because this is of course showing very rough stepwise transitions between different density layers, but in reality it's much more of a smooth, continuous transition. Here's a great visualization made by the YouTuber Science It Out, showing the effects of refraction on light as you simulate the atmospheric density gradient with increasing detail. Now, there's no shortage of problems with how flat earthers interpret and understand the effects of refraction, with one such issue being what they claim would be the ultimate effect of downward refraction from the perspective of an observer.
I just want to know how light, when you get into a denser medium, light bends down. So if we're looking over long distances and we're looking through a medium, the atmosphere, and it's most densest at the surface, we should all be able to tell from Derek's opener that light would bend down, not up. So I would like to hear specifically what type of refraction is happening when we're seeing these observations, these long distance photography observations from hundreds of miles all the time, as well as people from Chicago are seeing the Chicago skyline 4 or 5 times a week from 50 miles away. What type of refraction would you guys invoke?
Okay, so for context, let me briefly explain what he's talking about here. Look at this totally not to scale representation of Earth, showing an observer on the right, a skyscraper on the left, and the atmosphere gradient around the whole thing. When light from the sun reflects off the building, it reflects in basically every direction, and anybody in the line of sight of these rays of light would be able to see the building. That's just literally how sight works. Now in this example, our observer over there is not within line of sight of the skyscraper due to the curvature of the Earth. It would be below the horizon line. But of course, what we're missing here is what we just learned about, refraction. So how would that change things? So again, remember that light refracts down into denser mediums, and the atmosphere is more dense the closer we get to the ground. So the end result is that under the right atmospheric conditions, light can bend around the curvature of the Earth, making distant objects appear over the horizon that would otherwise have been hidden. This is another good moment to give a shout out to Walter Bislin, who made a tool that simulates the behavior of light under these different atmospheric conditions, showing us exactly what we might see if we were observing a distant object throughout the day as refractive effects varied along with atmospheric conditions. So now let's go back to the debate and hear what everybody had to say.
You answered your own question in your statement. The denser air, right, refracts light downward. Right, you both said that, and Derek said that in his opener. And you showed a video of the sugar in the tank bending light downward. Now, you're confusing bending light downward with objects moving downward. But bending light downward actually makes the object appear higher, which is why, and yes, you can shake your head, however, okay, an object with the light bending downward from where it is actually appears to make the object higher because the light is entering your eye on a downward angle.
You know
light,
he keeps going.
That's literally how refraction works. You can't really, light coming in, your eye sees it going that way up. So it raises the object up. Downward refraction raises an object up. That is just how it works.
Casey, you got a minute to retort? Oops.
Do you know how eyesight works? And it reflects over to you, which is what you see. Right. On its way over to you, it's bending downward. You cannot pretend like light bending downward somehow makes it appear higher in the air. Light, as it travels, moving downward, is going to appear lower. I don't know where this idea... In order for it to bend downward into your eye, it would have to be up above your eyesight to drop down into your level of eyesight.
Let me say one thing.
What about this? Did you not?
Hold on, Globie. It's not your time. Not your time, buddy. So also, I want to just address that Globie is saying that downward refraction refracts things upwards. This dude is literally contradicting himself in the exact same sentence. How is downward refraction refracting things up?
Something tells me this little guy wasn't invited to many birthday parties as a kid. But anyway, therein lies the problem. Flat earthers, as usual, get it entirely backwards. It's actually as if they're so simple-minded that they can't get past the downward part of the phrase downward refraction and conflate what direction the light bends with where the resulting image would appear to be to the observer relative to its actual physical spatial location. It would be one thing if they got a little bit confused about it and said, whoops, corrected themselves and moved on. But this wasn't an accidental oopsie. You can see all three of them repeatedly smirking and shaking their heads in disbelief, in unison, as if the Globers were the ones getting it wrong. But once again, what we have here from the Flat Earthers is a fundamental misunderstanding of a phenomenon that's one of the most crucial to the entire Flat Earth debate. And it's painfully easy to recognize their error. The dude even explained himself how the light being refracted is traveling downwards, but then says it would appear to be lower than it actually is. How nonsensical this is can be easily visualized. Let's use an exaggerated example to make it painfully obvious. Imagine a situation where there was a distant object, and between it and a nearby observer was some obstruction. Under normal atmospheric conditions, you wouldn't be able to see the distant object, as it would be visually obstructed. But then let's imagine we have some refractive conditions causing downward refraction, bending the light at a downward trajectory over the obstruction. Now, in order for the light to enter your eyes, you'd have to look up. And naturally, by looking up and allowing the refracted light to hit your eyes, you'd be seeing the object in precisely the direction that the light was coming from, meaning the light would appear to be coming from a source that would undeniably appear to be higher than the actual position of the object the light was coming from. This is Refraction 101, and is precisely the opposite of what these nitwits are saying would happen. Plain and simple, downward refraction causes objects to appear higher than they actually are, no matter how confidently, condescendingly, and arrogantly these clowns assert otherwise.
It's coming into your eyes straight. So it assumes the object it's seeing from that light is straight ahead of it. Doesn't matter where the light's coming in. So if that light is bending down towards you, where it's entering your eye, you're going to draw a straight line from that, and that's where the object appears.
So a distant object that's the same eye level as you. Light hits that object, bends downward, and makes that object appear
Yeah,
higher.
that's what they're saying.
Correct.
Like we realize light bends down. You're looking at a building. 2 light rays come off, bends down to your eyes. So what does it look like? Well, it's entering your eyes at an angle, so it'll look like it came from higher. That's all Globey's saying.
Well, it's patently false. You can demonstrate with that little cartoon.
This is just optics. This is just standard optics.
Demonstrate it then.
My guy, you can put a pencil in water and watch it be the denser medium below the pencil. The pencil will displace down towards the denser medium. Your cartoons don't change physical demonstrations.
Okay, Globe side. Globe, you got a question?
Can you
in a
show
minute.
us a physical demonstration?
Well then, I thought you'd never ask. There's a couple of great YouTube videos done by a guy named Dang Joss, where he uses liquid nitrogen as a means to create a large enough temperature gradient rapidly in a fairly small localized area as to allow for the light coming from the spray can he's using as the target to be refracted downwards around a visual obstruction towards the camera, undeniably showing the effect of downward refraction in real time, causing objects to be raised visually, the thing the flat earthers literally laughed at while getting it entirely wrong themselves. And again, this isn't like controversial, it's basic optics. One last fantastic demonstration of this is from Dave McKeegan. He used a strip of plastic and placed it in a tank of water that was slightly shorter than the strip, allowing the strip to curve, acting as an analog for the surface of Earth. He then used a laser to visualize the effects of refraction in the water under 2 different conditions. First was just normal water, and the second was water with about 1 kilogram of sugar added to it. The result of this is that the sugar dissolves in the water and settles to the bottom of the tank, creating a gradient of density in the water very similar to that of our atmosphere. The resulting difference in behavior of the laser in both cases is exactly what we would expect.
To see just how cool this really is, here's a side view of the fish tank. I shone a laser from the bottom of one side of the plastic strip when it was filled with just water, and it is not able to get to the bottom of the other side of the tank in front of the plastic strip because the curvature of the plastic strip is blocking the laser. However, when I repeated this after the sugar was added, the laser beam is still straight when it's pointing upwards, but as I angle it downwards, it begins to bend. And I can actually get it to bend pretty much perfectly along the plastic strip to the very bottom of the other side. And with this, the refraction increases the lower the light is. If the laser's level with the peak of the plastic, the light is only just bending around the second half of the plastic strip. But when the light is dropped a bit lower, it's able to bend much more and still reach the same spot on the far side. So, we can show how refraction can bend light over a curved surface to allow us to see further than we would with no refraction.
The opposite effect is what causes the mirages on hot road surfaces that we talked about earlier. The air directly above the asphalt is very, very hot, and it cools off rapidly as the heat rises, creating a situation where the denser air is actually above the less dense air temporarily. A generally unstable set of conditions that is what leads to the sort of wobbling effect we see here, as the hotter air and colder air are constantly trying to swap places. In this situation, we're actually seeing upwards refraction. The light is being refracted upwards from ground level, appearing to be literally on the road itself, And what we're actually seeing looks like a reflection of cars or people on the road, and that watery effect is literally the sky. It's the opposite of what we just talked about. Just like downward refraction makes distant objects appear to be higher than they are, upwards refraction can make distant objects like the sky appear to be literally on the ground. When will flat earthers learn? Whenever we get the rare opportunity to see how flat earthers do science out in the field, they demonstrate how lazily and carelessly they operate. Which brings us to the next topic, the methodologies and standards of evidence. Good scientists employ strict, rigorous, and well-defined methodologies, being careful to control for confounding variables, attempting to collect as much detailed, high-quality data as possible. This maximizes the chances of others to be able to replicate your research, and if both parties get the same result, that adds more support to your hypothesis. If you happen to get different results, that indicates that either your methodologies were not well-designed, well-defined, that at least one of you was sloppy with your implementation, data collection or analysis, or the original hypothesis was not valid. Pseudoscientists, on the other hand, tend to be extremely sloppy, very often with no real understanding of the mechanisms underlying whatever phenomena they're attempting to quantify, let alone the equipment required to properly measure them. They tend to ignore confounding variables and lack proper controls that would otherwise prevent undue outside interference. Because of this, their evidence tends to be sparse and unconvincing, so they have to rely on anecdotal evidence and other unreliable sources, such as people's memory and eyewitness testimony.
Thunderstorms over the ocean don't go over curvature. And that's the thing. If you can see hurricane clouds from 300 miles away, Michael, the Earth is not a sphere. It can't be. That math doesn't add up, and it never will add up. And we can make that observation every day.
Hurricane clouds from 300 miles away?
Absolutely. At sunset. Absolutely.
I'm going to need to see that.
Ask anybody who lives on the ocean that's watched a hurricane come in when the sun goes down.
So, according to him, anybody with a beach house is going to tell us that they can see a hurricane every day, and they have no problem determining its distance accurately out to hundreds of miles by just eyeballing it. That's the kind of numbers and precision that we deal with when it comes to flat earthers. Or how about the time this flat earther claimed to debunk the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration of gravity by doing intensive calculations along with precision measurements?
9.8 meters per second squared, meaning that every object in the world have to fall is accelerated at the same speed. This is not observable because I could drop a penny right now from my head to my toe. I'm 5'10", and a penny would take literally a whole second to hit from my head to my toe. That is not no 9.8 meters. 9.8 meters equals 32.15 feet.
Okay. But have you measured this actually, or are you just kind of going off the kind of a feeling about how fast it might go?
No, I literally counted. Listen, I measured myself. I'm 5'10", and I counted Mississippi because that's how long it takes for you. That's how long the second is. Mississippi. It's a 4-syllable word. Mississippi takes 1 second. And from my head to my toe, that thing hit the ground, which means that penny traveled 70 inches per second downward. That debunks that 9.8 meters per second.
To Corey,
as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Can I respond to that? I think that the precision of your measurement apparatus might be at fault there.
And would you be surprised if I told you that the very idea of controlling and isolating variables within an experiment, the very thing that allows us to be remotely confident that what we're observing and measuring is signal rather than noise, that this principle of science is very often perceived as a bad thing to flat earthers and pseudoscientists? Now, in the case of the following clip, the context of the conversation was around an experiment that's been done a number of times that demonstrates that the acceleration due to gravity on Earth of 9.8 meters per second squared is the same for everything, regardless of mass, by showing a feather and a bowling ball falling at the same speed, just as long as you're able to remove the major variable that prevents this demonstration from being easily reproduced pretty much anywhere else: air, hence this massive vacuum chamber. The flat earther sees controlling confounding variables, one of the most crucial elements of proper, rigorous scientific research, as a problem.
Yeah, here's the thing. When we're dealing with science, we don't alter reality. We just demonstrate it in reality. So like I said, due to the fact that we live in a medium and we don't live in a vacuum in the atmosphere, we live in the atmosphere, which means he was supposed to show that in the atmosphere because he say, why do you fall in the atmosphere? But yet the experiment that he showed is isolating all of that. So you got to change reality to make gravity exist.
You really think that's what the sun look like?
Well, this is what a friend of mine took a picture of it. Yeah, so
you think that's what the sun look like?
That's what that happens when you take a picture of it. Yes.
Okay. I know when I take a picture of the sun, it don't look like that.
Well, maybe get appropriate equipment and don't use your phone.
I don't need it. I don't need that. Y'all always say that though. Y'all always
if you
say
use the right tools, if you use the right tools, then you get the right image. A phone is not designed to take close-up images of the sun that include its details.
Oh, the Samsung Galaxy S23 is.
Now, boats on the ocean are one of my personal favorite demonstrations of the curvature of the Earth. Simple, elegant, and compelling. So, of course, naturally, flat earthers have to get that all completely wrong as well. They will try, with all of their might, to convince you of a bunch of alternative explanations for what it is we see on the ocean. But despite how confidently and nonchalantly they'll inevitably attempt to hand-wave it all away, I want to assure you that, like everything you've already seen thus far from them, it's all nonsense. There's really only two primary competing hypotheses when it comes to how boats will appear as they travel away from you over the ocean. On a flat Earth, the most significant factor is perspective. On a globe, what's far more relevant is geometry. Now, of course, straight from the start, this doesn't exactly bode well for the flat earthers, as what we've seen time and time again is that these two particular concepts are among the ones that they, let's just say, struggle with.
Yeah. I think we need to do so. James, I've got a simple question for you. I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1. What are the internal angles?
A triangle of 1, 1, 1. So it'll be 360 degrees, won't it?
Now, for the following examples, let's ignore a bunch of confounding variables like atmospheric conditions. Some of these things are going to be more relevant for later in the conversation, but not for now. Perspective dictates that as an object travels away from you, it will uniformly reduce in angular size. That is to say, it'll maintain proportionality. There's not going to be any stretching, skewing, or squashing, and it will continue to reduce in angular size until the object is simply too small for your eyes or a camera to resolve. Now, this is what we would expect to see as a pair of boats sail away from us over the ocean on a flat Earth. Both boats would shrink until their angular sizes rendered them unresolvable, with, of course, the smaller boat disappearing first. Now imagine that we had a camera that could zoom really, really far, and we zoomed in towards each of the boats. On a flat Earth, because we have a straight line of sight to both, as we zoom, eventually each boat's angular size would increase to be large enough to once again be resolved. So on a flat Earth, we could zoom distant objects back into view. Now, perspective is perspective, whether or not we live on a flat Earth, so everything I just said would still apply on a globe. The smaller boat would become too small to be resolved at effectively the same distance as it would on a flat Earth. Although geometry dictates that if it was large enough, like our boat on the left here, as it travels away from you along the surface of a sphere about the size of Earth, well before perspective would cause it to become too small to be seen, it would begin to become obstructed, bottom up, by the horizon, as the curvature of the sphere itself would literally be between the object and your line of sight, eventually disappearing below the horizon entirely. Now let's say we bust out that camera again and zoom as far as we can. Because our vision is limited by perspective in the case of the smaller boat, we could successfully zoom in and see it again, just like on a flat Earth. But that doesn't hold true for the larger boat, because it's geometry that's the limiting factor in that case. We literally no longer have a direct line of sight to the larger boat, which means no amount of zoom could ever bring it back into view. So these distinctions are critical to the entire argument. I just showed a few different examples of potential observations that we could see when looking at distant boats over the ocean, and there really were just two primary types. The first case was when boats became hidden by perspective. They became too small and far away to be seen with our eyes or captured with a camera, and is exactly what we'd see from basically all boats, large or small, and technically at any distance if the Earth was flat. Now on a globe, this is also exactly what we'd see from smaller boats that became too small to see anywhere before they reached the horizon. Regardless of the shape of the Earth, we could use cameras or other kinds of optics to zoom in where these boats were last seen, and they'd become visible again. Let's call these types of situations Type A observations. Boats that disappear due to perspective, and the amount that they can be seen changes based on how much we're able to zoom in. Now, the second type of observation is one we would only expect to see on a globe. Past a certain size threshold, larger boats will be fully visible until they reach the horizon, at which point they would become increasingly obstructed, bottom up, the further they travel away from you. No amount of zoom will ever bring back the parts of these boats that have been obstructed by the horizon. We can zoom and zoom forever, and all it will do is enlarge the parts of the boats that are above the horizon. Our limitations in sight here are due to geometry, not perspective, which is why zooming in more doesn't allow us to see anymore. Let's refer to these types of situations as type B observations. So remember, type A observations work on both a flat Earth and a globe Earth, but type B observations only make sense on a globe. If we see a type A observation, that doesn't really tell us much. But if we see a type B observation, that's bad news bears for the flurfs. So when it comes to this topic during debates, what are some of the real-world examples that flat earthers bring up as their best evidence? Alright, so straight away, this is a clear example of a type A observation. We can even see here that the boat hasn't made it to the horizon. It was just a really small boat, far enough away to not see until you zoom. It's pretty dishonest to title this video zooming in on boats behind the curve with a little winky face, don't you think? If we slow the video way down and zoom in, we can even see pretty much the exact moment that the boat becomes resolvable by the camera. And even at this point, it's pretty obvious that it's not at the horizon yet. And as we continue to zoom in more, all we see is the boat in more detail. We never see more of the boat. This example proves nothing. Let's take a look at another. Okay, so it's just another example of the same exact thing. Now this time the boat's significantly bigger, and it seems to be pretty damn close to the horizon. It's hard to say without knowing what the bottom of this boat looks like, just how much is obstructed by the horizon, if any. But the most important factor here is that as he zooms in, at no point is he quote-unquote bringing anything back over the curve. The amount of the boat that's visible remains the same the entire time. As we zoom in, all we're doing is increasing the detail, not the amount that we see. I'm beginning to see a pattern. Let's continue. And again, we have more of the same. One good way to visualize this is to zoom in and crop the images so that we can see what the boat looked like earlier, right as the camera was able to get enough detail to begin to render it in the image, and compare that to later on as we're fully zoomed in. Now granted, the one on the left is super blurry and low detailed, but it's pretty safe to say that the same amount of the boat is visible in both. In the same video, he has a couple more examples that show the exact same thing. Now I do want to mention that not all of these videos are from flat earthers meant to be presented as evidence that the earth is flat. Some of these are from people who are just probably camera enthusiasts or boat enthusiasts. But that of course doesn't stop flat earthers from presenting these during debates as evidence, so that's why they're worth discussing. So that brings us to our final example, where the guy who made this video has us playing a little mini game where he zooms in on a very small boat, and the moment that the boat becomes visible to you, you're supposed to pause the video and write down what your score is. You can ignore that number in the corner for now. I want to show this because this is such a great demonstration of exactly what we see in the videos presented by flat earthers, because this boat is so blatantly and obviously never remotely close to the horizon. It's simply too small to be visible until it's zoomed back into view. And even with this example that undoubtedly never involves the horizon at all, nothing is being quote-unquote zoomed back over the curve, and yet there are flat earthers in the comments saying that this is proof the earth is flat. Just another demonstration of how these clowns have no critical thinking skills whatsoever and simply see what they want to see. So, what do you think we're going to see when we actually go out and get proper, relevant observations? Something tells me you're not going to be surprised. This video right here, from Dazza the Cameraman, is for sure the best example that I've managed to find, and I'll just come out and say it. It utterly demolishes the idea that the Earth is flat. Now what he does is exactly what I showed you a moment ago. He zooms in on a pair of ships off in the distance and takes a few screen grabs along the way so that we can compare, side by side, what proportion of each of the ships is visible at varying levels of zoom, as he goes all the way up to the Nikon P1000's 125 times optical zoom. Now we're going to be zooming in on a couple of ships that look just like this. They have the same sort of size and structure with rows of what look like, I don't know, crane towers or something. I don't know anything about boats, don't fucking at me. But once we start zooming, you're going to notice that there's something a bit different about one of the boats compared to the other. And this difference is what sets this observation apart from all of the others that we've seen before. Either somebody needs to call the goddamn Coast Guard because the ship on the far left must have hit an iceberg, or a massive portion of it has been obstructed by the horizon, hidden behind the curve. Notice how as he zooms in and we compare it to those snapshots he grabbed along the way, no more of the ship is brought back into view. The same amount is obstructed regardless of the level of zoom. A perfect demonstration of a Type B observation, the one that only makes sense on a globe. Earlier, you could even see a third ship on the right, and these three side by side show perfectly what I explained earlier. 3 ships that appear to be the same size at varying distances near the horizon, with 3 different amounts of bottom-up obstruction based on their distance. This truly is a chef's kiss observation. Now, hilariously, just like the flat earther from before that viewed controlling variables in experiments as a bad thing, flat earthers actually try to dismiss this and observations like it, implying that their shitty examples zooming in on tiny little boats that are clearly not over the horizon is actually the proper way to do this test. Their ability to grasp at straws never ceases to amaze.
That's just one video. We got videos that show the opposite too.
Okay, but I don't care about the videos that you're showing right now. Please respond to this video here. And it shows that zooming
we're not
in,
showing anything.
This is literally showing in real time that zooming in does not bring something back. So why is it not happening here?
I don't know. Why does it happen in the video that we'll show is the question.
See, so what we can see here is the boat being unresolvable. It's not disappeared bottom up. Literally what we just saw was the boat becoming unresolvable in totality. It
For
does not
what reason?
When something has disappeared bottom first, like I showed, you could see the bottom of those boats over the horizon. No amount of zooming in will bring that back, ever. It's never, ever been shown in the video. Yep, once again, the bottom, the bottom hasn't disappeared. In fact, there's a part of the bottom missing there, and no amount of zooming is bringing it back.
What are you talking about? In your video that you showed, that's undisputable proof, from the furthest back zoom out, you could see the tops of the ships. Both of our videos from the fully zoomed out part, you could not see the ships whatsoever.
Because it was unresolvable by the camera, yes.
Taller, and you're using possibly a much closer distance than ours. So I don't see how you'd say ours isn't proof, but yours is.
Think about the argument this guy's making here. He's literally saying that the boat on top wasn't as far away as the one on the bottom, because they didn't need to zoom in as far to see the highest part of the boat on the top, and they had to zoom in much farther to see the boat on the bottom. Not only is he ignoring the fact that the boat on the top is clearly much, much larger compared to the one on the bottom, which obviously means it would be visible with far less zoom, but he's also destroying what every other flat earther tries to say, which is that the bottom-up obstruction that's so obvious as to be undeniable must be caused by something like perspective, that somehow perspective is hiding the bottom part of the boat. So if it was perspective that dictated that such long distances is what causes that massive bottom-up obstruction, so how is it that he can argue that the boat on the bottom has to be much further away than the one on the top, when we see none of those perspective effects here? Of course, it's because it's nonsense. In order for what flat earthers say to be true, when you saw a boat like this, obstructed from the bottom up, zooming in the camera would make it look like this. And that doesn't happen, it's never happened, and it never will happen. All flat earthers do is try to present type A observations while trying to convince you that what you see in the video is actually this. It is at best delusional and at worst dishonest. Now, sometimes they come up with even more absurd explanations, with this one coming from a flat earther who calls himself Bev, try thinking. Let's see what happens when he tries thinking like a flat earther.
All right, so I have been told just to let that play. What we see here is a tanker ship. As you can see, we cannot see the bottom of said tanker ship, but we see that the tanker ship is indeed there, just not the bottom of it. It appears to be blocked by, water, which obviously is below the ship because the ship is sailing on said water. All right, so the question is this. Can you explain to us what we are seeing in that clip?
I don't know, something weird. Looks like it could be a swell that is occurring. I haven't got a clue. It can't be, definitely not a hump of water.
The beta swell.
That's ridiculous, right? There isn't a hump in the middle of water.
So just to be clear, your theory as to what may be occurring in that video clip is that it could be a swell?
Could be, yeah. Could be.
We unfortunately encounter the same kind of sloppy science and misunderstandings when flat earthers attempt to explain the setting of the sun over their supposed flat earth. Most of us are familiar with the globe earth explanation for sunsets, that Earth's rotation causes the sun to be obscured by the horizon until it's no longer visible. If the Earth was flat, the sun would never actually set, and would probably be visible to everybody all the time, although that's a different can of worms entirely, so let's ignore that for now. What flurfs claim is that the sun does not actually set past the horizon, but instead shrinks in angular size to the point where it's no longer resolvable due to perspective.
But where's the sun in that picture? I mean, and you even said the sun sets below the mountains in the last example that you used, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, the sun doesn't set on a flat Earth model; it just moves away from you, right?
Well, it moves away from you and then looks like it's going down. Just like if you see a plane flying towards you, it looks like it's going up. And as it flies away, it looks like it's going down. Or if you look down a long street, you'll see street lights look like they're going down. They're all the same height, though. Right? It's just perspective. The same reason that a hallway converges, the sun does the same thing. And actually, we have many observations of the sun disappearing above the horizon. So the sunset happens above the horizon. So that actually perfectly matches plain Earth. The sun is just small, local, moving away from us, looks like it's going down and then disappears into the distance. But on a globe, it should always be going behind the physical curved horizon. We see the sun disappear above the horizon.
We see the sun disappear above the horizon?
Yeah, yep.
Not any sunsets I've seen.
Both of these are easily verifiable, testable claims, and are mutually exclusive, so at least one of them must be wrong, meaning what we actually observe will not match the hypothesis. So, what happens when we actually look? Here's a few examples of the types of videos that flat earthers present as demonstrations of their claims. Now, anybody who knows anything about cameras will have immediately picked up on the flaw in these claimed observations. Perfect examples of how sloppily flat earthers operate. In all of these examples, what we're seeing is not the sun shrinking in angular size, we're actually seeing the cameras capturing massive amounts of glare, blowing out the image, resulting in the perceived size of the sun being far larger than it actually is, then shrinking in perceived size as it approaches the horizon due to the reduction in light hitting the camera's sensor. The moment you control for this variable by using something like a solar filter to effectively eliminate all of that glare, you get an entirely different picture. Literally. Now, what flat earthers won't show you are videos like this, where the sun is clearly and undeniably falling below the horizon, being obstructed bottom up, not changing in angular size at all. They can try to hand-wave away the clear issues with their observations they provide by invoking perspective or refraction, but that's just another element of their pseudoscientific tendencies that we'll be getting to later. Now, there's one last thing I want to talk about on this topic before we move on. Like everything else, flat earthers have no shortage of ad hoc responses to explain away these pretty damning observations. Always seemingly teetering on the edge of plausibility, but once you've gone through and examined a few of them, it starts to become quite clear how this is merely the first stage in a perpetual cycle. Pseudoscientists making absurd, untrue claims that get eaten up by science-illiterate people living in their own echo chambers, science communicators and educators getting a hold of these claims and debunking them for the nonsense that they are, their science-literate audiences being both baffled and entertained by the stupidity of it all, but ultimately just moving on with their lives unaffected, at least for now. At which point the pseudoscientist responds to the criticisms, entirely misunderstanding and misrepresenting the evidence and the arguments, before starting the cycle all over again by responding with more absurdity that their audiences will once again devour unquestioningly. This, of course, isn't a phenomenon limited to flat Earth. We see this pattern across all pseudosciences: the anti-vax movement, creationism, alternative medicine, astrology, and even crazier beliefs. It's an endless loop that no amount of argument or evidence will ever have a chance of breaking, and the unfortunate casualties are those who are outside of this feedback loop, consuming the raw, dishonest, and sometimes dangerous pseudoscientific content, unfiltered and unchallenged. The sad truth is that the two sides of this debate are communicating to two different audiences, and those that are at the largest risk are those that aren't equipped to see through the pseudoscientific sneakiness or sloppiness. One of the most common responses to the bottom-up obstruction arguments that we just went over, related to boats over the horizon and sunsets, etc., is this demonstration.
I'm just going to show you this. Of course, we've all seen this. If the boat went over a curve, there'd be no way to bring it back. But as you see when you zoom in, the boat's there. Now, if it's over a curve, you can't see it. Nothing would enable you to see that boat. But I don't care how powerful your zoom, but when you zoom in, the horizon's empty and you zoom in and the boat's there, they're not disappearing over a curve. They're just getting out of our ability to see it.
All right, at this point in his presentation, the video he plays starts playing super loud, annoying music that makes his voice really hard to hear. So rather than subject you to all that, I'll just read to you what he says. Here's the video I showed you about perspective. There's the guy walking away. Notice that his feet are disappearing, and it goes up to his knees, and then up to his waist. He's walking on a flat football field, y'all, but he's disappearing from the bottom up. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people say, you want to know how it's curved? Go watch a boat go over the horizon. I mean, they still say this, and I can't believe that they don't know this, right? I think they intentionally deceive us. So you see him coming back. That's just how our vision, how our eyes work. It's not a curved surface.
And of course, here's, so you're telling me you can drag that ship back over the curve with that little telescope there.
Once again, we see these folks accusing their opponents of exactly the things that they almost exclusively do. He says that he can't believe that we don't know this, that we're intentionally trying to deceive people. But what did he also claim? For starters, he shows a video zooming in on a little boat not over the horizon and claims that it was brought back over the horizon. That is a straight up lie. And now you know exactly what the lie is and how obvious it is to spot. Then he describes the football field as being a flat surface, that there's no curve there, that what's responsible for the bottom-up obstruction is only perspective. Now then, you have to ask yourself, why is this demonstration basically the only one that flat earthers ever present that shows people's feet being obstructed bottom up walking such a short distance? And why was this demonstration done on a football field? And if you were actually capable of zooming it back into view because it was perspective, then why don't we see that demonstrated here? If this was a basic principle of perspective, surely the bottom-up obstruction and zooming back in to reveal what was hidden would be trivial to reproduce, like literally anywhere else, right? And surely, if you weren't being dishonest and hadn't been called out for it, there'd be no reason for you to take the video down, would there? And then surely, if the original had been taken down, flat earthers still wouldn't be using it as evidence, would they? Well, all it takes is about 3 seconds of research to find out that our pastor friend over here is a dirty, dirty, lying little liar. And that football fields like this are not at all flat. They're intentionally curved by design. It's almost like flat earthers are perpetually celebrating opposite day. The curvature on these fields allows for water to drain away from the playing surface, which keeps the grass healthier, avoids the formation of puddles, and generally keeps maintenance costs and time down to a minimum. The last thing you want on your football field are a bunch of little muddy holes all over the place. Football fields are about 160 feet wide, and there's generally a recommended slope of 1/4 inch per foot from the center, resulting in the center of the field being about 20 inches higher than on the sidelines, which also results in the same overall slope from end zone to end zone. Now for reference, to scale, when you visualize what a 20-inch grade on a football field would roughly look like if a camera was on the ground in one of the end zones, and the average adult male was standing across the field in the other end zone, you'd get something like this. It's safe to say that this demonstration wasn't exactly the slam dunk that they hoped it'd be. And of course, what we just saw was that guy accusing other people of being deceptive and intentionally lying while showing blatantly dishonest demonstrations and then openly lying about them. The hypocrisy is palpable. Flat earthers are always talking about how they'll only believe what they see with their own eyes, and yet they'll look at this and have to believe that it's got to be something tricky or manipulative because it disagrees with their predetermined conclusion. And at the same time have to deny the basic fact that football fields are specifically designed to be curved, not flat, attempting to rationalize how something we know is curved, something that behaves and looks like a curved surface, is actually flat, despite everything we know from basic research and what we see with our own eyes. This one demonstration is almost like a perfect metaphor for the whole goddamn thing. Flat Earthers' last bastion of cope on this and other subjects like it involves blurring the truth behind yet one more layer of obfuscation. And by that I mean the side of a dinner table.
Like I said, things vanish on a horizon from the bottom up, just like we see here, just like with the setting sun, just like the picture Rhetoric showed us where he showed you lost a little bit of the bottom of the building. That's because you're on a flat plane, and as things go far away from you, you lose more of the bottom of that thing. Like I said, if we was at a big plane and I walked away from you, I would start to vanish on a horizon from the bottom up too.
I don't know if I should be shocked or just surprised or whatever that you don't see the obvious flaw in that video. The camera is below the surface of the table. If I was to replicate this observation in real life with a lake, my camera would have to be below the water.
Let me go ahead and make a point to you, because I'm baffled that a person like you, you should know this, don't know this. Let me explain mathematics to you, sir, please. Just 1 minute if I can.
Sure thing.
The reason the camera is below the table is to compensate for the length of the table as opposed to the length of the actual beach horizon. So in order for us to see the quarter, the star vanish, in order for us to see the quarter vanish on the table, how we see the sun vanish on the horizon at the beach, we will have to put the camera lower to compensate for the length of the ocean. This is simple mathematics, and I'm gonna tell you why right now. If the camera was the same length as the table, how we stand at the horizon, the quarter still would vanish at the bottom, just like he did when the camera was low, but he would need a long ass table for us to observe that. So to make up for the fact that his table is not that long, like his table is not the fucking size of the beach rhetoric.
So yeah, he puts a camera next to a table, puts a coin on the table, and moves it away from the camera, showing the coin being obstructed bottom up. When the obvious major flaw of that demonstration is pointed out to him, that the camera is below the top of the table, which isn't a fair comparison of what we see when we're filming the horizon from some altitude above sea level, he condescendingly acts like he's going to teach us something about math, says nothing at all about math, and then just demonstrates for like the 7th time in this video that flat earthers don't understand scale. Every time a flat earther does one of these demonstrations, it has one or more flaws that make it not a fair or accurate representation of what we see with the Earth's horizon. Dave McKeegan has a fantastic video on the subject. I'm not going to go ahead and repeat everything he says there, but in a nutshell, their cameras are always below the surface of the table, which, just like Earth's horizon, causes the objects to eventually be obstructed bottom up due to geometry, not perspective. Hell, even when they're acting as if they're being rigorous and demonstrating that their camera is actually level with the table, they end up completely debunking themselves.
Now, Game Changer used a very similar setup. They also had a spirit level sticking off the edge of the table, except you can clearly see the underside of their spirit level, and the underside of the spirit level is rising up in the frame as you get closer to the camera, meaning the camera is below the underside of the spirit level and thus below the top of the table. I can only reproduce the flat earther's results of disappearing bottom first when I lower the camera down slightly, which obviously isn't possible on a flat Earth unless you're standing in a ditch.
The moment they'd raise the camera up to even slightly above the top of the table, their demonstration would no longer work, and they'd easily be able to see the bottom of the object as it moves away from them. Well, unless, of course, they botched the demonstration in the other major way they usually do, which is by not understanding how cameras or lenses work, and then claiming it's a demonstration that they can zoom things back into view.
As we covered earlier, zooming in creates a shallower depth of field because it's magnifying the apparent size of the iris opening. So not only when they zoom in is the minimum focus distance being pushed back towards the object, but the iris is being magnified so that it can appear more over the top of the counter. In the footage at the moment, the camera is set to f22, which is the smallest iris opening this lens will allow, and the bottom of the object is clearly obscured by the countertop. However, without zooming in, if I just open the iris up from f22 up to f2.8, the iris is now much bigger and parts of it can see over the top of the counter, and the bottom of the object now comes into view. As long as part of the lens has line of sight to the object, the obstructions can be blurred out of view. Photographers use this regularly.
Alrighty, so at this point, if you aren't convinced that flat earthers are entirely incapable of doing proper experimentation and demonstration, as well as being entirely incapable of analyzing evidence collected from such activities, let alone understanding any of the underlying mechanisms related to literally any of the things they claim to be able to talk down to actual experts about, then more examples isn't going to do it. So let's carry on. As science grows and our understanding of the world around us evolves, it's necessary for our language to evolve with it. The technical language employed in science changes to meet the needs of those working within it, and as such, it tends to be convenient for common words or phrases to be co-opted from their everyday colloquial usage, taken and adapted to carry very specific and distinct meanings within each specific context. And this serves those working, quote-unquote, on the inside very well. The terminology used within each discipline, its nomenclature, often referred to as jargon, is very well understood by those working within each respective discipline, because they are, quite literally, the people that are making it. Because of the idiosyncratic nature of this kind of language, its usage within the appropriate circles can convey quite a lot of nuance, help demonstrate domain-specific expertise or knowledge, and overall allows for more effective and efficient communication. Now, the downside, of course, is that for those of us on the outside looking in, whether viewing the work of science directly while watching lectures or reading papers, or when communicating directly with scientists working in the field or listening to science communicators, it can be challenging to know what's jargon and what isn't, to recognize when a phrase or idea is being used in the more familiar, casual sense, or if it's actually a reference to some domain-specific nomenclature. It can sometimes feel like doublespeak to those not well-versed in science or even any other jargon-heavy field, like engineering, law, or medicine, but that of course isn't the goal. Now, one of the hallmarks of pseudoscience is the use of, or perhaps the misuse of, this kind of language. Whether it's due to ineptitude, ignorance, or malice, pseudoscientists tend to mix and match a combination of related and unrelated jargon, colloquial terminology, and often just straight-up technobabble, leading to a massive amount of confusion, obfuscation, and ambiguity. It's a common tactic for pseudoscientists to make use of word salad, the mixture of words or phrases that individually have actual real meaning, but together in the order and combination they're presented are simply unintelligible and confusing. They're effectively saying a lot without saying anything, and are usually doing so with the express intention of either intimidating the person they're talking to, confusing them, or appearing to be more intelligent or knowledgeable than they really are, rather than genuinely attempting to effectively communicate information. Now, pseudoscientists, especially flat earthers, aren't very often interested in actually communicating information at all. They're more interested in communicating something else entirely, sowing doubt and distrust in the accepted science and the underlying establishment. And one of the primary ways in which they do this is through the dishonest manipulation of language. Rather than discuss the underlying principles or mechanisms, argue about how we might go about testing one hypothesis versus another, they refuse to even meet us that far by refusing to acknowledge our careful, specific, contextual usage of language, refusing to operate inside the framework in which the science actually exists. Rather than engage in actual discussion about what's going on in the real world to better understand it, flat earthers instead want to redefine the words that we use and then tell us we're wrong to use them that way. But the sad and obvious truth is that they have absolutely zero grasp on any of the concepts or terminology that they're claiming to debunk. For example, they reject that gravity, either in the Newtonian or Einsteinian sense, actually exists. Their parroted explanation for what causes things to fall down is generally, quote-unquote, density and buoyancy. But in order for this to make even a minuscule amount of sense, they need to redefine half of the terms and fail to understand exactly what the explanation provided by gravity actually accomplishes. What we're examining is why things fall to the ground. An oversimplified explanation for gravity is that the curvature of space-time results in an emergent attractive force between all masses that's proportional to their mass and inversely proportional to the square of their distances. Now, that explanation provides answers to the why, the how, the direction, and the magnitude. We can explain everything we see and make predictions about what will happen under various conditions, and for all intents and purposes, it all works perfectly. And I'll try and keep this simple for any flat earthers watching. Why does a bowling ball fall to the ground? Earth, very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass. Ball drawn towards big mass. Ball go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. Why does a bowling ball and a feather fall at different speeds? Earth, very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass. Feather, very little mass. Ball and feather drawn towards big mass. Ball and feather go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. Air between ball and feather get in way. Air push much more on feather than push on ball. Feather slow down. Why does a feather and a bowling ball fall at the same speed in a vacuum? Earth, very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass. Feather, very little mass. Ball and feather drawn towards big mass. Ball and feather go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. No air between ball and feather to get in way. Fall same speed. Now really quick, I want to clarify something because lots of people get hung up on this. They think that because the bowling ball has more mass, it should have quote-unquote more gravity, so it should fall faster. But that's not exactly right. The acceleration due to gravity is constant. That's the 9.8 meters per second squared for everything on Earth. What changes in the equation is the resulting force, not the acceleration. There's much more force involved to accelerate the bowling ball the same amount as is required to accelerate the smaller mass of the feather. Two different objects with different masses still have the same acceleration applied to them. What's different is the total resulting force.
Well, in my left hand I have a feather. In my right hand a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the two of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? Which proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings.
Why does a helium-filled balloon go up? Earth, very big mass. Balloon, very, very small mass. Air, slightly more mass. Air and balloon both drawn towards big mass. Air drawn towards big mass make big pressure. Big pressure push up on balloon. Air go down, balloon go up. Why does a helium-filled balloon go down in a vacuum? Earth, very big mass. Balloon, very, very small mass. Balloon drawn down towards big mass. No air in box, so no big pressure push up on balloon. Balloon go down. Why doesn't a house at the base of a big mountain not get sucked towards the mountain? Mountain, very big mass. House, small mass. Earth, very, very big mass. Earth make big pull on house. Mountain make small pull on house. Earth win. Now, flat earthers can disagree with any and all of those explanations. That's fine. But what they can't argue is that in all of those cases, gravity serves as an explanation for the direction and the magnitude of the acceleration that we see in every one of those cases. It serves as the baseline definition for up and down. Down isn't simply some arbitrary direction. It's literally defined by the vector of gravity, the direction towards the center of mass of the Earth. That is why things fall down rather than up, or left or right, or any other direction. Now, density is just a measurement of mass per unit volume, how much stuff is in a given area. It isn't a force or a vector. It's a scalar, a quantity that only has a magnitude, unlike a vector, which has a magnitude and a direction. Gravity, on the other hand, is a vector. We have a magnitude and a direction. Now, weight is our mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Weight is meaningless without gravity. It's where the notion of weightlessness comes from when we talk about floating out in space. Now, buoyancy is a force that results from gravity. It's a function of the resulting force of gravity on objects of varying densities. Now, with all of the definitions I just went over, we can answer all kinds of very simple questions, as I just demonstrated, with the most important relevant one here being why things fall in the direction they do and with the magnitude they do. So now, let's return to the notion that flat earthers believe they can explain everything I just explained by invoking density and buoyancy alone. Of course, there's a few problems here straight away. As I mentioned, density is just a measurement of mass per unit volume. It's a scalar, not a vector, and it's not a force. Nothing about density has anything to do with a force moving something by some amount in some direction. So that's simply nonsense. Now, buoyancy, as we just went over, is literally defined as a gravitational force. It has g in the equation. So it seems awfully odd to try and replace gravity as an explanation by invoking something that gravity is directly responsible for. What it seems like they want to do is hijack the term, benefit from our understanding of it, and just ignore that gravity bit because it's inconvenient for them. Buoyancy without gravity is like dinner without food. You can point to a bunch of silverware and dishes on the dinner table and say that you prepared a meal, but that doesn't actually serve as a functional replacement. You gotta cook something up as an alternative, otherwise you haven't provided anything of substance. By removing gravity from the equation, you've removed the singular element that explains the direction and the magnitude. And the painfully obvious thing is how, when flat earthers are challenged to explain the direction, it's clear they're operating under the assumption that gravity exists without acknowledging it or even realizing it, demonstrating they never really understood it to begin with. When asked why, using their half-cocked explanation, a helium-filled balloon goes up, they say because it's less dense than the air, and the air goes down, so of course the balloon goes up. But that's only an intuitive answer to them because they live in a world where gravity pulls things down. That direction is very specific to gravity, and without it, it's entirely arbitrary. With their notion of some kind of disequilibrium of density, there's no reason why denser things wouldn't go up or left or right. They just unironically say that denser things go down, without realizing they're piggybacking on the fact that down is defined by gravity. They really are oblivious to the irony. When you ask them why, in a vacuum chamber, when there's no density gradient or pressure forces involved, does a helium-filled balloon fall downward towards the Earth, the flat earthers just straight up short circuit, are forced to change the subject or deflect in some way, because it's such an embarrassingly simple demonstration that density and buoyancy are completely irrelevant to the downward acceleration of objects on Earth. Just like density towers in zero-G flights. Substances with different densities arrange themselves from most dense to least dense, bottom up, because they're experiencing the buoyant forces caused by the downward acceleration due to gravity. When you take one of these into a parabolic flight that simulates freefall, a temporary zero-G-like experience, there's no longer a force acting on them that puts them into that nice ordered density-based arrangement, and they simply all mix together randomly. Until, of course, the plane levels out again, and they begin experiencing that 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration, at which point they begin to arrange themselves by density once again. If it was simply density and or buoyancy alone responsible for that downward acceleration, there's no reason why we would see anything like this. Pay attention to the way that they respond to simple questions. Questions that the accepted model of gravity can answer easily and unambiguously. It should become clear rather quickly that they're just throwing around terminology that they don't fully grasp. It's all just hand-waving explanations, devoid of any actual information whatsoever. They have confident answers, but they don't communicate anything. They convey nothing of value that could be used to make any real, specific, measurable, testable predictions. They're talking like salesmen selling products that they don't really understand, not like scientists.
Right, the question is, in a vacuum chamber, when you let go of something, it goes towards the ground. It accelerates towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? Why does it do that? Why does it go down instead of another direction?
Because it's got weight to it.
Weight is mass times, if you say weight is mass times gravity.
No, just forget about gravity. You can...
No, just you can't say weight and forget about gravity, because weight is gravity.
It's heavier than the air around it.
There is no air.
Well, it's heavier. It's the heavy...
But why down instead of another direction?
Because it's trying to find the lowest level.
What force caused the acceleration to start?
It's exactly the same as you saying what causes something to fall anyway.
The important thing here is in a vacuum chamber, there is no density gradient, right? At all points around the object, density is the same. So when it starts moving, how does it know to go down and not another direction?
Because it's got weight to it that is heavier than the
Weight
air.
is mass times gravity, so are you saying gravity is the answer?
No, I'm saying you can work everything out that you're claiming you need gravity to work out, merely using density, buoyancy, and mass.
No, but buoyancy is also containing gravity. The equation for buoyancy is rho v g. G stands for the acceleration due to gravity. So if you say buoyancy, you are again admitting to gravity. If you say weight, you are admitting to gravity. Why does it go down and not another direction?
Because I don't know, mate.
Hold on, but we can observe it doesn't happen, which is science.
How? Where?
Stand and look at a mountain and see if anything's getting pulled towards it.
Like I said, you can actually empirically measure that with a pendulum.
I don't believe you.
I don't care. Again,
Okay.
I don't believe you is not a refutation.
It is nonsense because
So you've said with zero evidence.
And Mount Everest is the biggest mass of mountain in the world. Nothing. Why aren't the houses that are in Nepal getting pulled to the base of Mount Everest?
Oh my gosh.
Why is that?
This is the stupidest question I've ever been asked, Al.
The fourth mandatory conditional for the globe theory to work, gravity, so that people could stand on the bottom of this pear. Do you see? And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or you know what I mean? This is what the globe theory is telling me. Since I've been a kid in school, this is what the globe theory's been telling me. People are standing on the bottom of this pear dancing, right? Gravity, right? Now, as I understand gravity, it is the greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction, right? This is what I've heard. You guys, I don't know if you guys still agree with it or not, but greater the mass, greater the force of attraction. The reason we know that isn't true is because if there was something that weighed 100 pounds and something that weighed 1 pound, if gravity were true, the heavier object having more mass would indeed fall faster.
I think
I think gravity is buoyancy and density, but y'all think buoyancy and density is an effect of gravity, which is beyond me.
I think
But
buoyancy is an effect of gravity. I think density is not.
Okay. Well, buoyancy, that's crazy because when something, and okay, but off that.
Cool, bro. Hey, so if I take a plane from here to Sydney, I'm in California, at what point does the plane reverse and go upside down? Like over what part of the globe does it reverse?
Not understanding it doesn't disprove it. It just shows that you don't understand it. It doesn't go upside down.
Interesting.
Yeah, down is towards the center of the globe. So it doesn't go upside
level
down.
means curve, right?
Absolutely.
And orange is the new black.
No.
Well,
I mean, that's a show. It's a TV show.
What I'm saying is, why can't you create some sort of vacuum chamber then?
Because vacuums don't get rid of gravity.
Okay, exactly. And even in the vacuum of space, where you said there's still gravity in space, didn't you?
There's gravity everywhere, yes. There are people on the ISS that have about 88% of the gravitational acceleration that we do.
Yeah, so there's gravity in space, and we just, break through there. Like, because I notice, because I always hear it referred to as the
break
vacuum
through
of
there,
space.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I always hear a vacuum of space.
Yeah, well, vacuum is a colloquial
Is it
term.
vacuum or is it gravity?
You can have gravity when there's still a vacuum. Those two things aren't
Okay, so then why can't you produce that within a small-scale experiment?
Because it would still be on the gravity of... Wait, let me ask. Do you think that having a vacuum nullifies gravity?
No, I think gravity begins nullified. I don't believe gravity is real.
I don't care what you believe. The experiment I explained demonstrates that it is real.
I think we have magnetation. It's magnetic.
Yeah, cool. Magnets don't work on wood. Sorry.
Magnets don't work on what?
Wood.
No, I wouldn't say it's. It's the effect of things falling to the earth, right? And it's little g, gravity. Of course, it exists. We use it for engineering. We use it to determine weight. Of course, it 100% exists. But why? What is it? Is there a force pulling everything down to the earth? Well, that's what the globe needs. The evidence for gravity is the way that it's been defined is that, well, the earth can't be a globe without it. But no, actually, density causes things to go up and down, and electrostatics.
Why does density cause things to go up and down?
Because of buoyancy. So the relative density of the object with the medium, the pressure mediation causes it to go up or down like a ping pong ball floats in water, golf ball.
Because of gravity, because buoyancy is an effect of gravity, because without gravity, there'd be no reason for it to go up or down. It would.
Wait. We got to. Okay, so the principle of density, right?
Mm-hmm.
Long predates the idea of gravity, but eventually we did throw little g in there. Like I'm saying, little g isn't a problem for flat Earth at all. It's just the downward acceleration. Little g is not the cause; it's the effect. Everyone knows the effect exists. Things go down when they have weight. Gravity, gravitas means heavy. How heavy something is. Weight. We don't dispute that. We dispute the claimed cause of gravity, that the bending and warping of concepts called space and time somehow create illusions where everything shrinks and slows down and makes things fall to the earth in a straight path that's curving at the same time. That's just all pseudoscience. Density and buoyancy is observable and repeatable.
Yeah, but it doesn't, it's not a force. Density does not accelerate things.
For a force due to the self-imposed understanding of the metrics and the relationships between the celestial bodies.
You like saying self-imposed, huh? So here's the deal. Things fall 9.8 meters per second squared. They just do, right? And you don't have an explanation for it. You say density, but density is not a force. What is the force? There is a force, right? If we look at F equals...
Why is a downward force needed? Why could it not be a residual reciprocation of the upward force?
Because that's just word salad.
No, it's literally not. There's a residual reciprocation of the action coming from Earth. That is what makes things go down. I explained this in the beginning.
Yeah, it's still just words.
Sure, it's word salad.
It doesn't make sense.
It does make sense.
But if it does, if it's real, then what's the equation for it so we can test your hypothesis?
I'm sure Tesla has an equation for it, bro. I don't
Tesla
have
does, it's hidden somewhere.
One of the most common hallmarks of a pseudoscientist is attempting to redefine the context-specific usages of words within a discipline, especially when the folks attempting to do so aren't even remotely close to working from within it. These folks simply refuse to accept that language evolves, that words can have different meanings in different contexts, and that the primary goal of language is to effectively communicate meaning, not to adhere to a rigid, unchanging set of specific definitions. They often argue that the nomenclature specifically developed, used, and understood by those working in a particular field is somehow incorrect. That even though the scientists all know what they mean and have no problem communicating effectively and unambiguously amongst themselves using said terminology, that because the pseudoscientists on the outside interpret it differently or don't like it, it suddenly becomes invalid. Words can have multiple meanings, and in general, there's no quote-unquote right one. But in all kinds of limited contexts, the usage of many words or phrases have very specific meanings. Only one interpretation or definition applies. And just because it's not convenient for pseudoscientists like flat earthers, that doesn't exactly mean it's up for debate. The mother of all examples of this, the one that pervades every debate that occurs between the scientific community and the cranks that are attempting to rewrite all of the textbooks, is, that's just a theory, bro.
And you're confusing theory with hypothesis.
No, I'm definitely not. I mean, anything that's not a fact
So what's
is not a fact.
What's a theory?
You know what I'm saying?
What's a scientific theory?
Something that was put together by multiple people. It was an educated guess. Educated from experiments and...
Okay, it's not an educated guess, so you're off there.
Okay. All right, but you know what? I'm smart enough to know what a fact is. And I know that what you guys believe in is not based off of truth. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Okay, let me read you something. Universal gravity is a theory, not a fact, regarding the natural law of attraction. This material should be approached with an open mind, studied carefully and critically considered. The universal theory of gravity is often taught in schools as a fact, when in fact it's not even a good theory.
You didn't read the first line.
But you can't isolate it. That's
nothing can be perfectly isolated. Never.
Then that's a problem.
Every single measurement you've ever done has been affected in some minute way by lots of billions of other potential factors.
And that's why I'd say something stay theories rather than laws.
No.
The colloquial understanding of laws and theories, the ones perpetuated by pseudoscientists any chance they can get, is that theories are guesses and laws are facts. But this is simply not how these terms are used in the scientific community. Any attempt to represent these concepts in this way by someone purporting to represent science is a giant red flag. They're either woefully ignorant about how science actually works, or they're intentionally trying to mislead you. Theories and laws have very special, specific purposes in science. They're not different levels on the same spectrum, where as soon as a theory gets quote-unquote proven, then it gets promoted to being a law. They're two different things that serve two distinct functions in science, although there are some commonalities. Scientific laws and theories are both well supported by large amounts of observational and/or experimental evidence. They should both be able to make reliable, testable, and accurate predictions about some phenomenon in the natural world, and they both need to be falsifiable through the presentation of countervailing evidence. That is to say, evidence that is at least as, if not more, compelling than what currently supports it. Those that describe something as quote-unquote just a theory, as if to denigrate their relevance or importance in science, very often don't realize just how many of the things in their day-to-day lives that they make use of or otherwise rely on that are built entirely on the foundations of scientific theories. They don't think to question atomic theory, the germ theory of disease, cell theory, or plate tectonics. But all too often, they're quick to dismiss something like gravity because it's only a theory, without realizing that many aspects of science, just like gravity, are understood and outlined not only with theories, but laws as well. Again, these two things have different purposes, and they very often overlap. The distinction between these two concepts in science is that theories explain and laws describe. Let's take a look at a concrete example to better understand the distinction. Newton's law of universal gravitation states that every particle of mass attracts all other particles in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It can be summarized by the equation: the gravitational force is equal to the gravitational constant multiplied by the mass of object 1 and the mass of object 2 divided by the distance between their centers of mass squared. In the mid-19th century, based on observations of what appeared to be anomalies in the orbit of Uranus, Two mathematicians calculated the necessary gravitational force required to account for that unexpected orbit, and using Newton's law of universal gravitation, were able to predict the precise location in space where astronomers should point their telescopes to see the culprit. And within hours, for the first time in human history, an astronomer looked through their telescope and saw Neptune. Laws in science describe patterns that we see in large amounts of data. They describe what we see happening in nature, but they explicitly don't explain how or why nature behaves that way, why these patterns exist, what the cause is. That is where theories come in. Scientific theories are actually broader in scope than laws, and very often contain one or more laws inside of them. In 1915, Einstein published his general theory of relativity, providing an explanation for what we had come to understand as the attraction of masses over distance as described by Newton, namely that gravity was the result of the curvature of space-time caused by the presence of masses. General relativity grew to be a massive framework consisting of a number of different principles, a ton of equations, and most importantly has led to, and continues to lead directly to, a number of incredible successful predictions. The logical consequences of the geometric nature of space and time as described in his theory. General relativity predicted black holes, regions of space-time where enough mass has been condensed down so much into such a small area that the force created by gravity is so strong that nothing, including light, is capable of escaping. This prediction has been confirmed through direct imaging of black holes on multiple occasions, among other evidences. General relativity predicted time dilation, the phenomenon causing a difference in the measurements of the elapsed time between two different observers with either different velocities or experiencing different gravitational potentials, because of the interconnected nature of both time and space. Gravitational time dilation was confirmed in 1960 in the famous Pound-Rebka experiment. General relativity made predictions regarding gravitational waves that had been proposed in the late 19th century, demonstrating that they were the consequence of the geometric nature of the universe outlined in the theory, where large accelerated masses like binary stars or the collisions of black holes would result in ripples in spacetime itself. In 2016, at LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, scientists announced the first ever successful detection of gravitational waves. General relativity predicted gravitational lensing, the effect of light from distant objects appearing to warp as its straight-line path through space is bent because of the curvature of space itself caused by large concentrations of matter. Countless observations have confirmed gravitational lensing.
Do you know what a scientific law is?
Yeah.
Okay, what is a scientific law?
Well, scientific laws, can be definitively substantiated. I know that people say that there's a law of gravity, but that is far from the truth because gravity's never been proven. So I prefer to interpret the scientific method literally, not the modern cult of science and pseudoscience. So, if something can be repeated and observed and recreated, then it can then be considered a law.
Both laws and theories are fundamental to the functioning of science. Neither one is better or more proven than the other. They serve two integral and distinct purposes, and understanding the distinctions between each is vital to properly understanding how science works. Given that pseudoscientists, like flat earthers, generally don't understand much when it comes to real science, it's no wonder that they also get this aspect of science wrong. Just remember this the next time you hear somebody say, "That's just a theory," as that's a pretty big sign that you might be dealing with somebody engaging in pseudoscience.
Gravity's a theory. It doesn't matter if you call it the law of gravity. It cannot be recreated. It's literally never been recreated, so I don't consider gravity a law.
Now, there's one more issue related to language that I want to cover that's extremely common and specific to the Flat Earth community, and it's their usage and understanding of a single specific word.
Hang on to yourself for a second. This is the Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. This is from copyright 1975. And if you'd like, I'll read every definition to you of the word level that's in this. And nowhere in this entire thing is the word a curve or a globe or perpendicular to the center of the earth or any other such nonsense mentioned in it. This is something that's been added recently. Dude, I've worked in construction for years. Level is not anything curved. Okay? An arc is not a line. Level is a line.
But I'm talking about sea level. It's not sea curve, it's sea level.
Because it's not fucking geometry, mate. Because you're
Then what the fuck is it?
It's fucking not what you claim it is, mate. It's it, mate. I'll tell you something now. All seas are level, right? You've got it where there's might be a wave. All seas are level.
Why is the water getting in the way of the towers? Why is it intersecting my line of sight with the bottom of the building?
Because obviously, because the weather when it's been like that, it hasn't been flipping level weather. It's been a flipping shitty day. Man,
that's a new one.
That's a new one. I've never heard bullshit like that before.
Level weather.
Level weather.
Measure the sea. That's how you use level. That's where you get your level from. That's how straight the sea is, because it's a level sea. It doesn't matter where you go. That's why people use it as a level. Dudes, why are you arguing that the sea isn't level?
Well, here you keep using this word level as if you think it means something other than it actually means.
Look, here's a bigger one.
That's a noun level, not an adjective level. I'm talking an adjective level.
Any idiot can see what this does. And if I tip it just a hair out, we're no longer level.
What are you doing? You want your shelf level or not? And if I say yes, you're gonna provide that for me with that? Yes, see the bubble? I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball and a bubble of fucking air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry. You're drunk. You wanna put up a shelf? Put up a shelf. You wanna experience true level? Do you? Yes?
This is the definition of flat. You ready? Level, to make a line or surface horizontal. Make a flat or level. Synonyms: flat, flush, even, plane. Level, flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends, curves. What's up with that, man? Do you think you live on a level curve?
No, I just think you cherry pick definitions and don't take into account.
Oh, I cherry pick definitions. Do you know what cherry pick means? You friggin' clown you. Cherry picking is taking something out of context. So, how did I take this definition from Merriam-Webster out of context? You friggin' crayon muncher. Show how this definition is cherry picked. You friggin' crayon muncher, you. It would be easier to resurrect Alexander the Great's horse than to show this being cherry picked.
Okay. In the very specific context that the term level is used during these conversations, we're talking about whether or not something is level, like the surface of water. And if we want to describe something as level and we care about the definitions, then what we're going to be looking for is the adjective form of the word. The problem here is that the definition our friend is using for the word is not the adjective, it's the verb. But that doesn't make sense here, which is precisely why he was accused of, and is demonstrably guilty of, cherry picking. He very literally is using the term out of context. We're not talking about leveling a bench in our wood shop. That's a different usage of the word in an entirely different context. In exactly the same way that we're not talking about leveling a building or level 1 of Super Mario. So then, what happens when we take his source, Merriam-Webster, we don't cherry pick, and we actually look at the correct version of the word, the adjective? What do we see? Level. Adjective. 1. Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. Well now, kind of backfired on him, didn't it?
Wow, it's so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
And in front of them is a reflecting pool with like a gimbal to keep it level. Because the majority of the time, it's really, really hard to see the horizon, so you use the reflecting pool instead.
To keep it level?
Yes.
What would level would be flat.
In pretty much every single context within the flat Earth discussion, the word level does not mean flat. Flat and level are different concepts. This tabletop is flat and level. This tabletop is flat and not level. They are distinct concepts. Now, in the context of the last clip, we were talking about a slightly different version of the term level, another adjective, but applied to an object within a specific reference frame. Suppose we're building a table and we want to ensure that it's level. In this case, we would use the noun level, aka a spirit level, to measure this. But let's think for a moment what we're talking about when we say level here, and what exactly the spirit level is telling us. It's not like it's magically scanning the surface of the thing you're putting it on to tell you how flat or level it is. When looking at that little bubble inside the liquid, its behavior is determined by buoyant forces, which, as we just learned a few minutes ago, is determined by gravity. The construction of the spirit level itself allows us to effectively create an imaginary line in space where it's placed. And what the bubble shows us is a representation of the liquid's relationship to the downward vector of gravity, and as such, this imaginary line's relationship to straight down, or plumb. If this imaginary line is perpendicular to plumb, then the spirit level is considered level, and as long as the surface that you placed it on is a reasonable approximation of a line parallel to that imaginary line, then you can safely say that that object is level. Just like everything else in language, the concept of level is context dependent. And in the context of the conversation about the shape of the Earth, there's one particular context that's arguably the best within which to examine this and other related ideas. In the same way that I don't prefer to cite the dictionary when I want to understand domain-specific nomenclature, such as understanding what theory means in the context of science, I'd much rather defer to the people actively working in the relevant field. And when we're talking about long-distance measurements, large-scale engineering projects, and other things closely related to the shape and size of the Earth, it seems to me that the most applicable discipline would be that of surveying. So, what do surveyors say? In the Theory and Practice of Surveying, 1814 by Robert Gibson, page 284, section 9 on leveling, he writes, "Leveling is the art of ascertaining the perpendicular ascent or descent of one place or more above or below the horizontal level of another for various intentions and of marking out courses for conveyance of water. The true level is a curve conforming to the surface of the earth as ABG."
True level, bitch.
In a treatise on surveying, 1843, chapter 8, leveling, page 239, the surface of an expanse of tranquil water or any similar surface concentric with it is called a level surface. Any points situated in a level surface are said to be on the same level, and any line traced in such a surface is called a line of level. Leveling is the art of determining the difference or differences of level of two or more places. In consequence of the globular figure of the Earth, a level surface is not, as it appears to be, a plane surface. It is nearly, though not exactly, spherical. In the operations of leveling, we may, without sensible error, regard a level surface at any place as being strictly a spherical surface with a radius equal to 3,956 miles, the mean radius of the Earth, or, which is more exact, with a radius equal to 3,968 miles, the center being in a straight line conceived to be drawn downwards from the place perpendicular to the level surface. The Earth, if we disregard the inequalities in its surface, is an oblate spheroid. Its polar diameter is 7,899 miles, and its equatorial diameter, 7,925 miles. A level surface is therefore a spheroidal surface. In a treatise on the principles and practices of leveling, 1870, part 1 on the principles of leveling, page 9. Leveling is the art of tracing a line at the surface of the Earth which shall cut the directions of gravity everywhere at right angles. If the Earth were an extended plane, all lines representing the direction of gravity at every point on its surface would be parallel to each other. But, in consequence of its figure being that of a sphere or globe, they everywhere converge to a point within the sphere, which is equidistant from all parts of its surface. Or, in other words, the direction of gravity invariably tends towards the center of the Earth and may be considered as represented by a plumb line when hanging freely, and suspended beyond the sphere of attraction of the surrounding objects. As the Earth is a globe, its circumference must be circular, as IKL in the annexed figure. The straight line AB will therefore not represent the surface of the Earth, but the sensible horizon of an observer stationed at the point I, to which point it is a tangent, being at right angles to the radius of the circle, IC. A line which is parallel to the sensible horizon of the observer is the line traced out by our spirit levels, and is tangent to the Earth's surface at that point only where the instrument is set up. Thus, AB is a tangent at I, and DE a tangent at F. Such being the fact, the difference of level between any 2 points cannot be determined by simple reference to a horizontal line, since every point on the surface of the globe, however near to each other, has a distinct horizon of its own. If the Earth was everywhere surrounded by a fluid at rest, or that its surface was smooth, regular, and uniform, every point therein would be equally distant from the center. But, in consequences of the undulating form of the surface, places and objects are differently situated, some further from and others nearer to the center of the Earth, and consequently at different levels. The operation of leveling may therefore be defined as the art of finding how much higher or lower any one point is than another, or, more properly, the difference of their distances from the center of the Earth. Referring to our last figure, we have seen that the line AB is a true horizontal or level line at the point I, but being produced in the direction A or B, it rises above the Earth's surface, and although it may appear to be level as seen from I, yet it is above the true level, which is represented by the circumference of the Earth at every other point, and continues to diverge from it the further it's produced. At G, the apparent line of level, as the horizon line AB is called, is above the true level by the distance GH, and at M by the distance MN, the difference being equal to the excess of the secant of the arc of distance above the radius of the Earth. I could go on and on with countless more examples, but I won't bore you. Whether flat earthers like it or not, in the context of the shape of the Earth and anything related to it, level means curved.
What is level? Well, when we look at definitions of level, we see it means flat, horizontal, no curve with no part higher or lower. Yet, we still find a contradiction creeping in some translations, like the Merriam-Webster dictionary, after stating that it is flat, horizontal, and not curving, still at the end tells us to have the balls to level is a curve of the Earth. If you do not see the contradiction, then I'm afraid you have successfully been indoctrinated.
Understanding something that most first graders are able to grasp, that a word can have different definitions in different contexts, is, according to flat earthers, indoctrination. Every time flat earthers parrot the beaten-to-death phrase that water always finds its level, thinking that it's a gotcha for the globe, they're demonstrating that not only are they clueless about the words they're using, but those very words debunk their entire argument. Because, as we covered in the beginning of the video, they don't understand scale, they simply can't fathom the concept of true level as it applies on the massive scale of Earth when looking out over the ocean, and instead have to envision a complete and utter caricature of reality, implying that we believe in quote-unquote bendy water, when they once again have no clue what they're talking about.
Flat. You have measured flatness.
You're comparing apples and oranges. You're showing me a solid item in a cell phone. You're bending it. You're putting it at an angle. Do that to water. Demonstrate water like that, please.
Flat earthers are entirely ignorant to the fact that multiple forces can and always are acting on everything all the time. They say water doesn't bend, water doesn't curve, water's always flat, it's always level, but that simply isn't true. Water simply responds according to well-known and understood laws of physics to all of the forces acting upon it. The gravitational pull of Earth, pulling everything equally towards its center, is what results in the liquid parts of Earth's surface to be curved around it. When flat earthers ask for you to prove it, the easiest way to do that is to show them this, but of course, they just say it's fake. There's just as many examples of water being quote-unquote flat as there are water being anything but naturally flurfs are required to ignore them all or rationalize them away. They say that water doesn't bend, even when it's easily demonstrable in countless circumstances where any number of other forces are involved, but they're forced to outright dismiss that the same works for gravity because their worldview prevents them from accepting that gravity is what it is and does what it does. They want us to show them water sticking to a ball, without the elementary level understanding of gravity required for them to realize that the gravity of the Earth is orders of magnitude stronger than any ball we try to stick it to, so their challenge is patently stupid. This boneheadedness extends to so many other topics as well. They picture planes flying upside down and claim if the Earth was round we'd feel and could measure them constantly nosing the plane down to keep up with the curve so as to not accidentally fly off into space. They simply don't understand the basic physics involved, while arrogantly asserting that they're the only ones that do. They don't understand that down is not a fixed, universal direction, but is instead the ever-changing vector of gravity, and that planes flying quote-unquote level automatically account for the curvature of the Earth because a level flight path around a sphere, one that maintains the same altitude, is a curved path.
I've been on planes where I've taken a level, put it on the ground, and watched it, and it stayed level.
As expected on the globe. And do you know what the definition is of level?
Yeah, it's level and straight, my friend.
Okay, so level is flat. Okay, it doesn't. They calibrate it to the runway, bro. The runway's flat. They don't calibrate it to a curve, but to a flat surface. That way, the plane that's flying, can stay level and flat. Okay, because if all of a sudden the Earth dropped out away from it, okay, it would still fly into space. That's how the physics works. Now, you go educate yourself about how aircraft work.
All flat earthers can do is lie about the meanings of words used by actual real professional scientists and engineers to try and trick laymen into believing their nonsense, or argue that they, despite not working in these fields or having even a tiny fraction of the knowledge or expertise that these professionals possess, that the flat earthers know better than they do. The hubris is borderline delusional. Scientists know the research, they know the literature, the major papers that have been published demonstrating or testing particular phenomena. They're not just pulling stuff out of their ass. Of course, in the context of academia or published research, citations are obviously critical. But even more casually in debate or discussion, those on the side of science should be ready, willing, and able to provide relevant citations for their claims. And of course, what they provide should obviously not only be relevant to their particular claims, but also support them. Now, the trouble here is that pseudoscientists don't actually publish any research, which is something that we'll be getting to. But what that means is that proponents of pseudoscience never actually have any citations to back any of their claims. There's a reason why the underlying foundational beliefs that most flat earthers adhere to are based on memes. Why memes are the language and currency of the flat earth movement. But why is it that they love memes so much? Well, because of how extremely effective they are as propaganda tools. They're the ultimate media for indoctrination, efficiently communicating a very specific message in a very specific way to a very specific kind of audience. The key to the success of memes is the 1-2 punch of requiring no attention span and no critical thinking. They get you to question something, an observation, a fact, whatever, but they don't leave any room for you to actually analyze the claim being made because they simultaneously tell you exactly what to believe. Whether intentional or not, they simply leave no room for critical thought. It's unironically programming. It's eerily similar to all of the charlatans, snake oil salesmen, crank doctors, and cult leaders. They explicitly tell you to distrust everybody, while sort of implicitly hinting that, of course, you can trust them. The implication being that because they're critical free thinkers who've done all their own research, they can challenge you to independently verify any of their claims, knowing that most people won't bother. That the majority of the time, if you've gotten this far in a conversation with them, you just want to be told what to think. The memes and the people that make them know that you won't bother calling their bluff. Now, memes are, by design, conveniently disconnected from any of their source material. There's no references to any of the original sources, there's no citations provided, we have no idea where any of the images came from or who the sources of these quotes are. What you see is just as likely to be completely batshit insane as they are to be straight up lies or fabrications. And what makes it so much more insidious is that due to how they're made and how they spread, infinitely copy-pasted, screenshotted, uploaded, downloaded, texted, screenshotted again, which is obvious by how low quality they all are, we can never really know who made them or where they got their information from. There's simply zero accountability. I can't think of a less reliable source of truth, and yet this is all too often flat earthers' best evidence. Now, chances are if you were to take any random normal passerby on the street and ask them if they believe the earth was round, they would say yes. And if you were to really grill them on why, ask them to provide their sources for their beliefs, they absolutely wouldn't be able to point to anything outside of their education or what they see from documentaries. And flat earthers use this fact as a kind of sword and shield, pointing to it as proof that we're all just indoctrinated sheep. Now, ignoring the absurdity of expecting everybody to have some kind of robust evidentiary framework for every single little thing that we accept as true, as if we're all supposed to have arguments and references available on demand to anybody at any time to defend the germ theory of disease or atomic theory, what we have to do is address the obvious problem that flat earthers expose with their approach. They almost exclusively make the argument that they used to believe the earth was round until they, woke up to the truth or whatever. If flat earthers' strongly held beliefs were the result of extensive research into massive bodies of evidence across every field of science, then it would be trivial to present literally any of it, right? The average person doesn't claim to have based their entire worldview on having critically analyzed tons of evidence over the course of years, especially on something they haven't thought about since grade school. But flat earthers do. So naturally, we should expect them to have significantly more evidence to cite as compared to the average person not intimately involved with this debate, right? Well, oddly enough, they all seem to show up to these debates acting like an insolent middle schooler who clearly forgot about the assignment, asserting that the dog must have eaten the homework that they definitely emailed to their teacher that they must have lost, blaming the teacher for the slight and demanding that they get an A for their inconvenience without having to present anything.
Well, so you understand that redshift theory has been disproven over and over again.
Ooh, send the DOI links to it. Go ahead.
You understand that Hubble's redshift has been disproven by quasars.
Send the DOI link to it, and I will have a look. Yeah.
I'll send you some stuff. I mean, it's cool.
All right. Do you know what a DOI link is?
I mean, is that a serious question?
Yes. Chris.
Yes.
Do you know what a DOI link is?
A DOI link?
Yeah.
A digital object identifier system?
Hey, good job looking it up quick.
You're telling me that that's not CGI?
No, this was taken in 1969. There was no CGI. Let's have a look at CGI in 1969, shall we? Here's CGI
Well, how do you know? How do you know that wasn't CGI in 1969? Because there are patents for CGI in 1940.
No, there's not patents for CGI in 1940.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Present
because
it.
you don't know about it.
Show
you don't
me
have
it.
the knowledge of it.
Again, I've checked. This is a claim I've heard before, and no one's ever managed to present the patents. They've just said things.
You can look it up yourself.
You're just saying it. Can you give evidence of this in any way?
You can look it up yourself.
I've looked it up. I've looked it up. Right, it's just a claim that you've made. So
The information is there. For you to look
show
up.
me the information. Then. Show me the information. I've done the research and I did not find that claim.
You ain't done enough of it.
Show me it then. Prove it to me. Show it to me now. Just give me the link if you've got it.
Bro, all you gotta do is type in technology patents in the 1940s, and they'll come up. Not on Google. See, that's the problem. You're using Google. Google is controlled.
2 hours later.
The circumference of Antarctica is 63,000 miles. That's the Antarctic Circle. So you're telling me you went through 63,000 miles.
The Antarctic, just the circumference of Antarctica is not 63,000 miles.
So Captain James Cook,
who told you that?
So Captain James Cook, when he traveled around the Arctic Circle and saw the ice wall, he mapped it at 63,000 miles.
No, he did not.
So he didn't map that 63,000 miles.
No, he did not map 63,000 miles in circumference.
So what was it then? What was it?
Nobody has ever mapped 63,000 miles in circumference.
You want to bet on that?
Yes.
So Captain James.
No, let's have a bet on it. £1,000.
You can look it up, bro. You can look this information up.
Are you gonna put a bet on? Are you gonna put a bet on it? You said you want to bet. Let's put a bet on.
Okay. You can look. This information is public.
No, right.
You can look it up.
If you can get the information right now that shows Captain Cook mapped 63,000 miles, I'll give you £1,000.
And it took him and his crew 3 years and 8 days to do so while mapping and naming landmarks. You said you went around Antarctica like it was nothing. It didn't take you no time.
Come on, put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is, right? I'll give you 5 minutes. Right. I'll give you 5 minutes to find the proof that Captain Cook mapped an 63,000 mile circumference Antarctica. Right, 5 minutes. If you do it in 5 minutes, I'll give you £1,000. If you don't do it in 5 minutes, you give me £1,000. How about that?
Bro, like I said, you can look this stuff up yourself. You keep asking me to do it. It's free. It's public knowledge. You can look it up on the internet yourself.
Dude, you can make £1,000 right now.
If flat earthers were telling the truth when they said they based their beliefs on evidence, and they really truly wanted the truth to come out, they'd have no reason not to happily present it to us when asked. Now, in the rare moments where they do actually provide evidence or citations, what do you think happens? Well, it turns out that guy was referencing this website as his source. Some guy's GeoCities blog from like 1997, whose first reference is a meme from the Cosmic Egg Alliance's Instagram page. Not exactly off to a great start. How about that time that a guy who claimed to be an engineer claimed to have a study that proved that Antarctica was a, quote, semi-infinite floating ice wall? That had to have gone better, right?
Something about a mechanical engineering background can you just explain your background?
Actually, and so I do understand engineering, and I did go to school for it, and I have a degree. I can show it to you.
So like when you took engineering math, did you have the Kurzak book?
Are we here to discuss my math, or are we here to discuss flat Earth? and it doesn't actually melt. It disappears into nothingness, and it's actually what the sky is made of. And I know this sounds crazy, but you can actually research things. And in Antarctica, when they do and run these like ice board, like there are journals.
All right, send me the first one. I'm still waiting.
Yeah. Okay. When you understand like the propagation of flexural gravity over a semi-infinite floating ice wall that oscillates, you understand every single word I just said.
Just send me the link.
Okay. But actually, funny story, meteors and things like that, they come from airplanes too. The Air Force is actually involved in basically proliferating the idea that there are rocks that could come in.
All right. Let's keep your list of claims to one.
They're not. These people can research this. You have Google.
Until you provide the citation, right? Make a claim, send the citation. Wait to make another claim until you've sent the citation for the first claim.
Okay, we're gonna be waiting for a lot of citations.
Yep.
Okay. Halite is ubiquitous. Sodium is the major cation, ranging from 90 or 78 to 90% of cations by measurement, kilogram one sediment, and chloride is the major anion, 59% nearly all samples. However, a wide variety of salt phases and morphologies
hold on, wait.
to be identified through scanning.
Go back a couple sentences here, starting with sodium. Yeah. With sodium,
halite is ubiquitous. Sodium is the major cation, ranging from 78 to 90% of cations. The major what? The major cation. cation.
What's cation?
It's cation, like the actual, like the thing in question.
What the fuck? Sodium is the major cation. And chloride is the major anion.
A cation is an ion with positive charge. An anion is an ion with a negative charge.
And so I do understand engineering, and I did go to school for it, and I have a degree. I could show it to you.
What's a cation?
What is a cation? It's a measurement taken. It's like part of an experiment. It's one of the measurements taken. It's like it's a class, a classification.
A cation is a classification.
Yes, like it's a part. It's a word. It just means thing, essentially.
Cation means thing.
Essentially.
Sodium is the main cation.
The major part, the major of the range of things that have been measured, it is the major one.
It is not cation. Sodium is the main cation.
Cation?
No.
Cation? It was together. So, sodium is the main categorized ion. Cation?
No.
Yeah.
Not categorized ion.
What is it then?
Cation.
So it's part of a cat?
Oh my gosh. Trey, cation is a positively charged ion.
Cation.
Yes. You also used
like a cathode. Like a cathode.
You also pronounced the word anion as anion, like onion, which is a negatively charged ion. But because you don't have the background in this topic, you had no clue.
So whatever I just read you is like null and void because I mispronounced two words?
No. Because you didn't understand any of what you were reading.
You don't know what I understood. That's a cation.
It's
part of a category. It's categorized ion. The other one's another ion. It's the other one.
And you just went back and doubled down on it.
I'm going to triple down on it because Antarctica's made of salt, boy.
If you were an engineer, you would understand that.
That's what I was saying. You were acting like you didn't know. I was like, I'm about to teach this guy something.
No, you're not going to do any of that.
You wouldn't want to learn anyway. You're here to argue.
If you were an engineer, you would understand modeling. But since you're not,
you know what?
Since you're not an engineer, you don't understand modeling. You are not an engineer.
Okay, I'm not an engineer.
You do not have a degree in engineering like you claimed.
I do.
Where? What university gave you a degree in engineering, and what's it called?
I went to a technical college.
They do. Okay? Technical colleges do not give degrees in mechanical engineering.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
In what kind of engineering?
I actually have a BA in digital media design.
Okay, that's not engineering. All right, you lied.
Data? When you work with data and you're actually coding, you're engineering. I'm an engineer.
You lied. You have a BA in digital media, so you can make pamphlets and websites. And you call yourself a mechanical engineer?
Look, my job position was prototyping engineer. Okay, I was in prototyping engineer.
You're not an engineer.
I am an engineer. Look at this. Look, that's my phone holder right there. You know what that is? That's a snare stand into a microphone. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's no big deal. It's not a big deal.
What you read, you did not understand.
I did understand it. I know it was occasion. It's a part of cation. What's occasion? Cation.
Wow.
Dumbest thing I ever heard.
All right, so I take it that you took the globe model and you did the analysis, and that the analysis that you did disagrees with observations?
Absolutely, yep.
All right, so could we see the analysis you did?
I went outside and looked up.
Yeah, but you applied the globe model, right? That's what you did, right? So what does the globe model say should happen to the stars in the night?
They should whoosh.
I'm hoping that you're starting to get the picture. Now, for contrast, what's it look like when a flat earther challenges one of their opponents to provide them citations for their claims?
I have 15 measurements of rotation on my website, mctoon.net/spin.
Yeah. Is that procured from a scientific experiment deliberately meant to test?
Absolutely.
Rotation? Okay, let's see.
How to detect the Chandler and annual wobble of the Earth with a ring laser gyroscope.
No. What is a large ring laser gyroscope for? What did I just explain that was for?
That is to measure rotation. That uses the Sagnac effect to measure rotation.
Doesn't measure rotation. It doesn't measure rotation. What it measures is absolute flat.
Well, you disagree
Look it
then.
up, man. Put that on your fucking computer right now. Put a laser ring gyroscope right now.
So here we go.
Simple observation.
This is I mean,
you just went to it. I didn't see it, dude. Put up a fucking laser ring gyroscope.
I'm reading the abstract from that particular study here.
I know. I'm using the word scientific and experiment. Those are two different words. It's not one word like you think
Earth
scientific
rotation data from the International Earth Rotation and Reference System Service.
Look up what you just said. Yeah, I know. I don't care about a study. I want a fucking scientific experiment.
That's what this is.
I can come up with a scientific experiment that proves curvature.
But that doesn't make it stop being an experiment just because you don't like it. But
yeah, it doesn't. No, it's just because it's scientific and it doesn't adhere at all to any kind of method of science.
Right, here's another one. I like this one.
That's why your shit's called theory, man.
So here is the detection of Earth rotation diamagnetically levitating gyroscope. So here they used an actual gyroscope. They used
gyroscope.
They used a
that is not science, dude. That is you witnessing a thing spinning around.
Isn't science doesn't stop it from being science. It's still science just because you don't like it.
So they're unable to provide actual scientific citations for any of their claims and pretend as if they want actual scientific citations from globe earthers. But really, they won't accept any of them when presented. But there's got to be something they produce to back up their claims, right? Well, sometimes they do actually produce reputable, genuine citations for their claims. Although the problem is they always say exactly the opposite of what they think they say.
Can I ask you one quick question just because I was listening to the last debate, and I don't want this to take us completely off, but did you say that the Michelson-Morley experiment wasn't trying to pick up the orbit around the sun?
Correct. That was not anything that they were looking for.
That is exactly what the Michelson-Morley.
One of the best examples of this is them pointing to the Michelson-Morley experiment, stating that the purpose of the experiment was to test whether or not the Earth was in motion around the sun, that the experiment was negative, and as such, it was proof that the Earth was in fact stationary. Not only do most flat earthers clearly misunderstand the historical context surrounding the experiment and its purpose, many of them intentionally quote mine from the paper and other related writings. They love to bring up this whole notion that the results they got from this experiment were quote-unquote the greatest of all negative results, i.e. that it debunked the notion that the Earth was in motion. But as usual, they get it completely backwards.
Physics has its folklore and its legends just like any other culture. For example, I'm sure you remember the famous story of Isaac Newton and the apple. Well, there's a legend about the Michelson-Morley experiment that's just as deeply rooted as the story about Isaac and the apple. It goes like this. Michelson and Morley did their experiment and proved that there was no ether. And so Albert Einstein was forced to invent the theory of relativity in order to explain that result.
The Michelson-Morley experiment was done in 1887, at which point we had known for quite some time that the Earth was in motion. This was not at all in question. 40 years earlier, we had Bessel's measurements of stellar parallax, and 111 years before that, we had Bradley's discovery of stellar aberration, among many others. That wasn't the point of Michelson-Morley at all. The TLDR on Michelson-Morley was that at the time, we knew Earth was revolving around the sun. We knew the speed of light, and it was believed that, because light behaves like a wave, is obviously traveling through space, and all waves were thought to require a medium to propagate, there must be something filling all of that space out there, some kind of invisible, undetectable medium, something that was known as the luminiferous ether. Let's go ahead and do what none of the flat earthers actually do, which is read the damn paper. The paper mentions two hypotheses that were used in tandem to attempt to explain what at the time was an unexplained observation related to the fact that the measurements of aberration did not change as expected when measured using a telescope filled with water versus one without. The first hypothesis was that the ether was at rest, with the second hypothesis being related to how transparent media was suspected to interact with the ether as it moved through it, requiring said media, like water or glass, to drag the ether along at some rate slower than the media itself, which would explain the measured differences in the speed of light based on that media. Now, the paper claims the second hypothesis had been sufficiently experimentally confirmed, although the first, that the ether was at rest, had not yet been, and quote-unquote, the experimental trial of the first hypothesis forms the subject of the present paper. So the Michelson-Morley experiment very clearly and unambiguously states that it was testing the theory that the ether was at rest, using the known movements and speeds of the Earth and light as a basis for testing the relative speed between the Earth and the assumed luminiferous ether. It's like literally in the title of the paper, the relative motion of the Earth and the luminiferous ether. The general idea was they would measure the speed of light at two different angles, one in the direction of the motion that the Earth was traveling, and the other 90 degrees perpendicular to it, expecting that it would travel at measurably different speeds through the stationary ether in either direction. Now, what they found was that there was no difference, completely destroying the whole notion of a stationary luminiferous ether, which, of course, as we know now, ultimately led to the development of Einstein's special theory of relativity.
So here's a quote from Einstein. It says, "While I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment." That's the Michelson-Morley experiment. And he comes down to say, "Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun." So he just straight up says, I believe the Earth is moving around the sun, but I can't actually detect it with any optical experiment. So this is, of course, that test. They shot perpendicular light rays. They expected that there would be what's called a fringe shift or an interference pattern of a certain amount based on the assumed revolution speed of the Earth around the sun. They did not see this. So what they actually said was that the apparatus contracted in the direction of motion with length contraction. So it just made it look like the Earth wasn't moving. It's called the most famous failed experiment in history because it was a quote unquote no result. Although if you look closely, there actually was a slight fringe shift.
Yeah, so first, the flat earther Austin Whitsitt dishonestly quote mines Einstein, implying that he believed it to be experimentally impossible to know that the Earth was moving, but for some reason just believes it, as if on faith alone. This is, of course, nonsense. We had already experimentally measured Earth's motion in multiple ways for more than a century before Einstein said this. And then he tries to hand-wave away the results of the experiment by referencing later work surrounding the Lorentz contraction, something that happened literally years later, and then implies that the experiment was a quote-unquote failure because it had a null result, as if they had fucked something up or had no idea what they were doing. When in reality, it's regarded as one of the most important experiments in physics because of its quote-unquote negative result, because it failed to support the original hypothesis, i.e. that the ether existed, the thing that flat earthers are so desperate to hold on to. Now we get some fantastic additional context in his biography, entitled Michelson and the Speed of Light, just in case there was any doubt as to the original purpose of the experiment or the interpretation of the results. They made thousands of observations both at noon and at 6 p.m., day after day for 16 different directions, while the Earth was constantly changing its position. They strained their eyes looking for interference bands and for any shift in the patterns of interference bands. The final observations were made in July 1887. When all the data had been recorded and analyzed, and all the calculations had been made, checked, and rechecked, they had to face an obstinate fact that had destroyed a beautiful theory. No shift had been recorded on the order of magnitude demanded by the hypothesis of a stationary ether. It looked like a verdict of death to the notion of a calm ether sea. This was contrary again to all expectations. Michelson's thinking had kindly taken to the idea of an ether that could be detected. Scientists all over the world could read the conclusion. There was no observable difference in the velocity of light in whatever direction the observer was moving. What it meant, incredible as it might appear, was that no matter how fast you ran after light, you could not catch up with it. Now, since the Earth moves around the Sun at about 18 miles per second, the speed of a beam of light traveling with the Earth's orbital motion should be greater than that of a beam traveling in the opposite direction. Yet Michelson's experiment denied this assumption. To his utter amazement, the experiment produced a zero effect. Michelson could find no drag on the transmission of light in any direction. The data were almost unbelievable. The so-called ether wind had had no effect whatever on the velocity of light, whether the beam was traveling with the quote-unquote wind or across it. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. Now that last line is one that's famously been used time and time again by flat Earth proponents and geocentrists alike as evidence that this experiment proves the Earth was stationary. But naturally, they leave out the rest of the quote. This, of course, was preposterous. Now, it says a lot that flat earthers always leave this bit out when they quote it. And when their cherry picking is called out, they'll try to dishonestly twist this to imply that science was simply too scared to accept the stationary Earth, and that's why it was considered preposterous. The actual reason why is because we had tremendous amounts of evidence supporting the idea that the Earth was in motion, as I've already covered. The hypothesis of the ether was merely an assumption that just kinda jived with our understanding of other closely related phenomena and observations at the time, but was heretofore not generally well understood, well described, or substantiated. For more than a century at this point, we had made countless observations, taken countless measurements, done and repeated many experiments, with all of the independent evidence pointing to an Earth in motion. Thus, when faced with an experiment whose results could potentially contradict either idea, Occam's razor tells us that the hypothesis of the stationary ether, the one introducing a massive number of additional assumptions into the mix, is going to be far less likely to be true, hence preposterous. Observations are observations, facts are facts. Reluctant as he was to do so, Michelson had to report what he had found. He recorded his findings in the August 1881 issue of the American Journal of Science under the title, The Relative Motion of the Earth in the Luminiferous Ether. His conclusion was short and unmistakable. The hypothesis of a stationary ether is erroneous. These dishonest attempts at rewriting history aren't limited to Michelson-Morley. They do the same for other experiments, like the Michelson-Gale-Pearson, an experiment colloquially known as Airy's failure, and basically everything having to do with Einstein and relativity. In all cases, it seems as if the flat earthers have either never read the paper and are just parroting the other flat earthers that say this, or they're all just knowingly dishonestly representing the science. Without fail, flat earthers are either unwilling to present citations for their claims, they pull completely unrelated, irrelevant citations out of their ass, have no understanding of what they say or mean, and simply hope that the people they present them to don't have the wherewithal or knowledge or expertise to call them out on it, or they actually do reference actual real science and blatantly misinterpret or misrepresent it. Either way, flat earthers are like every other kind of pseudoscientist when it comes to citations. Okay, so real quick, I have a last-minute edit that I need to toss in here because I just came across a debate and needed to show an even more blatant example of the dishonest tactics employed by flat earthers.
As we can see here, Michelson-Morley experiment, they expected a fringe shift to pick up the 30 kilometers per second assumed rotation or orbit around the sun. This conclusion, well, this is what he said after the experiment was done. This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation, which presupposes that the Earth moves. Every experiment in the history of mankind has substantiated this exact same statement, showing that the Earth is not in motion at all.
Now, I saw that clip and thought to myself, I don't remember reading that in the paper. I must have missed something. Went looking for it and couldn't find it. But eventually I did manage to find where this quote was actually taken from. And when I did, of course, I discovered that this insufferable flat earther, Caleb, was dishonestly misrepresenting more than one thing about this quote. Firstly, he attributes the quote to Albert Michelson in 1887, saying that he was speaking to the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. That is incorrect. What he's quoting here wasn't from 1887. It was from the experiment that preceded it. It was in fact done by Albert Michelson, but it was done by Michelson alone in the basement of the Astrophysical Observatory Potsdam in Germany in 1881. Michelson-Morley took place 6 years later, and was actually an attempt at replicating this original experiment with greater precision. Now let's be generous and chalk that mistake up to laziness or sloppiness. What's far more important is what Caleb says about the actual experiment itself, and what he quotes from Michelson. The paper he's referencing was from the American Journal of Science, 1881, volume 12, beginning on page 120. Let's start right at the beginning. Caleb stated that they expected a fringe shift to pick up the 30 km per second assumed rotation of orbit around the sun. Caleb, just like others before him, attempts to represent the experiment as a test of the quote-unquote assumption of the Earth's motion. But again, just like Michelson-Morley, the major underlying assumption being examined in the experiment was the existence of a stationary ether. The paper literally begins by saying, the undulatory theory of light assumes the existence of a medium called the ether, whose vibrations produce the phenomena of heat and light, and which is supposed to fill all space. And then later says, quote, assuming then that the ether is at rest, the Earth moving through it, the time required to pass from one point to another on the Earth's surface would depend on the direction in which it travels. So already it's clear Caleb is lying, attempting to obfuscate the fact that this experiment was testing the assumption that the ether existed and implies that the motion of the Earth was merely an assumption and was somehow in question. This is made even more clear by reading only 4 pages later, where he writes, quote, at this time of the year, early in April, the Earth's motion in its orbit coincides roughly in longitude with the estimated direction of the motion of the solar system, namely towards the constellation Hercules. The direction of this motion is inclined at an angle of about 26 degrees to the plane of the equator, and at this time of the year, the tangent of the Earth's motion in its orbit makes an angle of negative 23.5 degrees with the plane of the equator. Hence, we may say the resultant would lie within 25 degrees of the equator. Again, this demonstrates that the motion of the Earth wasn't in question. It wasn't an assumption being tested. It was a known, understood, and measured value that was being used to determine the relationship between the known motion of the Earth and the hitherto unknown properties of the ether. Now, unfortunately, it gets worse, and one of the most blatantly dishonest things I've seen from a flat earther yet, quoting Michelson and implying that the conclusion of the paper contradicts the explanation that the Earth is in motion. And in doing so, not only does he cut out the middle of the sentence that has some important context, but he ends the quote with, which presupposes that the Earth moves, period. End of sentence. Well, let's look at the actual paper. This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation of the phenomenon of aberration, which has been hitherto generally accepted and which presupposes that the Earth moves through the ether, the latter remaining at rest. Well. It's awfully odd that he just left that out, don't you think? It's awfully dishonest to pretend as if his sentence just ends after Earth moves, leaving out the rest. It's almost as if they know that they're wrong and are simply okay lying about it. Now, of course, there's even more. He left out some rather important context from the preceding paragraph, because it clearly and unambiguously states what the conclusion actually was. The interpretation of these results is that there is no displacement of the interference bands. The result of the hypothesis of a stationary ether is thus shown to be incorrect, and the necessary conclusion follows that the hypothesis is erroneous. There it is, in plain English. The hypothesis of a stationary ether is incorrect. There really isn't any more misquoting or taking out of context that they'll be able to do to try to spin this. Now, I wouldn't be calling these folks liars if they haven't already been told countless times that they're misrepresenting these papers. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm sure I'm going to have at least one error somewhere in this video. But the difference between them and myself is that if I'm demonstrated to have gotten something wrong, I'll own it. admit that I made a mistake, try my best to make a correction, and not do it again. Until these people acknowledge that they've been misrepresenting these and other experiments for some time and stop perpetuating the lies, they will be labeled as liars. Now, I feel the need to take a moment to call out something that's been arguably the worst aspect of my journey researching this topic. For some reason, unbeknownst to me, flat Earth content, without fail or exception, is some of the lowest quality, most outdated looking, straight up ugliest content I have ever seen from any group of people. Everything they produce is disgustingly low resolution, with some fucked up aspect ratio. None of them know how to use green screens or have good taste in background music, know how to use fonts, color palettes, or anything related to visual design, and they're terrible with every piece of technology they use, especially anything remotely related to audio.
Denver's own Bob Nadell.
How's everybody doing? Besides your eardrums are bleeding, I understand. All right.
Oh God, I'm having flashbacks. They also happen to be notoriously bad at designing t-shirts.
It's so awkward, and he's so sure he's owning people and looks smart. I'm getting sympathy anxiety for the people he's talking to. It's just, no, stop it.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that looks more like a lunar module or a homeless tweaker shelter, if you had to pick one?
Is this really happening?
Just if you had to pick one.
Why did he choose such an unwieldy quote to use on the shirt he designed and then was going to say a lot in a video? Why is this his opening to his It's such a terrible shirt. Why did he? So I'm wearing a shirt now. I recreated it to try and understand what the deal is, what it's going on here. And frankly, I still don't get it. It was a complete waste of time.
Now, this guy, named J.M. Truth, fancies himself a professional filmmaker, as well as an expert in CGI and special effects. And this is what his professionally produced content looks like.
Enya, run!
The dude even spelled his own name wrong in the credits of his own movie, among about 1,000 other brain-dead typos and mistakes that this guy compiled into a playlist. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll be coming back to J.M. Truth in a little bit. There was this one flat earther I came across while watching a debate, and when checking to see if they had made any flat earth content themselves, I found out that they had a music channel. So of course I had to check it out. Prepared for the worst, I checked out one of their videos, and for the first time was actually pleasantly surprised with what I saw and heard. It literally wasn't the worst thing that I would see and hear all day, which describes basically all flat earther content. And then I thought to myself, hey, at least there's one competent flat earther. Oh. It seems as if, rather than film in a more cinematic aspect ratio, or do the simple thing that even I do and crop out the top and bottoms of the video to create that black bar effect, they instead just decided to drop blackrectangle.jpg onto their video, forgot to actually align it with the top of the video, and just called it a day. And listen, nobody's immune to these kinds of problems. God knows I've had my fair share of embarrassing typos and mistakes made during editing, glass houses and such. I'm sure there's going to be a dozen issues with this video that I'm going to miss or won't be bothered to fix. But I don't think you could say that I didn't meet at least some minimal standard of acceptable quality here. So that's all to say there's only a few guarantees in life. Death, taxes, and content made by flat earthers will, without fail, be cringe-worthily low quality. And that brings me to the pièce de résistance, the most flurf-esque flurf video I've ever seen. It exhibits all of the flurf media qualities, and even some that I've never seen anywhere else before or since. I'm going to just cut out a few of my favorite bits and just let it play for you. As much as I want to do some zooms and add some subtitles to emphasize some of the absurdity, I will refrain. What I'm about to show you is raw, unedited excerpts from some genuine flat earther video content, presented live during a debate by FTFE on behalf of the flurf Sperschemo, unironically and unashamedly. I'll be honest, this should probably come with some kind of content warning, so consider yourself warned.
Newton's third law. For every reaction, there is an equal and opposite reaction. General movement requires an object to push off another, such as when we walk, the foot pushes off the ground. When you throw a ball, your hand pushes the ball and the ball pushes your hand. The oar pushes the water, which in turn pushes the oar, and thus the boat. pushing or pulling involves you or your vehicle applying some force to an external object such as the floor. There are other forces that cause movement that doesn't involve you or your vehicle pushing off an external object. Force equals mass times acceleration. Acceleration due to relative density is approximately 10 meters per second square. Density applied on a 5 kilogram weight should be 50 newtons. So, if Newton's third law is applied exactly the way it was in the previous slides, buoyancy is an upward force exerted by fluid that opposes the weight of an immersed object. The following equation states the buoyant force is equal to density times gravitational acceleration times the volume of fluid displaced. Let's say we have a jug of water which has a density of 1. Yes, water has a density of 1 kilogram per liter. Put a container full of air to the bottom of the jug. Container will move to the top. The volume of the container is 200 milliliters. The following is the equation to calculate the pressure gradient force base of difference in pressure and density.
The driving force for wind is the pressure gradient force. When pressure is different from one location to another, the difference in pressure exists. Now, if gas moves due to pressure gradient force calculated to be 10 newtons south, is there an opposite force applied of 10 newtons north? When the wind blows on the back of your head, did the air in the front of you push off your face when the air started to move away from you? Obviously not. To lift the container, the air movement must apply a force greater than 1 newton. However, this is not seen on the scale. As you can see, the balloon can't begin to accelerate nearly as much as when the vacuum gauge was near the balloon open. This first equation is how NASA says how rockets work. The second equation is the fluid dynamics equation for movement of fluids through a pipe. Similarly, the rocket exhaust, which is the fluid which moves through the nozzle pipe. Both equations have velocity, so let us substitute velocity in the NASA equation with what velocity equals in the fluid dynamics equation. Mass flow rate is equal to density times volumetric flow rate. You can convert volume to mass with density. Volumetric flow rate equals mass flow rate divided by density. Now let us replace volumetric flow rate with mass flow rate divided by density. There is a mass flow rate exiting the pipe, but no force is applied to the pipe. The fluid dynamics equation is used in many industries. And the NASA equation is used by one or perhaps two industries that are mainly run by the state. Why do they lie? Like most people, lies are told to collect money. NASA collects taxpayers' money. NASA, like college students, use his money tuition, which was obtained from the parents to party and perhaps buy the girlfriend a new phone, instead of using the money to pay for school.
Well, it's good to know that JM Truth is still getting work as a director and editor.
All right, I'm going to be honest, this video is getting extremely long, and I would like to move on to some more interesting and entertaining topics, so I'm just going to kind of fast forward through a couple of these real quick.
Yeah, science isn't something this guy really does care about. You're right.
No, I like real science.
No, you don't care about science. Science includes evidence.
I like ancient Sumerian texts, and I like the Dogon.
That's not science.
Who NASA stole their science from.
NASA didn't steal anything.
The Dogon tribe knows real science, real astronomy, real astrology. NASA stole all their knowledge from the Dogon tribe.
Science champions the peer review process, the critical analysis of the greater community over the published research of others, as well as the welcoming of the careful attempts at replication of their results. Pseudoscience does not see critical analysis and peer review as opportunities to improve, revise, or grow the body of scientific knowledge. Anytime replication occurs or is even attempted, even if we're putting something generally accepted to the test, we're either going to be increasing our confidence in it, which is a good thing, or we're going to be discovering something that we hadn't known about it before, which is also a good thing. This is the same process by which we test a generally accepted hypothesis, like the luminiferous ether, and end up coming to the conclusion that our assumptions about the universe were wrong, leading to major paradigm-shifting breakthroughs in science. The attempts to test or replicate the currently accepted models, the major process by which they would ever be falsified, are paradoxically viewed as anti-science by those who are in fact anti-science.
To refute things that Red said, he started out by talking about Slice-Barkane's test, which is exactly what I said at the beginning would be done, is pointing out tests that do not have any kind of fear behind them, because you're just going out and reconfirming exactly what we already know. Earlier this year, Wolfie went to Honolulu on the equinox to film the sun setting at 270 degrees and called that proof of anything. That's pseudoscience, because it's just going to reconfirm what we already know to be the case. There's no way, and he knows that he's going to come across evidence in the contrary. So that's not scientific in my mind. You're not trying to disprove anything. You're simply going out to reconfirm, and that does no good for anybody.
Attempts to test or replicate any of the fringe pseudoscientific hypotheses are viewed as attacks, with those who are anti-science often invoking conspiracies as a means to explain their failures versus peer review and critical analysis, rather than accepting that they're simply not doing proper science.
No, these things are assumptions based on a false model. And the bias in the scientific community is aligning with the false model instead of telling the truth.
The collaborative process of science is about presenting a case to the jury being the larger scientific community as a whole. You should make your arguments, present your evidence, argue for whatever conclusion that evidence has led you to, and should be ready, willing, and able to stand up to cross-examination. Pseudoscientists just stand in the middle of the courtroom, screaming guilty at the top of their lungs, and hope how loudly and confidently they do so is compelling to you. Proper scientific research is published in peer-reviewed, accredited academic journals, allowing independent researchers to assess the legitimacy and reliability of the procedures and conclusions. This process acts as a filter, allowing for good science to rise to the top and bad science to be discredited or otherwise ignored. This process, like everything else we do, is not without its history of problems, but it has the benefit of being self-correcting. That is the core goal of the process. Anything like ideological, cultural, political, or personal biases that get in the way of the acceptance of incoming research are, hopefully, only temporary outlier situations that eventually are discovered and rooted out, making way for even the most controversial or revolutionary research, as long as it's quality. In very much the same way that a young Vera Rubin wasn't able to apply to Princeton's graduate school for astronomy, as they wouldn't be accepting female graduate students for at least another 25 years, and that her thesis and doctoral dissertations were considered controversial or outright ignored, it wasn't until many years later, decades after Fritz Zwicky had proposed the radical idea of dark matter that was also considered controversial, that after teaming up with a respected male astronomer, Kent Ford, that her work would finally be taken seriously by the scientific community, where their observations and measurements of outer stars and spiral galaxies rotating just as fast as those towards the center, suggesting additional unseen mass present contributing to all of that extra gravity, would back Zwicky's hypothesis from decades earlier, something that would change the face of astronomy to this day. Pseudoscientists don't publish real science in legitimate publications simply because they can't. It almost never meets any of the quality standards to be accepted, and if they are, the methodologies, the data analysis, or the conclusions get eaten alive by their peers. They love to paint a picture similar to that of Vera Rubin, attempting to argue that such prejudicial treatment is not the exception, but in their case, this is, in fact, the rule. They argue that there exists systemic, permanent biases against their research, and that this is why their studies are not accepted into legitimate academic literature. They dismiss the real and valid criticisms of their work as a conspiracy to maintain the status quo, unfortunately diminishing the real and actual barriers that are still faced by many inside of the scientific community for the aforementioned reasons, and instead opt to publish their shoddy research in their own self-created, non-accredited, and non-peer-reviewed publications that they're then able to pass off as legitimate to wider, non-savvy audiences. The sad thing is that even these wackos know that flat Earth is pseudoscience. The worst of the worst pseudosciences, like Flat Earth, don't even go that far. Most of their quote-unquote research is nothing more than poorly put-together memes, and the best they have is from a handful of YouTubers that are role-playing as scientists. What's even more depressing is that the few times that anything remotely close to competent scientific research was done by Flat Earthers, they end up coming to the right conclusion, that the Earth is not flat, at which point their ideological biases force them to do what they accuse the greater scientific community of doing to them, rejecting their own findings. The most famous example of which, coming from the late Bob Nodell. In 2018, Behind the Curve, a Netflix documentary about flat earthers, followed the stories of a number of prominent flat earthers and the goings-on within the community, including Bob Nodell, one of the founders of Globebusters, a YouTube channel dedicated to promoting the flat earth worldview. Bob wanted to do an experiment. They wanted to prove once and for all that the Earth was not rotating, debunking one of the core tenets of the globe Earth model. But how did they plan on doing that? Well, with the help of another member of the flat Earth community, they got themselves a $20,000 ring laser gyroscope. What does that do? Well, here's a super fast breakdown. The principle by which what we're about to see operates on is something called the Sagnac effect. Imagine you have a device that allows you to shoot two lasers of the same frequency and wavelength in opposite directions around the same path, and you allow them to converge on some point where you have some kind of detector set up. When waves, such as light, interact with each other, we get something called wave interference, and this interference produces a specific pattern based on the properties of each wave. Now suppose you take the device and rotate it. The result of this is that one of the beams of light will take slightly longer to go around the path, and the other will take slightly shorter, changing the resulting frequency and wavelength of the waves, resulting in a noticeable effect on the interference pattern, an effect that can be detected and quantified, allowing us to measure how much rotation actually occurred. Modern ring laser gyroscopes, like the one Bob procured, are extremely precise and require no moving parts, so they're what's used in most modern navigation systems on things like commercial jetliners, fighter jets, ballistic missile systems, and even on the International Space Station. So, what did Bob do with it? Well, if the Earth was indeed rotating, then the generally accepted rate of that rotation is once per day, which is 360 degrees in 24 hours, or 15 degrees per hour. A rotation rate that such a piece of equipment was well within measuring. So, what happened?
But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift. Now, obviously we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem, right?
So they picked up what seemed to be the rotation of the Earth. While that was what any physicist would have told them was going to happen, it obviously wasn't what Bob had hoped for. Unwilling to accept that the detected rotation was caused by the spin of the Earth, the next step was to attempt the measurement once more, this time surrounding the gyroscope in something called a zero Gauss chamber to shield it from what they suspected was the real culprit, some kind of motion of the sky, the heavenly energies, or perhaps that pesky luminiferous ether. But they ended up detecting the same rotation. Now, according to Bob in the documentary, there were plans to try again, using another kind of container as a shield, but as far as I can tell, this either didn't occur, or the results were never published. Now, I do have to commend Bob for his attempt to use proper scientific equipment to conduct a proper experiment. He went infinitely further than the vast majority of flat earthers have ever attempted. Although the goal of science should be transparency, sharing the results of your experimentation regardless of the findings, subjecting it to peer review, and allowing the community to learn from it, suggest feedback, attempt to replicate it themselves, whether it's officially published in some scientific journal or even just less seriously in a YouTube video. Now, the easy thing for me to have done was to assume that Bob never published these results to the wider scientific community, and they only saw the light of day because of the release of Behind the Curve. But because of his unfortunate passing in 2023, and with that of course came his inability to defend himself, I wanted to give this some extra due diligence before coming to that conclusion. Now, unfortunately, it seems as though this was the case with the gyro test. As best as my research was able to discern, there was no talk about this anywhere online prior to the release of the documentary. No videos released on Globebusters or any of the other channels that I was able to find some connection to, and I wasn't really able to find a concrete timeline for when filming occurred or when the experiment was actually done, so I can't say for sure if the results were ever circulated by Bob, even throughout just the Flat Earth community, let alone to a wider audience. Although what we saw in the documentary itself might give us a hint as to why that might have been the case.
At a conference in Raleigh, we want to have proof there's no curvature. And if we can do that, it's game over. But the rotation is not looking good at this point. We don't want to blow this, you know?
Right.
And we've got $20,000 in this freaking gyro. But yeah, if we dumped what we found right now, we would be, it'd be bad. It would be bad. So what I just told you is confidential.
Okay, I won't say.
Now, it's bad enough that they're incapable of wrapping their heads around the foundational aspects of math and science that are required to actually be able to engage successfully in these kinds of conversations. But just when you thought things couldn't get worse, the flurfs say, hold my beer. If their worldview was merely the product of ignorance or stupidity, you might actually have a chance to reason with them, to explain the fallacies at the heart of their arguments, to provide them with evidence that they're apparently asking for. Education would actually be an answer to how to turn these discussions into something positive and fruitful. Unfortunately, what makes these conversations as insufferable as they are is not that they don't have the capacity to engage, because believe it or not, there's actually some reasonably intelligent flat earthers out there. What's foundational to the toxic futility at the core of every one of these debates is that they're entirely unwilling to engage in good faith, the fourth symptom of the flat earth worldview.
Essentially, like, this is the easiest way to understand it, right? So, like I said, there's a lot of different technical things, and we could watch hours and hours of footage of them explaining this if you want, but basically, if they let go of space-time, right, and they understand what we see as space-time, right, all of these elementary particles, right, if we understand that as basically a user interface, as so to speak, and not reality, right, computing the scattering amplitudes becomes basically a billion, not exaggerating, a billion times easier. So basically, the geometry, right, that we use to identify our world, right, which is at the crux of the conversation we're having when we start talking about electrons, etc., right? The geometry is basically a different facet of coding, right? So basically, you can look at locality and unitarity as they're basically different loops of movement. I know Craig is behind the 8 ball; he might not understand that, but if anybody understands what I'm saying and you're familiar with this, you understand that was very simply and obviously an oversimplification, but essentially that's what it is, right? They're agreeing with the unified field theory. Essentially, there's no such thing as electrons and neutrons.
There is no curve of the Earth.
But there is a curve.
I beg to differ.
Because we have
I've shown you evidence, and you're still going, it's CGI, even though right there is evidence that the Earth is curving. Your only answer is that is CGI. There's the evidence. The Earth is not flat; it's curved.
It's probably a mixture of things that they do. There's probably CGI, green screens, fisheye lenses. You know, they probably really good at faking this stuff. That's obviously CGI because the Earth doesn't curve.
No, it isn't.
Well, I know it's not real because the Earth doesn't curve.
Except we just showed you it.
But
the Earth does.
But the Earth does curve.
No, it didn't.
And you saying it's coming back down. Well, what you're actually seeing is this. You're looking at from the other side of the rocket.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're looking at from the other side
That's
of the
not
rocket,
reality.
and you're
That's a
seeing it
picture.
come down. That is
That's
what
a
is
picture.
happening.
It's not reality.
Yeah, there's the reality.
No, it's a computer program. What's that line that's cutting off the buildings? What is that?
I'll show you.
What's that called?
So that's called the horizon.
So the horizon is the curve?
The horizon is the point at which your line of sight is tangent with the surface. That's what the horizon is.
It's the effect of curvature.
That's the effect of a curve.
As we've discussed before, Hip Hop Hippie, it's the effect of curvature. It's the effect of curvature.
The only reason you have a horizon is because there's a curvature.
So the horizon is not the curve then. I told you what I think it is. It's just an idea. That's it.
No. I'm not asking what you think it is. I'm asking what it is in science. How does science define a model?
I don't know.
Well, then how can you say we don't have one if you don't know what it is?
Just to be clear, a scientific idea or a scientific conjecture is a hypothesis.
No, it's not.
Dumbass. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
It's not though, because it's a poorly formed question. It's a poorly formed, ridiculous question that you were trying to get a gotcha with, and it doesn't conform to reality.
Is the horizon the curve? Yes or no?
The horizon is caused by the curve, and that's the only answer you're going to get from me.
Is that a no? Is that a no?
That is the only answer you're going to get from me, because I know what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work here. We don't play that fucking game here.
Yeah,
the horizon is caused by the curve.
What the implications are.
You don't have to agree with me.
Why are you being such a
You don't have to agree with me. Just repeat after me. The horizon is caused by the curve.
Is the horizon the curve? Is the horizon the curve?
The horizon is caused by the curve. Can you repeat after me? The horizon is caused by the curve.
Why won't you answer
the spinning water ball thing is just beyond hilarious because y-axis curve has never been proven.
You keep saying that mantra, but I've shown it to you.
If you want to use
three different videos I showed to you, including one that you wanted to show.
Okay, let me pull one up right here. And the sun's right there.
Why did you play that? There's a curve in that. Can you send me that video? I want to use it. I want to add it to my list. There's curve in the horizon.
That's expected.
That's the fourth time that 2 of them from me, 2 of them from you of the curved horizon. Tyler, what are you doing? What? Who's that?
No, I'm good. Wait. That's my mom. Mom, is Earth flat or a globe?
It's not flat. It's not flat. That's it. Yeah. It's not flat at all. Okay? Don't you worry.
There's a staggering number of ways in which flat earthers regularly approach both formal debates and casual discussions in bad faith, and I personally find it fascinating, even if ultimately unsurprising, how eerily and frustratingly similar most of these debates end up becoming. It's one thing to bring common talking points and the same old arguments to these debates. I wouldn't expect these folks to be reinventing the wheel every time, but what I never expected was that there would be so much similarity, so many clear and obvious patterns shared between the flat earthers when it comes to certain kinds of dishonest and toxic behavior. Now, I admit I always end up feeling a bit uncomfortable when describing something that I attribute to being shared or common between the majority of flat earthers, and then only show 1 or 2 clips as examples and then move on. I worry it'll be interpreted as a kind of cherry picking, taking things out of context or using one bad apple to try to unfairly spoil a bunch. It's one of the primary reasons that I've felt the need to compile so many of these lengthy montages. I really want to drive home the point that I'm not trying to be dishonest or uncharitable, that the wide brushstrokes I'm painting really are fair representations of what we see, that these traits really do seem to be baked into the worldview itself, much closer to being rules rather than exceptions. The sad truth is that a significant portion of my time spent editing this video was spent deleting most of the example clips that I put together, simply because there were far too many of each. I was originally going to be breaking all of these things up into their own little subsections and going into a bit more detail on each, showing little montages of examples along the way like we've already seen, but I ran into a few problems. The first was context. So many of the best examples of the dishonesty are just subtle and nuanced enough that without potentially multiple minutes of lead up before the moment that they get exposed, it might not be obvious or convincing. The second is overlap. Frankly, it was too hard to categorize most of these examples simply because any individual clip can exhibit multiple toxic traits simultaneously. It's actually kind of impressive how flat earthers are able to commit 2, 3, or sometimes even more of these bad faith behaviors as a part of a single argument. There are a few aspects of their behavior that do still deserve their own little standalone montages, but I think it'll be more enlightening if during this part of the discussion, rather than go wide with each behavioral aspect and show a million examples from just as many different people, we instead go a bit deeper into specific individuals and debates. Let's begin by taking a look at Austin Whitsitt, one of the more prominent debaters in the flat earth community, as a great first example of the challenge of engaging with the intellectually dishonest. They make a positive claim about problems with the currently accepted models in science, and then you ask them to substantiate their claim with evidence. Now, of course, it'd be nice if they were to link to maybe a paper from a peer-reviewed scientific journal, or at the very least, maybe a YouTube video with some kind of experiment or demonstration. But unfortunately, when asked for their best evidence, all they can do is ask a question.
Your claim is that the model is wrong.
Yes, the heliocentric model cannot be substantiated.
Okay.
That's
Provide your evidence.
Okay, so there's tons of evidence. Well, for most of these evidences, you will just have to dismiss them to coincidence.
Not exactly off to a good start.
Start with your best. Start with solid stuff, not coincidence.
Okay, has it ever been recreated or observed or repeated that an object due to its mass can cause another object to revolve around it?
Okay, cool. He wants us to give an example of something orbiting something else. And one of the things he said he'd accept was an observation. Something pretty easy to do.
Well, the moon does that all the time.
See, no, that is self-imposing the current metrics of the heliocentric model.
Now, he immediately rejects this example in what seems to be a half-hearted attempt to accuse us of begging the question. But let's not let him distract from the original focus of the conversation, that he says he has all kinds of evidence that demonstrates that our model is incorrect. He currently has the burden to demonstrate how our model, our explanation for observed phenomena is incorrect. And then when he flips the burden and asks us for an example of an observation of a specific phenomenon that our model explains, he rejects it on the basis that it's using our model. Now ask yourself, if he was being honest, what would he really be asking for here? He challenges our model by asking us to provide an example of something predicted by our model, but won't accept any examples that are based on our model. That is, of course, dishonest nonsense. The appropriate response here would be for him to explain the flaw in our model, to outline how our model's explanation for this particular observed phenomena is invalid in some way, perhaps demonstrating how our observations conflict with what the model predicts, not by simply responding with, nuh-uh.
The answer is simply no. No, it has never happened, and it never will happen.
Well, we have confirmed that mass attracts mass.
You keep on. This is so semantical. It's insane.
MCToon was making an important and valuable distinction here, and Whitsitt once again dismisses it entirely, as merely being semantics. But the only one playing word games here is the flat earther. What he's questioning is if, how, and when gravity has been observed or demonstrated. And in its purest, most succinct form, gravity can be described as mass attracting mass. This isn't semantics. It's being clear and precise with language and terminology.
I'm asking you very simply, bro. In the history of mankind, has anyone recreated an experiment where an object, due to its mass, has caused another object to revolve around it?
Yeah, in a one-to-one scale, we do that all the time.
When does an object revolve around another one due to gravity? Please
the moon.
Can it be recreated in a controlled experiment on Earth?
It doesn't need to be. We can just observe it.
It doesn't need to be. That's the problem.
Just observe it.
And so we just believe it.
And satellites do it all the time too.
So it isn't odd that this experiment can't be recreated, but you know it to be definitive because of your self-imposed metrics of the heliocentric.
It's not myself. It's an observation, right?
What Whitsitt is blatantly attempting here is to confine the discussion of a complicated topic such as gravity to his extremely rigid and arbitrary boundaries. There's of course so many ways to observe or demonstrate what he's talking about, but he of course ignores all of that and demands observations and demonstrations that conform to his unreasonable standard of evidence. Rather than discuss something well established, controlled, reproduced, and understood, like the Cavendish experiment, an actual scientific experiment measuring the attraction of two masses in a lab, the fundamental concept being discussed here, he instead imposes the inane requirement that we need to reproduce orbits in a lab on Earth, something that, for all intents and purposes, is impossible to do. Now, Whitsitt's been in the flat Earth debatosphere for many years now, and talks specifically about gravity all the time. I want to be generous here, but I'm not really sure which is the more generous interpretation, that he's actually too stupid to understand the very basic equations related to gravity after years of not only allegedly studying, but also debunking it, or that he knows exactly what he's doing and is purposefully muddying the waters of the discussion because he knows his flat Earth audience doesn't understand any of the underlying principles and will just see all of this as some sort of big win. Now let me briefly explain exactly why what he's saying here is so blatantly stupid. Newton's law of gravitation is this formula, which basically says that we can calculate the force that emerges between two masses as being proportional to the product of the masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance. In other words, the more mass you have, the stronger the force, and the more distance you have between them, the weaker the force. So let's think about what it would take to design an experiment that would satisfy what Whitsitt is asking for here, to demonstrate one mass orbiting another mass in a lab on Earth. How hard could that actually be? Well, what if we wanted to do something real amateur as a proof of concept? We could use a basketball, just like flat earthers do in their science experiments. What would it take to get something like a tennis ball to orbit a basketball? Well, let's calculate what the force of gravity between them would be if they were only a few centimeters apart. It looks like there would be there's only about 26 billionths of a pound of force being applied to the tennis ball by the mass of the basketball. That's kind of a problem, given Whitsitt's requirement that we do this experiment in a lab on Earth, with the relevant bit there being on Earth, because the gravity applied to the tennis ball by the Earth during this experiment is about 1/8 of a pound, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 10 orders of magnitude larger than that of the basketball. Even if we were to increase these experimental masses to a degree that's laughably unreasonable, like if we were able to stuff 1 million kilograms of mass into the basketball and increase the tennis ball up to 1 kilogram, we'd still have no chance of getting it to orbit the larger mass. because it would simply fall to the ground before having any chance of even doing a tiny fraction of an orbit around the larger mass, because the Earth's gravity is still something like 2,000 times greater. Think about it. What Whitsitt is asking us to do to demonstrate gravitational orbits in a lab setting on Earth would require a mass larger than the Earth condensed down small enough to fit in a lab. He claims our model is wrong, and his argument for this is effectively, if we can't make Earth 2.0 in a laboratory, then our model can't be substantiated. And that is, of course, the crux of his intellectual dishonesty. He has to manufacture these absurd requirements, move the goalpost, and try to play word games to get around the fact that even though we can't get two masses to orbit each other in a lab, we can and have measured the gravitational forces between them. The whole orbit thing is a giant red herring. Not only do the observations and measurements we make when doing things like the Cavendish experiment in a lab match the predictions made by our model, but outside of the lab we can demonstrate one mass orbiting another every time we put a rocket into space, not to mention all of the observations of this exact phenomenon that occur every second of every day in the natural world, as all of the moons orbit their planets and the planets orbit our sun. He can reject our model all he wants, but he can't use the fact that we do demonstrations and make observations that confirm our model, but can't do absurd, impossible demonstrations that our model tells us are absurd and impossible as an argument that our model can't be substantiated. If he was intellectually honest, he would recognize the clear and obvious absurdity of his argument, that he's rejecting valid responses while simultaneously asking that the impossible be done, or else he wins. If he was intellectually honest, he would be approaching the conversation entirely differently. He'd be willing to engage with the model that he's purporting to debunk, and to demonstrate that he at least understands the basics of what he's claiming to disprove. But, unfortunately, he's not. And this kind of behavior is, frankly, par for the course. Now, adjacent to all of that, perhaps now you've caught on to a bit of a whiff of the arrogance that's inherent in this worldview, which Whitsitt personifies quite successfully. The idea that they have tapped into some kind of knowledge that only a select few have, that they somehow arrived at the correct answers to questions that apparently every other scientist, mathematician, and engineer in history has been wrong about, while simultaneously themselves not having any actual proper education, training, or expertise on any of these relevant subjects, requires an unfathomable amount of hubris. These folks literally believe that they're more knowledgeable and intelligent than people like Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein, very often talking about them as if they had no idea what they were doing, like they were cranks without a clue. I reckon it'd require a considerable amount of narcissism to believe something like that, which is something that flat earthers, like Whitsitt, have no shortage of.
And they'll say, oh, you just can't understand math. And I literally used to get accused of cheating in my algebra honors class, right? Because I wouldn't show my work and I'd be the first done it, and she thought I was cheating. She'd give me a new piece of paper, a new test, and I'd just breeze through it in front of her. Numerous math classes this actually happened, but it doesn't matter. I'm certainly not trying to brag. Yeah, like when I was good at algebra and I would just like breeze through algebra and do it in like 2 steps. You should call and talk to some of my teachers. I used to get in trouble because they said I was cheating on my algebra because I didn't have to work it out.
But I had like an aptitude for math. Like if I sat down with you guys when we were in high school and Algebra 2 honors, I would have smoked you, dude. I used to finish long form algebra without showing the work.
But I literally have an aptitude for math, bro.
I have an aptitude for math.
I'm so tired of people saying I can't do math, dude. I scored like incredible on my math entry exams and the college preparatory classes and stuff like that. Dude, it's well known that I have like an aptitude for math.
Dude, I'm not trying to brag here or whatever just to make my point. I'm in the higher percentile of IQ. You would get demolished. I would wipe the floor with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Literally, I would demolish that dude. Oh, okay. My 160 IQ disagrees with you. They'll claim I'm stupid, claim I'm dumb, when my IQ literally proves that that's not the case.
Now, what's curious to me is if folks like Whitsitt really did have literally genius levels of intelligence, why they'd have to lie about so many of the subjects and sources that they talk about. Why would he have to dishonestly cherry-pick so many quotes from someone like Einstein to attempt to give his arguments an air of legitimacy?
Because Einstein mentioned 2 specific things. He mentioned aberration from 1727, and he mentioned annual Doppler shift. So Vogel and Schneier in 1887 is so those are the 2 things that Einstein mentions in this same book that he's quoting here.
He's quoting
2 pages prior.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And if you believe in the current model, you have to believe that you can never actually measure, detect, or prove that it's moving around the sun.
That's a lie. And Einstein, two pages prior, mentioned he knows this. Whitsitt knows this. That's what's really sad.
What do you mean? He's perpetuating lies?
He's not just perpetuating lies, he knowingly perpetuates lies. Whitsitt knows that Einstein mentioned two specific things. So it can't be that Einstein is 2 pages later contradicting his previous statement. Right?
Well, yeah, but that's actually his claim, though, isn't it? That he's pointing out contradictions, but he has to twist the words to get those contradictions to work.
Yeah, I think Whitsitt has to assume in here that Einstein is unknowingly contradicting himself.
Right, that's what he's doing.
That Whitsitt is so much smarter than Einstein. That Whitsitt sees Einstein's contradiction, but Einstein didn't. That's how smart Whitsitt thinks he is.
He knows what Einstein meant to say.
Yeah.
Not Einstein.
If he truly was as intelligent as he'd want you to believe, then why would he demonstrate such an elementary misunderstanding of gravity, regurgitating the most common and basic misconception about it, that more mass equals more quote-unquote gravity, which must mean a faster acceleration?
If your argument is that it's not gravity, that it is density, then even with the electromagnetism aspect, you could take a 10-pound bowling ball and an 8-pound bowling ball. They should fall at different rates.
No, I mean, to maybe I could just ask you the same question, right? So like if you think that gravity is causing it, if there's a more dense object and a less dense object falling, how does gravity make them fall at the same rate if they're just different densities?
Because
is gravity pull one stronger than the other?
It's incredible that he's been debating this stuff for as long as he has, while still not understanding the basics. Now, you can tell by what he says that he's simply confusing the variables in the equation. Remember that more density in the same volume simply means more mass, and recall that the approximate 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration on Earth is a constant value, meaning it doesn't change. So all we're changing in the equation when we compare these two different falling objects is their mass. His confusion becomes clear when you listen to his language, the implication of which is that quote-unquote pulling stronger means faster acceleration, which is wrong, which is the common misconception I explained earlier. With a constant acceleration and variable masses, the relevant difference here between the two masses falling in a vacuum on Earth is the resulting force. That's what pulling stronger would actually refer to, assuming you wanted to use this language. And then, of course, when this misconception is explained to him for the umpteenth time with references to actual demonstrations of this having been done, he goes back into denial mode and changes the subject.
As some experiments and I think some of the vacuum chambers.
There have been experiments where they've dropped bowling balls and feathers in a vacuum chamber and they fall at exactly the same rate.
Yes. And,
that's what people think.
That's what's on video.
No, actually, a university has proven that dropping different chemicals fall at different rates. Literally different.
Or how about the time he provided some math that he claimed was deriving the value for the acceleration due to gravity from Coulomb's law, attempting to debunk gravity and explain its effects as being merely electrostatics, something that would, by itself, probably be worth a Nobel Prize. Why would somebody who's a self-proclaimed math genius pretend to have done this when it was really just copy-pasted straight from ChatGPT? I mean, Christ, he didn't even think to format the text that's so obviously from ChatGPT, background color and all, to match the rest of the email that he actually did type, and he even forgot to delete the part where ChatGPT caveats its response by saying, "Look, bro, I'm just an AI and I'm kind of making shit up, so don't go sharing this as if it's a fact, otherwise you'll look like an asshole." I even publicly and privately called him out multiple times about a clear and blatant lie that he told during another debate.
We already made one, an eclipse model that predicts the locations of the eclipses as well.
And of course, I never got a response. Why wouldn't he be able to stand by such a simple claim if it was true? Perhaps it isn't. And what he was saying was just so stupid that even ChatGPT couldn't bail him out, not to mention that he hopefully already learned his lesson from the last time, when he provided a bunch of fake citations again from ChatGPT, never actually bothered to click on any of the links that he was providing, otherwise he would have figured out they were all just fake, then had to go lie about it, acting as if he just mixed up some links, and then later had to change his story to say that he got the links from somebody else. All of this, and he fancies himself an intelligently gifted individual. Someone who claimed to struggle finding debate opponents that he considers worthy.
I think I've done pretty well in the debates, and typically the opponents are not all that worthy, humbly.
right before having his ass handed to him by an unlikely opponent, Harrison Smith, one of the hosts on InfoWars, a notoriously crazy platform. Only minutes before one of the most batshit crazy humans alive today, the infamous Alex Jones, called him out live in front of what had to be the largest audience Witsit had ever debated in front of for having a laughably stupid worldview.
In this picture, I'm pretty sure they actually compressed it. So you can take a picture. It's so deceptive.
All right.
You can take a picture of a desk.
Hold on,
It's flat.
hold on, Austin. We have a guest appearance here. Alex Jones has made his appearance at the Flat Earth debate.
Listen, I'm only going to ask you a real quick question. Are the sun and other planets flat as well? Because I've been a big astronomer since I was a kid with my dad when we had professional telescopes when I was a kid. Now anybody can get them that have the computerized controls. I've sat there overnight drinking a 12-pack of beer and taken photos of Saturn and Jupiter and watched it as it's turning, watched the globes turning. I put green lenses on the telescope and could watch the sun and over an hour see it turn and see see coronal mass ejections moving in the time lapse. Boom, it's round, done.
Debate over, Austin. I'm sorry to tell you, you have now lost the debate.
I will eat your ass. I will eat my neighbors. I'm not letting my kids die. I'm just going to be honest. My superpower is being honest. I've extrapolated this out, and I won't have to for a few years as I got food and stuff, but I'm literally looking at my neighbors now going, I'll eat my neighbors.
Now, what's probably the most infuriating part is that flat earthers like Witsit are the kings of the pot calling the kettle black. They accuse their opponents of trying to play sneaky games or use dishonest debate tactics when that's the primary strategy of flurf debaters, and even go so far as to accuse other people of being narcissists, when it's clear and obvious to everybody watching that they're just projecting. Let's take a look at another case study, this time taken from a debate between Fight the Flat Earth and a guy named A Cruel Vision. As usual, this conversation touches on a bunch of topics, curvature, gravity, space, all sorts of things, but I want to focus on a few moments that demonstrate more of the flat earther's special brand of intellectual dishonesty. Let's start by taking a look at a conversation they had about a demonstration done by a guy named Rory, something that actually comes up quite a lot in these debates and is quite often misunderstood. A great summary can be found at mctoon.net/left-to-right curve, but I'll do my best to briefly explain here for context. This test took place on the Spanish island of Ibiza at an elevation of 603 feet. What we see here is a table supporting two interesting-looking objects, each being a pair of some kind of metal rod of some sort bound together. These basically are going to be acting as straight edges that we can use for a reference. Now, the benefit of this rather unique setup is that there's a gap between the straight edges that allows us to align the horizon between them, acting as a handy visual guide that will help make any curvature on the horizon more apparent if it exists. Now, as we discussed earlier, from this perspective on Earth, if it's round and if it's the size that we believe it to be, we'd simply be unable to see the extremely slight curvature on the horizon without examining photos more thoroughly. Now, one of the more common criticisms I hear from flat earthers about this is that there's no proof that the straight edges are level. Like, they didn't put some kind of spirit level on the table showing that it was perfectly level with the horizon. But don't let this distract you. This criticism is missing the point entirely. It's not about being perfectly level. Levelness has nothing to do with this demonstration. All we're looking at is straightness versus curvature. The table could very well be off from perfectly level, but that wouldn't change the results of this test, something that's going to become a little bit more apparent in a moment. The most compelling part of this particular demonstration comes when we do something called a horizontal compression on the image. If you have a bunch of lines in an image, let's say you draw some perfectly straight horizontal lines, a few perfectly straight diagonal lines at varying angles, and then you draw two lines with very slight curves to them. Curves that are so small that when you zoom out you can't really even notice. If you then take the resulting image and shrink only its width, maintaining the same exact height, you've got this squished final product. But notice, all of the lines that were perfectly straight before the compression remain perfectly straight after the compression, regardless of whether or not they were perfectly level or drastically diagonal. But the two lines that had even the slightest amount of curvature have that curvature exaggerated to the point where it becomes easy for us to see. This is the benefit of horizontal compression. Straight lines stay straight, curved lines become more obviously curved. This is precisely the reason why we included the straight edges in this little experiment. Again, it had nothing to do with level. What we wanted to do was have another set of horizontal lines that we could use as reference lines, acting as a kind of control variable. So if something like the lens of the camera was introducing any distortion, like maybe it had a fisheye lens, we would see that all of the straight edges also have a noticeable curve. So what do we see when we horizontally compress the image from Ibiza? Well, first things first, clearly not every one of the 16 or so horizontal edges of the straight edges are perfectly flat. But that's okay, because there's plenty of lines that are, for all intents and purposes, perfectly straight here. The straight edge has served its purpose. It included perfectly straight lines here that we could use as a reference to know that there wasn't any curvature being added to the image by the lens. And then of course we have the horizon, which I don't know about you, but it looks pretty curved to me. Now surprisingly, this flat earther says what I've never seen any other flat earther actually say.
I see the same thing you see. I see that there's actually curvature in that photograph. And the reason why I felt like I really wanted to actually debate you with this photograph is because I think this photograph actually had a huge, it has the potential to actually be very, very, you know, like a huge conclusive type of evidence, but there's just holes with it. There's just problems with it. So,
okay, interesting. So what are those problems?
Is that the only photograph that you have of that location?
So as far as I'm aware, that is the only photographs he had of that particular location.
Okay, all right. See, and therein lies the, you know, a little bit of the problem. It's just one photograph, and it could, you know, so you have to have a data set. So what I'm trying to debunk here is the whole premise behind that entire picture.
Okay, so because there's only one photo here, he thinks that debunks the entire premise of the demonstration. He doesn't have any criticisms of the methodology or any of the underlying principles. Well, in response, FTFE showed him another version of this experiment done by somebody else in an entirely different part of the world that pretty much has the same result. So then what's his response?
But the point is that you did not manipulate your independent variable, and you also did not take it with multiple cameras. That's my point. I'm not saying that your picture is fake. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get you to understand that that's not conclusive evidence.
So now the primary criticism sounds like it's that in both cases there's only one image from one camera. Apparently two different people using two different cameras at two different locations independently verifying the same thing isn't enough for him.
Yep, this particular photograph, like which clearly shows that there's curve.
Right. Now, do you have another photograph with a different camera exactly in that same that same position?
Probably not, because that's not how science works.
So if you take a picture here, you're saying you should move the camera and go somewhere else, and that's how you conduct experiments, is by changing experiments? Or what are you saying?
You're saying that I have to take a bunch of different cameras and take the same image with different cameras to check that they're right.
If someone claims that the presumed cause is not the curvature of the Earth, and it's something to do with your camera as the first one, rolling shutter, or your lens, or your whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, the point is whatever the presumed cause is.
So now he's bringing more variables into this, saying that the curvature could have been introduced by the camera or the lens, ignoring the fact that we have those straight edges in the photos for exactly that reason, and even goes so far as to invoke rolling shutter, which in this context couldn't be further from relevant. It really does sound like he's grasping at straws here, which was surprising because, again, at the beginning, he seemed open to this evidence. And then he moves the goalpost one more time.
Are those photos being compressed in different programs as well? My main issue with it is that it's not, you don't have enough for it to be considered a data set.
So now he demands that different photos be taken from the same exact location with different cameras, and then multiple different images each need to be run through different image editing programs, just in case one of them somehow resizes images in a meaningfully different way that just so happens to result in only the horizon appearing to be curved, while the straight edge in the photos still appear to be straight. Man, that's a really impressive resizing algorithm they've got, huh? And then what he says next gets even more confusing.
So you showed me two different pictures is where I'm getting at. There's two different locations, two different pictures, two completely different cameras, etc. And it's also still showing the same curve in the same direction with two different locations and two different pictures. You know what I mean? It's showing two. It's still showing two different things.
So before he was complaining about only having one picture, and then now it's a problem that he's showing two different pictures. But why would having two photos from two locations with two different cameras that show the same phenomena be a problem? Isn't that exactly the kind of thing that we're looking for? The entire point is to ensure that none of the variables that we have control over are altering the results in any way. He keeps demanding that a bunch of arbitrary variables have to be changed in order to be quote-unquote valid, but these seemingly reasonable variable alterations, some of which he actually asked for before, are suddenly not okay. And then it gets even weirder.
It's two locations, so if you have different types of software and you actually compress it with a different software and it's showing you the same result with the same software, it also goes by the camera, the lens, and if it shows you the same result there, you understand what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I actually do understand that you're not ashamed to be blatantly grasping at straws, hand-waving away any and all evidence presented to you simply because you have no other response. You can't actually address what the implications of these photos would be if they weren't invalid in some way, so you need to cast doubt on them in any way that you can. Now, what he says next is basically a transparent admission that this is exactly what his strategy is, that he feels that he's able to say whatever he wants, and that'll render the evidence invalid.
Because I could still say that I still would say that it's either this or it's this, because everything is captured in a different manner. It's two different locations, two different cameras, different camera lenses, but it's not conclusive.
Now, any intellectually honest person should be willing to say ahead of time what the criteria would be for evidence that they would accept. So when asked what would be acceptable in this kind of situation, do you reckon that he actually tells us?
Well, yeah, multiple cameras, multiple lenses. Now, this is something I would do for your particular, go do an experiment that you would want me to try out. I would make sure that it's conclusive.
Ah, okay. Just do it and make sure that it's conclusive. Got it. These folks never actually provide any concrete acceptance criteria, even though it's the fair and honest thing to do, because it's a losing strategy if you're on the losing side of an argument. The moment that you nail down what you'd accept, you'll have nothing to say in response when they present exactly the evidence that satisfies your requirements. You, of course, need to keep it vague and leave yourself as much wiggle room as possible so that you can call into question everything presented as evidence. If we were to go back and take 5 photos instead of 1, well, that's still not enough to be a proper data set. We need more. But of course, I'll never tell you what that number is. What about different photos from the same camera with different lenses? Oh, well, even though they're different types of lenses, they're both Nikon lenses, so they behave in the same way and skew the results in the same way. Well, what if I use 3 different lenses, all different manufacturers, each on 2 different cameras in the same location, ending up with 6 photos all showing the exact same curve? Oh, well, those are both digital cameras, so naturally that's a problem, right? Now, even that would be too ridiculous for the flat earther to say.
Well, that's one thing. That's digital photography also. So I'm also talking about regular cameras as well. So that's why I say when you're really doing a full experiment, it's a really in-depth process. So I actually like the photograph, and I acknowledge the photograph. But it's also digital photography. It's not the original, standard old school photography and things. But and all of these things can play a certain part.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, and when I go out and take the photos with a real camera and then have to present these images in an online debate, I'm totally sure you're not going to question how the photos were developed or say that we need to scan these images into digital format using 3 different kinds of scanners, right? It's blatantly obvious that he's not approaching this discussion in good faith. If you think about it, it's really pretty messed up to go into a conversation under the guise of wanting to seek the truth, pretending like you're being rigorous and thorough, like you care about the science, and ask somebody to go through the effort of giving you explanations and evidence to support their position when you were never actually willing to accept anything in the first place.
Where is that picture being taken from? Like, what is that? What is he on? Is he down at the ocean level? Because all of that's needed. That's why I say when you say you're showing evidence, I'm not denying you. I'm just saying that you have to show the evidence. You have to show me the entire experiment, etc. And it has to be done the proper way.
Okay, so is he saying that if we now provide him the geographical coordinates and a picture of the experimental setup, that he'd actually consider the evidence and start talking about it rather than outright rejecting it?
I acknowledge I do see curvature in the photograph. I do. But it's 3 different photographs. So if you really want to bury the point, you can show the same photograph with different camera lenses, different cameras, different compression software, all showing the exact same thing. And you know what I mean? And at that point, that still is what I would consider to be still not a true experiment.
Well then, so there you have it. He just comes out and says it. Even if you satisfy every one of the goalpost shifted requirements that he keeps tacking on, he still wouldn't accept the evidence.
What's the verdict? I want to know what the verdict is on this. If he's going back to get more pictures, I want to know if if that's settled, then if that proves, because technically if that proved it, then all that would be needed is one picture. And if he's going back to get more, then obviously I feel that I've thoroughly explained that that's not enough evidence. So is that right? Or are you not going to admit that I have a point?
Even when I feel like I've seen it all, I never fail to be surprised by the absurd lengths that flat earthers are willing to go to rationalize their insanity. At this point in the debate, they spent the better part of 2 hours talking about all of the things that the flat earther was demanding in order to even accept the evidence as valid evidence, let alone get on the same page as to the analysis about the evidence itself to determine what it tells us. And then after hearing that the original person who set this whole experiment up was willing to go back out of his way and take additional photos to try and satisfy their batshit requirements, the flat earther considers that as a win. Somebody was willing to put in the time and effort to genuinely test the moronic flat earther claims, who presented their findings and was met with absurd requests coming from a place of dishonesty, and then still offering to go out and do more in a gesture of good faith to humor these absurd requests. And the flat earther interprets this as them winning the debate. The mental gymnastics are incredible. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but it gets worse. What do you think his response is when you reference one of the most well-established and reproduced experiments in physics, the Cavendish experiment, which we just discussed earlier? Surely that has to be more compelling, right?
The same as if I asked you, how does gravity work, or, all things pulling to the center. Can you replicate that? You wouldn't be able to replicate that because you would need another Earth, or you would need this and you would need that, and it's just not doable.
No, we can replicate it, and it has been replicated. The Cavendish experiment is a replication of mass pulling to the center.
I've seen those. I like I said, that's something completely separate. I don't follow any of those at all. I don't even like the experiments. I don't understand how those experiments even, you know what I mean? I think all of that is just bogus, personally.
So he starts off by saying that we can't replicate the effects of gravity experimentally, is then told about one of the best demonstrations of exactly that, and his response is that even though he admits he doesn't follow it and he doesn't understand it, he still says with a straight face that it's bogus. He just spent more than an hour jumping through hoops to try to make himself seem reasonable, like he really values the rigorous nature of science, and then instantly dismisses one of the most fundamental experiments in physics as meaningless when it perfectly addresses the question that he's asking. He must have some pretty good evidence to support that, right? Considering that he's got such a high standard.
I've looked up a few things regarding that, and a lot of the stuff I've seen, it just, to me, the experiment just, it's just not enough.
Yes, of course, it's just not enough. And of course, let's not discount the fact that he went out of his way to look up a few things. I wonder if he has like a citation, some kind of evidence to back up literally any of the claims he's made throughout the entire debate.
As far as my standpoint on that in general, there's a lot of other things that have to play in and have to be 100% accurate for me to actually say Einstein's theory of relativity is accurate. I don't think his relativity is accurate, but a lot of ways I've seen a lot of people go into detail for hours, just completely shattering Einstein's theory.
Oh, of course, he's seen a lot of people go into detail for hours. Such convincing evidence he's presenting.
So me being an artist, I work with artists from France. I work with artists from China, from Korea. I work with artists all over the globe. Depending on where you are in your location, what got me into this was me discovering a lot of the lies that took place here and having family members. I actually have a family member that I have a cousin that actually works for NASA that I'm actually close with. So.
Yes, you've got a cousin that works at NASA, just like that super hot girlfriend I had that went to another school. Both of these people for sure definitely exist.
None of the stuff that I'm just telling you right here is stuff that I've come up with on my own. This is stuff that I've talked with people about. I've interviewed people and studied for years.
Man, so you've interviewed all these people and you've been studying it for years. You'd think you'd be able to give us a single piece of evidence.
I've come to the conclusion that we can't really listen to just what NASA says or just what the space agency says.
You said about lies. I mean, what lies do you mean? Because you keep saying, it's about these lies. What lies do you mean?
That's the thing about it. It goes back to even when I, before I actually discovered flat earth, before I discovered anything like that, I've seen a lot of different documentaries, a lot of, just in general, which is the same as everyone. What I'm trying to say is that there's conclusive evidence. There's literally evidence. I have personally, I have evidence showing that what you perceive to be history is not accurate.
What kind of
so
evidence?
if you were, just certain, okay, for instance, I literally have maps and some of the research that I've actually gone over showing like real maps and things like that from, from the 1400s, from the 1500s, 1600s, etc. So when
Can you give me any specific examples of something that's been completely erased from the maps?
Yeah, but I don't think because it's such a huge topic. I don't know if you're going to be able to completely understand where
just one specific city or something that has been erased from maps.
Now, I've discovered a few red flags common with these folks that generally make it pretty easy to identify the type of person you're dealing with ahead of time. People that constantly say that they, quote-unquote, did their own research, that they're free thinkers, or that they're truth seekers, are ironically almost always the complete opposite. Literally, none of those things are true. What they mean when they say they did their own research was that they binged Flat Earth Facebook memes and TikTok videos. What they mean by being a free thinker is that they blindly parrot all of the other people who call themselves free thinkers, all of the big names in the Flat Earth world. And when they say truth seekers, what they really mean is that they ignore everything that doesn't confirm their worldview.
What got me into this was me being able to check things for myself.
Mm-hmm.
If a person opens up a YouTube channel, no matter what their pedigree is, and they say, the establishment wants you to think this, but they're all wrong, I have the truth, and I'm on your side, there is no greater foundation for suspicion than that.
My similar rule of thumb is when someone has to tell you they're a critical thinker, head for the hills.
Yeah, exactly.
They're anything but.
Exactly.
So, I get my knowledge from all over. It's not just me just coming up with shit out my ass. I get my knowledge from all over, from other people, and yeah, I'm just the truther,
Okay, well, I don't really follow the flock. Like, I kind of am an independent thinker, so I don't really go with the mainstream.
I've heard that repeated constantly from people. Let me drink a little Flurf tears. Hold on.
I want to debate you about the moon landings because you seem absolutely sure about the moon landings being fake, right?
The moon landings is like level 1 stuff, and quite frankly, I don't go on and on about the moon landings. Were you there? Have you been to space in general? I'm just saying in general. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that in general is that you want to debate moon landings. The moon landings is like that's just